Amid the battlefield strewn with corpses, streaks of blood mingled with the cold rain. The young man was the sole survivor. Ronald sighed as he looked at the tragic scene before his eyes, the piled bodies forcing him to witness everything himself. Zute was truly too careless. A sudden voice rang out, making Ronald start and turn around abruptly. He gritted his teeth when he realized that the giant he thought had fallen at his feet still had enough strength to utter mocking words. He belonged to the giant race named Zute. 20 days earlier, he and his 2 companions had come to the human empire to wreak havoc, but now only he remained undefeated. Ronald angrily stomped on his forehead. It was because of that man that half of the empire had become a graveyard, yet he was still alive. "Do not worry, I will soon reunite with Lord Zute," he replied, trying to endure the pain. Ronald mentioned his 2 close comrades, the ones who were already waiting for him in the other world. One had turned into a giant roast after being scorched by the fire of a red dragon. The other had fallen into eternal sleep under the lullaby of the old mage. "You understand now, you fool," Ronald laughed triumphantly as he looked at the defeated enemy. However, the giant Zute seemed completely unconcerned about the deaths of his 2 companions. He clearly knew that both had perished together with the mighty warriors of humanity. That also meant that powerful individuals like Ronald would find it difficult to escape a tragic end. This was the harsh truth Ronald did not want to accept, yet he still stubbornly refuted it while standing atop his opponent. "Do not count your chickens before they hatch," the giant lectured, seemingly realizing that Ronald did not have long to live either. If he had recognized his own potential earlier and trained seriously, he would have become a major threat to their ambition. Struck at his deepest pain, Ronald gritted his teeth in discomfort. He knew his life was filled with misfortune, but he did not want to hear it from this detestable man, so he coldly told him to remain silent and await his end. "You are a great human, you have the right to be proud," he continued. "Your world will soon be devoured by the starlight and vanish." Those were the giant's final delirious words before Ronald finished him off. Ronald's eyes became empty as he looked at the bloodstains scattered across the ground, wondering what he would do after all this. He dragged his exhausted body toward the comrades who had given him so many beautiful memories. Now only cold corpses remained. His pain, Ronald silently blamed them for their foolishness in being too proud to fight until their final breath. Did they think that as long as he was strong, everyone else would be strong as well? They should have known to retreat to preserve their lives. Gently closed the half-open eyes of his comrade, allowing him to rest in peace. Ronald wondered why the giants could withstand the Empire's strongest aura sword, yet were wounded by his strike. If he had known this earlier, a logistic soldier like him would have been ready to step onto the front line, and perhaps his comrades would not have had to sacrifice themselves. A sense of guilt enveloped Ronald. He truly had not known that he possessed such power rather than avoiding the fight. As he was sinking into negative thoughts, a faint voice rang out, "Is anyone there?" causing Ronald to awaken. He gathered his remaining strength, leaning on his sword as he trudged forward to find the source of the sound. The owner of that voice was still alive. Ronald recognized a figure lying beside a massive rock. As if finding a glimmer of hope, he realized that it was the Supreme Commander Adessen. However, before his joy could fully form, he realized that she was also gravely injured. Ronald gritted his teeth helplessly at the sight of the once brilliant leader now in ruin, while Adessen could not help but be astonished by the strength of a logistics soldier like him. What concerned her most at this moment was the fate of the giant Zute. "I have defeated him," Ronald understood and replied. This was exactly what Adessen had been hoping for. Tears gently fell as she said with relief, "Thank you very much, Corporal Ronald." Ronald silently looked at the commander who was usually as cold as ice, now revealing a moment of vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity of being thanked, he wished to ask her for a small favor. According to regulations, the bodies of soldiers were often cremated or handled hastily, but Ronald hoped Adessen would order that they be buried more properly. However, Adessen was not sure she could accomplish this when she herself was in a worse state than him, and believed that he should take care of them himself. As soon as she finished speaking, Ronald suddenly coughed violently. In his palm were streaks of blood that had just flowed from his mouth. He could leave this world at any moment, yet Ronald did not seem overly sorrowful. He only regretted that his previous life had been spent in idle pleasures without accomplishing anything meaningful, leaving Adessen at a loss for words. She curiously asked if he had any wishes should he survive, and he affirmed that he still longed greatly to live. The only thing he had always wondered about was what it would feel like to study at the academy. That answer left Adessen quite surprised. The giant's final words earlier had given Ronald much to ponder. More importantly, it was also the final wish of the elder sister he deeply respected. Sadly, in just a few more minutes, he would likely reunite with his family in the other world. Although Adessen still hoped that a rescue team would arrive, Ronald suggested that she consider him missing, as everything seemed hopeless. The rain gradually ceased, and light from the sky began to emerge, astonishing both of them. Suddenly the storm stopped entirely, followed by a violent tremor that shook heaven and earth. Ronald frowned in discomfort, unable to understand what was happening when death was so near, and yet an earthquake had appeared. However, the dazzling light before his eyes made his heart seem to stop when a radiant eight-winged colossal entity appeared. Accompanying him were hundreds of thousands of other giant creatures descending simultaneously. Ronald was astonished, wondering from what distant place they had appeared. Adessen fell into despair, as the previous 3 giants had already pushed them to the brink, and now the number had risen to thousands. Eyes became lifeless as she murmured that she had failed 3 times in saving the world and now had only one final chance, yet she did not know what to do. Ronald's call echoed, pulling Adessen back to reality. He called out to her hoarsely, wondering why she was so dazed, while also suggesting that she use her ability to lift him upward because his sword could not reach them. Adessen was astonished, unable to understand why Ronald could still maintain his fighting spirit in such circumstances. Ronald replied irritably that it was better to fight than to sit and wait for death. Even if he had to sacrifice himself, he wanted to inflict some losses on the enemy so that he would not depart with regret. Ronald's indomitable spirit filled Adessen with deep admiration. This was not surprising, for it was that very man who had helped them reach this day. Corporal Ronald, Adessen placed her hand on his shoulder, prompting him to ask irritably what she intended to do next. He complained that he was very busy and hoped she would not prolong the time. However, Adessen's next action left him completely stunned. Under the gaze of countless creatures, she suddenly pressed her lips against his in a moment on the brink of life and death. From Adessen's mouth, a blue gem was passed to Ronald. Ronald quickly pushed her away, asking in surprise what she had put into his mouth. Gathering her last bit of strength, Adessen whispered into Ronald's ear, strained to listen to every faint word she spoke. However, what Adessen said made him think that she was delirious as death approached. Corporal Ronald A., Adessen whispered softly, if one day we have the chance to meet again, could you remind me to stop rushing into foolish things and be content with being a tailor? Adessen's words left Ronald stunned, because he had experienced and done countless things until now. As for that, I have never tried it before. Adessen smiled with satisfaction, as if she were ready to accept the fate awaiting her. She gave a slight start and then summoned her aura. That man directed his gaze and the spearhead of his attack toward the last 2 people still standing there. A violent explosion erupted, sweeping the surrounding scene into a sea of shockwave. The gem in Adessen's hand flashed one last time before dissolving into the void. Time passed quietly until Ronald suddenly awoke. He gasped and loudly called Adessen's name, but the familiar peaceful scenery before his eyes made his breath halt. Before him stretched a vast grassy field and a gentle blue river like a painting. His hand touched the lush green grass instead of the ground once stained with tragedy. Ronald could not believe what he was seeing. This was Nimbouten, his homeland, meaning he had truly returned to the past. Sitting against the base of a tree, Ronald sighed. He had once thought the commander's words were merely empty boasting. At that time, Adessen had placed in his mouth a gem said to have the power to reverse time. Thanks to it, she had risen from an ordinary tailor to the position of supreme commander of the army. The gem allowed time to be reversed 4 times, but she had already used 3, and this was the final remaining opportunity. Adessen decided to entrust it to Ronald because he possessed the strength sufficient to defeat the giant. She believed he would be the key to saving this world, so she urged him not to waste the opportunity, to train diligently and call Pundasi, Anus, to attend the academy. Ronald suddenly recalled that at that time Lincoln had only made a few casual remarks. Ignoring those words, Adessen still advised him to seek out the Filian Academy, where outstanding individuals gathered to be guided. Her final statement was what she longed for the most. He hoped he could persuade her to be content with being a tailor, not to let ambition drive her to become the supreme commander or pursue anything so distant. Ronald ruffled his hair and muttered a curse. It was hard to believe. If this was only a dream, then he wished to wake up immediately. Even if he had truly returned to the past, what could he accomplish alone? Past, Ronald suddenly became fully alert. He picked up the familiar wooden sword. If this was indeed the past, then he would meet her again. Ronald dashed along the familiar path, his heart pounding with anticipation. Just a few more steps, and he would be able to see her. Suddenly, the scene before his eyes made him halt. A group of hooligans were hanging a child upside down. He was all too familiar with those unruly youths. At this moment, he only wanted to return home. Wait, that child was not hanging by a rope. Ronald was about to leave, but realized the boy's legs were being suspended by magic. Magic users were rare on the battlefield, so their appearance in this remote countryside was truly strange. Ronald now fully believed that he had returned to the past, and suddenly remembered that they were likely here as well. A red-haired youth was using magic to hold the child on the tree, yet his face clearly showed fear. "Please stop, I truly have no money," the boy cried out, saying he needed money to buy medicine for his mother. "Then what do you want me to do?" The leader slapped the boy's cheek while grinning sinisterly, saying he had no time to care about the boy's mother. That man repeatedly struck the boy's face, acting with an air of superiority as he attacked. "If you were truly filial, you should have earned more money." After tiring of the beating, that man turned and ordered the red-haired youth to lift the boy even higher. The youth trembled and did not dare to do it for fear of slipping and causing consequences, but that man sneered, saying the boy was already hanging anyway. "Shut your mouth and pull him up now, Azel, before you are hanged with him." Azel was cornered, wondering whether learning magic had been a mistake. He only wished to prove that he also had his own strength. Azel's hands trembled violently. He did not want to obey, but fear still surrounded him. Tears welled up and his conscience would not allow him to bow his head. As Azel gathered his courage to shout, a wooden staff suddenly struck down on the young man's head, startling him as he clutched it. Ronald appeared just in time, preventing Azel from using excessive magic that could endanger the child. The magic lost control, the invisible binding vanished, and the boy fell heavily to the ground. The leader frowned and turned to interrogate the one who had intervened. "I said stop means stop. Do you think I was joking?" Azel stepped back in fear. Ronald turned to Azel and told him to ignore that man. "Just speaking with me is enough." Although the leader behind him continued to shout, Ronald paid no attention. He asked Azel where he had learned teleportation magic, and the boy honestly replied that he had taught himself from a book bought at a street stall. The answer surprised Ronald. Could a cheap book really help him reach such a level? This was truly a seed of talent. Ronald thought to himself that he would observe further to see if this magic would be useful against the Zoo. The sharp sound of a sword being drawn cut through his thought. The leader unsheathed his sword angrily, daring to ignore me. "Ever since I deliberately lost to you, you think you are so impressive. Today I will teach you a lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Ronald. Ronald did not panic at all, only curious where that man had obtained such a decent-looking longsword. His stance was clumsy, but with his strength he was still able to bully the local. Of course, that was before Ronald appeared. He lightly sidestepped to avoid the slash. The man's eyes widened in shock as Ronald dodged the attack with ease. Ronald, though returned to the past, retained all his skills. Discipline was ingrained and had not faded. Added to that was the combat instinct that had once helped him defeat the giant Zoo. The blonde, tanned man forced a smile to hide his embarrassment, boasting that he would cripple Ronald for life. Ronald merely admitted that today he was indeed somewhat lucky. That man deluded himself into thinking Ronald had only been lucky and ordered him to kneel and beg for mercy, promising to spare his life but demanding one arm in return. Ronald scratched his neck and laughed faintly, unconcerned with the empty threat. That man even added that if he defeated Ronald, he would take good care of his sister. The mention of his sister made Ronald's expression turn serious. The man laughed obscenely while speaking about his sister, uttering indecent remarks that made Ronald even colder. With a swift motion, Ronald swung his wooden staff in counterattack. A streak of red sprayed out, and one of the man's ears fell to the ground amid a shrill scream. He dropped his sword and clutched his face in pain, his complexion pale as tears streamed down. The lackey standing at a distance shuddered for him, truly reaping what he had sown. Ronald stepped forward with undisguised anger, coldly asking whether that man wished to invite further disaster. The atmosphere grew suffocating. The other three trembled upon seeing such a terrifying result from an ordinary wooden staff. Ronald shouted whether they had watched enough. The words made all three shrink back. He ordered them to disappear if they did not want to hear only half the world for the rest of their lives, and casually kicked the man groaning on the ground a few more times. Before retreating, they even had to leave some money as compensation, including the cost of cleaning the red stain on his staff. Not daring to argue, they threw down a heavy pouch of coins which fell into the hands of the still stunned boy. He could not believe Ronald had given him all the money. This amount was 4 or 5 times what he had earned from the previous job. Ronald kept only a few coins and told him to live with peace of mind. Those people would not dare return to cause trouble, the freckled boy cried while thanking him in overwhelming joy. He waved his hand, signaling for him to quickly head back. A strange sound rang out, startling both of them. When they turned around they saw Azel hesitating as if wanting to say something. I sincerely apologize. Azel lowered her head and murmured, tears falling without end. He knew clearly that he should not have helped the bad people, even though he had previously been threatened by Han. But fear paralyzed Azel, leaving her unable to resist. She accepted all the blame. Freckled boy only smiled gently. Azel, you are being a crybaby again. When Han had led Azel here with one hand, he had immediately recognized their shared fate, people who were constantly oppressed. He placed his hand on Azel's shoulder, gently encouraging her not to blame herself. In his eyes, Azel was still kind and capable. Even so, he still accepted her apology. After saying that, he hugged the bag of money and left, leaving the two behind. Only then did Ronald look closely and realize Azel was not bad, just someone bullied for a long time. Lightly patted Azel's shoulder, pulling her from her thoughts and reminding her of the matter to discuss. Azel suddenly remembered that Ronald had arranged to meet here again after 4 days. While Azel was still confused, Ronald had already turned and left, only telling her to come when the moon rose. And if she did not come, the consequences would not be light. It would not be just one but both hands. Azel was so frightened that she did not dare ask further, only managing to remember it when Ronald had gone far away. Ronald hurried away to return home. Standing before the door, he nervously looked at the bouquet in his hand, wondering if it was too much. He remembered his sister liked flowers, but he was not sure which kind. Doing this for the first time made him embarrassed. He almost threw the bouquet away to avoid the shame. Suddenly the door opened. His sister wondered who was outside. It turned out to be Ronald. You are back. The familiar voice he had not heard for a long time made his heart pause. In his previous life on the battlefield, he had often thought about what he would say when meeting his sister again. Should he apologize for leaving or say how much he missed her? He had imagined this moment many times, but when truly facing it, his nose stung, he lowered his head and could only say a simple sentence, I am back. In the warm house, Irene hugged the bouquet with great joy, never expecting that her cold younger brother would one day give her flowers. Irene laughed endlessly, while Ronald blushed and only said that it was enough if she liked it. Irene asked if he had eaten enough and whether he wanted more stew, but Ronald was already overwhelmed after 3 full bowls of rice. What troubled him was the timeline. He asked his sister how old she was this year, surprising Irene. She suspected that her brother had hit his head somewhere, which was why he was acting so strangely. Meanwhile, Ronald was calculating that 10 years later, a disaster would strike the Empire. Irene placed her hand on his forehead, worried about her younger brother's health. Ronald, however, felt this moment was a rare peace. His sister was still as gentle as before. After so many upheavals, he wished this moment could last forever. But to protect it, in the next 10 years he would fight for the world and for her. Ronald hesitated before speaking his decision to enroll in the academy. The academy, Irene was momentarily stunned. She immediately shifted into radiant joy. She was so moved she almost cried, because in the past whenever the topic of studying was mentioned he would ignore it. Without hesitation, Irene ran into the corner of the kitchen, surprising Ronald. She rummaged through everything, even disturbing a sleeping mouse. Then she placed down a large jar, startling Ronald. Irene had always believed this day would come, so she had prepared a gift in advance. Ronald was stunned by the jar full of gold. Irene proudly spoke of her saving. She had waited for this moment to pay his tuition, which astonished Ronald. But Ronald wanted her to keep the money because it was still not enough, leaving Irene shocked. The Royal Filian Academy, the name left Irene speechless. This was the top academy in the entire empire, a place that gathered renowned professors and enormous funding. It was an excellent training environment, known as the Cradle of Heroes. From generals and swordmasters to notorious figures, all had graduated from here. Those from Filian were extremely useful in the war against the great enemy. Ronald understood why the commander wanted him to study here, even though the entry requirements were very strict. He felt slightly sad at Irene's reaction. Perhaps she still could not believe in his dream. He was determined to prove himself so she could be proud. What surprised him was that Azel had arrived earlier. Azel did not dare miss the appointment after Ronald's terrifying warning. Ronald told her to forget the past and look at him in a more positive light. The main task today was a test for Azel. Dropped the heavy backpack onto the ground under her astonished gaze. Azel did not understand what he intended to do. There is nothing complicated. Use your ability on me. Ronald was full of excitement, wanting to see the extent of Azel's limit. Azel panicked, unwilling to try this dangerous act. Ronald reassured her and told her to try, so Azel reluctantly agreed. She shouted and unleashed an invisible force toward Ronald. His body gradually lightened and floated, everything stabilized beyond expectations. Although he could not yet control the height well, the sensation was familiar to him. In the previous battle, this ability had helped him confront an equally powerful enemy. This was psychic power extremely rare. That made Azel an important factor in the future. Ronald smiled in satisfaction. Such a start was acceptable. But at present, Azel still struggled to control it and wanted to lower him immediately. Ronald wanted to test further and said it was unnecessary. He would jump down himself. Azel was astonished, not understanding how someone being controlled could free himself. If you do not know, then open your eyes and look. He swung his longsword and severed Azel's mana flow, leaving him stunned. Then he landed lightly from a height of several meters. Azel's curiosity could not be contained, so he asked him. Thinking Azel was wondering about the gentle landing, he said he practiced Spider-Man-style acrobatics at home, so he was used to it. Azel asked about cutting mana. He answered casually to brush it off since he did not understand it himself, then flicked Azel on the head painfully. His mission today was to investigate his strange mana-cutting ability, and why his sword could affect that massive Zyu. After organizing his thoughts, he realized he already had something to do. He tossed the backpack to Azel and declared that he was officially his disciple. Now follow him to handle a few matters before dawn. Azel felt anxious. He had never gone out at night with a boy before, but he ignored it. Today might even become the first page in the memoir of the greatest man in the Empire. On the way, he spoke about Filion Academy, but Azel felt something strange with his own hand. They were truly heading to Filion, the place reserved only for the elite of the Empire. He grew annoyed and said it was true. Stop asking. He asked back if Azel did not want to go. Azel stammered in denial. Azel thought he possessed martial talent, so he would be fine, while he himself had nothing, lacking knowledge and being timid and quiet. He called Azel's name and asked if he wanted to continue living like that. He pointed out that Azel had great potential but was wasting it by entertaining others. Did he really want to live an ordinary life forever? Struck at his weakness, Azel fell silent. He continued to point out his narrow thinking and timidity. A child who easily shed tears for countless reasons was in truth afraid of failure. His words pierced Azel's heart, leaving him unable to refute. But to him, that was not important because people could completely change. Only the time that had passed could never be retrieved, and there would come a moment when Azel would regret it. Just as he had once regretted in his previous life on the battlefield, he did not want this life to repeat that mistake. After explaining, he patted Azel's shoulder to encourage him. Azel blushed, thinking that he always cared about him. He continued speaking without pause. Azel's life was his own decision. He would only regret losing a good assistant. Seeing Azel still bewildered, he turned away. Azel hurriedly called him back, asking for a chance to change, and wished to go to Filion with him, hoping to be guided. He secretly smiled. He had caught his first prey. He returned to his cold demeanor, and said this was the first time Azel had shown courage. Azel did not fully understand but still eagerly followed behind, while he smiled with calculation as his plan succeeded. A flame flickered in the middle of the forest. Azel's heart pounded at the sight before him. He hesitantly asked him whether this was truly the first trial. He replied directly that he had searched the entire forest and selected the most suitable opponent for Azel. It was a moon goblin sitting alone. Though it appeared solitary, it was in fact the leader of an entire pack sleeping nearby. He asked Azel what he thought. Azel only felt confusion and did not understand why he had followed him. He declared the start. That face hardly seemed like that of a protagonist. Moon goblins were a common species here, easily recognized by their pale yellow skin and grotesque appearance. They were extremely fond of gold and gemstones. Therefore they often ambushed merchants, stole their wealth, and gathered it in one place to celebrate throughout the night, especially on full moon nights like tonight. Azel trembled, praying they would not come here to do that. But Ronald grinned mischievously. It had been a long time since he stole. Today he would gather all the treasure. Azel was surprised, having never heard of this, and even more puzzled where Ronald had learned about it. Ronald avoided the question. He could not admit he had wandered and begged from them in a past life. He draped his arm over Azel and instructed him to use his remote manipulation power to transfer all the treasure into the bag. Ronald asked if it was easy. Azel thought a single slip dropping an item could wake them disaster. Then both would face serious trouble. Thinking this, Azel panicked and asked to withdraw. Ronald was displeased, continuing to persuade. Entering Filion required two things. First was the very expensive tuition. Second was combat experience, even more important than money. Filion, all nobles were trained from a young age. To compete, the only way was to risk everything. Azel found Ronald more terrifying than the goblins. According to Ronald, the moon spirit was an ideal target, rich and helpful for gaining experience. Ronald's rapid questioning left Azel unable to respond. Finally, he slapped Azel like sealing a deal. A beautiful moonlit night was perfect for action. Gold, silver, and jewels silently flew from the moon spirit store into Ronald's bag. Azel held his breath, following each step under Ronald's guidance. Watching the bag fill, Ronald smiled with ambition. All the carried bags were now full. Ronald was satisfied, ruffling Azel's hair. The experience was Azel's, the money his. Azel was thrilled too. The sense of success was wonderful. Ronald was proud of his #1 disciple, recognizing his great potential. More importantly, he had a capable assistant. Ronald packed up to leave. Azel rejoiced, thinking the mission was complete. Ronald said everything went smoothly, so leaving early was wise, staying longer invited trouble. No sooner had he spoken, 2 hunters appeared, running and shouting for them to stop. The 2 thieves were startled. Ronald wondered who made noise in the night. The noise also woke the moon spirit. He looked at the empty store. It roared as the treasure had vanished. The screams woke the whole group. First time being stolen from, panic ensued. One pointed, and the rest looked to see the 2 retreating. He immediately noticed. Azel felt his life was doomed as the goblins charged. Panicked, shouting, legs giving way, collapsing. Ronald tossed the bag down, anticipating trouble since everything had gone too smoothly. Azel stammered, asking whether they should abandon the bags and flee. Of course not. Without that money, even working tirelessly for a lifetime would not cover the tuition at Filion. But at present, that was no longer the main concern. Azel, the most urgent matter now was the horde of grotesque creatures rushing toward them. "They are here, Ronald," Azel shouted hoarsely, while Ronald calmly observed the cheap metal longsword in his hand. Based on its weight and durability, he estimated he could deliver about 15 strikes, while the number of moon demons approached 30. As the creatures charged with their razor-sharp claws, Azel could only panic and call Ronald's name. After finishing his calculations, Ronald realized 15 strikes were enough for 30 enemies, and he immediately swung his sword to cut down the first 3. 3 heads flew past Azel's eyes, leaving him stunned and unable to believe what had just happened. 15 strikes remaining, Ronald's composure made even the moon demons hesitate. Under the moonlight, the cawing of crows echoed like an omen of misfortune. That ill omen befell the moon demons when they encountered Ronald the Reaper. He easily slew the last one. Azel still sat on the ground, bewildered as he wondered what he had just witnessed. Ronald had felled 3 demons with a single slash. Remaining demons continued to surge from behind, but Ronald flickered in and out of sight, and when he reappeared, only their corpses remained collapsed on the ground. Azel swallowed hard in astonishment. He thought how fortunate it was that he had decided to travel with Ronald, otherwise his fate might have taken a different turn. After finishing, Ronald turned back and asked if Azel intended to sit there until morning and abandon the money, prompting him to hurriedly apologize. Out of habit, Ronald slung the sword over his shoulder and coolly said it was time to return. That was exactly what Azel had been waiting for. Under the moonlight, the 2 struggled to carry the treasure on their shoulders, and Ronald felt his shoulder ache more than expected. He believed the pain was not only from the battle, but also because his body was still developing and lacked the endurance. Ronald silently blamed his past life for being too lazy and resolved to strengthen his physical training. Azel suddenly recalled the terrifying scream earlier, while Ronald wondered who would dare enter the forest at midnight like that. Because of that, he had to face 30 moon demons. Suddenly, an arrow shot from behind straight toward Azel. He sensed the danger rapidly approaching his back. Just as the arrow was about to hit Azel, Ronald caught it in time and realized a new enemy had appeared. Only then did Azel realize what had happened and felt as though he had just escaped the scythe of death. Ronald did not know where the arrow had come from, perhaps from the cursed forest where suspicious figures appeared. 2 strangers emerged, the archer surprised to see they were merely human, moreover teenagers. Ronald snapped the arrow in irritation, displeased at being called a brat. The archer pretended to be friendly, approaching and apologizing. He explained that he had heard noises and mistakenly thought they were monsters. His gaze lingered on Ronald's sparkling backpack before glancing at his accomplice, feigning regret for nearly causing a murder. 2 questioned them but could not hide their greedy eyes. Ronald responded coldly, making them uneasy. With an imposing expression, Ronald demanded they stop the charade and state their identities before he acted. The 2 youths immediately stiffened under Ronald's terrifying aura. The archer tried to appear cordial, forcing a smile and apologizing for not introducing himself sooner. While speaking, he secretly drew a dagger from his belt and claimed to be a member of Caliber Row. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked with the dagger, but Ronald remained calm and repeated the name Caliber Row. Ronald used his left hand to restrain the opponent's arm and delivered a powerful punch to his chin with his right, leaving him dazed. Ronald coldly confirmed that Calibero was another name for Chubin A. The blonde man behind also rushed forward with a dagger in hand. As the blade swept close to Azel, he trembled and cast magic, warning Ronald of the danger. The blonde man gritted his teeth upon realizing the unfavorable situation. Ronald cheerfully called Azel's name, pleased that he knew how to protect his companion. Immediately afterward, Ronald seized the dagger and counterattacked decisively. The blonde man had not even realized who Ronald was before collapsing in an instant. The scene before him made Azel shudder in horror. Azel stammered, asking whether the enemy was dead. Ronald calmly wiped the bloodstain and affirmed that enemies could not be tolerated. What concerned Ronald was the name Calibero, a gang specializing in poaching and human trafficking. This was the most brutal criminal organization in the Empire, willing to commit any illegal act. While explaining, Ronald finished off the archer. He even joked that Azel was fortunate to be traveling with him, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. Ronald believed that eliminating them contributed to protecting the Empire, and now they could return with peace of mind. Suddenly, the bag behind them moved, startling Ronald as he did not understand what was happening. Azel realized it was the criminals, bag and guessed that a hunted animal might be inside. Agreeing with that assumption, Ronald untied the rope to free the creature within. A pair of blue eyes appeared, then the creature cried out and burst from the bag. Ronald was surprised, wondering why this chicken looked so unusual. The blue bird flapped its wings and flew upward, chirping as if protesting being called a chicken. Azel was excited to see the mysterious blue bird in person, while Ronald realized it was truly a bird and not a chicken. His gaze stopped at the shackle on its leg. It was a hunting device of Calibero, capable of disrupting mana and restricting movement. According to knowledge from his previous life, this type of shackle was used only on mystical creatures. That indicated this blue bird possessed special value. Golden magic circle appeared behind the bird, accompanied by a voice transmitted from afar. Azel panicked and grabbed Ronald upon hearing the bird speak, but Ronald explained it was merely communication magic. The immediate connection once the bird escaped showed that the previous bag had blocked mana, and Ronald deduced that the person on the other end was its owner. The caller introduced himself as Varan Fanasi, a researcher of mystical creatures and guardian of the dream bird maid. He stated that he had attempted to make contact many times without success, until now. Asked about his identity, Ronald modestly said he was merely a passerby. He briefly explained that he had encountered poachers and rescued the bird, while the battle details were not worth mentioning. In short, Ronald was the one who saved the blue bird's life. The person on the other end was deeply moved upon learning that the bird had been captured and expressed profound gratitude. Therefore, he wished for an opportunity to repay Ronald. However, Ronald was not concerned with any reward. He only cared about how to help the bird return home safely. After some thought, he decided to remove the shackle so it could fly away, and its owner also confirmed that the dream bird would find its own way home. Agreeing with that plan, Ronald swung his sword to cut the shackle, causing the bird to cry out in surprise. The control gate suddenly snapped apart in an instant. Ronald sheathed his sword and returned to the blue bird's father, telling him not to worry too much. His handsome face combined with the heroic act of saving the blue bird caused its heart to lean completely toward Ronald. The blue bird flapped its wings and hovered before Ronald. He could not understand why it turned its rear toward him and swayed meaningfully. It turned out it wanted him to pluck a feather before leaving, as a promise that they would meet again. As long as one kept a feather of the dream bird, it would guide the way back to its owner like a living compass. After Donald obtained the feather, the owner of the dream bird asked him to visit the research center to see Mabed and that person, promising generous repayment. Mabed shot off at such incredible speed that even Ronald widened his eyes in admiration. Suddenly Azel noticed the object Ronald was holding. He looked down at his palm and only then realized what the strange item he held actually was. A few days later at the bustling market, a man carefully examined the stone and repeatedly marveled at its exquisite craftsmanship. The pawnshop owner named Juan Carabal, leader of the Carabal Merchant Guild, paid Ronald 20 gold coins. He secretly rejoiced at encountering such a generous customer as Ronald today, always bringing valuable goods. Ronald crossed his arms confidently. Finally, someone had recognized the true value of the bracelet. He had visited many other merchant guilds but only encountered underlings who pressured prices, offering merely 5 gold coins and leaving him irritated. Fortunately, his efforts were not wasted. He finally met a perceptive merchant like Juan Carabal. The two shared the same mindset, and only Azel sighed in relief at not having to restrain Ronald's temper. Juan Carabal asked whether Ronald had any other items needing appraisal. He took out a mask shimmering with cosmic colors, not intending to sell it but only wishing to know what it truly was. This was the object the blue dream bird had left behind that night. At first Ronald thought the bird had accidentally dropped something embarrassing into his hands, but that was not the case. Startled and disgusted, he had flung the object far away. Unexpectedly, it was so solid that it shattered a rock upon impact. The only thing he was certain of now was that it was unimaginably hard. Ronald did not know whether it was an egg or some other bizarre object. However, since it originated from a rare mystical creature, it was likely an invaluable treasure. Carefully observed the object, its color and structure both extraordinary, making it difficult to identify immediately. Juan's hesitant tone made Ronald even more anxious as he awaited the conclusion, hoping it was worth a fortune. But when Juan blurted out a random guess, Ronald's heart sank to the depths. Smiling awkwardly and scratching his head, Juan admitted he did not know what it was, only guessing from its appearance that it might be rare. He advised Ronald to take it to a specialized appraisal facility for an accurate result. Ronald examined the galaxy mass for a moment before sighing and putting it away. Azel, standing beside him, whispered that it was likely a crystallization from the dream bird, which explained its hardness. Setting aside the matter of the galaxy mass, Ronald asked Juan Carabal whether he sold books related to Philium. He explained that they wanted to learn about the entrance examination to the Royal Academy. Juan Phila was quite surprised since his daughter was also preparing for the exam. Perhaps the girl could assist them. At that moment, a female voice asked who her father was speaking with. Juan Carabal smiled and introduced her as Maria, his only daughter. The name Maria, along with her familiar hair and eyes, caused Ronald to be momentarily startled. When her father introduced them as important guests, Maria widened her eyes in surprise. Her blunt manner of speaking made Juan scold her softly in front of the guests. He immediately apologized on her behalf, explaining that Maria had grown up in the merchant guild and was therefore rather straightforward. Before Azel could react, Ronald had already appeared before Maria. He asked whether her middle name was Sen. Maria confirmed it was and wondered how he had guessed correctly. Ronald muttered that the girl before him resembled someone he once knew, like a younger version. He then called Maria closer to ask a few private questions. Maria was puzzled at being questioned so intensely upon their first meeting, but still leaned closer to listen. Ronald whispered a sensitive personal question that caused the atmosphere to freeze. Maria stood stunned, unable to believe what she had just heard. She understood his meaning, those words repeated in her mind, causing her to grit her teeth in anger. Ronald continued observing thoughtfully, wondering whether Juan Carabal had another daughter. Maria, enraged, threw a straight punch that distorted Ronald's face. However, he felt no pain, only a familiar sensation. That feeling reminded him of his former comrade whenever she struck decisively. To understand the matter, one must return to his previous life, when Ronald was a disciplinary soldier in a Malin and Maria was responsible for military equipment. She worked meticulously and had an open personality, able to converse with anyone. Admirable as she was, whenever someone made a sensitive joke, Maria would immediately become angry and would not hesitate to teach them a lesson. Ronald had once intended to ask the reason after the war, but that day never came because Maria had fallen before then. Unexpectedly here he found the answer. The once strong Maria was now Juan's daughter. The irony made Ronald laugh in joy at meeting an old acquaintance, but the smile only irritated Maria further. She lunged forward intending to strike him again. Ronald lightly tapped her head to signal her to stop. Maria clutched her head, gritting her teeth as she crouched down. Ronald said he accepted the earlier punch because he was at fault, but she should not think he would allow her to go too far. Before he finished speaking, Maria headbutted his chin, nearly choking him. Two grabbed each other and struggled, neither willing to yield. The scene left Azel and Juan Carabal standing frozen in astonishment. Both shouted simultaneously for them to stop. Sometime later inside the Carabal Merchant Guild's tent, Azel was still not over the shock. Just moments ago they had been like fire and water, yet now they sat and talked normally. Maria and Ronald discussed their current weapons. 3 swords and 1 wand were all the spoils he had exchanged for. Maria wondered why he carried 3 swords, as it would be quite cumbersome. Ronald replied casually that they were backups in case one broke, since he wore down swords quickly. Maria inspected each sword and found all three to be good, but the black iron sword was the most outstanding, a type favored by renowned knights. She returned the sword and said it was durable enough for long-term use. Ronald cherished the black iron sword, the weapon he had once dreamed of in his previous life now in his hand. Next, Maria examined the wand, which was mounted with a high-quality magic stone. Seeing that Ronald mainly used swords, she guessed that Azel was the mage of the group. Azel was delighted to be called a mage, but cautiously mentioned his ability to control magic from a distance. Maria was amazed by this potential, and believed that if developed well he could earn a Filian scholarship. The praise made Azel beam with pride. Turning to Ronald, she curiously asked what technique he would demonstrate in the practical exam, while Ronald was completely clueless. Maria then explained that to enter Filian, they must impress the professors by showcasing their skills in the practical examination. In addition, there was a challenging theoretical test, but the practical portion held the greatest weight, so performing well would give a very high chance of passing. In other words, they were required to prove their individual abilities to have a chance of being accepted. Hearing this, Ronald merely sighed softly, believing that a swordsman only needed to excel in swordsmanship. There was no need for further display. He was curious about what people usually demonstrated during the selection. Maria explained that nobles would present their family secret techniques, while most warriors and other candidates would showcase combat techniques using their own mana. Wait, Ronald froze for a few seconds because he had absolutely no idea what mana was. Could it be that these young swordsmen were able to utilize mana even though they were not mages? Unexpected question left Maria bewildered. For Filian students, the use of mana was self-evident, and Ronald should have been able to sense it to apply in combat, as this was the most basic knowledge. Seeing Ronald's naive expression, Maria became even more confused. She trembled as she pointed at him and asked whether he truly did not know how to sense mana. Ronald replied in surprise, assuming that mana was similar to the use of aura. This answer left Maria stunned as if struck by lightning. She collapsed into her chair, sighing helplessly as she realized she was conversing with someone who did not know how to use mana, yet harbored ambitions of entering Filian. Worse still, he even believed that aura and mana were the same. Ronald scratched his head, vaguely recalling that he had heard the concept of mana somewhere before and felt that Maria was making everything overly serious. Suddenly, Maria stood up and asked Ronald to follow her outside. She then borrowed his two swords because her own weapons were still at the forge. Ronald immediately stood up in protest, unwilling for his new swords to be damaged. Maria reassured him that the match would end before that could happen. She even promised that if the swords were damaged, she would compensate him threefold. Ronald could only sigh, feeling that life was already difficult and now he had to participate in this special training session. Mana was considered the natural energy of the world, existing everywhere like air and serving as the foundation of all power. However, not everyone could use it. To utilize mana, humans needed to learn how to recognize and sense this energy within their bodies. Reaching the stage of sensing mana required serious training along with a certain degree of talent and innate aptitude. Many personal factors could affect the speed of progress, but it usually took about a year of practice to begin sensing mana. All future candidates of Filian had already surpassed this stage, and only after perfecting their personal mana techniques were they qualified to apply to the academy. Maria asked Ronald if he understood, because to her, someone who could not distinguish between aura and mana yet still wanted to enter Filian was utterly absurd. From Ronald's perspective, aura could also be considered a form of mana, but the difference between them was so vast that they were difficult to compare. Even renowned geniuses had to train arduously for at least 10 years, enduring countless trials before they could awaken that innate power known as aura. After explaining for a while, Maria asked Ronald if he understood. He casually replied that he still did not fully grasp it. Ronald recounted that on the battlefield, he had encountered individuals who boasted about their ability to use aura and their extraordinary strength. Although they caused quite a bit of trouble, in his opinion they were ultimately not too frightening, because once defeated, everyone shared the same fate. Maria sighed and decided to set the explanations aside and begin the training session immediately, believing that Ronald would understand more clearly through practice. Ronald did not place much expectation on this training session, because in his eyes, Maria was merely a young and inexperienced girl. However, when he witnessed her charging forward with astonishing speed, Ronald was startled to realize that he had underestimated his opponent. He quickly used the black iron sword to block Maria's dual sword attack, silently understanding that one should not judge others by their appearance. The two began exchanging several sword techniques, fighting while probing each other's ability. Ronald was astonished to see that although Maria was very young, she possessed remarkable strength, especially when she wielded dual swords combined with mana combat techniques. As for Maria, she was equally surprised. Initially, she had intended to quickly overwhelm Ronald so that he would abandon the examination and avoid the embarrassment of failure. Yet unbelievably, she was the one being pushed back by someone who did not know how to use mana at all. Ronald's voice rang out, bringing Maria back from her train of thought. He knocked away the dual swords pressing against the black iron sword, then immediately closed in and delivered a direct slash toward Maria's hand. Maria jumped back in panic, her heart pounding rapidly. Had she been a moment slower, she might not have been able to participate in the upcoming examination. She inwardly marveled that Ronald was truly no ordinary person. Ronald also did not hesitate to offer her sincere praise. He remarked that aside from her ability to use mana, Maria also possessed noteworthy swordsmanship talent. However, her center of gravity during movement was not truly stable. If she could overcome this weakness, she would make tremendous progress. After saying this, Ronald sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Maria hurriedly called him back, standing up with an annoyed expression and asserting that being pushed back did not mean defeat. Ronald merely replied that it did not matter, as long as she remembered her promise to compensate him threefold. Just as she finished speaking, the sword in Maria's hand suddenly shattered into pieces before her stunned eye. Maria still did not understand what Ronald was referring to, until he calmly asked her to prepare the compensation money for the damaged swords according to her promise. While Maria was still bewildered, Azel approached with sparkling eyes of admiration, praising her for doing very well. At that moment, only Azel truly understood her turbulent emotions. Ronald's tired voice rang out, urging Azel to leave quickly, causing him to hurriedly follow. Maria stood frozen in place, wondering who the two strange individuals before her truly were. Next morning at the market, Ronald arrived as agreed to receive compensation from Maria, but the scene before him left him surprised. A stack of books and various study materials had been carefully prepared by Maria for them, including essential knowledge for Fillion's theoretical examination that she had diligently compiled. Azel widened his eyes in gratitude, while Ronald looked at Maria with suspicion. He remained wary that if she harbored ill intentions, his black iron sword would immediately respond. Maria hurriedly waved her hands in explanation, stating that she simply held great affection for them. She hoped that both of them would be accepted into Fillion to study together, and of course all these materials were completely free. Upon hearing the words completely free, Ronald immediately put away his sword. Maria also wanted to personally tutor them, but due to her upcoming departure, she had to set aside this intention. Before leaving, she did not forget to encourage the two to study diligently, and warned that if they failed the examination, she would not easily let them off. Ronald laughed, bid farewell, and arranged to meet Maria again in the capital on the day of the examination. After everything that had happened, Ronald realized that his current physical condition was still too weak. Therefore, he resolved to study and train seriously, no longer relying on luck. Nevertheless, this feeling excited him, and Ronald looked forward to the busy days ahead. From then on, Ronald's life at home still bore the traces of the past, but had begun to show positive changes. Frequently shared meals with Irene and ate a great deal, leaving her extremely surprised that her younger brother, who used to skip meals, now finished everything on the table. After replenishing his energy, Ronald went to the outskirts to hunt monsters to train his endurance and adaptability, practicing until the area around the village was almost devoid of dangerous creatures. Besides practical training, Ronald also diligently studied theory, something difficult to imagine for a disciplined soldier like him. Although he wondered why he had to memorize even the dining etiquette of Northerners, he still exerted himself fully in his study. A month passed quickly, and the story finally entered a crucial stage. In Va Long, the capital of the empire, the central district was distinguished by the White Tower, where the prestigious Fillion Academy was located. Azel could not help but marvel at the massive architecture and grand scale of Fillion, continuously offering praise for the place. Ronald reminded Azel not to stand in the middle of the road looking astonished, because they were about to be late for the examination. Azel quickly withdrew his gaze, but when he observed Ronald, he became even more surprised. In just 1 month, Ronald's physique had become significantly more robust, as if he had undergone a powerful transformation. Out of habit, Ronald lightly tapped Azel on the head, telling him to stop talking nonsense and quickly go inside. He strode forward, thinking that at Filion, he would very likely meet that person again. That person was the sword Saint Sleafin, the descendant of the renowned Grantia family and regarded as the strongest genius of the empire. Sleafin was around the same age as Ronald, so it was highly likely they would encounter each other in the examination area, although this was not particularly important to him. Azel peeked from behind and asked Ronald about that thing, leaving him confused as he asked what Azel was referring to. Azel explained that he was talking about the blue bird's feather from before, the item that would lead them to its owner. Ronald sighed in relief upon realizing this, because he still carried the feather with the intention of visiting that person after completing the examination. Suddenly, the feather stood upright and pointed toward the highest floor, where the owner of the blue bird was present. In a tidy room, a voice remarked that adapting to the role of a professor was not easy, making him wonder whether he should return to research work. Hearing this, the blue bird on his shoulder chirped, prompting him to smile and stroke it, saying that he must continue striving to repay the kindness of the hero who had saved them. The owner of Mabed, the blue bird, was the zoology professor of Filion, Varan Fanasi, a beastman with the appearance of a lion. Varan intended to open the window to welcome fresh air, while worrying that if the hero visited today, it might cause quite a few surprises. Just as the window opened, Ronald's face with a radiant smile suddenly appeared, astonishing him as he had not yet heard a knock. Ronald recognized the blue bird and its owner as a beastman, but he had no idea that his sudden appearance had startled both the lion and the bird. From the highest floor of Filion, the professor's startled roar echoed, accompanied by Mabed's panicked cries. Professor Varan Fanasi stepped back, clutching the trembling Mabed, and asked who the two strange guests were and how they had managed to enter this place. What puzzled him most was that they had appeared through the window of the tallest building in Filion. Ronald scratched his head, startled by the roar, while Azel struggled to climb in behind him, reminding that he had advised using the stairs but Ronald had not listened. Varan Fanasi held 7 parts caution and 3 parts speculation, believing the two were following his exquisite blue bird, especially since Ronald still held Mabed's feather. It took about 2 seconds for the professor to realize these were the 2 benefactors who had saved his precious child. So they were invited to sit on the soft sofa, while Professor Varan Fanasi kept bowing and apologizing for his earlier awkwardness. Ronald didn't mind, casually saying if anything, the fault lay with the bird. It had climbed through the window itself. Which one? Hadn't you told me to use the remote to avoid climbing the stairs? Ronald quickly covered Azel's mouth to preserve his own noble image. He hastily changed the subject, mentioning that a rare sphinx was Mabed's owner and also taught at Filion. The professor was astonished to learn that the hero in front of him was a candidate registered to his academy. Had he known earlier, he would have written a recommendation letter. He only hoped Ronald wouldn't fail the examination or he'd feel guilty forever. Mentioning failure before the test annoyed Ronald, who immediately shifted the topic and asked what he wanted to confirm. That was the round object like a battery that Mabed had unexpectedly left in his hand. Professor Varan Fanasi paused, stroking the blue bird, staring in amazement at the Galaxy Dreambird egg in Ronald's hand. Ronald didn't understand that terrified expression. A bird with an egg was nothing strange, unless Mabed had reproductive issues. The professor kept observing. Eggs were familiar, but Mabed belonged to a special Dreambird species. More importantly, he didn't know what was hidden inside. Ronald was speechless. An egg wouldn't hatch into something other than a bird, would it? Varan Fanasi shook his head, explaining that dreambirds were different, absorbing unique mana from their surroundings before crystallizing. For example, in a lava region, the egg could hatch into a blazing phoenix. Or if among monsters, the creature inside would take the form of that species. In some cases, what emerged from the egg bore no bird-like shape at all. The professor could analyze the mana flow to anticipate the dreambird's form inside the egg. But the galaxy before him contained mana mixed like molten metal, all blended together, leaving him to wait for it to hatch. Ronald thought that just a chicken-sized egg had the professor treating it as a treasure, wondering where that mischievous bird had wandered to create this. Mabed tilted its head and chirped, and Ronald could only sigh, never having met such a cheeky bird. Professor Varan Fanasi rubbed his hands awkwardly and cautiously asked him to care for Mabed's egg. Ronald didn't object. After all, a hard egg couldn't be eaten, and he was only concerned about its value. The professor confirmed it was a rare treasure, since a dreambird only reproduced once in its lifetime. Moreover, Mabed had hatched it before Ronald, sensing something special about him. He wanted to respect his longtime companion, thus entrusted the egg to Ronald's care. Ronald nodded in agreement, curious about what was hidden inside like a guessing game. Time was short. Ronald and Azel stood up to leave. The professor held them briefly, then hurried to fetch the gift he had prepared. He hadn't known what to give, but now he had something to help Ronald incubate the egg more effectively. What it was would only be revealed later. While later at the Galilean Practical Exam Hall, this was the candidates' waiting room. Everyone was tense, some murmuring prayers to their ancestors. The proctor announced candidate number 111 had finished the exam. Candidate 112 was called, trembling as they stepped inside. In contrast to 112, candidate 113, Ronald, appeared bored from the long wait. Sitting beside him was Maria in a pristine white outfit, bought for good luck in the exam. Ronald wondered if it was uncomfortable to wear such tight clothes. Maria, on the contrary, deliberately wore it to show off elegance. Fillion was an academy for nobles. They might become clients of her merchant guild in the future. Ronald sighed, thinking he had seen the depths of money worship, yet here was Maria. He was sad not to meet the cute Azel at the magic hall elsewhere. Ronald was glad she hadn't cried in public. Soon candidate 112 emerged, appearing decades older. Ronald stood to enter. Maria reminded him to follow the formula. If he failed, she wouldn't let it slide. He waved and stepped in, cheered so enthusiastically that no one dared fail. Inside, he saw 5 Fillion professors sitting in front, all serious and tense. The professors were all outstanding, with the center being Principal, Archmage Crava Gratis, imposing. Beside him was swordsmanship lecturer Naby Rose, her presence overwhelming, adding pressure to Ronald. Ronald bowed to all 5, and the principal briefly introduced the exam content. He would duel a magical dummy to show his skills. The principal was curious what move he had prepared. Ronald calmly drew his sword. No need for show, a swift, clean slash sufficed. The principal and professors marveled. The simple slash used no mana, truly unusual. Yet they had seen many overconfident candidates strike hastily after seeing the dummy. Indeed, the dummy was formidable, with aura-countering defense and fast regeneration, a fine magical product. The mustached professor sneered. Even 3 F-level geniuses struggled, so what could rustic Ronald achieve? The silver-haired professor joined the teasing, while the principal frowned at their impertinent remarks in front of the candidate. Yet he was curious if Ronald could silence the two. At that moment, he was startled to see Ronald standing close to the dummy. Cold aura radiated, astonishing him. Ronald swung a horizontal slash across the dummy's head with textbook precision. Then he lightly sheathed his sword and announced completion. The 5 were stunned. 2 older professors only smiled awkwardly to hide embarrassment. One glanced at the principal, but he remained open-mouthed at Ronald's display. Suddenly, Professor Naby Rose slammed her foot on the table. She drew her sword and darted at Ronald like an arrow. The blade stopped close to his neck but didn't touch. Ronald coldly said this scare tactic only worked on the faint-hearted, not him. Naby Rose growled, asking who taught him that swordsmanship, her eyes fierce like an enraged lion. Ronald didn't understand, so she rephrased. "Did you see my sword pass?" He answered yes and praised her skill. He recognized her 3 slashes in the sudden draw. Even he struggled to perform 3 in a row. Naby Rose confirmed 3 slashes, but was displeased with his arrogant move. In her eyes, Ronald's swordsmanship was still immature. He deliberately slowed the last slash to show determination, but it didn't fool her. The principal and other professors remained baffled, not understanding their exchange. Only Ronald knew Naby Rose misunderstood. He reduced force, fearing the sword couldn't handle the final slash. But seeing her eyes like they could devour him, any explanation was useless. Naby Rose sheathed her sword and turned to leave. Ronald was surprised, thinking it was over, but it was. With extreme seriousness, Naby Rose declared she would personally teach him, and then stormed back to her seat. The principal understood implicitly. She intended to take Ronald as her student. He let out a soft sigh as if sympathizing with Ronald's turbulent fate. "Well done, Ronald." The principal praised him and concluded the test by asking his purpose for coming to Fillion Academy. Ronald fell into deep thought. He truly did not know how to respond appropriately. The image from his previous life of helplessly watching his comrades fall in piles was the only thing he wished to change. Therefore, as a disciplined soldier, he calmly replied that he wanted to study so he would no longer have regrets. The answer left the principal stunned, and when Ronald left he burst into laughter. Having lived 70 years without meeting anyone with such a strange wish, how could he even teach him? Professor Thaumai, standing beside, still did not understand. He did not know why both Naby Rose and the principal paid special attention to Ronald. Whether it was a trick or not could be seen from the magical mannequin. The principal had to admit Ronald was a prodigy. The 2 elders who had initially mocked him now gaped as the mannequin's head rolled to the ground. As for Ronald, the one who caused it, he was quietly reflecting on the test. Maybe Rose's swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle of chop. Even he in his previous life was not certain of victory. She was truly a worthy opponent, even surpassing his expectations. His beginning at Filion had yielded promising results. Ronald was satisfied and believed he would learn even more. The theoretical exam, after a month of studying books, he was confident nothing could challenge him. Yet after submitting his paper, he looked dejected like a candidate who had failed the practical test, muttering that this time he was truly doomed. Maria was confused because Ronald did not even score 5 points, although all the questions were from the stack of books she had given him. It turned out he had studied only one book, becoming so absorbed that he forgot another volume tucked inside. Maria was furious, unable to believe such absent-mindedness could still exist. Since finishing the exam, Ronald remained gloomy. Maria had to encourage him that the practical test was more important. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared, and the list of successful candidates was immediately revealed. Hazel ranked first in theory and 12th in practice, while Maria held high ranks in both theory and martial arts. The two looked at each other in astonishment. Then Maria emotionally hugged Hazel and exclaimed that they had passed. More importantly, although tied, Hazel still retained the #1 position in theory, truly Maria's pride. Two were relieved, only Ronald remained. His name was nowhere on the board. Maria widened her eyes and urged Ronald to look carefully again in case he had missed it. Ronald sadly said he had read every name. It seemed he had not secured a place in the academy. Suddenly a fireball shot down and exploded like fireworks. It was the ceremony for the valedictorian. A blazing phoenix spread its wings proudly in the sky. It unexpectedly launched a fireball toward Ronald, leaving him stunned. Explosion resounded along with the announcement that Ronald was the top martial candidate, first in practice but last in theory. Everyone froze, then Maria and Hazel hugged him to congratulate him. The one who had been gloomy all morning turned out to be the martial champion. Ronald was delighted, but that joy lasted only about 2 seconds. If he ranked first, then that sword saint had lost to him. With such a competitive nature, he certainly would not leave Ronald in peace. As soon as he thought of it, a chilling aura rose behind him. So this is the one who ranked first in practice. Ronald felt goosebumps knowing that troublesome man would seek him out, the sword saint Sleafin. The crowd buzzed when they saw the Empire's new star appear. Maria and Hazel also shivered slightly at his overwhelming presence. Ronald cursed inwardly because Sleafin could not tolerate anyone better at swordsmanship than himself. He decided to avoid unnecessary conflict. Ronald smirked and said he ranked first. He had not even known. Dolan Evan frowned suspiciously and asked why he was lying. Ronald used his acting ability to say he was unaware, and if proof was needed, then there was no need to cause trouble. Proof? Let me show you. As soon as he finished speaking, Sleafin drew his sword and slashed horizontally. Ronald promptly blocked the strike. Hazel and Maria were alarmed when the conversation suddenly turned into sword swing. Is this enough? Sleafin said that if Ronald were not ranked first, he could not have blocked his attack. The crowd stirred with discussion upon seeing the two clash. Sleafin gritted his teeth, wanting to witness Ronald's true strength, while Ronald was irritated and determined to silence him. Ronald swung 3 consecutive sword strikes. Sleafin was momentarily startled, then rotated his sword to block all 3 blows. Ronald snorted and asked if he was satisfied now. He sheathed his sword, but his arm still trembled slightly after the heavy clash. Sleafin admitted Ronald surpassed him in points but refused to stop, continuing to charge forward, wanting to settle the matter. Ronald hurriedly told him to calm down, but from that expression he knew it would not be easy to stop. The two rushed at each other again, exactly what Ronald feared most. Sleafin would never stop. If this continued, he might even summon his aura to compete. With a single slash he could create a whirlwind known as the Sword Storm, a power Ronald found difficult to withstand. With no other choice, Ronald suddenly turned his back and walked away, infuriating Sleafin. What are you doing? Why turn your back on your opponent in the middle of a duel? Ronald placed his hand on Hazel's shoulder. Hazel panicked, not understanding why she was being dragged into this troublesome situation. Coward, using a lady as a shield while calling yourself a knight, Dolan Evans shouted. I am not a weak lady, Hazel retorted. Meanwhile, Ronald secretly circled behind and found an opportunity to deliver a punch to Sleafin's face. The blow left him stunned, truly a nature hard to change. No matter the lifetime, Sleafin still maintained the pride of a knight. Seeing Sleafin clutching his face in a daze on the ground, Ronald signaled Maria and Hazel to seize the chance to run. Dolan Evan had not yet understood what happened when the 3 had already disappeared. Bowen rushed over to intervene, anxiously calling Lord Sleafin when he saw him sitting on the ground. He intended to request information for the security team to track Ronald, but Sleafin refused. He said he was merely an ordinary candidate and no longer held the status of a duke's son. He stood up and brushed the dust from his clothes. Cullen Evan was astonished to see a crack appear on his high-grade Midran sword. Only then did Sleafin realize Ronald had not struck randomly. His sword had been damaged. Cullen Evan laughed with interest. This young man would certainly be met again. The next day, on the outskirts of the capital, the person who had caught Sleafin's eye was strolling through the forest with Azel. Azel worried about Ronald attacking the son of the Rancia family yesterday. If Sleafin brought his entire family to cause trouble, what would the consequences be? Ronald reassured her that although Sleafin was competitive, he was an honorable man, merely overly passionate about swordsmanship. He always upheld knightly principles and ideals, the perfect noble model who without Ronald might have become the protagonist. Based on that personality Ronald guessed yesterday was only a fair duel, otherwise they would have faced serious trouble. Hazel nodded in agreement and realized that what they were searching for had appeared right before their eyes. The spiritual vein that Professor Varon Fanasi once mentioned was the clear and gentle Fernando Spring. No one knew why mana spread throughout the world and then concentrated at certain points, forming special lakes known as spiritual veins. When a spiritual vein exists, mana permeates everything around it, allowing even an ordinary rock to transform into high-grade mana stone. Even roadside weeds could turn into rare medicinal herbs, which was why spiritual veins were renowned for their miraculous power. The value of a spiritual vein was immeasurable, and thus everyone sought to claim it for themselves. Professor Varon Fanasi, allowing them to come here to hatch the egg was truly a rare privilege. From the moment he first set foot here, Azel was overwhelmed by the dense concentration of mana gathered in this place. Within this area, he could cast magic far beyond his usual state. Azel's gaze unconsciously settled on the galaxy egg resting in Ronald's back. The egg was absorbing magical energy at an astonishing rate, as if it greatly favored the mana source here. Ronald was not particularly knowledgeable about mana. He thought that if Maria were present, she would surely love this place. Azel suddenly realized the unusual silence. Despite the abundant mana, mystical creatures should have gathered here to nest. Ronald paused, as they had not heard any sounds of wild animals since arriving. He stood up and ran a hand through his hair, muttering that being the protagonist meant trouble followed wherever he went. Ronald warned Azel to prepare himself, because he could smell a faint scent of blood nearby. Azel still did not understand the implication behind Ronald's words. Ronald's eyes flashed. It was clear that uninvited guests had arrived before them. As soon as he finished speaking, arrows enveloped in blazing red mana shot out from the bushes. Without waiting for them to reach him, Ronald rushed forward and drew his sword, shattering 5 arrows in an instant. The 4-sided shape of the arrows brought back an old memory. One night at the disciplinary units camp, a close friend had once held this type of arrow while boasting about its power. That special arrow was famous for its terrifying destructive force and was an expensive item rather than a cheap one. At the time, Ronald had simply rested his chin on his hand, listening with boredom to his friend's habitual bragging. He clearly remembered that the red-haired man had secretly used this arrow for hunting and was caught, yet still continued to boast. The red-haired man had also discovered that the person who frequently used this type of arrow was a high-ranking member within their organization. That person was the bloodhound of the Calibero branch. The name Calibero appearing again made Ronald even more weary. He recalled that their hierarchical system was no different from a pack of ranked hunting dogs. Bold and somewhat teasing plan flashed through Ronald's mind, and he told Azel to hide carefully lest he turn into a hedgehog from being struck by arrows. As for himself, he dashed off at lightning speed to carry out his intention. The Calibero hunting group was on high alert after witnessing Ronald easily destroy their volley of mana arrows. Ronald weaved through the branches with agility, as if equipped with the mobility gear of a scout. The scar-faced man sensed the danger and shouted for his companions to spread out and surround Ronald. Ronald silently assessed that this man was far more decisive than the inexperienced soldiers he had encountered in the Black Forest. Once they had dispersed, his task was simply to gather them back into one place. Ronald stopped and loudly demanded they cease their attack, asking whether they did not recognize their own comrade. The scar-faced man halted, bewildered as he asked which comrade he meant. Ronald began his performance, claiming to be the youngest bloodhound of the Damask branch named Zhu. The entire group immediately surrounded him, interrogating him with suspicion. Ronald remained calm, stating that whether they believed him was up to them, while the scar-faced man found it difficult to accept upon seeing Ronald's youthful appearance. Ronald shrugged and said that if they did not believe him, they could ask the wolf of their branch. He also mocked that judging others by oneself was a bad habit. The sarcasm and his challenging expression made the scar-faced man furious. He grabbed Ronald by the collar and threatened him in a harsh voice. Even with the blade pressed against his neck, Ronald remained calm and reminded him to watch his mouth. As the man hesitated, a companion behind him advised him to stay calm. They began to waver because Ronald knew the internal hierarchy of Calibro, something only insiders fully understood, and he secretly felt pleased. They decided to wait for the captain to arrive before taking action, avoiding conflict with the Damask branch. Suddenly a commanding voice rang out asking what was happening. The sound caused the entire group to fall silent immediately. The person who had arrived was the captain from the Demir branch, nicknamed the Maned Wolf. The scar-faced man quickly released Ronald, his attitude completely changed. He approached the Maned Wolf and recounted the story about Ronald. Meanwhile, Ronald silently calculated his next move. He realized that since the wolf had appeared, the entire pack must have gathered as well. The Maned Wolf asked Ronald why the Damask branch had appeared in the mountain range assigned to Damien's control. Ronald merely gave a faint smile and said that territorial divisions had nothing to do with him. The answer visibly irritated the Maned Wolf. Those standing near Ronald could not react in time to his lightning-fast sword strike. They collapsed in an instant. The scar-faced man turned pale at the sight. The Maned Wolf had just begun to draw his weapon when Ronald appeared before him with a cold smile. A flash of the blade appeared and the Maned Wolf fell silently, his end arriving as swiftly as the wind. The scar-faced man stood frozen, staring at his leader lying motionless on the ground. Ronald reminded him that foul language often led to unpleasant consequences. Only then did the man realize that his right hand was no longer intact. His face twisted with pain and terror. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his trembling arm. Ronald tossed him a sheet of paper and told him to calm down, even as he snarled in pain. He ordered him to write down the locations of the branches he knew. Ronald coldly presented the choice, write or face the consequences. Trembling, the man said he would comply but had no pen. Ronald replied that the tool was right before his eyes. Looking at his injured hand, he had never encountered anyone as ruthless as Ronald. After a while, Ronald took the paper covered in crude markings and remarked that drawing with an entire hand looked quite distinctive. The man clutched his hand and begged for mercy, reminding Ronald of his promise to spare him. Ronald coldly asked when he had ever made such a promise. He then ended everything decisively, leaving no chance for the enemy. In the distance, Azel sat leaning against a tree and called out weakly in exhaustion. Ronald looked at him with a gaze that reminded him he had been told to prepare himself mentally. Azel murmured an apology, saying the earlier scene had been beyond what he could endure. Surrounding them were piles of animal carcasses on the dark red ground, the pungent stench making him unbearably nauseous. All of this devastation had been caused by the Calibro gang. For that reason, Ronald could not spare any of them, as they were all wanted criminals who would inevitably face their punishment. Even so, if Professor Varan Fanasi witnessed this scene, he would surely be heartbroken. Ronald suppressed his emotions and prepared to leave when the dream bird egg suddenly trembled, prompting him to open the bag to check. Hazel called out to him with a trembling voice, his hand pointing straight ahead. The sight that appeared left even Ronald momentarily stunned. Streaks of fresh blood suddenly rose into the air and converged at a single point, as if drawn by an invisible force. Sensing danger, Ronald immediately stood in front of Azel and drew his sword, wondering why trouble always arose whenever they were about to leave. The dream bird egg shone brilliantly and slowly floated toward the gathering stream of blood. It absorbed the blood with fierce intensity, like a black hole devouring everything. Azel anxiously asked what was happening, while Ronald could only reply that he had never experienced hatching an egg before. Even so, Ronald believed that the creature inside the egg was certainly extraordinary to be capable of absorbing such a vast amount of blood. As Azel watched intently, the egg began to crack and the fractures spread, signaling that the moment of hatching had arrived. Ronald could not hide his excitement at successfully hatching an egg for the first time, believing that the creature about to be born would be truly special. However, that joy was quickly interrupted when a sudden punch from within the egg flew straight into his face. Ronald clutched his aching nose, irritably complaining that his handsome face had nearly been affected. The culprit was a mutated dream bird with a mystical beauty resembling the galaxy. Ronald could not see how this creature resembled a bird, while Azel believed it looked more like a dragon based on what he had learned. He could not understand where the bluebird Maid had gone to leave behind such a strange hybrid creature. Regardless of its appearance, its cuteness made it impossible for Ronald to resist, and he gently stroked its soft feathers. Nevertheless, he was still slightly annoyed by the overly forceful greeting that had nearly caused trouble for his nose. Galaxy chirped and created a magic circle, and immediately afterward Ronald felt his wound being healed. Azel widened his eyes in astonishment at this healing ability, and realized that the creature had placed special trust in Ronald. Although initially irritated, Ronald quickly felt proud that his first child possessed such outstanding ability. Next came the naming, a task that required Ronald considerable thought. Suddenly, the galaxy seemed to sense something unusual. Its face became sharp and cold like Ronald's before it dashed away with lightning speed. While Azel had yet to understand what was happening, Ronald realized that his pet had detected the presence of a stranger. That person was running at full speed to report the news. Banru, a member of the Demia branch. Merely an ordinary courier, he had accidentally witnessed the tragic end of his comrades. He had also personally seen the galaxy egg absorb blood, turning his day into a haunting nightmare. Not stopping there, Ronald's pet was pursuing closely behind him, sending him into panic as if trapped in a nightmare. In his frantic escape, he tripped over a tree branch and fell to the ground. Sita immediately attacked with blood-draining magic, causing him to groan in pain. "Stop!" Ronald spoke as he approached, ordering Sita to cease before matters went too far. The name Sita appeared naturally in Ronald's mind, and the small creature seemed to like it as well. Banru sat trembling on the ground, unable to believe that the owner of that terrifying creature was merely a young teenager. Before he could flee, he was called back by Ronald and asked about his condition. Banru intended to kneel in gratitude. He suddenly realized that Ronald already knew his identity. A flash of a sword appeared right before his throat, causing him to stand frozen without daring to move. Ronald mockingly greeted him, mentioning the title Bloodhound of Calibero and asking about the poaching situation. Banru panicked when called by that dreadful nickname, but tried to explain that he was currently only a male courier. Ronald laughed upon learning that Banru's rank was low and decided to assign him a mission. The mission was not complicated: complete it and live, refuse, and face unpredictable consequences. That night, Ronald happily watched as each gold coin fell into his hands. This was an unexpected reward from selling the valuable spring water he had discovered. Initially, Azel had thought Ronald brought the water back merely for drinking. However, when Father Maria saw it, he was willing to pay a very high price. Thanks to this, the two no longer had to worry about financial matters. They still wished to bring Sita to meet Professor Varan Fanasi to express their gratitude, but unfortunately he was away on business. As for the mission Ronald assigned to Banru, the map he received from a bloodhound held far more meaning than expected. With his cold aura, Ronald compelled Banru to voluntarily request to carry out the mission, ensuring that he would not dare harbor ill intentions. Azel was curious about Ronald's plan for the money they now possessed, as Ronald was exempt from tuition and supported, making him seem like a newly wealthy man. Ronald pondered for a moment, realizing it was the first time he had ever possessed so much money and was unsure how to spend it. Suddenly remembering the upcoming welcoming ceremony, he decided to go shopping to prepare. A few days later, at the carriage station of Valong City, the polite coachman opened the door and announced that they had arrived. The passenger inside hesitantly expressed thanks, her eyes shining as she set foot in the city for the first time. It was Irene, Ronald's older sister, who could not help but marvel at the splendor of Valong. Ronald had already been waiting there, with Sita peeking out from behind his back. He warmly asked his sister about the time they had been apart. Irene affectionately complained upon seeing the luxurious carriage sent to pick her up, and remarked that Ronald seemed thinner after half a month apart, only feeling reassured when he confirmed that he was still eating well. Her attention quickly shifted to Sita, who was playfully perched on Ronald's back. "Who is this, so adorable?" Irene exclaimed with delight as Sita waved its wings in greeting. Ronald found it inconvenient to recount the details of hatching the egg, so he hurriedly led Irene away as the time for enrollment preparation was running short. Before entering the busy period of study, he wished to accomplish something he had never been able to do in his previous life. Inside the fashion store, Irene appeared bewildered. She knew that her younger brother had recently gained better financial means thanks to his scholarship and other sources of income. However, wearing such expensive dresses made her feel unaccustomed. Ronald observed for a while before deciding to purchase all the outfits that suited his sister. Irene was overwhelmed by the number of items Ronald selected, while the shop assistants whispered in delight at encountering such a generous customer. Ronald believed this was his way of repaying Irene for her efforts in raising him. Those sincere words moved Irene to tears, as she realized that her younger brother had truly grown up. Overjoyed, she jumped excitedly and proudly told everyone that she had a talented younger brother, leaving Ronald embarrassed. Afterward, Ronald took Irene to the forge to repair his damaged sword. However, the one responsible for damaging that sword was already waiting at the entrance. The sudden appearance of Sleefin left Ronald and Irene astonished. Ronald wondered whether this person had been following him, while Sleefin believed it was merely a destined encounter as he had come to collect his new sword. Believing it to be fate, Sleefin immediately wished to test his strength against Ronald with his new sword. Ronald did not believe in such coincidence and reminded him that it was Sleefin who had previously chipped his sword. Ronald drew his sword, gritting his teeth as he challenged Sleefin, asking whether he wanted to witness how a sword could be destroyed, while Sleefin also readied his new blade. As the tension between the two sides reached its peak, Irene hurriedly ran out to intervene and reminded Ronald that she had told him not to speak rudely. Ronald awkwardly explained that the person behind Irene had a mental problem, but was immediately stopped by his sister asking whether he was defying her, causing Dallin Evan to pause upon learning that Ronald had a sister. Irene gently brushed her hair aside, turned to Sleefin, and used the softest tone to apologize, asking that he must have been very startled. At that moment, Sleefin, the descendant of the prestigious Grantia family and the rising star of the Empire, felt for the first time the special charm named Irene. Irene bowed politely, admitting fault for not educating her younger brother properly and hoping Sleefin would forgive him, leaving him so flustered that even his voice trembled. After taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Sleefin replied calmly that everything was due to his own improper handling, and it was absolutely not Irene's fault. Before such a friendly attitude, Irene happily took Sleefin's hand out of habit and expressed her joy that Ronald had such a kind friend. This unexpected action made Sleefin's heart tremble intensely, while in the distance Ronald could only stand bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Truly, even heroes struggle to resist beauty. All of Sleefin's hostility immediately vanished, and he even offered to compensate Ronald for his sword. As he did not carry gold coins, Sleefin handed Irene the golden insignia certifying the Grantia family's identity, an item usable anywhere in the Empire. Looking at the precious golden insignia in his sister's hand, Ronald could not help but feel astonished. Sleefin suggested that if Ronald wished to buy a sword, he should visit the forge in the western part of the city, but his gaze never left Irene as if he were conversing privately with her. Thanks to having a sister as beautiful as a goddess, Ronald was introduced to a renowned 500-year-old forge, a place ordinary people could hardly access without Sleefin's insignia. Sleefin politely wished Ronald to soon find a suitable sword and then departed, leaving the two siblings still bewildered behind. Ida gently shook Ronald to bring him back to his senses, but he was still stunned by Sleefin's sudden change in attitude. The golden insignia Sleefin had given was even valuable enough to purchase an entire village, not merely a single sword. Watching Sleefin leave with a rigid posture like a machine, Ronald wondered whether that was truly the arrogant sword saint he once knew. The following day, the welcoming ceremony for new students at Filion Academy officially took place. Principal Kravagratit warmly welcomed the new students of Class 787, those who had excellently passed the theoretical and practical examination. The speech lasted nearly half an hour and made Ronald sleepy, but thinking of Irene proudly watching, he tried to stay alert. After finishing the speech, the principal suddenly snapped his fingers. A wave of mana spread throughout the space among the students. Everyone panicked as the sky seemed to shatter into countless fragments. When they realized it, they had been transported to an entirely different space. Ronald was astonished by the principal's ability, as with just a snap he could relocate an entire large courtyard. The principal announced that from now on the true banquet for the new students began, a social event between the different classes within the academy. This event was a meeting between first-year and second-year students at the place where they first encountered each other, tense in nature, and considered a special tradition of Filion. The match would take place between the two highest-scoring first-year students and the group of 4 most outstanding second-year students, each possessing their own combat style. The battles were organized in a 1-versus-1 format, and according to Principal Kravagratit, this event was closely related to the faculty. It helped strengthen the bond between classes and created opportunities for new students to learn from their seniors' strength. This was an educational competition where representatives of each year demonstrated their first steps at the academy. To give first-year students an advantage, they were allowed to choose their opponents, while second-year students could not refuse once selected, and the principal emphasized that the main purpose was learning rather than pressure. Ronald felt uncomfortable with the principal's roundabout manner of speaking because it only made the new students more anxious. On the second-year side, the top-ranked student was Nato, specializing in martial arts. Ranked second were Brahm and Karun tied, while Irina stood in third place. Brahm appeared excited to face Sleafin, the rising star whom Ronald had once defeated, causing Ronald to sense that things would not be simple. However, to prove his ability before Irene, Ronald resolved to act with great caution. He calculated how to coordinate in battle with Sleafin, whom he still considered quite unpredictable. At that moment, the principal announced that the first-year students could freely choose their opponents. Ronald suddenly put forward a bold proposal. He requested to face all 4 second-year students alone. This proposal left the principal extremely astonished and incredulous. Not stopping there, Ronald calmly requested that all 4 attack simultaneously. The principal immediately convened a brief discussion and sought the opinion of Professor Nebi Rose. Professor Nebi Rose agreed with the proposal, emphasizing that Filian Academy always valued talent and allowed students to maximize their ability. He believed that regardless of the outcome, this match would hold great significance and become a valuable lesson for everyone, while committing to intervene if the situation went out of control. Hearing this, the principal understood and officially permitted the 1 versus 4 battle to take place. Second-year students were dissatisfied, believing that Ronald was underestimating them because of his top entrance exam ranking. Nato advised his teammates to seize this opportunity to teach Ronald a lesson and to remain calm when engaging. His assessment, Sleafin, though arrogant, was very talented and an opponent not to be underestimated. Therefore, they decided to launch a full assault from the beginning to apply pressure and weaken their opponent's morale. In the stands, Irene worried for her younger brother and loudly reminded him that if he encountered danger, he must retreat immediately. Ronald smiled and waved in response, believing that advice was more appropriate for his 4 opponents. The principal quickly took his position and declared the match officially began. Immediately, Nato rushed forward to close in on Ronald with astonishing speed. Ronald swiftly leaned backward to evade the blade thrusting straight toward him. He realized that Nato's skill and speed far surpassed his previous opponents, demonstrating a clear difference in level. While calculating, Ronald noticed Irina appearing on his left with a dagger and used his new sword to repel her attack. As Irina lowered her body, Karun immediately charged from behind to coordinate the assault. A wind blade came within mere centimeters of Ronald's eyes, forcing him to quickly rotate his sword to defend despite being pushed back. Ronald silently admired their coordinated combat ability, especially as Brahm was already waiting behind. Brahm looked at Ronald and said that he had greatly underestimated them. He brought down a powerful strike like a sledgehammer, expressing his desire for a true battle with Ronald. Ronald lightly evaded and caused Brahm's attack to miss its target. With the combination of rapid and relentless attacks from all 4 directions, Ronald was surrounded by highly skilled opponents. However, in the blink of an eye, he moved from his position, causing Brahm's strike to hit only the ground. The other 3 students were startled when they realized Ronald had appeared behind them. In an instant, all 3 were struck, accompanied by the sound of metal shattering as their weapons were destroyed. Ronald landed lightly after the decisive sequence of movement. However, he did not expect Brahm to quickly turn the situation around and continue the attack. Ronald calmly placed his hands on his hips, waiting for Brahm to approach, declaring that he had fought with all his might and would maintain respect until the end. He pivoted, using his right foot as a fulcrum and his left foot to block Brahm's advance. That familiar stance astonished Brahm as he recognized it as the signature posture of Professor Nebi Rose. Ronald smiled confidently and executed 3 precise sword strikes in the style of Nebi Rose. The sound of cracking rang out again, and although he had anticipated defeat, Brahm could not help but admire Ronald's talent. After the battle, Ronald felt extremely satisfied as he had learned many valuable experiences, worthy of the reputation of Filian Academy. The entire audience fell silent before Ronald's outstanding performance. Immediately afterward, cheers erupted as everyone marveled at his talent, from the initial disadvantage to victory in the blink of an eye. The 4 second-year students stood stunned, staring at the shattered weapons in their hands. Nato appeared flustered, fully aware he could not compare to Ronald, so he made no complaints. All four shared the same question, wondering where the creature had come from. At this moment, Ronald quietly observed Irene with a thoughtful expression. Irene was moved to tears, grasping the person beside her and proudly declaring him her brother. It seemed Irene was reassured that Ronald would no longer be harmed, so he began the next act of his performance. The seniors had worked hard, so Ronald stepped before the second-year students, bowing respectfully, expressing how much he had learned today. He humbly admitted his excitement upon joining. Fillion led him to act that way and sincerely thanked the seniors for accepting the challenge. Ronald's authentic display left Maria and Azel stunned below, wondering what had caused such a change in him. Faced with this attitude, the four second-year students exchanged confused glances as Ronald bowed before them. "Thought you were unpleasant." Unexpectedly strong yet polite, Brahm spoke, breaking the awkward atmosphere. He grasped Ronald's hand and raised it as if to declare the winner. Brahm was completely impressed, winking in admiration of Ronald's skill. Ronald smiled in return, praising Brahm for his courage in battle. Thanks to this display, Irene no longer worried for her brother. So moved, she accidentally tore the shirt of the boy standing nearby. That evening, a party lasted all night in the academy hall. Azel initially did not understand the purpose of the opening party, later realizing it was an opportunity for a free buffet. Maria excitedly bit into the chicken leg in her hand, marveling that the most prestigious academy in the capital offered food both delicious and free. Irene had returned home, but reminded Ronald not to cause trouble with classmates. To ensure safety, Ronald sent the bodyguard Sita along, whose presence also made others somewhat wary. Azel was surprised by Ronald's concern for his sister, and he simply replied that it was natural. Now Ronald eagerly anticipated the most awaited event, enjoying Fillion's free food. "Are you really going to eat that?" The cold voice of Sleafin suddenly rang out, making Ronald shiver. Irritated, Ronald slammed the table and stood, complaining that the Grantia household never allowed anyone to interrupt his meal. Alan Evan calmly crossed his arms, stating he had come only to gather some important information. Ronald wondered what could be so important that required his personal presence, while Sleafin took out a notebook and began questioning. A barrage of questions about Irene's residence, distance to the capital, transport and security was rapidly thrown at Ronald, leaving him no time to respond. Sleafin's expression grew more serious when discussing escorting Irene home. He suggested Ronald hire mercenaries for safety, but Ronald angrily insisted he had arranged more reliable people. Ronald believed unless dangerous creatures like wyverns appeared, there would be no problem, a statement that immediately changed Sleafin's complexion. Seeing the pen in Sleafin's hand break from tension, Ronald had to loudly ask him to calm down. Ronald could not understand why he reacted so strongly concerning his sister, especially since they were not close. Dallin Evan awkwardly explained he only worried about Irene's safety, considering it a knightly responsibility. While the two argued, a purple mana aura spread as a girl stepped through the crowd. She spoke in a mocking tone, remarking it was amusing that the Grantia wolf had become so talkative. Sleafin immediately returned to his usual cold demeanor, asking her purpose, Akaluja. The girl with long hair and purple mana was Erebit, head of the magic department this year. Erebit smiled gently, reassuring Sleafin that he had misunderstood her intention. Then her gaze quickly shifted to Ronald, who had captured her particular attention. Ronald was stunned, never expecting such attention from a talented girl. Sleafin silently observed Erebit and sighed, seemingly accustomed to the calculations behind that smile. Familiar with this scenario, he decided to leave first. However, before departing, Sleafin still suggested his family bodyguards protect Irene, irritating Ronald into dismissing him. Azel trembled, tugging Ronald's sleeve, frightened to see Erebit, who had demonstrated overwhelming power in the previous battle. With superior magical talent, she had once impressively destroyed the arena during a test. Erebit, with an inscrutable smile, believed some arrogant people needed to be taught a lesson. Asking if Ronald understood, he coldly replied that he only cared why she sought him out. Erebit stepped closer, explaining she was impressed by Ronald's ability and wanted to make a proposal. She produced a distinctive purple necklace, a symbol many desired but few could obtain. Ronald froze, realizing it was an invitation from the Akaluja clan. The Akaluja clan was renowned for valuing talent over bloodline, training many outstanding figures, becoming a pillar of the empire. Those showing potential had a chance to join, and the purple necklace was proof of this prestigious invitation. Ronald wondered how Erebit could grant it, but she remained silent, knowing he understood its meaning. Ronald reflected, recalling that he had heard the story from Commander Edessin. Previously, Edessin had also given him a similar item, being a member of the Akaluja clan himself. However, to officially join, candidates had to pass the clan leader's challenge. Adesan had told him that significant contributions in battle could earn this invitation, which had strengthened his confidence. Now Ronald once again witnessed the symbol. Erebit offered no further explanation, leaving only the message that even those born different are influenced by prolonged exposure to an environment. When Erebit departed, Azel finally exhaled in relief, while Ronald wondered if geniuses always acted according to their own will. Nevertheless, Ronald realized it was a useful means of communication, and the Akaluja clan might support him in the future. Regarding Fillion's training program, the academy prioritized students' abilities, evident through the dormitory system. The Nesha building housed average students, each with a clean private room. This dorm also featured a premium cafe and modern amenities. Conversely, the bottom 30% were assigned to the creative building. The first day at creative often began with students' complaints. They were unwilling to live in conditions worse than their family stable. Staff calmly replied that poor performance could not demand better service. Each room had 4 occupants with shared baths and toilets. If dissatisfied, improve your grades next term. This was a life shock for many nobles accustomed to luxury. Finally, the top 10%, including leader Ronald, stayed in the Nam Bakdugio building. Ronald could only describe his impression with 2 words: extraordinary. He did not expect that each luxury room, like a presidential suite, would be assigned to only one student. A stack of documents on the desk caught his attention. They were class registration forms. Ronald wondered if simply filling in desired courses on the schedule was enough. With a meticulous mindset, he planned not to select too many first-year courses, despite their allure. However, this was a common mistake for freshmen unused to intensive assignment. After careful consideration, Ronald finally completed his schedule. Though the course load was heavy, he was confident that a Fillion student must strive fully. Yet on the very first day, Ronald was asked by a professor to leave the classroom. He was surprised, not understanding what had happened when the class had just begun. It was not that he was incompetent, but Ronald had fully mastered the foundational royal sword techniques. Academy rules allowed leaving class after completing the curriculum, and Ronald's performance only added pressure to the other students. So now Ronald sat quietly by the lake after being excused from the spell and monster hunting class, simply because he had surpassed the course standard. But that was not what bothered Ronald the most. The scene felt familiar. It was still class time, and at the sound of a call, Ronald turned to see Professor Naby Rose pacing with her sword. Seeing Ronald, Naby Rose immediately understood why he was sitting alone while other classes continued. Ronald rose with his sword. He had expected Fillion to be more challenging, but he had already learned every subject. Naby Rose was not offended, even though Ronald was a first year. Completing everything on the first day was truly impressive. He could even replicate techniques after a single observation, a rare talent that left Naby Rose astonished. She asked Ronald to hand her the sword. Today she would personally teach him a crucial lesson. Before Ronald could understand, a loud explosion behind him made him startled. Though standing at a distance, Naby Rose caused the lake's surface to shake violently, leaving him stunned. Just one move severely damaged Ronald's newly repaired sword. In Naby Rose's eyes, it was merely a block of iron obstructing power, unworthy as a weapon. Observing closely, she drew her sword with astonishing speed, forcing Ronald to strain his eyes to follow every movement. With a single decisive slash, the force released was so powerful that Ronald's hair was blown backward. Even more astonishing was that the water surface before them was split in 2 after just one strike. After the aftershock from Naby Rose's blade faded, the water quickly closed as if it had never been affected. Seeing Ronald's astonished expression, Naby Rose smiled gently as if asking whether he had realized his own shortcoming. Previously, in Ronald's mind, a weapon was merely a sturdy and sharp piece of metal used for combat. He believed that as long as it was durable and not damaged, it was sufficient, and if it broke, it could simply be replaced. However, Naby Rose's recent demonstration completely shattered that belief. Ronald could not help but wonder whether the difference in the sword alone could create such a vast gap. Naby Rose explained that merely changing one's breathing rhythm and the way force was applied could create a clear difference. On the battlefield, those seemingly minor details could determine the boundary between life and defeat. She advised him to choose a suitable weapon if he wished to harness the power of mana. In the way he swung his sword, Naby Rose easily realized that Ronald did not yet know how to use mana. Although his skills partially compensated for this shortcoming, sooner or later, he would face battles that demanded such power. Ronald fell into deep thought, causing Nabi Rose to laugh with delight. Immediately afterward, she invited him to join the class she was in charge of. Although the class was only for a select few students from the second year and above, Nabi Rose's personal invitation left Ronald extremely surprised. Nevertheless, she reminded him that he needed to find a proper weapon instead of continuing to use the crude iron bar. This was the minimum requirement to join the class. Therefore, on the first day off, Ronald invited his two close friends to the forge recommended by Sleefen. Of course, he did not forget to bring along the special gold token given by Sleefen. However, the three hesitated as they stood before the old wooden house, which looked as though it could collapse at any moment with just a strong gust of wind. Ronald silently prayed that Sleefen had not deceived him and Irene, then decided to go inside to verify. When they gently opened the door, the sight inside with cobwebs covering everything startled the group. It was even more dilapidated than the exterior. This was strange, as the renowned young knight was not someone who tended to lie. In the doorway, a gray hand with sharp claws reached out along with a hoarse voice complaining about being awakened. Immediately afterward, a large foot stepped out, continuing to grumble about being disturbed while resting. This appearance made Azel turn pale with fear, while Ronald remained calm and was even surprised to encounter a werewolf in a forge for the first time. The werewolf spoke, questioning the identity of the guests before him. However, just as he was about to interrogate them, he immediately fell silent at the sight of Sleefen's gold token that Ronald presented and listened as Ronald explained his purpose of purchasing a weapon. Werewolf quickly recognized that this was the command token of the Grancia family. He observed the three guests, noticing that two of them emitted a clear source of mana, while Ronald had none at all. Even so, he was not quick to accept, as the token alone was not enough to confirm that they belonged to the Grancia family. After a long yawn, he refused to serve the young guests but left open another possibility. The werewolf's face gradually became colder and more frightening. He pointed at Azel and made a cruel demand that if he were allowed to harm this frail boy, he would consider helping them. His words and sharp fangs terrified Azel to the extreme, leaving him almost unable to remain calm. Faced with such outrageous behavior, Ronald issued a cold warning, his eyes filled with fury. Immediately, he drew his sword and attacked the werewolf's abdomen, leaving him no time to react. The werewolf clutched his stomach and staggered back in pain, while Ronald sensed an unusual feeling emanating from the invisible armor he was wearing. However, he considered it unimportant, as destroying everything that stood in his way was sufficient. The werewolf hurriedly explained that everything had merely been a test. This was the initial step in the forge's procedure for receiving new guests, and since he had just finished crafting the transparent armor, he wanted to test it as well. Therefore, he had only pretended to attack them. In short, he had absolutely no intention of harming or eating anyone. Ronald could not understand how he could fabricate such a smooth excuse. It was clear that the old man did not trust them. Werewolf continued to explain that this forge was trusted by the Grancia family, so such a verification process was normal, and if they were still uneasy, they could ask Vice Minister Sleefen for confirmation. After a few seconds of thought, Ronald sheathed his sword, as this absurd procedure had nearly caused him to create an unfortunate incident. The werewolf stood up and apologized sincerely, affirming that although he bore the form of a wolf, he had no interest in human flesh, so everyone could rest assured. Azel responded with a smile, although his face remained pale as he had not yet fully recovered from the fright. Only then did the werewolf introduce himself as Diddy Khan, Lozen's apprentice who was currently serving as the guardian here. After asking Ronald's name, he gestured for the group to follow him into the inner area where the truly valuable items were kept. They entered an enclosed space. Diddy Khan pressed a hidden switch on the wall and reminded everyone to prepare themselves before witnessing the wonder. The gears began to move and the floor slowly descended, leaving the group astonished. Experiencing an elevator for the first time, the three listened attentively as Diddy Khan introduced it. This device was powered by mana stones and a pulley system, transporting them to Grand Cappadocia, the largest and most prestigious forge in the empire. Ronald marveled at the magnificent scene. Diddy Khan smiled and signaled for them to continue following him. Having passed the test, he would personally take them to meet the most outstanding artisan of the kingdom. The clanging sounds of metal striking metal, combined with the intense heat from the forges spread throughout the space. This bustling atmosphere left the three utterly astonished. Diddy Khan explained that this place specialized in crafting items for the royal family and nobility, but any master with sufficient skill could become an artisan of this forge. Nevertheless, the most prominent figure was a dwarf artisan who had lived and worked in this castle for 400 years. Despite his stubborn temperament, Diddy Khan deeply respected Dorong's craftsmanship, so he did not hesitate to kick the door open and enter. Inside the room cluttered with weapons, an old man with a bushy beard was intently forging a blade. "Who is making such a racket? It must be Diddy Khan," the dwarf grumbled, as he never kept quiet when others were working. Diddy Khan explained that the doorway was piled with weapons and could not be opened gently, then asked Dorong to clear the path. Dorong stopped working, realizing that the guests personally brought by Diddy Khan were certainly not ordinary people. Diddy Khan proudly introduced Ronald as the one who had passed his trial, believing that his swordsmanship would surprise Dorong. Dorong was surprised by this praise, as Ronald appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary young man. Then asked Ronald to show the sword he was currently using. Ronald took out his chipped sword and handed it to Dorong for inspection. Dorong frowned and tapped it lightly, causing the sword to shatter, while remarking that it was merely a worthless item. Ronald became furious when his weapon was destroyed. Dorong then pointed to the rack of swords he had forged and told him to choose any blade to demonstrate his swordsmanship. Moreover, he promised to give Ronald a new sword, guaranteeing that it would be 100 times better than the old one, so there was no need to worry. "Really?" Ronald asked skeptically. When he saw Diddy Khan nod in confirmation, Ronald finally felt reassured. He randomly selected a sword and immediately sensed a clear difference when holding it in his hand. However, before making a move, Ronald still asked Dorong to be certain that if he accidentally damaged anything, he would not encounter trouble. Dorong nodded and encouraged him to give his all as he did not lack resources. Ronald pondered for a moment, deciding to test the technique once used by Naby Rose. He gently moved the sword behind his back to gather momentum in preparation. That posture caused Dorong to freeze, as he recognized the familiar technique. Swoosh! Ronald decisively unleashed a powerful slash. Thunderous explosion rang out, causing all the surrounding blacksmiths to jump in alarm. Realizing the sound came from Dorong's workshop, they could not help but wonder why such intense forging was happening at midday. The culprit behind that artistic masterpiece was Ronald, who stood frozen, while Dorong beside him could not believe his house had been damaged by the young man. "What in the world just happened?" Ronald muttered, even though he was the one who created the long water trail across the ground. Dorong suddenly realized it was Naby Rose's signature technique. From that, he deduced that Ronald was her student. Dorong knew of Naby Rose because he himself had forged the sword she carried, the longsword that Ronald once considered rather ridiculous. That sword was named by Kim Yurusa, one of Dorong's greatest masterpieces. Although the weapon Ronald was using could not compare to Yurusa, the pile of scrap metal before him was enough to show that he needed a new sword. First, Dorong thought Ronald was merely a novice swordsman, but upon recognizing his rare talent, he excitedly slapped his back, nearly making both him and his father choke. However, because Ronald was too powerful, forging a suitable sword was no easy task. The weapon had to withstand his tremendous strength. According to Dorong's calculations, ordinary metal would not suffice. He required high-grade material smelted with special fuel, at the very least a byproduct of a wyvern. At the mention of byproducts, Ronald suddenly remembered that he was carrying something interesting. It was the galaxy eggshell of Sita. The sound of hammering echoed throughout Dorong's forge. Dorong was astonished as the eggshell remained intact despite being repeatedly struck by the forging hammer. In all his hundreds of years of life, he had never encountered such a precious material. Dorong's eyes gleamed when Ronald granted him full authority to use it. This material alone was enough to create a complete sword. Dorong eagerly told Ronald to return after 2 weeks. He pledged to forge for him the finest sword in the Empire. Ronald smiled in satisfaction at the prospect of having a new weapon to use. Maria and Azel also benefited, as Dorong could not allow the benefactor's friends to leave empty-handed. Although he wished to entertain them both, Dorong's mind was entirely focused on the galaxy eggshell. Bursts of delighted laughter echoed each time Dorong struck the hammer, making the three think that the old man had gone mad with joy. Deep beneath the earth, a man gnashed his teeth in fury at the commotion above. He longed to burn everything to ashes. Another man reassured him, saying that soon, from the foolish blacksmiths to the entire kingdom, all would be submerged in light. After having his weapon personally forged by the greatest blacksmith of the empire, Brunnen returned to the academy with peace of mind. Maria and Azel also commissioned equipment at other forges. This shopping trip would certainly cost the three of them an enormous sum of money. However, Ronald was not the one paying. By simply presenting the golden token that shone brighter than their future, all procedures were smoothly resolved. If there were no complications, Ronald's sword would be delivered into his hands in half a month. 2 long weeks without a weapon made Ronald wonder what he should do to pass the time. Meanwhile, Azel and Maria still had to attend classes as usual. After wandering around, Ronald suddenly realized that this place felt familiar. It turned out to be the Galilean Hall, the training area reserved for advanced classes. Perhaps Professor Naby Rose also taught here. Previously, Ronald had not come because it was mandatory to possess a real weapon. Now that he had a substitute for practice, he wondered whether he should step inside. At that moment, a cold face suddenly appeared, causing Ronald's skin to crawl. Professor Naby Rose appeared as if she had been waiting for him for a long time. She warmly held Ronald's hand in greeting after a long time apart. "I told you to come to class immediately once you had a weapon. Why are you only showing up now? Did you dare to skip class?" Before he could explain, Ronald was pulled straight inside by the professor. The force was so strong that he cried out in pain, the sound echoing everywhere. No one responded to him, because he was being held snugly in the arms of a girl. At that moment, someone passing by bumped into her, causing the stack of documents in her hands to fall to the floor. That man even spoke irritably, telling her not to block the way. He even mocked her for being a slow teaching assistant, yet the girl remained silent. She simply smiled, picked up the documents, and continued walking. At Combat Zone Number 1. This was also Naby Rose's class, where she introduced Ronald to the student. Although his reputation had spread throughout the southern continent after the opening match, the professor still introduced him formally. "This is Ronald. From today he will study in the same class as you." Ronald politely bowed in greeting to his seniors in the class. Immediately, the entire class buzzed with discussion about him. Everyone knew that Ronald ranked second among first-year students and had been exceptionally advanced to this class. However, his appearance was quite ordinary and did not exude the special aura they had imagined. Ronald clearly heard every whisper but remained silent because there were a few people in the class he wished to meet. At the same time, there was also someone he absolutely did not want to encounter. Just then, the teaching assistant opened the door and entered the classroom. "I apologize for being late. I had an urgent matter to handle." Ronald recognized the familiar voice, but could not remember where he had heard it before. Naby Rose gave her time to steady her breathing before continuing. After that, she turned toward Ronald to introduce the new student. The friendly teaching assistant took the initiative to greet him. "Very pleased to meet you, Ronald. I am a second-year student from the Martial Department and the teaching assistant of this class. My name is Adessen." Ronald was stunned to realize that she was his own supreme commander. Adessen, the one who possessed extraordinary leadership ability. She became the first female supreme commander in history. With her calmness and exceptional command skills, she always stood at the top of the academy. Therefore, she was nicknamed the Iron Lady. Those under her command often passed around a saying about her, that within Adessen's veins flowed molten metal instead of blood. Yet few would have imagined that this Iron Lady bore such a gentle expression at this moment. It seemed Adessen retained no memories, but was this her true self? In the past, it was she who had asked Ronald to stop her path, because she only wished to become the supreme commander and live as an ordinary person. Ronald was bewildered and did not know what to do, while Adessen seemed to have set aside everything from the past. From the beginning until now, Ronald noticed that Adessen was constantly in a state of busyness, mainly tasked with heavy labor, no different from a servant. The lecture content revolved around such duties. 5 will take the lead, pay attention, and take good care of her. How boring, how about a match with me for fun? A man approached to strike up a conversation. Ronald had no idea who this person was, or why he suddenly wanted to challenge him. He scratched his head awkwardly. "Oh, I was a bit abrupt. Sorry, I am Kai Dan Agun, rank 53. Hearing rumors about Ronald's performance in the opening match, Kai Dan wanted to compete, but Ronald was deep in thought and declined. Kai Dan still refused to give up. I forgot. Why did I not bring a weapon when I wanted to fight you?" He turned to Adessen and changed his tone. "Hey, you fool. Bring my training demon spear here." Adessen happily complied, while Ronald began to find Kai Dan extremely irritating. How dared this man insult his respected commander with such words? Adessen brought the long spear. Kai Dan showed displeasure again. "Truly foolish, why bring a long spear? I switched to using a short spear long ago." Adessen hurriedly apologized, because he had previously used a long spear for training. During this, Kai Dan used the shaft of the spear to tap Adessen's head like keeping rhythm. "Do you dare talk back to me, an assistant who knows nothing at all? You have long since been unworthy of remaining in this class. You entered the class by begging the professor, so you should know your place." Despite the pain, Adessen did not dare resist and kept apologizing. The sight made Ronald even more furious. He immediately grabbed Kai Dan's spear, leaving him stunned and confused. Ronald did not bother to explain, did he not want to fight him? Then this was the perfect moment to teach him a lesson. Kai Dan laughed foolishly. What is this? Why did you suddenly get angry? Could it be because of that girl? Do you two know each other, or is she just another nobody? What are you hiding from me? Ronald returned the spear. Shut up and focus on defending. Unless you want to bring disaster upon yourself, keep talking. Ronald thrust his wooden sword straight into Kai Dan's spear. He braced himself to maintain balance and avoid being knocked away. Why are you so strong even without mana? Despite all efforts to resist, Kai Dan was still pushed back 8 meters. Since he did not want to use a long spear, Ronald personally changed it into a short spear for him. But in a way only he could accomplish. Humiliated, Kai Dan angrily infused mana and charged to attack. Today you should not dream of leaving here unscathed. Ronald remained calm without any showiness. In an instant, he slashed his spear into multiple pieces. Unable to take care of yourself, yet still trying to interfere in others' affairs. Ronald unleashed a chain of relentless strikes that left Kai Dan unable to react. Let us see today who will be unable to walk out of this place. He should feel fortunate that this is the academy. If it were outside, he would have made him pay a far greater price. Kai Dan's swift defeat caused the entire class to erupt in whispers. A person ranked in the top 53 was completely overwhelmed. Ronald still had not stopped. On the very first day he wanted to reclaim justice for his commander. You noble brats, the one who made her carry the handkerchief, step forward. If it is dirty, then wash it yourself. You have hands and feet, so do it yourself. Could it be that the commander was mistaken as your servant? Ronald's murderous aura made the errand boy, who had ordered Adessen, turn pale with fear. However, Adessen stopped him. Although she did not understand why he wanted to act chivalrously, she believed this matter was not worth escalating. Ronald told her to step aside. He wanted to prove that no one was allowed to treat his respected commander this way. At least in this kingdom, she should not suffer such mistreatment. Stop, Ronald. Professor Naby Rose slowly approached. She did not require him to take responsibility for Kai Dan, because such incidents were not uncommon in real life. If he continued to cause greater trouble, she would not be able to ignore it. Ronald tried to move, but his body trembled violently due to the surging rage. He felt as if a giant serpent had coiled tightly around him, ready to devour his will. It turned out to be the professor's aura, the presence of an unparalleled sword saint. Naby Rose was the one in charge of this class. She did not permit any violations to continue. Despite being suppressed, Ronald remained determined to seek justice for Adessen. He believed the professor clearly knew her assistant was being bullied, yet chose to ignore it. This is a matter between me and the assistant. It does not concern you. Therefore, this is the last time I warn you. Stop immediately. Naby Rose replied in a firm tone. Even if she was a sword saint, or even his father, Ronald still refused to submit. His answer was, step aside. Naby Rose sighed helplessly. The only remaining way was to show him who was truly stronger. She ordered Van T. The creature lunged forward as if to devour Ronald. The result was that he was given an early rest. Ronald sank into a dream of the past. Back then he had wondered why Adessen voluntarily accepted the commander position that everyone avoided. Adessen only smiled and replied that one day he would understand. There are things that cannot be forced upon others because they are the arrangements of fate. At that time, Ronald could not understand and did not know the burden she always carried on her shoulders. Before disappearing, Adessen sent him an apology. She even hoped that he would never forgive her. The image of Adessen gradually fading away made Ronald shout in panic, impossible. He suddenly woke up and looked around the surrounding space. It turned out everything had just been a dream. Why was the commander sitting beside his bed at this moment? Ronald accidentally mentioned the commander, causing Adessen to be surprised. He quickly laughed to ease the awkwardness. Ah ha ha, nothing, I was just mumbling. Ronald still did not understand why he was in the infirmary. It turned out he had fainted, and the professor had asked her to bring him here. She also reminded Ronald that the professor would correct his attitude in today's supplementary class. Though it's over, Ronald felt more afraid of the professor than his own mother. Should he pretend to faint a few more times until the professor stopped appearing? Only then did Adessen dare to ask why he got angry when seeing her treated that way. Ronald tried to think of a reasonable reason. I just value discipline, I'm an upright man. Adessen laughed gently and told him not to hate Cotton and the others. She explained that she understood their feelings when they treated her that way. Ronald glared, unable to understand how she could say that while being bullied, yet still tried to be a diligent assistant. He had always wondered, and now he was completely baffled. Girls' psychology is truly unpredictable. Even the professor knew but ignored it, truly hard to explain. Could it be that this academy was secretly protecting the nobility? Dessen immediately cleared Nabi Rose's name, for she herself had asked the professor to do so. It was because she was enjoying privileges she felt she did not deserve. Initially, anyone who wanted to join that class had to reach the expert swordsmanship rank. But after a year of study, a Dessen could still only control mana at a basic level. These words left Jonin stunned, unable to believe the commander had once been so weak despite possessing immense aura. It turned out she had also gone through a difficult period. A Dessen had a private conversation with Nabi Rose. She did not want to become a burden when accepted as an assistant. For the sake of that privilege, she accepted the cost of enduring such treatment. Still, she believed she could handle everything herself. Anyway, I am very grateful to you for what you did today. Dessen expressed sincerely. She once thought she had grown accustomed to such mundane matters, but Ronald's actions today moved her deeply. Ronald was silent for a moment before asking why she had to endure so much. Was it because she wanted to become the commander of the Legion? Dessen covered her mouth in surprise. How you knew so clearly? Actually yes, but I am not entirely sure myself. My dream is to become the commander of this empire. Ronald did not know how to react. Dessen awkwardly explained that the dream sounded ridiculous coming from someone not yet an expert. Yet she did not want to give up. Whether he believed it or not, she was confident in her technological and military strategy knowledge. To reach her dream, Dessen kept striving every day. At that moment, the bell for the next class rang. Dessen had to leave to continue her assistant work, reminding him to rest before returning to class. After she left, Ronald's mind became chaotic. Previously, she had asked him to stop her crazy dream. Now what should he do? He pondered this, and days passed without him realizing. On a fine day, Ronald, Maria, and Azo went to the forge at the craftsman's invitation. But upon arrival, they found no one to greet them. The night before, the messenger had knocked on his door to deliver the news. Even though he claimed it was his masterpiece, Ronald thought it must have taken longer to complete. More importantly, no one was present, which frustrated him greatly. At that moment, Ronald tripped over a helmet and kicked it in irritation. Why are there so many obstacles in the way? Can't anyone clean up? Is this how you welcome guests? Two girls exchanged puzzled looks at Ronald's unusual sensitivity lately. Could boys also have erratic moods? Ronald lost patience and decided to go inside himself. After all, he had called them before, so there was nothing to fear. He felt along the wall, recalling the stone used to open the door last time. Youthful memory is truly remarkable. On the way down to the forge, Maria and Esau only hoped someone would stop the boy in his anger. Ronald was determined to see what the old man was doing, eating or sleeping. But the scene before them left all three stunned. The forge was engulfed in flames, craftsmen scattered on the ground. A scene of ruin and devastation. A giant was chasing the craftsmen. Though unclear why, they could not stand by while the craftsmen were oppressed. Ronald did not hesitate, immediately pulling Azo along. He also reminded Maria to support from behind and seek reinforcement. Then he and Azo jumped down, instructing her to use gravity reduction magic and invisibility. Despite her fear, Azo tried to cast Invisible Hand to protect herself. The two exhausted craftsmen fled, each step of the giant equivalent to dozens of theirs. Would today be the end of their lives? Flash, a sharp sword tore down the giant's stone body. Ronald landed gracefully, all the frustration of recent days surging within him. Today he would unleash it all on these stone monsters. The giant immediately swung a massive fist toward him. Ronald agilely climbed its muscular arm, swung his sword, severing the giant's head. The stone head fell, forcing the two craftsmen to shield their eyes. They realized he was the young guest of Doron, the one who had single-handedly defeated the stone giants. After restoring order, Ronald listened as the two craftsmen recounted everything. They said the stone giants had suddenly attacked the forge. They emerged from the ground and destroyed everything in their path. They hunted the craftsmen and even captured Doron before retreating. Diddy Khan tried to stop them, but being poor at combat, was also captured. Ronald realized the situation was critical. If he did not act quickly, his sword would be gone. The forge was now empty. No one remained, so Ronald could not continue to linger here. He signaled Azo and Maria to check the survivors. Upon finding anyone, they were to treat them immediately. With Cedar accompanying them, the first aid proceeded more quickly and effectively. As for himself, Ronald had to set out to find the sword he had never seen with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Doron was gripping the sword tightly in his hand. In front of him, Diddy Khan was facing two stone men alone. Doron repeatedly urged him to leave quickly. Diddy Khan firmly refused to abandon him. If you still have the strength to stand there and ramble, then pick up the sword and fight, keeping it as decoration. Leave now. Khan shouted irritably. However, Doron could not, because this sword was the masterpiece of his entire life. With such a glorious beginning, he could not bear to let his spiritual child be stained. Truly impossible to reason with this old man, Khan said helplessly. Even with a weapon in hand, it was not worth trading his life. At that moment, the two stone men had already rushed inside. A heavy punch like thunder struck down. Doron thought he was finished, but Diddy Khan had blocked the blow for him in time. Even so, he was already exhausted. All the defensive charms on his armor had been destroyed. Diddy Khan uttered bitter words. If he had known this outcome beforehand, he would have lived differently instead of merely dreaming. Now he only regretted the wasted months and years. As Diddy Khan was about to give up everything, a figure like a god suddenly appeared. Single slash tore through the body of the giant stone man. That savior was none other than Ronald. His timely appearance left everyone astonished and overwhelmed with relief. Diddy Khan was surprised and could not understand how Ronald had managed to reach this place when the path was blocked by countless stone men. Ronald merely smirked. He hated those who blocked his way, so he had cleared everything along the path. More importantly, he needed to find Doron to reclaim the sword that belonged to him. After a series of battles, the old sword in his hand had been completely chipped. Doron handed the sword to Ronald, still feeling a hint of regret because the scabbard had not yet been completed. However, it was ready to be used right now. Ronald thanked him and then drew the sword, eagerly examining his new toy. Two giants immediately rushed forward, competing to see who would reach Ronald first. But today there would be no victor, because no one could touch him. Ronald gently swung the sword. The slash cut through the entire cavern, leaving all three men stunned. Ronald himself was also astonished. He had not expected to unleash such a powerful strike. Doron excitedly asked in a rush, "How do you find it? Are you satisfied with Mancha?" The name Mancha was inspired by his observation of the star. He was extremely proud of creating a sword that was both light and harder than Midrin. It could withstand every form of swordsmanship without requiring any additional charms. Thanks to its ability to absorb blood energy, Mancha possessed a uniquely remarkable self-healing mechanism. Ronald guessed that this characteristic largely came from the use of Sita's eggshell during the forging process. Even so, Doron's forging technique had truly reached an astonishing pinnacle. Diddy Khan did not understand why they still had time to stand around chatting. The urgent matter now was to leave this place, as Taka believed they were the last ones still trapped. Ronald nodded. If no one else needed saving, he would take the opportunity to check a few things. The instincts of someone who had repeatedly brushed with death warned him that something was unusual. Ronald sensed that several rats were hiding around here. Among them was one with a gigantic size. He was very familiar with the habits of the stone people. They usually acted alone and only reacted when provoked. Moreover, Ronald had never seen the strange symbol behind their head as in this instant. Doron recognized it as a magic circle. However, determining it precisely was quite difficult because this was not his area of expertise. Even so, the amount of residual mana here was extremely large. Clearly, someone had used sophisticated magic to control the stone people, making them go berserk and attack. It was unclear who would be so cruel as to do this to the gentle blacksmith. Ronald also had no answer, so he decided to continue investigating. His intuition suggested that all the mysteries would be revealed as they ventured deeper into this cavern. Ronald moved swiftly like the wind within the cave. First he did not realize it, but the more he followed the traces of the stone people, the more he discovered additional human footprints. The sensing mana stone he carried also began to emit warning signals. That proved that the mastermind behind everything was very close. At that moment, Ronald heard voices conversing along with a faint glimmer of light from a hidden corner. He immediately approached to see the identities of those individuals. The scene before his eyes left Ronald astonished. The two insect-headed figures were clearly the culprits, but the gigantic creature behind them was truly terrifying. At that immense size, the previous stone men were merely like children. It seemed to be sealed, but if the seal were broken, the consequences would be unpredictable. "Someone has infiltrated this place," a voice rang out. Two individuals wearing white cloaks were conversing with each other. Based on the brainwashing signs on the disabled stone people, they concluded that there had been interference from a third party. A man named Eduan appeared displeased because the plan had been discovered. Moreover, they no longer possessed the necessary stone to awaken the giant creature before them. "Perhaps we should eliminate all those involved," Eduan said with a sinister smile. The girl Cyrilla shook her head to stop him, because after many facilities had been destroyed, the Empire's weapon technology had declined severely. If their identities were exposed, that person would not let them go. Therefore, retreat was the safest option. Edwin agreed, but before leaving, he wanted to deal with the one who was secretly eavesdropping. The smell of sulfur has been irritating my nose for a while, he muttered. Ronald clearly sensed that danger was approaching. It turned out that Edwin had already detected his presence beforehand. He immediately launched a fireball toward Ronald, leaving him no time to react. An explosion rang out accompanied by thick smoke, yet Ronald's outfit remained spotless without a single stain. Edwin noticed that Ronald had easily evaded the previous fire attack and judged that he was far from ordinary. Therefore, he decided to restrain Ronald's legs first before delivering the killing blow. Their instantaneous spellcasting made Jonah realize that these were not weak accomplices. Edwin spoke with suspicion. How were you able to enter this place? This is not somewhere easily infiltrated. Ronald believed he should be the one asking that question, since he did not know who they were to dare infiltrate the Empire. Regardless of their identities, their ending would be the same. Edwin appeared amused. Such an attitude makes you worth entertaining, but Cyrilla did not share his thoughts. He continued his theatrics, advising Cyrilla to enjoy the remaining time because little was left. The day this kingdom would be buried beneath the starlight was drawing near. Ronald's expression darkened as he remembered that the giant earlier had also mentioned their kingdom. They would be submerged by starlight and vanish completely. What did you just say? Do you understand the meaning of the words you have just spoken? Ronald gritted his teeth and contemptuously called them filthy sewer rats. Ronald's aura suddenly changed, emitting a dangerous presence that made Edwin sense something was wrong. Ronald decided not to kill them, but to escort them to the station, because tonight he intended to conduct a prolonged interrogation with both of them. Edwin was astonished. Has this brat gone mad? You think you can capture us? He curled his lips in disdain, preparing to raise his hand to unleash fire once more. Ronald coldly replied that it was trivial, then swung his sword and severed Edwin's arm. Next were the legs, and Edwin's body was dismembered as he collapsed to the ground. Cyrilla turned pale. He had not even finished speaking before being defeated in an instant. Ronald quickly tightened his grip around Cyrilla's neck within his hand. My lady, it would be best if you obediently answered all my questions from now on, unless you wish to share the same dismembered fate as that man. Cyrilla gritted her teeth and immediately activated a magical shield. The magical barrier pushed Ronald away from her body. This proved that Cyrilla had no intention of surrendering. Ronald's arm trembled slightly, but still exerted enough force to make the magic waver. The aura radiating from him grew increasingly radiant. In the blink of an eye, Ronald completely shattered Cyrilla's magical shield. This time he did not choke her, but directly thrust his sword downward. The hood of the cloak fell away, revealing Cyrilla's hands. It turned out she was a half-demon, yet was accompanying a human mage. What exactly was their scheme? An explosion erupted. A violent vortex of fire suddenly burst forth. Ronald swung his sword to split the flame, feeling extremely puzzled. He had severed one of Edwin's arms, so what exactly was happening? Especially with his current horrifying appearance. Stay away from her, you depraved bastard. Edwin roared upon seeing Cyrilla lying at Ronald's feet. It seemed everything was being misunderstood. Luna spoke and then thrust her sword down, pinning Cyrilla's leg. Ignoring her agonized screams, they had reached his limit, therefore all of them had to pay the price. Ronald delivered an ultimatum to Edwin, either follow him to the police station, or he would demonstrate a body dismemberment on Cyrilla right here. Edwin gritted his teeth and was ultimately forced to accept following Ronald. Not wishing to continue playing the villain, he sheathed his sword. However, for some reason Cyrilla suddenly burst into a strange laugh. At that moment a powerful gust of wind swept through, causing Ronald's hair to whip wildly. Surely such a gust could not naturally appear inside a cave. It was the giant arm swinging upward, sending Ronald flying into the distance. Edwin approached Cyrilla to check on her condition. She had just suffered a painful blow, but fortunately still retained her life, thanks to Edwin pretending to attack in order to distract Ronald. Cyrilla had time to cast a perception-blurring spell on him and activate the giant's arm. Although only one arm had been awakened, Ronald was certainly seriously injured. Edwin signaled for her to go to the church first to report the situation. He would remain behind to finish Ronald and avoid future trouble. Careful, Cyrilla spoke for the first time to warn him. She sensed that deep within Ronald existed a bloodthirsty monster. Edwin also understood that he could no longer afford to be careless. Ronald was not merely an ordinary monster, but also possessed extensive combat experience. If he was not dealt with immediately, he would certainly become an extremely dangerous enemy. Behind the dusty haze, Ronald's silhouette gradually emerged, Eduin told himself to track every movement. But just 1 second later, all of his limbs had been severed. Next came his head and torso. "Where do you think you are going?" Ronald slowly approached after defeating Eduin. "I already told you. I still have many things that require your answers." Ronald's words sounded like the cold sentence of death. Cirilla hurriedly erected a defensive shield. She could not understand why he was still alive after sustaining such severe injury. Ronald was determined not to let these two have any chance to escape. However, his body suddenly throbbed with pain, causing him to lose control of himself. Cirilla could not understand why the situation had suddenly turned so unfavorable. Due to excessive blood loss and no remaining chance of victory, she decided to prioritize reporting to her superior. "Prepare yourself, I will hunt down everything that belongs to you and seize it all without leaving a single thing. Your family, your lover, and all of your friends. The lives of all of them." Cirilla did not forget to issue a threat to Ronald before withdrawing. Ronald fell into a state of helpless confusion. He had traced some clues but now could not keep her from leaving. Everything ended up repeating the same outcome as before. He could not let her leave. Ronald desperately shouted, "I told you to stop." "That is right, stay where you are." Naby Rose's voice rang out along with an overwhelming aura. The pressure from her rendered Cirilla completely unable to move. "I have quite a few things to ask you. First, I need to confirm one matter. You are the one bold enough to trespass into my territory, correct?" Never had Ronald felt such joy at seeing the professor as in this moment. "It is an honor to see you again. I did not expect to reunite with you here." Naby Rose noticed he was still as talkative as usual and understood that he was fine. Now was the time to handle official matters, to deal with the one who dared bully her student. Cirilla's entire body stiffened under the cold gaze like that of a hunting python. This terrifying pressure could only come from the unparalleled sword saint. Instinct told Cirilla that she had to flee immediately. Naby Rose's hand had already tightened around her neck like a final judgment. "You have committed countless mistakes that should never have been made. What enrages me most is that you dared to touch my student." Naby Rose's face at this moment frightened Cirilla even more than when facing her superior. Before she could cry for help, she saw before her a deep dark shadow like the maw of a python. That was the future that awaited her. After dealing with Cirilla, Naby Rose turned back to Ronald to conclude everything. Ronald wondered whether the future she mentioned was the Rodaland prison. Naby Rose gently nodded in confirmation, though she did not understand why he cared about that. Ronald immediately thought of that place first, the Screaming Fortress Rodaland. A prison isolated in the middle of the ocean, where criminals who opposed the Empire were detained. This place was notorious for its brutal interrogation methods, willing to use any means to force prisoners to confess. If that is the case, Ronald requested permission to directly participate in the interrogation process of those two. He earnestly pleaded with the professor, because this was an extremely important matter to him. His resurrection had been solely for this purpose. At that time in Lausanne, the rescue operation was nearly complete. Azo, Maria, and even Sita were all exhausted. Azo worried about where Ronald had gone, as he had not yet returned. Something unfortunate have happened. Just then, Ronald's familiar voice rang out. "Were you calling me?" He appeared with a new weapon slung over his shoulder, returning in the most tattered state possible. He heard that when Maria led the reinforcements. Azo and Sita had rescued more than half of the blacksmiths buried under the rubble. The important thing was whether anyone was seriously injured. This question should have been asked by us instead. "Why do you look so miserable? Your body is covered in wounds," Maria exclaimed loudly. Sita saw that her father was no longer as imposing as before, but still wanted to embrace and comfort him after exhaustion. Ronald did not concern himself with his injuries. His attention was now entirely focused on the two invaders. A few hours later, at the rendezvous point to hand over the prisoners to Rodaland. It was a cliff deep within the green forest. Rodaland escort team appeared, riding on the backs of giant eagles. All escort members wore mysterious black masks. "Greetings, Canaveros. We have received orders from the Empire to take custody of the prisoners." Naby Rose handed the two over to them. She did not forget to remind them of Eduin's strange regenerative ability, so they would pay special attention during interrogation. However, this did not seem to be an obstacle, but rather made the interrogators more excited. After receiving the prisoners, the Rodaland team quickly departed. Naby Rose stated that Rodaland would usually take about a week to extract information from them. When there was news, she would inform Ronald so he could prepare to depart when the time came. The time that followed passed quickly. Restoration of the Cappadocia Ford proceeded smoothly thanks to the Empire's support. Ronald returned to the academy, and was carefully tended to by Professor Naviros. Time continued to pass, while in another place it was completely the opposite. That place was the Rodaland fortress, where cries of despair never ceased. The interrogator was diligently pulling out each tooth of a prisoner. He was so engrossed that he forgot that guests were arriving today. At this moment, Naby Rose and Ronald had set foot in Rodaland. An elderly gentleman with an elegant demeanor stepped forward to greet them. "Welcome. Your journey must have been quite tiring. I am the interrogator in charge of this prisoner. My name is Karaka." After the introduction, he invited the two to meet the prisoner Lewin if they wished, in accordance with Navirose's desire. Ronald found it hard to believe that the interrogator of the infamous fortress was such a courteous gentleman. Naby Rose had once been doubtful like him, because everyone who met Karaka for the first time shared the same thought. As the ancients once taught, one should not judge a person by appearance. It was not by chance that he was known as the most terrifying nightmare of Rodaland. On the way, Karaka summarized the crucial information for them. First, as predicted, these two came from the Glacier Nebula. They were also members of that mysterious organization. This was the first time Naby Rose had heard this name. According to Karaka, they were similar to the criminal organization Caribolo but far more dangerous, because their identities were absolutely concealed. From the fire that burned down the Nalanda granary to the explosion at the Etherman Research Headquarters, all the serious, unexplained incidents last year were orchestrated by them. Ronald secretly wondered why they were so cruel, and why in his previous life he had never heard of this organization. That was all the information that Karaka had extracted. Ronald felt something was still missing, so he asked the man whether they had revealed any information about the starlight or the descent of the celestial being. Karaka was stunned. It was the first time he had heard of such concept. Ronald scratched his hand awkwardly, admitting he had overheard it by accident while hunting those bastards. Perhaps those details were directly related to their objectives. Suddenly, Karaka lifted the black crow mask. A dense murderous aura radiated, making even Ronald shudder. Karaka opened the prison door and stepped inside, his tone filled with feigned regret. "Meeting for the first time and already letting you witness this scene, it is truly rude. Perhaps my sincerity is still insufficient to move our friends. It seems I need to show more genuine intent." Ronald did not fully understand the hints in his words. What concerned him most now were Eduin and Cyrilla. Two who mocked him just the day before were now disabled. Karaka was extremely fascinated by Eduin for his ability to regenerate his body using the unique power of dark magic. It was the perfect toy for an interrogator like him. Karaka's way of befriending such people was simple, just continuous questioning until he could no longer regenerate. Eduin trembled upon seeing the scorching spear in Karaka's hand. He meticulously shaped each part of his body with terrifying patience. Ronald and Naby Rose remained silent, not daring to comment on his madness. That obsession even surpassed Doron's fascination with weapons. Karaka appeared disappointed when he could not extract all the information. He grabbed Eduin's head, making him cry. "I have told everything already." "Really? Then why only when that friend mentioned it did I learn of the celestial being's appearance?" Karaka's question left Eduin silent, and he immediately turned his attention to Cyrilla. Since she could not regenerate, the interrogation went quickly. Just a bit more force, and her life would end instantly. Cyrilla shook violently, pleading for release, and Ronald truly felt the old man's cruelty. Even after countless battles, he had never witnessed anything like this. When fear reaches its peak, what else can they hide? So why did he remain silent even when his identity was exposed? Could it be? Ronald boldly hypothesized that it was not that they did not want to speak, but that they could not. Naby Rose looked puzzled, but Ronald recalled this had happened with soldiers holding secrets on the battlefield. To avoid interrogation, they were often subjected to a sealing curse. Karaka pondered, then released Eduin. "Oh heavens, how embarrassing. The feeling of betrayal made me forget that ability." After speaking, he turned to fetch some item. It seemed to be his ultimate weapon. After a while, Karaka returned with the secret weapon. It was the terrifying eye named Absolute Eye, capable of devouring curses. It was particularly useful for interrogating prisoners who were sealed and could not speak. Now Eduin had a new toy. Karaka placed the Absolute Eye on his head. It immediately clung tightly and penetrated every fiber of flesh. A beam of light flared, and the Absolute Eye gradually turned blue. At the same time, the curse was devoured. Karaka immediately asked again about the celestial being's appearance. Eduin gasped and spoke as if programmed. "Celestial being is an eternal entity, the only blessing saving the weak in this land. We always await the day of your descent, beyond time and space. Our mission is to remove all obstacles." Cyrilla shouted, "No, Eduin. This seemed to be the true secret they were hiding. Karaka felt his testimony was too verbose. In short, something was about to fall from the sky. What exactly was it? Children of the celestial being, Eduin replied. Immediately, the name Atagt flashed in Ronald's mind. His archenemy. Ronald could not maintain his composure. He approached Eduin with a face full of murderous intent. The children of the celestial being, you mean Atagt? Ronald's question seemed to hit a sensitive spot. Eduin lifted his head trembling, A2 Ruti. How could you mention that name? Suddenly his face twisted, as if something inside was about to erupt. Karaka immediately pulled Ronald back, erecting a defensive shield. At that moment, Eduin's body exploded. Flesh flew in all directions. Luckily, Karaka's shield kept Ronald's clothes clean. Karaka did not expect that even after the curse was absorbed, he could still be detonated. Now Ronald understood the cruelty of this type of sealing curse. For Karaka, it was routine. It seemed they were prohibited from performing two actions. First, they must not reveal any information about the celestial being's appearance to outsiders. Second, they must not mention words related to a specific individual, or they would be detonated. Now it was Karaka's turn to question Ronald. Who exactly is A2 Zuri? If his hypothesis was correct, this must be classified information of the Clashier Nebula. But how did he obtain such highly classified news? As the case's interrogator, Karaka needed to clarify everything. It felt as if he was about to interrogate him like the other two. Ronald calmly replied, I just happened to overhear it. Perhaps Karaka also knew he was the first to discover the event at the Cappadocia Forge. And at that time, he had overheard their conversation from afar. First, Ronald thought this was only a minor matter, so he stood still and observed. However, at this moment he sensed that it could be an extremely important clue. Ronald spoke up to apologize for interrupting out of excitement, while worrying whether his explanation would satisfy the man. Karaka, of course, did not fully trust him. He was certain Ronald was hiding something behind this story. Even so, he did not sense any ill intent from Ronald toward the Empire. Perhaps everything was revealed through his eyes. In those eyes he saw flame surging. It was unwavering determination, along with a deep sense of guilt. Was it fierce resolve or burning anger directed at that detestable man? Ronald did not want Karaka to continue tracing the truth of the matter. At that moment, Nabi Rose's sword tip was already pressed against his neck. Stop it, Karaka, do not tell me you are interrogating my student. And right in front of me as well. Karaka immediately withdrew his killing intent. He did not wish to cause conflict with the former sword saint, even though the nature of his work made him unwilling to miss any clue. I have been terribly rude. Ronald, Karaka bowed in apology, and Ronald also let it go with relief. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise, it felt like this old man was about to interrogate him thoroughly. Karaka only regretted losing a clairvoyant eye. This species was harder to capture than most other illusionary creatures. Ronald was extremely surprised that small and strange creature actually belonged to the illusion species. Of course, if observed closely, they were quite adorable. Would you like to touch it? Karaka said while looking at the clairvoyant eye on his shoulder and realized it had changed. They only transform when absorbing a prayer, but the question was from whom? It did not approach Cyrilla, so could it have been from Ronald? At that time he had placed it on Ronald's shoulder while he was channeling mana. However, would that brief moment have been enough for it to absorb a prayer? To verify, Karaka placed the clairvoyant eye onto Ronald's hand. The sensation of the creature burrowing through his flesh made Ronald shudder in discomfort. Just a few seconds later, the clairvoyant eye swelled and then exploded. The fluid splattered onto his face, horrifying Ronald. What in the world was happening? Why did it explode? Karaka carefully observed Ronald's hand. This level was something he had never witnessed. Afterward, he reached the final conclusion that Ronald was carrying a curse. He joked that it was terminal cancer, but in truth it was a curse clinging to Ronald's body. He asked whether Ronald had ever felt restricted when performing certain actions. For example, being unable to jump high or lift metal objects. Things that others could do, but he alone could not. Ronald was stunned. This reaction was enough for Karaka to confirm that he had been afflicted with a curse. If he did not wish to reveal it, Karaka would not press further because he himself could not dispel it. However, he wanted Ronald to understand that the malice of the one who cursed him was immense. Therefore, the power of the curse was far from small. After the conversation, everyone prepared to leave. Karaka would continue to pay attention to the seal while further investigating Cyrilla. Ronald remained lost in thought about the curse within his body. Karaka easily recognized his heavy and complicated move. It was hard to believe that one day Ronald discovered he had long been carrying a curse. This shock was even greater than the joke about an incurable disease. Karaka showed sympathy and reassured that Ronald did not need to worry too much. Because Ronald was a student of Filion, a place where the continent's foremost expert on curses resided. Professor Sigrid. On the way back, Ronald kept rubbing his eyes. That action made Naby Rose feel uncomfortable just watching him. Since the clairvoyant eye touched him, his eyes had been in a constant state of irritation. According to Naby Rose, this was a sign that the curse was gradually weakening, so there was no need to worry. What troubled Ronald the most was not knowing who had cast the curse on him. Both in his previous life and the present, he had always lived righteously. He believed he had never made enemies with anyone. Naby Rose recalled his past brawls and could only shake her head, even unwilling to acknowledge this student anymore. Ronald suddenly remembered that he needed to thank the professor for protecting him from Karaka. That man's cold gaze at the time still gave him chills when he recalled it. Without her intervention, he might have been interrogated to exhaustion. Naby Rose laughed and said it was merely a professor's responsibility, and he did not need to thank her. The more he interacted with her, the more Ronald believed that Naby Rose was a kind person. Not only that, she was also extremely talented, yet he had never encountered her on the battlefield. Could she be related to the Glacier Nebula? Next day, at the private practice area of the magic department in the Sherry Forest, Ronald arranged to meet Adessen at the Iron Pillar Park. Adessen greeted him with a radiant smile like sunshine. In contrast, Ronald was not very enthusiastic after the past few days. He had accidentally forgotten his promise to the commander-in-chief. A flood of chaotic thoughts left Ronald unsure how to respond. In situations like this, simply offering a confident smile was enough. Greetings, Commander-in-Chief, Senior A. Enham. Are you well since the altercation? Adessen had made many new friends, all of whom were wary of Cotton. Every time that man saw her, he appeared frightened. It sounded negative, but was not too bad. Afterwards, she led him into Iron Pillar Park, where Ronald had heard about his curse. This was also the reason he sought out Professor Sigrid. However, Ronald did not expect to have to come to such a strange place. The professor's aesthetic taste was truly unique. Adessen agreed this place was designed extremely intricately. Outsiders to the magic department would find it difficult to locate the path. Therefore, she had asked a close magic student to guide them. Yet until now that person had not appeared. As soon as she mentioned it, a girl ran over and hugged Adessen in delight. I missed you so much, Adessen. The person standing before him felt somewhat familiar to Ronald. Was that not Elizabeth Akalusia, who once arrogantly boasted about her hunting trip and had been saved by him before? Now she resembled a little puppy reunited with its owner after a long separation. Her eyes even shimmered with undisguised infatuation. To Elizabeth, every request from Adessen was an absolute command. Elizabeth was curious why Adessen was searching for Professor Sigrid. Until she sensed Ronald's presence, he broke into a cold sweat while Elizabeth froze for several seconds. Ronald spoke first, saying that he was the one who had asked her, then greeted Elizabeth. Ah, but I should call you Easy, right? Elizabeth immediately screamed in embarrassment, asking why he was here. The cold and elegant image she had built at the academy was completely seen through by Ronald. Setting that aside, Elizabeth followed Adessen's request and led Ronald to meet Professor Sigrid. Their destination was an old, dilapidated wooden cottage. Ronald felt slightly suspicious, wondering if she intended to eliminate him for knowing her secret. Elizabeth instantly flared up when Ronald mentioned the super cute nickname Iggy that only Adessen was allowed to use. This displeased expression seemed to be her true self. Ronald also did not expect Elizabeth to be so close to Adessen. After all, she was a member of the Akalusia family, and he wondered if there was some connection between them. Elizabeth pushed open the old wooden door with a creak. Inside sat an old woman comfortably on a chair. Ronald thought that was Professor Sigrid, but Elizabeth said it was not yet. He still had another trial to pass. The two approached the old woman, and Elizabeth began to cast magic. The cold and proud image at the academy had been completely exposed by Ronald. Kashifa Alibaba, it is me Elizabeth, open sesame. Elizabeth recited the incantation and channeled mana into the old woman. A second passed with nothing happening, leaving Ronald bewildered. He wondered whether the climax had been reached yet. At that moment, the old woman's mouth began to open, wide enough to swallow both of them whole. Ronald was horrified by the bizarre sight before his eyes. Elizabeth reassured him that he need not worry. He only had to jump into the old woman's mouth to reach the professor's office. This was the true workplace of Professor Sigrid Seferatio, leaving Ronald utterly astonished. The space was completely different from what he had imagined about the professor, especially the bizarre door from earlier. So it is you, the student recommended by Naby Rose, a voice rang out. The sound came from directly behind, causing Ronald to startle and turn around. Professor Sigrid floated in midair and touched his eye. She sensed the sinister energy within Ronald's body and remarked that he was truly special. Ronald was stunned, unable to believe the girl before him was Professor Sigrid. "No need to be so surprised," the professor said with a smile. Despite her youthful appearance, she revealed that she was 83 years old. Ronald was amazed, for maintaining such a youthful look required immense magical power. Professor Sigrid set the matter aside and snapped her fingers. Instantly, Ronald's body was covered with strands of his own curses. She was surprised to see countless interwoven curses within him. There were even nearly original ancient spells of extreme danger. At his current level, Ronald could not even touch them himself. However, that did not mean the professor could not dispel them. Although the number of curses exceeded expectations, Sigrid was well prepared. A magic circle immediately appeared beneath Ronald's feet. She would transform the curses into entities within the imagined world of his consciousness. Ronald's task was to find the source of the curse controlling him and break it. Ronald did not fully understand and asked specifically what he needed to do. The professor smiled and said that when he saw it, he would understand naturally. For now, she instructed him to be cautious. Immediately afterward, Ronald was pushed into another space. It was the imagined world created from the curses within him. He expected it to be dark and gloomy. The scene before him was his familiar home. Before he could understand, a child ran past him. "Mom, I'm home," the child exclaimed. Though the voice was slightly different, Ronald recognized it as his sister Irene. Irene looked at Ronald sleeping soundly, curious. "What a cute little brother, but why does Ronald keep sleeping, Mom? Is he sick?" Their mother gently explained that the baby needed much sleep to grow, just as Irene had before. She also told Irene that if her brother were ever sick, she must take good care of him. Ronald realized with astonishment that this was the scene when he was just born. The chubby baby in the crib was himself. He could not believe he had once been such a cute child. Ronald had always thought he was born fully grown as he was now. This was his past, but unfortunately, Ronald had no memory of it. At that moment, the door suddenly opened. A surge of energy flowed in, freezing Ronald in place. Who was the man stepping before him? Irene ran joyfully to greet the man. Yet his name and identity were completely blank in Ronald's memory. The man said something, but Ronald could not hear clearly. His mother spoke, saying the baby lay in the crib, and he surely wanted to see Ronald's face. "Look quickly, that child resembles you exactly." The man continued speaking, but Ronald could not hear a word. Then he waved his hand across the woman, causing her to faint instantly. Ronald's expression darkened, yet his body remained immobile, unable to resist. Next was Enro, his sister, who also collapsed before Ronald, igniting his fury. Ronald shouted in anger, "You bastard, do you realize what you are doing?" At this moment, he realized that from the man's hand came the very words of the curse that had appeared on his body. When that energy touched Ronald as a child, a brilliant light flared up. Ronald was certain it was the source of the curse. He had to sever that cursed arm. Outside, Sigrid was still maintaining her mana. Despite careful preparation, her mana gradually dwindled. Truly, it was an extremely rare curse. Elizabeth wondered just how many curses Ronald bore. Sigrid was unsure but estimated about 10. Nullifying them all at once would be too much even for the professor. What astonished Sigrid was not the 10 curses, but that she was only dealing with one of them. The story returned to the world inside the curse. The man spoke a few words to Ronald and then turned to leave. As he stepped out of the room, his control immediately vanished. Ronald rushed to check on his mother and sister. Luckily, both were merely unconscious, not in danger. Ronald held his head, taking a deep breath to regain composure. He understood he had to stay strong. The only thing he could do now was pursue and punish that man. Ronald summoned La Mancha, slashed through the door and chased after him. The surroundings suddenly shifted completely. The man stood there as if waiting for him all along. Ronald gritted his teeth, determined to make the one who dared touch his family pay. He surged forward at terrifying speed, carrying the tip of his fury. The opponent also summoned a sword to meet him. Ronald was shocked that the curse could control the sword and overpower him. After only a few moves, his body was covered in wounds. The man remained unshaken, pressing forward relentlessly. Ronald collapsed, his body riddled with injuries. His sword could not even touch the opponent. Now the man turned and left, as if no longer interested. Not willing to end it like this, Ronald clenched his fists. He still had countless questions needing answered. "I am not finished yet," Ronald shouted. "Why are you doing this? My mother and sister have done nothing wrong. I felt that affectionate gaze, exactly like when you looked at me. Thinking it over, it could only be you. You are that person, right? Why are you doing this?" The shadow remained silent. That silence seemed to be the answer for Ronald. Ronald tightened his grip on the sword, recalling what had happened to his mother and sister. Cursed me without leaving any explanation. Ronald charged, focusing mana into a strike at the man's neck. If he wouldn't speak, then he would uncover all secrets himself. He would investigate all mysteries on his own. What needed doing now was to expel him from his body. After a moment, Ronald awoke and realized he was in separation. Finally awake, how do you feel, Ronald? A familiar voice rang out. Turning back, Ronald could not recognize who stood before him. He exclaimed in shock, "Oh my, Professor Sigrid." He laughed joyfully, "Ha ha, you still recognize me." Truly a keen instinct, Ronald wondered why time seemed to have passed so quickly for her. He wondered if it was due to mana expenditure to assist him. Sigrid denied it and asked after his condition, especially whether he felt any changes. Ronald honestly shared that from the first meeting, he had felt she was a special professor. Now, she astonished him further with an immensely powerful mana presence. Sigrid said with satisfaction that the ritual had thus taken effect. Then the two discussed what Ronald had experienced in the imagined world. Surprisingly, the curse within him originated from memories he himself did not know. Moreover, the one who cast the curse appeared to be Ronald's father. However, Sigrid did not understand why he drew that conclusion without seeing the face or hearing the voice. Ronald explained that he based it on his mother and sister's words, along with the unfamiliar feelings when the man attacked his family. He felt a pain that was not his own, making it impossible to consider it a personal emotion. Perhaps that was why Ronald could not contain himself and became extremely angry. He wondered whether it was the man's true emotion, but remained uncertain. Above all, Ronald and his sister had never thought much about family before. They had never questioned the reason for that absence, as if the related memories had been erased from their minds. Sigrid sipped tea and deduced that not only Ronald's mana perception had been sealed, but even his awareness of his own existence was hidden. It seemed his father had both cursed him and manipulated Ronald's memory. In the process, part of the caster's memories had accidentally transferred to him. Spells linked to memories sometimes cause such side effects. Thus she believed that imagined world also contained his memory. Ronald's ability to use mana before breaking the curse was likely due to sensing mana briefly. That was the reaction when sealed awareness began to recover. At this moment, Ronald noticed shimmering threads of light spreading across his hand. This must be mana. Sigrid confirmed. Now he could see it like the other students and would soon control it easily. That would only become reality when Ronald broke 2 more of the 9 curses clinging to his body. Of course, this process was far from brief, as every curse had mysterious origins and immensely terrifying power. When you are ready to continue, I will send a notification. For today, you may return to rest. Sigrid smiled, her face suddenly returning to the youthful appearance of an 8-year-old girl, making Ronald unable to suppress his doubts. Could it be that her appearance changed, depending on the time of day? The professor advised him to remain steadfast, as the truth ahead might cause him pain. His future was still very precious, therefore he should not let the past bind his steps. Ronald nodded gently, understanding that the two of them would meet again many times, at least until all the curses were dispelled. At the same time, beneath the Cappadocia Ford, a gentleman was intently observing the giant stone figure. It was hard to believe that a student could stop this instead of Professor Naviro. Have arrived, Dalin stepped forward to report on the restoration progress. In just 1 more week, everything would return to its normal state. In addition, his team had investigated the culprit's whereabouts but found no further clues. However, they had identified the student who had previously been active in this area. Would you like to meet him in person, Your Grace? The head of the Grancia family was Joseph Seinvenger Grancia. While the Duke was still contemplating, the arm of the giant stone figure behind him suddenly moved. Dalin immediately signaled for him to step back, preparing to handle the structure that was losing control. There is no need. Have you not had many matters to deal with on your way here? As soon as he finished speaking, he drew the sword at his side. A decisive slash caused its arm to separate. Next, the entire body of the stone figure was destroyed as easily as cutting through tofu. After that, they left this place to meet the young hero of Filion. Following morning, at the Navadoge dormitory hall, Ronald muttered irritably as he stepped out to open the door. Who would knock on someone else's door at the break of dawn like this? Dalin stood rigidly before him, his face cold and expressionless. Ronald looked at the burly man and said, "You've mistaken the room. Peddlers are not allowed in here." Dalin frowned in discomfort at the strong smell of Ronald's breath. Along with that was his discourteous attitude when standing before a member of Grancia. Ronald realized that he resembled the bodyguard of a noble family, yet the mana emanating from him was unusually gloomy. It seemed that something mixed within that energy made him feel familiar. That is enough, Dahlin. A hand rested on his shoulder as a calm voice sounded. Upon hearing Dahlin address him as Duke, Ronald immediately stiffened. If it was the Duke of the Empire, then it could only be that person. It was Duke Grancia. When the elegant man appeared, the space seemed to brighten, even more dazzling than when the protagonist like him stepped onto the stage. Two of them went inside to enjoy tea and pastry. Today the Duke brought the scabbard crafted by Doron for his lamb mancha sword. All of this was thanks to Doron's earnest plea, making it impossible for him to refuse. At the same time, he also wished to personally express his gratitude to Ronald. The Grancia family and the Cappadocia Forge had long been allies. His favorite sword had also been forged by Doron himself. Therefore, Ronald was regarded as the benefactor and hero of both Cappadocia and Grancia. Not only that, the Duke had also prepared a special gift specifically for him. Ronald was stunned when he realized it was the Grancia signet, accompanied by the seal of the family head. With this item, he could purchase up to 3 villages, but the Duke believed that such a reward was worthy of his contributions and the honor of Grancia. At the same time, the blacksmith's gift and the signet had also been sent to Maria and Azo. Ronald had not yet had time to react when he heard the two of them continuously praising the Duke. After the formalities, it was time to address the main matter. The Duke seriously wished to hear Ronald recount the entire incident that had occurred, especially the actions of the shameless individual behind the event. Ronald laughed, sensing the terrifying aura like that of a monster emanating from the head of Grancia. Indeed, he could not be underestimated. I am not sure how much information you have obtained. Everyone knows those sewer rats are far more dangerous than we imagine, is that not so? Luna listened attentively to the story. However, Ronald clearly sensed the abnormal mana emanating from the bodyguard Dahlin. From the beginning until now, he had hardly moved at all. When those individuals were mentioned, he reacted strongly. Ronald suddenly realized that this aura was identical to the foul sensation he felt when confronting those people before. Could it be that this man was also involved? Lost in thought, Ronald stopped recounting the story, causing the Duke to wonder whether he was still not fully awake. Ronald felt embarrassed, wondering if there was something unusual about the Duke. His subordinate was emitting such a dense source of mana. He was one of the strongest individuals on the continent. Could he truly not perceive that change? It seemed that only Ronald could sense the fluctuation of energy from Dahlin. Therefore, Ronald decided to test him. Your Grace, do you know anything about the appearance of the celestial being? The moment Ronald finished speaking, Dahlin's face immediately darkened. The aura around him became even denser. Ronald continued recounting the Gracial Nebula, but it seemed the Duke also knew nothing about this organization. He even deliberately described how he had neutralized each of them to gather information. His meaningful smile made others feel that he was the true interrogator. When Ronald intended to delve deeper into the details, the Duke signaled him to stop before calling someone in. However, that was enough for Ronald to confirm his speculation. From earlier until now, the bodyguard had no longer been able to control his own aura. He could not have imagined that they would infiltrate Grand C, so urgent countermeasures had to be deployed immediately. Before the Duke departed, Ronald also did not forget to remind that he would send him a letter, especially regarding matters related to AGT. That alone was enough to make Dahlin take action during the night. As expected, while Ronald was drunk that evening, a visitor arrived. He carried an oversized longsword, as if intending to split space in two. Dahlin's powerful slash created no gruesome scene, causing him to be momentarily startled. I knew you would come today. It is a pleasure to meet you. Third filthy rat, Ronald's mocking voice rang out from the ceiling. Before Dahlin could understand what was happening, on the opposite side, Sleafin was already seated, staring at him with cold eyes. A few hours earlier, Ronald had gone to Sleafin's room. He thought he was being invited to dinner, only to be dragged into an ambush plan. How ridiculous! What evidence do you have to accuse me? Sleafin replied that in Grancia, he was one of the most loyal and powerful knights. After only 4 years of service, he had been chosen as the Duke's bodyguard. Ronald shrugged. If so, then during those 4 years, Grancia must have been infiltrated many times. But what mattered was that tonight Sleafin had to come to his room. Regardless of which side Dahlin belonged to, he would lose nothing. The truth was that a cowardly rat was hiding within the Grancia family. Now he was facing the young master of the family. Sleafin pointed his sword at Dahlin, his voice cold and filled with killing intent. I demand that you clearly explain what is happening. Ronald laughed. If he confessed just because Sleafin asked, would he not be admitting himself as a traitor? He did not understand how someone as naive as Sleafin could survive in this harsh world. Dahlan stepped forward, his aura erupting and making their bodies feel heavy. He struck first at Ronald, launching a powerful opening attack. Dahlan, why in the end, Sleepin roared in anger. Immediately after, Dahlan charged to engage him in direct combat. He secretly felt fortunate that Sleepin still lacked experience in controlling the range of his aura. Therefore he could not use destructive techniques here without implicating others. Even so, I must apologize to you, young master. Our relationship could have been good if Ronald had not interfered and ruined everything. Sleepin realized that Dahlan's abilities were completely different from what he had known. Could it be that all this time he had hidden his strength while waiting for the day to betray them? Not betrayal. From the beginning I was never a knight of Grancia, Dahlan declared before rushing straight towards Sleepin. Sleepin's face was empty, devoid of emotion. Is that so? I have confirmed it. Do as you wish. At that precise moment, Ronald appeared, shocking Dahlan. Ronald mocked, Sleepin truly is a meticulous worker. Why be so stubborn only to believe after hearing such bitter words? Sleepin only wanted concrete evidence. Because after tonight, Grancia would face a great storm. Sleepin immediately attacked Dahlan with completely different power than before. Dahlan could not understand how he could still wield the heavy sword while being suppressed by his aura. Could it be that Sleepin had also been hiding his strength like him? Or had he grown tremendously stronger in such a short time? Lost in thought, Dahlan forgot that behind him there was another monster. Ronald immediately returned his earlier attack to him. Lose focus at the peak of battle, that is truly disrespectful to the audience. Dahlan gritted his teeth, unable to understand why another terrifying opponent had appeared. He gathered all his strength and leaped to avoid Ronald's attack. Then he swung his leg and kicked him far away, cursing incessantly. Dahlan was furious. The noise from Ronald had surely attracted attention around them. Now he had no choice but to retreat. Dahlan dashed out the window seeking escape. He did not expect things to become complicated just because of his intention to capture Ronald. It was a grave mistake to think that luck alone could defeat those two monsters. "You're right, Dahlan," Sleipin's voice made him halt. Sleipin admitted that he still lacked experience to fully master the storm sword. But knowing that and still running in this direction was a fatal mistake. That leaves you with only the path of defeat. Sleipin unleashed the ultimate technique, Storm Sword. The surge of power crashed down, leaving Dahlan unable to resist. Before losing consciousness, he still called out the names of the stars. Sleipin sheathed his sword and declared that from today, no one in the family would remember you, but that did not matter, because you were never a member of the Grancia family. Ronald mocked again. You handled that man too lightly, Sleipin. If it were me, I would have dealt with him more thoroughly. More importantly, in this condition, how can we take him to Rodaland? He would likely collapse just upon meeting Karaka. Not worry, I only severed his tendons in theory, Sleipin said, though it sounded unconvincing. In any case, at this moment, he needed to quickly report the news to the family. Sleipin's top priority now was not Ronald but purging the traitors. He'll handle the rest. After saying that, Sleipin immediately left, leaving Ronald behind. Ronald shouted in annoyance, you caused all this and now I have to clean up. Where is your conscience? Where is your humanity? What is going on, Ronald? At that moment, the principal and Professor Nabi Rose teleported to the scene. Everything would have gone smoothly if he had not noticed the peculiar patterns on the professor's pajamas. Oh, I find the professor's outfit quite interesting. The professor showed signs of irritation, while the principal, despite noticing the unusual attire, remained silent. However, what truly deserved attention at this moment was the object lying on the floor. Ronald said that he would provide a clear explanation in a few minutes. For now, he needed to tell them something more important. Ronald tried to express himself with a tense expression. Principal stood frozen, unable to understand what was happening, while Professor Nabi Rose was already accustomed to such bizarre situations. If only she could get rid of that unpleasant nickname. The next morning, the principal summoned Ronald to his office. The presence of a stealthy intruder within Grancia was more serious than he had imagined. This time, Ronald had made a significant contribution. He decided to keep secret the fact that he could sense their unique mana. He was not entirely certain, but if the information were exposed, those around him would be in danger. Principal decided to grant him an additional reward. The forge incident to this matter, if he did not reward him, Billion would surely become the subject of gossip. Ronald was happier than when receiving gold. It was something he had always wanted to carry out at the academy, but required the principal's permission. The following day at the Grand Square, Ronald stood promoting, or rather, introducing something new. You all find it boring that club activities are confined within the academy. Therefore, I have created this for everyone. It is called the Special Adventure Club. Before someone could finish asking a question, Ronald interrupted, "That is a very good question. This club focuses on practical activities and combat training to cultivate talents for serving the Empire. Moreover, with the principal's permission, this is the only club allowed to go outside. Anyone who wishes to join should come to the first arena of House Galerian after 3 days." In the following days, Ronald gradually lost his initial enthusiasm. Although the announcement had been widely spread, only a few familiar faces remained until the end. Maria pouted and said that she would analyze the situation based on the so-called interview Ronald established under the guise of assessing capability. It subjected all applicants to a harsh trial. Those who passed were also required to sign a commitment to be ready to sacrifice for mission. As a result, rumors spread throughout the academy that one needed several lives to survive joining the club. Ronald appeared displeased, as real combat required such seriousness. Although the future of the club remained uncertain, he was not overly worried. What he needed were individuals with genuine potential. "You recovered yet?" I said there was no need for a test, yet you still wanted to try. "In any case, you have already met the requirements," Ronald officially announced. He also reminded him in advance that the club's activities would be very physically demanding. Rom needed to prepare both physically and mentally before participating. Thus, the club now had 4 members. However, there was still plenty of time, so he decided to wait a little longer. Perhaps more people would come to register. Time passed, the moon rose high, yet no one else appeared. Perhaps it was time to end the recruitment here. Ronald thanked Adessen for staying to assist despite her busy schedule as a teaching assistant. He also felt regretful, as if she had not been busy, she would have wanted to try joining. Whenever he was around Adessen, Ronald felt flustered. He did not know whether he should mention what his aunt from his previous life had once said. Although she wished to try, he could not bear to let her continue taking risks. Adessen had to make her own decision about whether to give up her dream of becoming the supreme commander. That was an important matter she needed to consider seriously. Fortunately, an unexpected voice interrupted his train of thought. Ronald happily asked if he had come to register for the club. The person spoke too softly for Ronald to hear clearly. The girl pulled down her hood and spoke. "If I join, may I touch it, the thing on your shoulder?" Ronald was briefly stunned and immediately became cautious. "Girls these days are so bold." "Not you but the creature on your shoulder," the girl said, causing him slight embarrassment. "Then you should have said so from the beginning, since I am too outstanding and easily misunderstood." Ronald said that if she wanted to touch his little darling, she had to join the club. Normally he would have agreed, but there was something very strange about this girl. He could not sense her presence until she approached closely. Clearly, she was not an ordinary person, but a remarkable talent worth noting. Ronald pointed toward the testing target and presented the trial. First, the candidate needed to fill in the registration form. The girl quickly introduced herself as Anphila Denai, a third-year student of the magic department. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately cast a spell. Ronald and Adessen sensed a powerful surge of dark mana spreading outward. It was astonishing that such a difficult type of mana to control was handled by her with great mastery. Adessen could not help but marvel at Anphila's abilities. However, Ronald also noticed a strange dark red energy emanating from her. At the center of that mana source, there was something that reminded him of Sita. Anphila called out the name of her magic. 3 claws of magical power shot straight toward the target with high precision. A loud explosion resounded, and dust enveloped the area. When the dust settled, Ronald realized that no further testing was necessary. The school truly is the ideal location to choose, so you have seen it with your own eyes. Suddenly, a sound transmission spell cast by Anphila startled Ronald. She gestured for him to follow her to a quiet place for just the 2 of them to talk. On the way, Anphila listened as Ronald recounted Sita's origin. The dream bird formed by compressing mana around it was indeed fascinating. But no, she herself was far more interesting. Ronald blurted out, completely without teasing intent. "Because Anphila is a vampire, a race believed to have left the Empire long ago." Anphila explained that not all vampires had disappeared. A few still existed scattered throughout the Empire, choosing a reclusive life to avoid trouble. The reason Anphila was drawn to Ronald's club was because she sensed the blood magic energy emanating from Sita. This was also the innate magic of the vampire race, and Ronald now knew how to refer to Sita's ability. The first thing Sita did at birth was drink blood, so it would be strange to say it had nothing to do with vampires. Anphila was astonished that Sita could use blood magic from birth. He immediately posed a series of questions, such as how long Sita had existed. 3 years or maybe even 5, right? But the truth was Sita had only been born about 2 months ago. Yet the blood mana was so dense that Anphila could hardly resist the urge to study it. Therefore, she wanted to ask Ronald and Sita for a favor. In fact, Anphila had planned to leave immediately after touching Sita. If Ronald agreed to help, she promised to serve him wholeheartedly. Of course, she needed to start her research, so she would be a little busy. Afterwards, she would reciprocate. Anphila spoke so fast Ronald struggled to keep up. His main concern was what she intended to research. Next morning at Fillion's club room, affectionately called the Nest. This was the room for the Special Adventure Club. Ronald was quite pleased with the principal's generosity in granting an entire house as headquarters. Putting that aside, today Maria and Azo brought new weapons to try out. Maria had switched from dual blades to a longsword crafted by the commander, better suited to her strength. Meanwhile, Azo received a magic bracelet crafted with techniques from Del Pion City. With superior mana control, Azo's speed and strength doubled. Ronald felt satisfied that both teammates had quality equipment. However, today they needed to discuss a very important issue. At the board of directors meeting room, gathering 4 of the 5 key members, Ronald presented the club's objective. That was to maximize personal potential through real combat experiences. More importantly, to prepare for the impending apocalypse. The first destination would be the Vidian Mountains, an area the Empire had never explored. The majestic, treacherous mountains no one had set foot on were Ronald's adventure dream. Brahm, it was a desire, but a nightmare for Maria and Azo. Ronald deliberately chose a challenging and unusual location for their first excursion. Moreover, he had personal business there, but first he had to convince Maria and Azo. "What's the matter?" Maria asked, but Ronald did not elaborate. All they needed to do now was stand up and participate in a skills test match. Ronald announced that his goal was to complete the course ahead of schedule, astonishing both girls. The trip would take about a week, but no problem, Senior Brahm often finished courses early. Managing the club while handling other tasks was exhausting, and the principal would hardly approve. "The only way was to complete the course early like me. Then we will be free," Ronald confidently stated. Immediately after, the intense training began on the second floor of the club in the training hall. Ronald initiated a skill test for Maria and Azo. Ronald's challenging expression, while provoking, made the 2 girls sweat nervously. They did not know if giving their all would provoke a strong response from him. Maria subtly suggested Oz use a special technique to demonstrate both their improvement. With high determination, Azo immediately gathered energy and prepared to strike. Combining with Maria's powerful sword strike, both launched their attacks at Ronald. A loud explosion rang out, rocks around shattered. Ronald stepped out of the dust with a satisfied smile, praising the 2. Unexpectedly, he noticed Azo could now cast mind techniques with a strong blue aura. Continuous attacks rained down like a storm, forcing Ronald to stay alert. Agilely dodging, Ronald prepared to counterattack. But immediately he faced Maria. She swung her sword powerfully, attacking directly without warning. "Don't block, dodge," Maria shouted, delivering a powerful strike. Ronald flinched, feeling that even a slight delay could be dangerous. Missing the target, Maria continued her relentless sword strikes to overwhelm him. After evading a series of blows, Ronald suddenly countered directly. His strike hit Maria's sword, causing her to lose balance slightly. As they struggled fiercely, Azo saw Maria in danger and threw all her mind power to assist. The intense force of the attack made the surrounding space tremble. Ronald gritted his teeth, withdrawing his sword to counter continuously, scattering rocks and dust everywhere. As everything gradually settled, Ronald smiled and praised Maria and Azo for remarkable progress. "So even without me, you have been training diligently. Both of you, especially Azo, have changed completely. I am truly impressed." Maria and Azo still held combat stances, full of vigor. Ronald's praise made them so happy they nearly melted. With Ronald's permission, the 2 girls stopped, standing and breathing heavily from exhaustion. None of them had yet regained their composure after the recent confrontation. Ronald then proposed continuing the special training session, making Maria and Esau want to collapse on the spot. Without caring whether they agreed or not, Ronald enthusiastically swung his sword, advancing while pressing forward. Relentless slashes forced Maria and Azo to run, neither laughing nor crying as they fled. From that day on, both devoted all their focus to training, even accepting less sleep. Just half a month later, the group completed the course earlier than expected. The instructor had no choice but to allow them to go out for practical experience. Next day, the opening activity of the Adventure Club began at Mount Vadian. The dense pure mana flowing everywhere made Maria widen her eyes in amazement. Ronald hinted that the specific mission would be revealed upon reaching the point ahead. A central area still concealed something that needed to be discovered. Amid the strong wind, a mysterious white-haired figure faintly sensed the disturbance. He found it interesting, as it had been a long time since anyone had visited this place. After a long journey, Ronald and the others finally reached the area beneath the cliff. There stood a village inhabited by countless ferocious creatures. Such heavy guarding was rarely seen at the outskirts. Similar scenes were occasionally encountered, but for now it was only a small village. However, they reproduced rapidly and would sooner or later spread across the entire mountain range. At that point, they would harass and plunder nearby residents, so they needed to be dealt with before it was too late. Ronald explained decisively. Such an intense opening proved this mission was far from easy. Azo was so frightened he nearly fainted, expecting only one creature but instead facing an entire swarm. Ronald reassured them that they would certainly overcome this. Nevertheless, he still mentioned the possibility of unforeseen variables. The dominant species here was Oxer, extremely difficult for the group to handle, especially the two-headed Oxer leader. His strength made even Ronald wary. While he was steadying himself, a deep voice suddenly sounded behind them. "I understand your good intentions, but you should not do this. This is not the appropriate time, young adventurers." Ronald was startled because he had not sensed this person's presence at all. Clearly this elf was far from ordinary, yet he appeared calm. He introduced himself as merely a monk living in the mountains and chuckled softly. He stated that he served the ancient spirit known as Xenia. For safety reasons, Sarante suggested moving elsewhere to talk. However, Ronald suddenly pointed his sword directly at him. This action left the entire group stunned and speechless. "Apologies, many strange individuals have appeared recently. Therefore please repeat exactly what I say." Ronald shouted incomprehensibly, leaving Sarante confused. After a moment, though slightly embarrassed, Sarante repeated the words and led the group along. Upon learning that he was over 1,000 years old, the group was utterly astonished. That meant he existed even before the empire was established. Ronald recalled his earlier words and asked about the meaning of "not the right time." Sarante replied that monsters had shown unusual signs recently. This species normally did not operate at night, yet now they roamed the mountains. They rarely left their territory, yet now they appeared outside familiar areas. Since the cause was still unknown, he advised the group to remain cautious. He suggested they rest here. As he spoke, he created a vortex of energy. Before them appeared a magnificent temple named Sarante. His hidden protective barrier astonished everyone. Ronald was especially surprised because he had not noticed this place earlier. He concluded that Sarante was certainly not an ordinary elf. Afterwards, the group followed him inside. They continued to be astonished upon seeing the spirit he mentioned. It turned out to be merely a simple stone. Sarante asked permission to explain this matter later. He invited everyone to store their belongings and rest first. Maria remembered Ronald's objective and urged him to ask Xenia. Upon hearing Ronald speak about the object he saw, Sarante immediately guessed it was related to Vernon's curse. He said he had sensed it through the strange fluctuations surrounding Ronald. He asked Ronald to spare some time for a private conversation. His voice was deep and gentle, full of meaning. While pouring tea, he said he had realized Ronald was not an ordinary student. Ronald smiled politely on the surface, but was filled with suspicion inside. He wondered whether he was being overly paranoid. He questioned whether this person was connected to the enemy. He sensed no suspicious signs from him. Even when Zute was mentioned, he showed no reaction. As Ronald was thinking, the sound of a cup being placed down brought him back to reality. Sarante invited Ronald to drink tea to relax. Ronald hesitated, fearing there might be something wrong with it. The aroma of the tea spread, powerfully entering his senses. In just a moment, he clearly perceived the flow of magic before him. Sarante smiled at his surprise. He asked Ronald whether he liked the flavor of the tea. Ronald replied that it felt as if he had gained a new pair of eyes. He stammered in amazement, and Sarante explained that it was tea brewed from rare herbs that restored and enhanced the senses. Initially, he could not fully perceive the effects of this tea immediately, but perhaps because the energy sealed by the curse had been partially released, he was able to recognize all of its wonders. Sarante gently explained before handing the formula to Ronald. He also reminded him not to use the cursed eye to break the curse within his body. Removing the curse by exchanging another life force for a short time was still acceptable. However, if abused too many times, his own life would be in danger. Do not tell me you already knew that and still deliberately used it. Sarante's warnings made Ronald break into a cold sweat, as he only wished to quickly eliminate the curse within himself. Sarante advised him to avoid that method from now on, because even a small mistake could lead to unimaginable consequences. Thinking back, Professor Sigrid had once said the same thing. Even the professor could not dispel the curse that existed within him. Therefore, she had prepared many methods to break the curse, but ultimately remained powerless because its strength was too great. Although he knew many people were helping him, Ronald realized that he had gradually lost patience since facing that entity. Careless, he could lose his life before finding those responsible, and the goal of regression would also fail. But who exactly was this old man? It seemed that in his previous life he had never met him, yet somehow. That face gave him an indescribable sense of familiarity, Ronald thought to himself. He also told Sarante about the fanatical group that always proclaimed that the stars would return. This made Sarante momentarily surprised and immediately vigilant. That night, Sarante lay awake unable to sleep as he remembered the fanatics Ronald mentioned. He feared that if they plotted something again, thousands of lives would suffer a tragic disaster. Sarante wondered whether he should continue to stand by and watch events unfold, and whether Ronald was the answer he had been seeking. A series of questions burrowed deep into his mind, giving Sarante a headache. At that moment, Ronald's voice sounded behind him, cutting off his train of thought. He intended to go downstairs for water when he encountered Sarante standing here in contemplation. When Ronald asked about the meaning of the sacred stone that Sarante always revered, he smiled and explained. Every millennium, the church moved these stones to sacred lands far from royal territory. It was a place where storms raged violently. Most stones could not survive more than 200 years before being destroyed. Even so, some stones stood firm for thousands of years, demonstrating unwavering will against time. Noble souls were entrusted within them and became the sacred icons of Sinia. Sarante still remembered the day he and his comrades moved this stone, but now he was the only one left. Everyone had their own circumstances, too complex to recount fully. He had devoted his entire life to serving God yet had never received a response. Many times he lost faith and wanted to leave this place to seek freedom. Whenever that happened, a premonition held him back, as if Sinian's will still existed within this stone. And one day it would become the catalyst to save our beautiful world. To him, that feeling was like an inescapable destiny. It was that very conviction that drove him to protect this place until the day his mission was fulfilled. I believe that moment is drawing very near, Sarante said and patted Ronald's shoulder with determination. Next morning, setting aside Sarante's confidences, the group prepared early. The miraculous tea proved extremely effective for everyone. The energy spreading through each cell made their senses sharper. Ronald followed Sarante across many mountain ranges he had never set foot in to search for herbs. He always displayed friendliness toward new acquaintances, along with refined gestures. This made Sarante increasingly feel that Ronald was truly special as he observed him. Thus 2 peaceful weeks quietly passed, but usually peace was only the prelude to a storm. After the storm, pain would still linger. Finally, the inevitable occurred. On the day Ronald, his body stained red, was forced to swing his sword to end Sarante beneath the blazing sunset. Returning to the present, on the day of the campaign against the Orc village, the group had prepared to depart despite Sarante's worries. Seeing Ronald feel guilty for making everyone act early to return to the academy in time, Sarante silently bid them farewell. He chanted a blessing upon the entire group. At the same time, he gave them 2 items that allowed free entry and exit from the temple. If anything unexpected happens, return here immediately and never let your guard down. You may be strong, but this forest is extremely treacherous and dangerous, Sarante warned in a deep voice. Deep within the dark forest at this moment, countless orc corpses lay scattered in heaps across the ground. Alongside them were the rustling footsteps and the steady dripping sound from a sword blade. The culprit behind this scene was a female elf with snow-white skin, but eyes filled with hatred. She pressed her lips tightly, vowing to personally find Sarante at all costs. Looking at the orcs below, who were laughing and joyfully dividing their spoils, Ronald guessed that they had been plundering nearby villages during this time. When he saw that the group was ready and in position, Ronald immediately signaled to prepare for battle. Let those orcs know what punishment means. While the monsters were still busy chatting, Maria and Brahm quietly approached from behind. With the support of Azo's mind magic, they quickly swung their swords to attack. Relentless strikes caused the enemies to collapse completely. The remaining orcs realized the danger and immediately shifted to counterattack. They roared and charged forward, but Sukarnat. All were defeated in an instant by Azo's mind magic. Ronald stood aside and enthusiastically applauded Azo's perfect accuracy. It seemed that she had now completely mastered this skill. Overwhelmed by Ronald's enthusiastic encouragement, Azo became so embarrassed that she nearly burst into tears. She gathered all her courage and unleashed a powerful mind magic attack. And in an instant, all the remaining monsters were wiped out. When the smoke cleared, before the group lay the desolate battlefield of the orcs. Azo trembled in fear that she would be blamed, but fortunately Ronald and everyone were always by her side encouraging her. Everyone was showcasing their abilities in real battle. It was truly worthy of the effort spent traveling the long distance to this mountain range. Perhaps it was time to increase the difficulty for the next level. While he was contemplating, Chisita suddenly leaped at Ronald's face and cried out repeatedly, forcing him to stop and see what was happening. Following Sita's guidance, the group was horrified to discover a female elf covered in blood, tightly bound to the base of a tree. Thanks to Sita's healing magic, the female elf gradually regained consciousness. She opened her eyes wide in astonishment at everyone, then suddenly, she coughed up blood continuously, leaving Ronald extremely puzzled. He did not understand why Sita's healing magic was not taking effect. The elf weakly asked whether the mana surrounding them came from that temple. So, she pleaded to be taken to meet the person there. They are approaching, and if there is any further delay, Sarante's life will be in danger. After trembling and shouting, the female elf suddenly fainted, leaving the entire group in shock. At that moment, Sarante was inside the temple, busy cleaning the sacred stone. Ronald suddenly rushed in, startling him. On Ronald's back was the female elf, and he hoped Sarante could help save her. Upon seeing the girl, Sarante's eyes widened instantly as he recognized her as Briar. His face darkened at her miserable condition. While Ronald brought Briar to meet Sarante, the other members were assigned to inspect the surrounding area but discovered nothing suspicious. Only Azo felt puzzled upon seeing the corpses of the orcs scattered around. Strange magic circles had appeared on their heads. After completing the first aid for the female elf, Sarante expressed his deep gratitude to Ronald for saving his sister. She was one of the few remaining followers of Xinjiang in the world. She had even once possessed a deeper faith than anyone else. Unsure of how to repay him, Sarante repeatedly thanked Ronald, making him shyly scratch his head. Taking the opportunity, Ronald curiously asked about those who had threatened Briar. It had made her so worried that she had to warn him. Sarante remained silent for a moment, his gaze directed at the stone before him, then calmly replied. In truth, he also did not clearly understand what they were planning. He only knew that they were a cult worshipping a mysterious creature like a deity. They had carried out many cruel acts that were difficult to comprehend. The identities of these individuals were always carefully concealed. However, they operated at the Nebula Church. During this, Ronald was horrified to realize that the ones targeting Sarante were Nebula, and his strong reaction made Sarante merely smile gently. He stated that they had once visited him but had been silent for a long time, and now they seemed to be active again. Sarante's calmness made Ronald anxious. He earnestly advised him to leave and seek refuge, but he firmly refused because he could not abandon the place where so many souls resided. Moreover, if he relocated, people elsewhere might be implicated, something he did not wish for. Therefore, he advised Ronald and his companions to leave this place. Sarante also did not want him to be drawn into this danger, and hoped Ronald would understand. Sarante's firm assertion left Ronald unable to continue persuading him. Before parting, Ronald promised to bring an extremely powerful senior to help Sarante under one condition. That was that he must hide carefully and not risk doing anything dangerous. Sarante smiled and gently placed a ring into Ronald's hand as a token of gratitude for saving Briar. This ring was considered a pass to the Magic Tower. If Ronald ever had the chance to visit the Dawn Magic Tower, he should present it to the librarian there, who could help him find clues about his curse. Sarante wished Ronald a safe journey. He emotionally stated that the days they had spent together were a precious gift to him. Sarante held Ronald's hand in farewell, making him embarrassed as he quickly departed like the wind. That night Sarante stood facing Briar. His gaze became cold, completely different from the gentleness of the morning. Briar was in fact an assassin of the church, known as Bria. She no longer retained her previous frail appearance. Emitting killing intent from her entire body, Briar displayed a dangerously sinister smile towards Sarante. Sarante coldly remarked that choosing his own sister as an assassin was truly vicious, and Briar responded with sarcasm about how he had given his patient an anesthetic. When Sarante attempted to ask about the antidote, Briar merely laughed loudly in mockery. He revealed that she had initially intended to use the monsters to attract Sarante's attention, but had not succeeded. Afterwards, Briar discovered that Ronald's group carried Sarante's aura. Because of their shared fellowship, she chose to pretend to be captured by the orcs instead of attacking the entire group. Hearing this, Sarante angrily declared that he would not allow her to carry out her scheme. Briar laughed arrogantly, showing no fear of the threat. After saying enough, she declared that she would convey the church's order. The mission was to persuade Sarante Limason. If he refused, he would be eliminated without mercy. As soon as her words ended, power erupted from Sarante. The energies of both sides collided violently, creating a terrifying shockwave. After leaving Sarante's house, Ronald felt an unusual premonition rising within him. Maria's group quickly ran over to report that Azo had discovered suspicious magical signs on the heads of the orcs. While Ronald was deep in thought, suddenly, a tremendous explosion resounded, shaking the entire area. He realized that the sound had come from the direction of the temple. Ronald's face turned pale as he thought of Sarante. He feared that the priest might have encountered danger. Ground trembled like an earthquake. Immediately afterward, a ferocious two-headed orc charged toward the group in a frenzy. Inside the ruined temple covered in dust, Briar and Sarante were engaged in a fierce battle. Both used their dark arts and special abilities to confront each other. Immersed in Sarante's surging mana, Briar showed no hesitation or fear at all. She smirked with disdain, as if this was exactly what she had been waiting for. Brandishing a blood-tinged sword, Briar lunged wildly, creating a shockwave that toppled everything around. Amid the devastation, Briar fought with reckless bloodlust like a storm. Sarante's shield seemed to react a beat faster. Instantly, a burst of force sent both flying in opposite directions. Briar wiped the blood from her face irritably and laughed faintly. "Well done. You really are a cunning old fox. Such talent wasted would be a shame, or join me instead. With your abilities, you could reach a position as high as mine. I refuse. I am a person of faith and cannot serve the heresy. It seems you have weakened. Why is the shadow of Romeheim so slow? Could it be heresy does not suit you?" Sarante smiled. "Of course not. I am just a little bored. We're busy delaying time for the kids to escape, so you paid no attention to me. You deliberately feigned weakness so that kid wouldn't be harmed, right? To allow him to leave safely from here. So I am very curious, why would someone indifferent to the world like you protect him so much?" Briar laughed loudly, each word striking Sarante's heart directly. He flinched, his face turning pale, and warned that if she dared touch Ronald's group, she would not escape. "Oh, terrifying, but alas, I already acted." Briar laughed gleefully. Roaring echoed, causing Sarante to spin toward the sound in panic. That was the direction where Ronald's group had departed. Taking advantage of Sarante's momentary distraction, Briar immediately swung her sword straight at him. Taken by surprise, Sarante could not dodge and was struck critically. Blood spurted, staining the cold blade red. Ronald's group paled at the sight of the ferocious two-headed oxer craving battle. Ronald shouted for everyone to fall back behind him, but it seemed too late. Brahm carelessly was struck by the creature's swing. Even a slight impact caused Brahm to collapse instantly. The scene threw everyone into extreme panic. After toppling Brahm, the creature aimed at Maria, but luckily Ronald rushed in to block with his sword, saving her from imminent danger. "Take Sita and care for Brahm, I'll handle this one." Ronald glared, gritting his teeth. His hand gripping the sword hilt trembled incessantly. Under Ronald's relentless urging, Maria suppressed her fear and led Esau to retreat quickly. Ronald braced against the oxer's immense power, sweating as he calculated. The magical circle in its eyes matched the one that controlled the giant in the cave before. They were surely connected to the Nebula Guild. Unable to hold on any longer, Ronald relaxed briefly and was violently thrown back. With steadfast will, Ronald surged forward to attack the creature. But surprisingly, his strikes caused little damage. The oxer grew more ferocious and aggressive. Ronald's sword slashes barely scratched it. One swing sent Ronald and his sword flying away. Watching his comrades attacked helplessly before him, Ronald was filled with rage. He tightened his grip on the hilt, his body shaking. With cold eyes, he roared to regain focus. Taking a deep breath, Ronald poured all his strength, determined to strike straight at the creature. In the previous life, he could not defeat it on first encounter. At that time, he could not penetrate its thick hide to deliver a decisive blow. Now everything was different, with his current sword and newly learned techniques. Ronald channeled all his power into the blade. Using Nabi Rose's fighting style, he unleashed a series of continuous strikes at the oxer. A brief moment of silence passed. The creature, once ferocious, now fell to Ronald's decisive strike. Finally, he destroyed it, though at great exertion. Arya and Azo hurried back, carrying Brahm. They reported that thanks to Sita's prompt first aid, Brahm still had a chance but required intensive treatment. During this, Ronald felt somewhat reassured and instructed everyone to return to the academy first. He would return to check on Sarante's situation. Upon reaching the gate, he witnessed the scene of complete ruin. Remnants of the temple shocked Ronald. Amid panic, he saw Sarante with only one arm remaining. The pitiful sight of him moved Ronald deeply. He rushed to support him and asked who had caused this. "It's all right, stay calm and leave immediately," Sarante said weakly. "We were lucky to escape this time, but do not know when they will return." Before the words ended, a magical weapon suddenly pierced Sarante's chest, causing him to collapse. Blood gushed, staining Ronald's stunned face red. Sarante fell at his feet, breathing weakening until ceasing entirely. Ronald was utterly bewildered, unable to understand what was happening. Fire descended with the air like a god of darkness. She laughed mockingly with cruel sarcasm. "Almost done for, how could you treat a former teammate like that? And even using that dangerous skill on me, causing one of my arms to be blasted away like that. I nearly died because of it, do you realize? That is if I do not receive the blessing from the star," she sneered arrogantly before turning toward Ronald. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, praising him for surviving the encounter with the two-headed oxer, making Ronald grind his teeth in anger. "Who are you?" he roared in demand, as Ronald had never seen this face before. Briar gently pressed her lips together and brushed her hair aside, revealing the gentle face of the pitiful elf girl from yesterday. "Thank you for saving me, adventurer. I am truly very grateful to you. Thanks to you, I was able to cross the boundary of the temple. In return, I will send you to the underworld," Briar coldly declared. Ronald was still stunned by the deception and had not yet recovered. Now he was relentlessly attacked by Briar's magical artifact, leaving him struggling greatly. Explosion rang out. Briar was astonished that Ronald still managed to evade her magic and softly offered praise. Ronald silently stood beside Sarante. After entrusting Sita with the task of treating him, he bravely gripped his sword and stood up to face Briar one-on-one. "Bastard, not only did you destroy another's territory, you even dared to track the Duke. And yet you still shamelessly appear here." Nebula Glacier, Ronald widened his eyes and shouted in fury. Realizing that Ronald was the one who had eliminated the mission-bearing followers, Briar became extremely intrigued. "So talented at such a young age, it is no wonder my children were defeated by you." Briar nimbly dodged each of Ronald's sword strikes while continuously provoking him, making him even angrier. This only further stirred Briar's curiosity. She seized the opportunity to unleash powerful techniques that pressured Ronald. The overwhelming strength made him tremble. She was truly too powerful. It seemed that Briar could read all of his movements. He had to defeat her in a single strike before the opponent could become alert. Ronald told himself, his heart filled with hesitation yet still resolute. Powers of both sides collided violently and then burst with a muffled explosion. Seeing Ronald unleash his full strength, Briar was so delighted that he wanted to draw him to his side. While offering temptation, he simultaneously launched an attack towards Sarante lying nearby. He issued a threat: if Ronald refused, then Sarante would suffer extreme agony. Sarante trembled, softly whispering for Ronald to leave quickly. Ronald remained silent, tightening his grip on the sword hilt in his hand. Briar's whispering pressure by his ear made Ronald even more tense. "I choose to tear you into pieces, you filthy beast." Ronald suddenly poured all his strength into a fierce charge toward Briar. That action only made him more excited and desirous of Ronald. The two sides clashed violently as if to shake the very space. Sitting nearby, Sarante trembled in exhaustion. Then Thou called Ronald's name. It had been a long time since Briar encountered an opponent equal to Ronald, so he was extremely exhilarated. He fought as if he had never fought before. The final blow pierced straight into Ronald's chest, leaving him no time to react. "When you open your eyes, a brilliant light will welcome you." Briar laughed loudly, pointing the sharp sword tip directly at Ronald. In that life-and-death moment, Sarante managed to summon a mana shield to help Ronald block the sword strike. The missed attack left Briar regretful, and he turned to blame Sarante for interfering. "I thought I had already warned you, Briar. If you touch him, I will not let it pass." Sarante spoke. Despite being exhausted, he still tried to raise a shield to protect Ronald. Ronald anxiously shouted for him to stop, but Sarante pushed his power even further. "You have done well, Ronald. Leave the rest to me and step back." As soon as the words ended, Sarante waved his hand and pushed Ronald away with magic. Space between them was filled with a simmering killing intent. Briar gritted his teeth and was about to rush forward but suddenly halted. Countless flashes of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. He paused, his complexion gradually turning pale before trembling as he spoke. "You are so gravely injured, yet still able to continue, Briar. The bond between us ends here. Farewell, the one who was once my sister." After speaking, Sarante decisively severed the connection. A barrage of lightning bolts continuously struck Briar's body, causing him to scream in agony. Ronald looked in horror at the white lightning crashing down upon Briar. Beside him, Sarante exhausted all his strength to control that power. Must end everything, even if it consumes all my mana and life force. Sarante gritted his teeth, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Briar, both in pain and resentment, released a surge of dark aura fueled by accumulated hatred. We are the ones chosen by the stars. As long as that blessing remains with us, no one can stop us. In other words, I have no need to show mercy to someone like you. You should end here. Briar held the sword and advanced towards Sarante. His eyes burned with the flames of past hatred. Sita flew in front of Sarante, trying to deliver a final message to Ronald. Ronald, can you hear me? There is no time left. I will speak directly. It seems he can nullify attacks using the Star Blessing skill. Currently, Briar's movements are restricted due to severe injury. Therefore, you should leave and prepare for the battle ahead. Leave the matter here for me to resolve. Briar frantically prepared to strike Sarante with his sword. But Ronald suddenly blocked the attack. Do not think about giving up. Everything is not over yet. Moreover, there is something he has not known for a long time. I have never turned my back and fled. So trust me this time, Ronald shouted loudly. Briar had originally allowed Ronald to leave, but his return to interfere only made him even more furious. Dark power shot toward Ronald, but was blocked by Sarante's lightning storm. Surrounded by lightning, Briar once again used the Star Blessing. He roared that he would finish both Sarante and Ronald with this sword strike. The scene suddenly shifted as Briar slowly collapsed. His body was split apart like a frozen mass. His face turned pale, his eyes lifeless. Blood stained the corner of his lips, a trace of regret flickering as the answer remained unfinished. Seeing Briar fall, Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he lost his vigilance because of the blessing, otherwise I would have been finished. In my previous life, only I could deal with those giants. Now even the Nebula Assassin can use that power, Ronald thought. He heard Sarante's faint call from ahead. Ronald hurried over, calling for Sita to quickly use healing magic. Covered in injuries, Sarante trembled as he tightly grasped Ronald's hand. He whispered, I am still fine, I am sorry, but please help me one last time. Following the request, Ronald pulled him to lean against a rock. Seeing him cough up blood, Ronald panicked and thought it was his fault. Do not say that, it is only a matter of time. No one has to bear responsibility for this matter. Ronald, this will be an extremely harsh and prolonged battle. He will have to endure many wounds and lose many precious things. Though it may be somewhat shameless, please continue to move forward until the very end. If it is you, I believe you will be able to do it. Sarante smiled gently. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light emanated from his body. Sarante gradually turned into stone, his consciousness fading along with it. Before becoming completely motionless, he managed to raise his hand to touch Ronald's tear-stained face. He softly uttered, Thank you, Ronald, because you have become the answer for all of us. Together with Xinyan, I will always accompany you until the end of the journey. As soon as he finished speaking, the light flared up and then condensed into a small sphere floating in the air. After the farewell, Ronald's group left the mountain range and returned to the academy. Their first expedition came to a close, carrying countless legacies left behind by Sarante. The principal understood that Ronald had gone through many upheavals. He could not help but wonder whether he could overcome the pain of losing someone close. If I said that I was still fine, that would only be a lie. But if I keep tormenting myself, I believe he would not be happy. Therefore, please do not worry. Thank you for your concern, Ronald replied with a smile. After promising that he would no longer act recklessly and endanger his life, Ronald immediately dashed outside as swiftly as the wind. Thinking about it carefully, perhaps he no longer had any classes because he had completed them all. In that case, he probably still did not know that the examination period was about to begin. The principal pondered quietly to himself. A while later, at the building of the Special Adventure Club, Ronald was extremely surprised to see that Sleefen was already waiting inside. The two quickly sat down to discuss the Nebula Glacier. Sleefen stated that the family had conducted a large-scale purge starting 15 days earlier. Up to the present, 19 traitors had been identified. Among them, 5 were dealt with by my own hands. The remaining individuals would be transferred to Rodaland Prison for further investigation. However, a new issue has arisen. The prohibition against lying may have been nullified for them. Sleefen lowered his voice mysteriously, causing Ronald to become tense. What do you mean, has the prohibition against lying lost its effect? Ronald immediately asked. Through the preliminary interrogation of these 19 individuals, similar to Dalan, no prohibition was functioning, so no information could be extracted. This indicates that someone has found a way to neutralize our prohibition, Sleefen replied with a heavy tone while holding his head. After hearing this, Ronald also felt an equally strong headache. He thought to himself that Senza had no other choice but to verify them using her own magic power and allow the wardens to apply harsh interrogation methods. Concluding the conversation, Sleafin suddenly stood up to bid farewell to Ronald. At the same time, he reminded him that they would meet again during the upcoming midterm examination. Good heavens, if Sleafin had not mentioned it, Ronald would have completely forgotten about this examination. 2 days later, the practical combat examination officially began. Midterm assessment held on deserted island of Phi Lian Phi Land commenced. All students quickly gathered and lined up neatly. The female instructor began to explain the rules and format of the examination. Instead of challenges across various terrains as usual, the academy decided to bring all students to this island to participate in a survival battle with no rule limitation. Do not need to worry about injuries or life-threatening danger because safety devices are provided. When the wearer of this bracelet loses the ability to fight, the teleportation spell within will automatically activate and return you to Philian. In addition, professional priests and healers are on standby, so no matter how severe the injuries, there is no need for concern. In other words, in this battle everyone must give their all. Any tactics or strategies are permitted. Defeat and be defeated. Remember that today, the enthusiasm of the female instructor made the students below break into cold sweat. Next was the lineup to receive bracelets in the order of called names. The bracelet would teleport each person to a designated coordinate immediately upon wearing it. First name called surprised everyone. It was Adessen. This was entirely within Ronald's expectations when he saw the commander also participating. Students behind began whispering among themselves. They believed Adessen was merely a weak repeating student with no sense of shame. Ronald remained silent, secretly calculating whether there would be an unexpected display. However, this was also the most objective assessment of the commander's current ability. What Ronald expected from her at this moment was nearly nothing if she participated with her current skill. The only outcome awaiting her would be a crushing defeat. What choice would the commander make at this moment? After a period of waiting, it was finally Ronald's turn to receive the bracelet. As soon as he put it on, he was immediately teleported to a dense forest. The corner of Ronald's lips curved slightly in calm confidence. He spoke, urging the senior hiding behind a distant tree to reveal himself, startling the person. At the same time, another individual from behind attempted to ambush Ronald with an axe. Sukarnathe was swiftly subdued by him in the blink of an eye. The cold blade pressed against his neck. Ronald deduced that many others were allied in this ambush. As expected, this vast forest was filled with traps. Therefore, setting an ambush here was indeed a reasonable plan. Before finishing his sentence, Ronald turned and struck, sending the archer secretly aiming behind him, falling heavily from the tree like a ripe fruit. Realizing their plan was exposed, the entire group decided to recklessly join forces to attack Ronald. Relying on their numerical advantage, they charged simultaneously with determination to defeat the young man. After a period of combat, Ronald eliminated all of them from the battle one by one. These troublesome individuals had indeed consumed quite a bit of his time. Suddenly, Ronald remembered Adessen and wondered whether she was safe at this moment. In reality, Adessen was in an extremely perilous situation, surrounded and overwhelmed by multiple other students. Her body was exhausted and covered in injuries, yet her opponents showed no sign of stopping. Adessen had exhausted all her strength, yet the pack of starving tigers before her still growled, ready to pounce on her. She realized Aeon and his subordinates had lowered their guard, believing victory was already in their hands. Seizing the opportunity, Adessen aimed at their opening and unleashed a raging storm of attacks. Caught off guard, the terrifying power of her strike left his subordinates reeling in shock. In the blink of an eye, they collapsed, their bodies torn apart and flung in all directions. Though her body was covered in wounds, Adessen refused to stop as long as Aeon was still alive. Just as she prepared to gather her strength for the decisive blow, Aeon suddenly counterattacked with a fatal strike to her chest, sending Adessen flying dozens of meters in agony. Blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Seeing Adessen trembling and barely breathing on the ground, Aeon was extremely pleased. I wondered what you were planning to do. It turns out to be nothing but a few pitiful tricks. Adessen, you are supposed to be clever. You should have realized this. No matter how you resist, you can never defeat me. Aeon widened his eyes and burst into mocking laughter. He completely failed to notice Ronald sitting behind him, observing all along. Everything unfolded exactly as Ronald had anticipated. Overall, in the recent battle, she had given it her all. After disrupting the enemy by taking advantage of the terrain and their carelessness, She had brilliantly seized the chance to take down two of them. Such progress built on a solid foundation was truly commendable. However, at present she still had a flaw in her skills that she had yet to overcome. Ronald told himself that after the test ended, she would certainly need further training. Just as he intended to leave quietly, Ronald suddenly saw Adessen trembling yet still trying to stand up. In an instant she blocked Aeon's attack. Aeon was astonished, not expecting her to still have the strength to resist. Test is not over yet, and I have not given up. With that, Adessen fiercely swung her sword and charged straight at Aeon. The blade slashed across, leaving a cut on his face. Not too deep, it was enough to become a scar he would carry for life. Aeon roared in fury, pouring all his strength into a relentless assault on Adessen. Only when she collapsed did he stop and speak with confusion. Why are you so stubborn? I have always wondered. Not only is your foundation weak, your skills are limited, you do not even have talent like the other recruits. Then why do you still stubbornly refuse to give up? Everyone says you are hopeless, you understand that yourself, do you not? So what exactly drives you this far? Because I have to become a commander. Adessen trembled, tears streaming down as she recalled the past and softly replied. Hearing that, Aeon looked at her with utter contempt. A commander, what an unbelievable delusion. It is not about giving up or not, it is because I believe that. Nothing can stop me from fulfilling my dream. My fate is decided by my own hands, Adessen replied firmly. Aeon did not even bother to listen to her any further. He gritted his teeth, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to bury Adessen along with her dream. But at that very moment, Ronald suddenly appeared and intervened. Without a word, he swung his sword and thrust it straight into Aeon's abdomen, ending everything in an instant. Seeing Ronald appear, Adessen was utterly astonished, her eyes wide with confusion. After a while, Adessen gradually regained her composure. She softly thanked Ronald and asked why he was here. Ronald did not answer, he simply gently helped her to her feet. He said there was something he wanted to hear directly from her. The two of them quickly moved to the edge of the cliff. Adessen was surprised when Ronald asked why she wanted to become a commander. Seeing his determination, she fell silent and wondered whether Ronald had heard about the Night of Cana. Adessen mentioned the raid by the Beastmen 10 years ago, the opening battle between the Empire seeking to expand its northern territory and the Beastmen alliance that sought to stop it. That night I lost my family, Adessen recounted sadly. That evening, her mother and brothers had said their farewells before leaving home. And that was the last time Adessen ever spoke with them. Later, she heard that the knights in the village had been summoned to join the campaign to defend the castle wall from destruction. That mission was no different from sending them into grave danger. They failed before the power of the Beastmen, turning the event into a tragedy. You probably know that not long ago negotiations took place between the Empire and the Beastmen alliance. In exchange for territorial integrity, the Beastmen were forced to merge into the Imperial army. And the sacrifice of our villagers was remembered only by meaningless headstones in the cemetery. Some call it a noble sacrifice, but I do not agree because they could have survived. Adessen broke down in tears as she said that. She believed they would not have died in vain if the leaders had not made mistakes. Unable to accept that truth, Adessen resolved to become a perfect commander, so that such meaningless sacrifices would never happen again. The atmosphere grew tense and fell silent for a moment. Adessen suddenly smiled and apologized to Ronald for talking too much. But through today's story, Ronald had come to understand much more. Just as he thought, making her give up was impossible. Even so, he also could not stand by and watch her sacrifice herself in vain. Because he did not want to experience that lingering regret once again, Ronald quietly recalled the past. Suddenly, a surge of dark magic burst forth, leaving Adessen utterly shocked. Ronald, standing beside her, merely let out a soft sigh. He asked Adessen whether she knew about dark magic. Conditions to awaken this power are extremely harsh, but if you succeed, you will become far stronger. Someone I once knew became renowned because of it, and that person is strangely similar to you. So I firmly believe you can do it as well. Let us give it a try. Ronald barely finished speaking before grabbing Adessen's hand, who still didn't understand, pulling her close. Do not worry, it is enough that you know I want to help you. I will support you fully, so let us do everything possible together, Commander. Ronald laughed loudly, then suddenly pushed Adessen straight into the abyss. She fell in shock, her eyes doubtful at Ronald before gradually disappearing from the system. Today stops here. Now only Ronald and Sway Eiffel remain in this place. He had defeated all previous opponents before arriving here. Both were filled with fighting spirit. They stared at each other with challenging eyes, then immediately drew their swords and charged in a fierce duel. Both truly wanted to know who was the maddest in this academy. Adessen jolted away. In a daze, she realized rows of students stood densely in front of her and remembered she was in Philian. Her body had been fully healed, so she had been eliminated and returned to the academy. Calling, Ronald had said she ranked third. That meant the two of them were the last standing in this test. On the screen now was Ronald and Sleafin dueling intensely before the watching students. Both charged into combat, the clash ringing out repeatedly. Ronald struggled as Sleafin split his sword storm to attack. He realized the opponent was indeed formidable. However, his strength was currently dispersed. Thinking this, Ronald pressed forward again. Successive meteor sword strikes caused the ground and trees to collapse. Amid the smoke-filled desolation, Ronald exhaled lightly and stopped, finally blocking Sleafin. If that were his full power, I would not have survived. Everything exceeded initial expectations. Compared to last time against Dalen, his sword storm control had improved dramatically. His speed, once inferior, now matched mine. He now be stronger than in his past life. Ronald assessed the opponent while sweating at Sleafin's terrifying power. Even restraining his sword storm, perhaps he aimed to compensate for weaker strength. Could he absorb mana to increase power? Furthermore, he wielded the instructor's sword technique perfectly. The technical gap I once trusted had narrowed significantly. Accelerating with mana had reached its limit. Now was the time to take a risk. If he adapts further to my movements, I will lose my chance to win. Cannot hesitate further, must end the duel in a decisive strike. Ronald regained composure, dispelling the pressure imposed by his opponent. He tightened his grip on his sword and charged at Sleafin. At that moment, Sleafin shared the same thought, wanting to strike Ronald. Both rushed forward, their eyes fiercely locked. His power surged like a storm, sparks flashed. Then an explosion rang out, leaving everything around in ruins. Alan Eiffel, covered in wounds from Ronald's blade, still resisted stubbornly. The moment Ronald struck, Dalen was one step ahead. Dodging and countering caused Ronald to bleed as well. Despite injuries, both persisted in relentless combat. Neither yielded to the other. This scene left the observing students in awe. They could not believe a first-year could fight like this. The terrain damage was such that even warfare would be cautious. Dessen watched with worry and fear for Ronald, her eyes tense on the duel. The female teacher smiled faintly, praising both for exceptional growth since the first day. Yet whether she liked it or not with the next clash, this battle would reach its conclusion, she thought quietly. Currently, the duel was balanced as both were injured. Ronald realized coming to Philian was the best choice to meet a worthy opponent like Sleafin. Sleafin wanted to end the duel and Ronald thought the same, as continuing at this pace could cost them friendship. Sleafin's eyes turned cold as he swung his sword at Ronald. I will regret nothing in this battle. Show me all your strength. Saying that, Sleafin unleashed his full power. Seeing this, Ronald also took a ready stance, his face dangerous. He wanted to draw Sleafin to his side, but first had to defeat him to assert dominance. Ronald began shifting into offense. He dashed toward Sleafin like lightning and struck a sword that surprised his opponent. Ronald's speed was so great that Sleafin could not keep up. Sleafin felt Ronald was insane, as using such speed surely carried a cost. I have learned something new from you again, Ronald. Saying this, he drove his sword into the ground. He released energy in front of his body to form a defense. Ronald also realized his opponent was truly reckless. With current injuries, controlling magic was extremely difficult and worsened his wounds. He desired victory so much. Ronald did not yield, pouring all his strength into Sleafin's defense. However, this move was part of Sleafin's plan. Sleafin concentrated all power and mana into a decisive move. An energy burst erupted, summoning the ultimate sword storm technique. The beam shot straight into the sky, dragging a terrifying vortex that crushed everything around. At the center, the two injured youths still stood firm. Ronald gritted his teeth, silently cursing the madman to bear the consequences if he wished to die. He would cast a sword storm with power enough to engulf themselves. Truly a reckless genius, a sword prodigy with a touch of madness. Ronald's face broke into a cold smile, determined to end the duel here. Ronald raised his sword, a blazing red energy gradually spreading from the blade. Outside, the students observing the match held their breath as they followed every development. Dessen clenched his hands tightly, his anxious gaze tracking every movement of him. Meanwhile, Naby Rose appeared excited as the battle entered its final moments. Back in the arena, Ronald and Sleafin simultaneously unleashed their decisive slashes. The two blades collided violently, creating a massive explosion that sent smoke and dust spreading throughout the space. This was truly a peak confrontation. Rarely had there been such a thrilling match. After the final clash, both Ronald and Sleafin collapsed. Though exhausted, Ronald still managed to tell Sleafin that he was truly very strong. However, he still asserted that he was the winner before completely losing consciousness. The two lay side by side, their bodies covered in wounds, the marks of the battle still clearly visible. In the stands, the audience was stunned by their strength before erupting into cheers. Midterm competition aimed at enhancing practical swordsmanship skills officially came to an end. In the recovery room, Ronald gradually opened his eyes and heard someone calling his name. Looking around, he saw Adessen anxiously asking about his condition, with Naby Rose standing beside him. Ronald had not even finished his question when Naby Rose confirmed that the examination had ended. Although the result was difficult to determine since both were severely injured, it had been a wonderful match. Ronald and Sleafin had delivered a memorable performance, especially for the students of the academy. Because Ronald awakened earlier, he was considered slightly superior in terms of physical endurance. Hearing this, Ronald briefly smiled, thinking he had won, but Naby Rose quickly announced that since both had fainted, the match was declared a draw and they were both ranked first. Faced with this announcement, Ronald remained calm, showing no emotion. His composure greatly surprised both Naby Rose and Adessen. In Naby Rose's thoughts, she had expected Ronald to react fiercely and had prepared to reassure him if necessary. Ronald merely scratched his head, appearing helpless before their concern and stating that a draw was entirely reasonable. He admitted that Sleafin was far stronger than he had ever imagined. Because of this, he resolved to train even harder. He believed that in their next confrontation, he would claim victory. Hearing these words, Naby Rose smiled with satisfaction. She realized that Ronald had not only improved his skills, but had also matured in his thinking. She affirmed that there was no need to be angry as this was a valuable experience for both of them, especially for Ronald. After all, Ronald had been able to use magic power, something he had long desired. Upon hearing this, Ronald was extremely astonished, pointing at himself to confirm, causing Naby Rose to wonder since he had already used it in the final match. The sword aura he created was actually formed from magic power. Only then did Ronald recall the moment he executed the technique and looked down at his hands. He realized that the strange sensation at that time was the sign that he had successfully used magic power. Naby Rose nodded in confirmation that the sword aura only appeared when Ronald controlled the magic power within him. With his current internal strength, the power of his sword aura was quite impressive, but he still needed much training to fully master it. Ronald clenched his fist and stared at it thoughtfully, leaving Adessen equally astonished by Naby Rose's analysis. However, Ronald had not yet reached the level of sensitivity required to wield magic power flexibly. Naby Rose sighed because Ronald could encounter new limitations at any time, so he needed to act quickly. She ordered Adessen to take Ronald to meet that useless bastard that very afternoon. Adessen curiously asked whether that person was Professor Geraldine, and was quite surprised to hear Naby Rose refer to him in such a manner. Next morning, Adessen led Ronald to meet Professor Geraldine as instructed. It had been quite a long time since she last had the chance to see this professor. Ronald was also curious, since only truly outstanding individuals were introduced by Naby Rose. Adessen explained that Geraldine was the one who controlled magic power best, often requested by other professors for assistance when students experienced magic power blockages. She stated that he always handled situations swiftly, while Ronald raised his hand to brush through his hair, a habit whenever he was deep in thought. He wondered why such a talented person was not favored by Naby Rose, and although Adessen maintained a calm demeanor, her eyes briefly showed tension. She said she did not know the relationship between the two professors, only guessing that they did not get along, and that Ronald would understand upon meeting Geraldine because he was quite unique. Ronald smiled faintly, believing that the most important matter now was his ability to use magic power. If this professor was truly mysterious, perhaps he also understood the type of magic power possessed by the Supreme Commander. Dark magic power had been an unnamed form of magic in his previous life, so he did not yet fully understand it, but learning together with Adessen would certainly be beneficial. On the way, Adessen suddenly remembered and asked Ronald about meeting Sleafin before leaving, wondering whether he had accepted the draw. Ronald rested his chin on his hand and smiled confidently, affirming that of course he had agreed, because it was an agreement that Sleafin could not refuse. He recalled the scene in the classroom when Sleafin stood before him and expressed a desire to meet privately after being discharged. Immediately afterward, Sleafin's expression changed completely, believing that Ronald was also dissatisfied with the draw. In his frustration, Sleafin drew his sword and demanded to continue the match, but Ronald calmly explained that his purpose in coming was not for that. During this, Sleafin gradually calmed down and became suspicious of Ronald's true reason. Unexpectedly, Ronald called his name and extended his fist, startling Sleafin. Upon closer inspection, it was merely a sheet of paper, an invitation to join the club presented by Ronald. Sleafin was bewildered by the proposal, while Ronald enthusiastically explained that joining the club would help him gain practical combat experience and never feel bored. However, Sleafin angrily turned away, stating that he had no time for such meaningless matters. Though curious about Ronald's intentions, he still refused because he did not wish to befriend someone he would defeat in the future. Watching Sleafin's retreating figure, Ronald suddenly made an insinuating remark about the club's party on his island. He also mentioned that his sister, Enro, would be attending the event. The image of the beautiful Enro appearing in his mind caused Sleafin's gaze to darken. He clenched his fists and turned back with an agitated expression. Sleafin loudly asked whether Enro would truly come to that island. He stepped close to Ronald, repeatedly demanding more details about her safety and the arrangements for her escort during the trip. Ronald knew well that merely mentioning Enro would provoke such a reaction from Sleafin, exactly as he had predicted. He then teased that he would not reveal more unless Sleafin became a member of the club. Without hesitation, Sleafin immediately signed the registration form with a decisive motion, ink splattering. After putting down the pen, he coldly demanded that Ronald provide every detail. Ending the recollection, Ronald remembered that Sleafin would become the future Lord of Grantia, making him unable to lower his guard. At this moment, Adessen announced that they had arrived, and Ronald lifted his head to look at the gloomy tower numbered 41. He shivered at the frightening atmosphere of the place, which made him feel even more tense than when he had previously met Professor Sigrid. A voice suddenly rang out from behind, asking whether they were the students introduced by Naby Rose. The person who appeared was Professor Geraldine, wearing a black cloak, his hair covering half of his face and a massive backpack on his back, while Adessen quickly introduced Ronald. Adessen politely greeted the professor and explained that Ronald was having difficulty controlling his magic power, so they had come seeking assistance on the advice of Naby Rose. Geraldine coldly observed the two, believing they had come only to control their mana and judging Ronald to be a highly promising student. After speaking, he stepped in front of Ronald to inquire about his condition, making him somewhat wary. When Ronald tried to ask in return, he was waved off and told to ignore the matter. He continued by asking how prepared Ronald was, leaving him completely confused about what the teacher was implying. Geraldine extended his hand, his expression emotionless as he stated that he did not work for free and demanded tuition since this was an extra lesson. He asked how much Ronald had prepared, clearly requesting payment for the additional class. Ronald was stunned, Adessen equally surprised, both unable to believe that the teacher was truly asking for money. Geraldine realized they understood and continued explaining. The fee was at least 10 gold coins per hour per person, leaving Ronald and Adessen speechless as they thought he was joking, but he was entirely serious. Just by looking at Geraldine's eyes when mentioning money, it was clear, although previously indifferent, he now appeared extremely interested. Ronald awkwardly admitted he was short on funds and asked if there was another way. Upon hearing he had no money, Geraldine immediately changed his attitude, showing disdain but still saying there was. That way was to leave, and if he wished to return, he should prepare 10 gold coins from the Naby Rose group. Hearing this, Ronald understood that there was still another path for negotiation. Afterwards, Geraldine turned his back and instructed both of them to follow him. He presented a proposal directly related to the Sarante ring. While answering questions about the ring, Ronald and Adessen were immediately transported to another room. Both were startled by the sudden teleportation into that chamber. Observing their surroundings, they realized the place was clean yet desolate, completely unlike a prison. Since entering, they could no longer hear any external sounds, likely because Geraldine had established soundproof magic for the tower. Every door was reinforced with magic, making Ronald even more curious about the true purpose of this room. Geraldine sat down opposite them and requested to see the ring before beginning the discussion. Ronald understood and took it out. He handed the ring to Geraldine but reminded him of its great value. Geraldine reassured him that he treasured it just as much. He lifted the ring close to his eyes to observe it carefully and marveled at its beauty. He concluded that the pure mana source indicated the dragon had accumulated power for over 2,000 years, possessing nearly all magical elements. Ronald received the ring back and asked whether Geraldine had knowledge about it. He replied that such knowledge was the minimum requirement to become a professor at Philium. Geraldine then proposed that the two students extract a small portion of mana from the ring. He explained that he was conducting a long-term experiment, requiring mana from a creature that had lived and used magic for an extended period. Although Filion possessed many high-level creatures, none could compare to the power source within this ring. Geraldine speculated that the ring's owner had a very close relationship with Ronald. Ronald closed his eyes, gripping the ring tightly as he recalled beautiful memories with Shenyang and confirmed this. He agreed to Geraldine's proposal, and the professor promised full support if permitted to conduct the experiment. Ronald considered the condition reasonable but requested that Geraldine also assist Adessen. Adessen was surprised, pointing at himself and stammering confirmation. Geraldine appeared displeased, believing that Ronald dared to impose additional conditions for such a small amount of mana. Ronald immediately stood up and slammed the table, declaring he would leave if the teacher did not agree. Geraldine hurriedly explained that he only wished to renegotiate. However, Ronald remained firm in demanding that Adessen leave with him. Faced with Ronald's determination, Geraldine reluctantly accepted the request. He praised Ronald's negotiation skill, prompting a satisfied smile as Ronald sat down to continue the discussion. Not wanting to waste time, Geraldine stood and declared he would examine Ronald's issue first, since the person who sent him here was likely in urgent need. With that, he cast a magic circle and instructed Ronald to step inside. Ronald complied and entered the circle. Geraldine stood behind him, placing his hand on Ronald's back to examine him. He closed his eyes and determined that Ronald's senses had long been sealed and showed no sign of mana usage, proving he had never been able to wield it. Ronald admitted he could only see mana but had never used it, as he had been cursed by someone. Geraldine explained that this was not an ordinary curse, because whenever the mana flow was opened, it would automatically close again. Suddenly realizing something, he decided to channel his own mana to unlock it, warning Ronald that he would feel pain like a blade cutting into his back. He asked Ronald whether he could endure it, leaving him too stunned to respond. Immediately afterward, intense pain surged through Ronald, causing him to scream. Ronald cried out, "What is happening?" Adessen stood nearby, extremely worried for his friend. Geraldine continued casting, sending his consciousness into Ronald's mana flow. At first everything progressed smoothly. He believed the seal breaking would soon be completed. However, his joy was short-lived when he encountered a mysterious source of power. Geraldine was horrified by what he witnessed, his eyes widening in shock. He discovered that within Ronald's body existed a sinister skeleton. He gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into resisting it but still could not move it. Geraldine was struck by the backlash and hurled backward. Ronald and Adessen were terrified by this sudden situation. He quickly rushed to support Geraldine, who was coughing blood yet still trying to continue. He strained to cast a powerful talisman. Lunagir Delphi Rim open. Seeing this talisman, Ronald immediately recalled the Parexio S spell that had been mentioned before. In the library, Professor Sigrid suddenly sensed an abnormal source of energy. She immediately opened the door and wondered what was happening. Upon arriving at Tower 41, she saw Ronald, Adessen, and Geraldine in critical condition, leaving her utterly astonished. Sigrid instructed Ronald and Adessen to step back and quickly began treating Geraldine. Meanwhile, Geraldine continued to mutter something repeatedly. During this, Sigrid asked Ronald whether Geraldine had channeled mana into his body, and Ronald confirmed it. After hearing this, Sigrid immediately understood the cause of the incident. She explained that the curse within Ronald's body had counterattacked, compressing the mana and forcing it back toward Geraldine. It was an extremely dangerous curse that no one could easily stop, belonging to a great demon. If this situation continued, Geraldine would not survive. Ronald stood frozen, blaming himself as the professor's life hung in the balance. Sigrid confirmed that Geraldine was severely injured and required immediate treatment or his life would be in danger. Fortunately, the curse had not fully taken root, so there was still a chance to save him. Immediately afterward, Sigrid began casting her magic. A grotesque entity with countless eyes emerged from Geraldine's mouth. Sigrid seized it and threw it toward Ronald, shouting that this was the moment. Ronald reacted instantly, drawing his sword with a cold gaze. He unleashed multiple consecutive slashes, completely dispersing the entity. Adessen approached Geraldine, whose condition had gradually stabilized. Geraldine sat up, wiped the blood away, and thanked Sigrid for saving his life, but she stated that the greater credit belonged to his quick reaction. If the curse had embedded deeper, she would not have been able to help. She reiterated that she had once said she had seen the most terrifying curse ever on a student recently. Hearing this, Giarodin immediately guessed that it was Ronald. After dealing with the monster, Ronald quickly ran over to check on him. Supported by Adessen, Giarodin smiled and replied that thanks to the large crowd, he had a truly memorable experience. It is hard to believe that such a terrifying curse exists in this world. It seems your life must have gone through quite a few hardships. No matter what, I have fulfilled my promise. After saying that, he turned to ask Professor Sigrid whether she could check Ronald's condition. Hearing this, Sigrid widened her eyes and stared at Ronald with extreme astonishment. This young man's body actually has a flow of magic power. She immediately stepped forward and lifted Ronald's shirt, leaving him stunned for a few seconds. It was unbelievable. The magic bloodline, though weak, had been awakened. He repeatedly asked Ronald whether he had recently come into contact with any curse related to bloodlines, such as falling into a pit full of cursed eyes. Ronald confirmed that he had never experienced such things. Sigrid continued to stare at him, her face filled with suspicion, as she could not understand why the curse sealing Ronald's magic bloodline was weakening. At present, a mysterious source of energy was silently eroding that curse, like a storm gradually wearing down a solid rock. Even so, the curse was still trying to seal the bloodline because it was extremely difficult to break. However, thanks to the strange energy in Geraldine having expanded the bloodline, the flow of magic power could no longer be easily locked away. During Professor Sigrid's analysis, Ronald was overjoyed. He eagerly confirmed whether he could now use magic power. However, Sigrid's next answer was like a bucket of cold water poured over him. In theory, yes, but since the curse was still continuously attacking the bloodline, Ronald would need more time before he could freely use magic power. If he persevered in training every day, it would take about 20 years to master it. That number nearly made Ronald faint. He reacted angrily, believing that 20 years was far too long to wait. Sigrid crossed her arms and shook her head, emphasizing that the fact he could use magic power now was already a miracle. There was no need to risk his life to break the curse. As long as he trained diligently, he could still master magic power. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed along with a voice, saying that there was still a way to shorten the time. It was Professor Geraldine's voice. He approached with Odessa's support and stated that the time could be significantly reduced depending on Ronald's inner strength. This would be feasible if he applied the magic cultivation method created by Geraldine himself. The scene shifted to the library, where Geraldine prepared to continue expanding the door of magic for Ronald. He advised that the amount of magic power Ronald currently possessed was extremely small. The newly awakened bloodline was also much narrower than that of other students. However, if he studied and persistently practiced this method to expand the bloodline, the amount of controllable magic power would increase significantly. Depending on his talent, perhaps after about 5 years Ronald would control magic power on par with others. After saying that, Geraldine infused magic power into Ronald's body to guide the path of the bloodline. Although this consumed a considerable amount of Geraldine's inner strength, he still carried it out because the curse was gradually weakening. Ronald was extremely grateful to Professor Geraldine for all the help he had given him. And then the intense pain struck again as before. Geraldine continued to explain that the difference of this method was that Ronald had to control the speed and direction of the magic power to the maximum at every point it passed. The pain spread throughout his body, causing Ronald to break out in a cold sweat. Geraldine advised him to absolutely not be impatient and to guide the magic power carefully at every moment. Use magic power to compensate for the sections of the bloodline that had been damaged from being suppressed for too long. Then follow the flow of magic power, feel each movement until it completely belonged to him. Ronald took a deep breath, followed the instructions, and slowly merged himself into the flow of magic power. Geraldine was extremely astonished that Ronald accomplished it after only one instruction, and moreover operated it perfectly. Seeing this, he burst into loud laughter, having not misjudged the person. Geraldine instructed Ronald to be more diligent from now on, and to take advantage of every day to practice. Ronald slowly opened his eyes and looked at his hand. Now he could already manipulate magic power and clenched his fist with determination. Memories of a stormy past suddenly flooded his mind. Magic power had once been something distant that he did not dare to think about, but now everything had changed for the better. I sincerely thank you, Professor. But why did you set such strict requirements? Turning back, Ronald was horrified to see Geraldine had collapsed. Even so, he still tried to reach out toward Ronald, trembling as he called his name as if wanting to convey something. He said not to worry about his body, because there was something far more important. It was the laboratory filled with body parts and elf corpses, and there was also the most precious thing to him kept there. It was a girl being preserved inside a glass chamber. Using his last bit of strength, Geraldine grabbed Ronald and tried to speak. Immediately, give me the ring. Geraldine clung tightly to Ronald's shoulder, desperately demanding that he hand over the ring. Looking into Geraldine's lifeless eyes, Ronald was extremely shocked. Sigrid immediately explained this condition. Perhaps he was falling into a temporary state of emotional disorder. Clearly, that ring played an extremely important role in Geraldine's research. Sigrid looked at Georodin with sympathetic eyes and called out to him in a deep, sorrowful voice. Georodin, my old friend, how much longer do you intend to bury yourself in the past? Ronald carried Geraldine on his back along with Adessen, and the three stepped into the magic circle. They intended to take Geraldine to the nearest medical room in the Legend building. If they moved at full speed, they would arrive in about 5 minutes. However, the door to the 41st floor area was still tightly locked. It seemed that the protective barrier there had been reinforced compared to before. Geraldine muttered as he cast some kind of spell, and then softly said, "I'm leaving now. I will return to your side, right beside you." Immediately after, another barrier of the door below was open. Ronald realized that the professor had opened the wrong passage and spoke up, but Geraldine paid no attention and continued muttering incomprehensible words. "We must go down for you before the rose withers." With no other choice, Ronald carried Geraldine and stepped into that gate, Adessen closely following behind. They slowly moved down the long corridor. Upon entering the final room, Adessen covered her mouth in shock, and Ronald could not hide his astonishment either. It seemed they had witnessed a scene they were not meant to see. Before them was the body of a beautiful woman, carefully protected inside a glass chamber. Around the chamber were decorated countless roses. Perhaps this woman was the reason Geraldine was acting this way. Ronald gently laid Geraldine down beside the woman and asked Adessen to take care of him. After that, he began to carefully observe the entire room. Inside were filled with suspicious materials such as eyes, hearts, and many other things. There were also traces of experiments conducted on monster bodies. Just a glance was enough to understand that this was not an ordinary laboratory. Ronald walked to the table, flipped through the book, and could not help but be stunned upon realizing that Geraldine had gone too far. He glanced at Geraldine and wondered what this old man was truly plotting. At this moment, Geraldine had already lost consciousness, yet he continued to mutter incomprehensible words. "It is almost done, just wait a little longer, Sunia." The scene shifted to a flashback during the Imperial era with an unknown date. In the silent laboratory, a young man gazed painfully at the corpse of a girl. She was Professor Geraldine in her youth, preserved in time before decay could claim her. He believed the body housed the soul, thinking that keeping the form intact might allow his beloved wife to be revived. The mysterious corpse was actually Sunia, Geraldine's wife. Though everyone claimed resurrection magic had never succeeded, he remained steadfast and never lost hope. These were the records of his research to save Sunia. By the 54th resurrection, the black market monster heart from the north still yielded no result. The schedule for his experiments at the magic tower was pushing the limits of allowed working hours. By the 76th attempt, Geraldine was stripped of his position at the magic tower for violating work-hour rules. He departed with his belongings to earn money to continue his research. With the support of Headmaster Cutter, he became a professor at the academy and moved Sunia's body to the magic tower basement in Philium. Geraldine silently stood before Sunia, his eyes full of sorrow. Though he loathed teaching inept students, he accepted it as his only source of income. The 81st resurrection, then the 96th, followed by the 101st. Then the 115th, 120th, 127th, and 134th all brought no significant progress. Ronald read the entries in the book, gradually piecing together the full story. It became clear why Professor Geraldine valued money so highly. Indeed, the materials in this laboratory were not easy to acquire. In short, all of Geraldine's actions stemmed from deep love. From afar, Ronald glanced back at Geraldine, memories of past lives reminding him of those who lost everything for love. The image of the foolish sword, Saint meeting Irene for the first time flashed through his mind. Turning to the present, Ronald placed his hand on the table and focused on the book before him. He pondered silently, realizing that the fates of such people rarely ended well, especially when there were those who exploited their weakness to approach and manipulate them. Suddenly, he noticed a line about illicit research, suggesting that perhaps there was no choice but to deal with them. Ronald found this deeply suspicious. He picked up the letter tucked in the book, unable to believe it came from them. At that moment, Professor Geraldine woke and was helped up by Adessen. Seeing Ronald act suspiciously, he immediately shouted, "Hey boy, what are you doing?" His face showed anger. "You're touching my things, aren't you?" Ronald hurriedly closed the book and awkwardly denied it. "No way, I wasn't. I was just seeing if anything could help you recover faster. Besides, I can't control mana yet, so how could I distinguish any of this?" He quickly made up an excuse to hide their letter in his coat pocket. The scene shifted to another location, a gloomy area with a crow perched outside. From inside the cave came a voice. Everything is going as planned, we have contacted him. This was likely the lair of those mentioned in the letter. The subordinate continued, hesitant but bound to accept. It was only a matter of time. Only the master could grant him what he desired. He craved blood essence. Around him were many bound and hooded, before them a mysterious blonde figure with sharp nails, sipping a red liquid like blood. He set down the glass, wiped the red from his lips, and sneered, "Ridiculous, even Geraldine. In the end, destroyed by a woman, humans truly are foolish." After completing his work, Professor Geraldine handed the ring back to Ronald. Ronald took it, observing the ring, puzzled that it appeared unchanged. Geraldine explained he only extracted a small amount, and the mana within was already abundant. "Thanks to you, a difficulty in the next experiment has been easily solved. I am truly grateful." Ronald pocketed the ring, thinking that without Geraldine he would have struggled with the curse, so lending the ring was trivial. Geraldine also realized Ronald and Adessen had seen Sunia in the basement, believing Ronald now partially understood the truth. "Sorry for asking, but please keep this secret." Ronald waved and scratched his head. "Yes, I understand. I don't want to get involved in others' matters either." Geraldine expressed gratitude to Ronald once more. He turned to Adessen and said, "We will deal with your matter when convenient." Not as complex as Ronald's case, she clearly carried a not-so-good aura. Geraldine's words made Adessen start slightly. Leaving Tower 41, Adessen wanted to prepare a lecture for Geraldine, so she bid farewell to Ronald, who replied, "Go ahead, today has been hard enough." So they parted, each going their own way. Ronald took the paper Geraldine had held to examine. He was unsure if it was proof of their cult connection. If Geraldine truly conspired with them, he would have only one choice. He opened the purple paper, finding no writing, only blood. Confused, he wondered if this was a magical cipher, which would complicate matters greatly. He decided to show it to Azo, but suddenly the blood on the paper thickened and floated up. They hovered above Ronald, and a distant voice startled him. This was a letter written with vampire blood magic. The voice belonged to Anphila. She appeared, sensing the blood magic aura, unexpectedly meeting Ronald here. Long time no see. The scene shifted to a special adventure tower. In a room of the guild, Ronald and Anphila sat facing each other. Ronald said, "You startled me. The other day you took Sita for research and vanished. I thought you were very busy." Anphila propped her chin with one hand, playing with Bayek with the other, saying, "Thanks to you and Sita, my research has progressed greatly." To show gratitude, she taught Sita some blood magic. The girl's talent exceeded expectations. Next time you meet, you'll be surprised. She also asked Ronald about the blood letter. Ronald, unfamiliar with the concept, asked if it was the recent letter. Anphila explained the blood letter was a form of basic blood magic. It could compress a large amount of information into a single drop of blood, often used by bloodline clans to transmit secret information. She then demonstrated by channeling mana into the blood letter, making the blood rise. Lines appeared, "If you want blood essence, come to this place and meet us," signed Blood Claw. Ronald read in shock. He thought perhaps they were not Nebula, which was fortunate. Yet he wondered who Blood Claw was. Anphila knew a little and explained. Blood Claw was founded by vampires under 200 years old. Young, yet they committed cruel acts. Their goal was to restore the vampire golden age, but in reality they were reckless and thoughtless. Anphila also found it strange that they possessed blood essence, an extremely rare object even in the vampire world. The more she thought, the more suspicious. Anphila stood and asked Ronald if he could reveal the master of the letter. As he hesitated, she warned further. If that person recklessly accepted the offer, they might lose something more precious than life itself. Given the gravity, Ronald decided to tell Anphila the truth. He found the letter in Professor Geraldine's laboratory. Anphila was shocked that the letter's master was an academy professor. She asked to confirm if it was Geraldine Stone's song, former mage of the Moonwatch Tower. Only then did Ronald realize Geraldine had once been a tower professor. Was he really that skilled? Anphila banged the table. Of course, his magic is renowned even among vampires. His level is top across the continent. Hearing this, Ronald thought with such ability, he wouldn't easily fall into danger, just handle them and return with the items. However, Anphila did not fully agree. Though Geraldine could easily defeat the kids with a few moves, things might not be that simple. However, if his target was the bloodline essence, then the situation would be entirely different. This was because it was a special type of magic power that existed only within the vampire race. It accumulated within the bodies of those who had used blood magic over a long period of time. The energy hidden inside was immensely vast, and depending on how it was exploited, its power could far exceed imagination. In particular, without the cooperation of Macaron, the one currently possessing it, to release it through magic, that essence would become useless. In other words, if they did not cooperate, Professor Geraldine would also be unable to obtain the complete bloodline essence. Hearing Anfila's explanation, Ronald clenched his fists in worry, meaning the professor had no choice but to accept their proposal. Anfila gently nodded. Their targeting of Geraldine had partially revealed their true objective. Anfila's expression became solemn. What the blood cauldron desired was certainly this. The scene shifted to the location where Professor Geraldine's transaction was to take place. 4 people were waiting there. From afar they saw a cloaked figure approaching. White-haired man quickly confirmed that Geraldine had appeared. He also told his companions that the Tower Mage Geraldine Stone was the candidate for the subordinate position their master had mentioned. As the cloaked figure approached, the white-haired man turned to the black-haired man and asked why he could not sense any special magical aura. Was he not rumored to be very powerful? The black-haired man warned him not to be careless. Although he appeared ordinary, he had once confronted the sword Saint Naviros at his peak. The figure drew near. A soldier stepped forward to greet him and asked if he was Geraldine Stone. The cloaked man confirmed that he was indeed Professor Geraldine. He then asked where their master was. The other replied that their master was waiting inside, but first requested that he remove his hood. They needed to verify his identity to prevent any unforeseen situation. Geraldine complied, lowering his hood while sarcastically remarking that the blood cauldron sounded imposing, but were in fact a group of cowards. As the hood was lowered, Geraldine's face was revealed, asking if that was sufficient. The group expressed their gratitude for his cooperation and invited him to step inside. However, one of them suddenly noticed something suspicious. Geraldine was a mage, so why was he carrying a sword? Upon being discovered, Ronald immediately stepped forward and drew his sword, causing the man to panic. Before he could react, he was taken down in an instant. The remaining accomplices were also swiftly defeated, without understanding what was happening. It was now clear that this person was not the real Geraldine, but Ronald in disguise. A few days earlier, after discussing the blood marrow incident, Ronald had asked Anfila to concoct a transformation potion, and now she had completed it and handed it to him. She advised that this potion would only be effective for 30 minutes, allowing him to transform into Professor Geraldine. Although the duration was short, it was still sufficient to deceive that organization. Ronald accepted it with gratitude, assuming that its creation must have been extremely difficult. Anfila worriedly asked whether it would be safe for him to go alone, as even though they were not fully matured, they were still vampires who had lived for over 100 years. She wished to accompany him, but Ronald immediately refused, not wanting her to be placed in a difficult position with her own kind. Ronald firmly asserted that everything would soon come to an end, though the same could not be said for them. With that, he carefully stored the potion in his pocket. Turning to the present, after defeating the vampire soldiers, Ronald kept one alive for interrogation. Seeing his comrades defeated, the man panicked and exclaimed that Ronald was not Geraldine. Ronald immediately restrained him and ordered him to remain silent. He pressed the tip of his sword against the man's mouth and warned that from now on he would only answer what was asked, if he did not wish to suffer a miserable fate. After gathering sufficient information, Ronald ventured deeper into the cave. This place did not contain any traps at all. Ronald thought to himself that if he had known the man would cooperate so readily, he would have spared his life. Now everything was already done, and he no longer concerned himself with it. Venturing deeper, he saw an ancient temple that gave off a strange feeling, perhaps due to the mysterious patterns upon it. He felt as though he had seen them somewhere before, but there was a more important mission at hand. Before him stood a mysterious gate. From within emanated a dense dark aura carrying a pungent scent of blood. Ronald wondered what was happening inside for such a smell to spread so strongly. Suddenly the door opened, and Ronald was stunned by the scene before his eyes. A vampire was savoring blood from a severed arm. Another was drinking blood from the neck of a woman. Many others were also indulging in their own feast. However, the most prominent was a blond man sitting on a table, holding a glass. He sipped blood like wine while welcoming Geraldine, saying that he had finally arrived and that the journey must have been tiring, welcoming Geraldine Stone. "I am the leader of the Blood Cauldron, Joel von Ansufen." He set the glass down and apologized for letting Geraldine witness the chaotic scene, while also blaming him for arriving late and forcing them to dine beforehand. even invited Geraldine to join if he had not eaten. Ronald, in the guise of Geraldine, tried to remain calm, telling himself it was already too late to save those people. He decided to focus on the main objective, stepping forward to stand before Ansufin and declining the invitation due to discomfort. He also remarked that for merely a pack, Ansufin had mobilized such a large force. The vampires immediately stopped and cast ferocious gazes toward Ronald. Ansufin smiled and said that it was their way of welcoming a genius like him, and that these things were insignificant. The gathering of the entire assembly demonstrated how serious they were about receiving him. Ronald demanded that he present the conditions, as he was only interested in the bloodline essence. Ansufin replied that it was very simple, only a blood pact bound to his life was required. After saying this, he displayed a meaningful smile, implying the transformation of Geraldine into a puppet under his control. Geraldine coldly responded that such a request was absurd, asking if he intended to turn him into a slave. Ansufin shook his head, considering it a precious opportunity rather than a trivial proposal. He stated that this was the path to escape the lowly human identity and achieve glory beyond imagination, while sweeping his magic power across Geraldine. He would bring a new era to the assembly, but to accomplish this, the old peaceful generation needed to be eliminated. Ansufin leaned back and laughed loudly, asserting that he was offering him the chance to become a pioneer of this historic moment, a proud warrior in the holy war to revive the race. He asked whether this was not the ultimate honor for a human. Ronald looked down at him and replied that he did not understand such honors, but it was clear that Ansufin had lost his mind. Despite the insult, Ansufin continued to laugh, claiming that humans could hardly comprehend his vision. He produced the bloodline essence that Geraldine desired, his voice becoming low. This was the only opportunity for him to obtain the bloodline essence. I guarantee that if this pact is refused, he would never obtain it again, as even for them it was an extremely rare item. After speaking, he returned to his original position. Geraldine clenched his hand and realized that he would find it difficult to leave if he refused. Ansufin praised Geraldine's intuition, stating that he truly deserved the title of a talented mage. He snapped his fingers, and immediately a group of vampires appeared, surrounding Geraldine. They stood tightly around him, forcing him to make a decision. Ansufin leaped onto the table, looking at Geraldine with a threatening tone, telling him not to think of refusing. He must have realized that the flow of mana here was being abnormally controlled. Because the surrounding magical artifacts were all of the highest grade, no matter how talented Geraldine was, he could hardly turn the situation around. As long as one remained human, manipulating magic was extremely arduous. Even if one forced the inner magic core, it would quickly shatter and prevent the user from ever touching mana again. Asufeng advised Geraldine to think more positively in this situation. He lifted his glass with a sinister expression and continued to threaten him. Surely you would not want your beloved wife to become an enticing source of blood like those corpses. Two burly subordinates gripped Geraldine's shoulders tightly, forcing him to accept the pact and saying everything would end quickly. After silently listening to the vampire's ramble, Ronald gradually lost patience and pulled down his hood. The disguise potion had just worn off, revealing his handsome face and leaving Asufeng stunned. Ronald mocked that they had prepared quite thoroughly. He let out a breath of relief because it was him who came here, not Professor Geraldine. Asufeng demanded to know Ronald's identity, unable to understand how a human could infiltrate this place. Ronald immediately drew his sword with a practiced motion, swift as lightning. Subordinates were defeated in the blink of an eye, the chaotic scene leaving Asufeng utterly stunned. Ronald rested the sword on his shoulder and declared that it did not matter, telling him to be silent and sit still. Today would be the end of the bloodsuckers, a perfect moment to wipe them out. Ronald's arrogant attitude made Asufeng shout loudly, demanding that he state his name. He was furious that Ronald dared not know his identity, calling him a lowly human. Ronald coldly tossed the cloak aside, charged straight at Asufeng at a dizzying speed that left him no time to react. Just as he was about to unleash a move, Ronald struck like lightning, rendering his arm unable to move. The following blows completely disabled his limb. Asufeng roared and tried to threaten him, claiming Ronald would never leave this place safely. He was immediately slammed into the wall by a powerful counterattack. Ronald coldly replied that he should wait, he would pay a heavy price. The remaining members of Blood Tide panicked at the sight. They could not believe that Asufeng had been defeated in a single move. Realizing Ronald was no ordinary person, they quickly surrounded him. Ronald looked at them with disdain, recalling Anfila's words that they used blood as weapons, and now that was completely true. They formed weapons from blood and attacked Ronald all at once. Blood parasite technique appeared, creating a pool of blood beneath his feet to bind him. The whole group rushed in simultaneously, but their opponent was Ronald. His swordsmanship was extraordinarily refined. Anyone who approached was cut down by him instantly. However, their numbers were overwhelming, like a swarm of flies buzzing around. Their rapid regeneration began to put Ronald at a disadvantage. One of them from afar unleashed a blood bullet aimed at Ronald. He tilted his body to dodge, the projectile barely grazing past. Fortunately, he avoided it in time because it was mid-tier magic. Ronald quickly realized this was likely the full extent of Blood Tide's power. Another vampire lunged at him head-on, but in only a brief moment. His body no longer retained its original integrity. Ronald continued to sweep away all those who dared to charge forward. Only one remained, trembling before his overwhelming power. He could not believe his eyes in a place where human mana was restricted. Furthermore, Ronald's legs were still bound by his magic. Ronald approached the last man and asked why he was standing frozen. Not planning to fight, now only you remain. Ronald drove his sword into the bloodthirst and said he only pretended to be trapped to make them complacent. He said he could now do as he pleased and told him to look closely at his special sword. The man panicked and tried to flee, but it was too late. He could not escape Ronald. Ronald rushed forward to deliver the finishing blow. The vampire collapsed, completely defeated. Ronald turned and said running away was not a solution. After dealing with the henchman, he now returned to the mastermind. Asufeng slowly opened his eyes, feeling pain spread throughout his body. Sharp, piercing pain left him not fully conscious. Ronald approached and drove his sword into Asufeng's thigh to force him awake. He closed in, a cold smile on his face, asking if he was awake. Ronald mocked that he thought he had died already. Now Asufeng was fully conscious, surveying the chaotic scene. In a short time, all his subordinates had been defeated by a single human. Ronald smiled as if nothing had happened, noting that his allies were severely injured and could not fully recover. Therefore, if he did not want the same fate, he should hand over the blood essence. Asufeng gritted his teeth in unwillingness and shouted in despair. He could not understand why things had gone so badly. He once believed he could save everyone, but now everything had collapsed. Ronald was skeptical of his words, thinking he had gone mad. However, he quickly sensed something amiss and turned back, with results that astonished him. A mysterious man had been standing behind him for a long time, unnoticed. The man coldly warned Ronald that he would not repeat himself. Ronald was thrown back, touching his neck. Luckily, the man did not intend to kill him, or the consequences would have been unpredictable. The stranger approached Asufeng, looking down in disappointment and repeating his promise to make Geraldine his subordinate. He criticized Asufeng for being all show, blinded by ideals and losing his reason. Asufeng trembled, begging for another chance, but it was too late. The stranger swiftly ended him in an instant. Ronald became furious seeing his spoils taken. He demanded the stranger cooperate if he wanted to leave safely. Ronald pointed his sword at him, making the man intrigued, commenting that Ronald was equally arrogant. He asked what Ronald would do if he refused. During the refusal, Ronald immediately engaged the stranger in battle. He unleashed a fatal strike, yet that man caught it effortlessly with just one hand. Ronald's sword only managed to leave a small cut on his palm. Your fangs are quite sharp, boy, to wound me even after my body has been strengthened by vampire magic. It seems you have some skill to dare risk confronting me. The mysterious figure revealed his face, a handsome vampire wearing a patterned vest with a noble red cravat. His power was utterly terrifying. Looking at the wound on his hand, he grew curious about what other talents Ronald possessed, his gaze gradually turning cold. Immediately after, he unleashed Blood Slash, making Ronald shudder slightly. Ronald immediately raised his sword to block the blood slash. Having just dispelled it, his opponent continued by firing blood bullets. Ronald recalled Tepjiu's technique earlier. Perhaps this was the same type of magic. He continued swinging his sword to cut apart the blood bullets, creating a massive explosion. It was the first time the vampire had witnessed such a strange sword technique. Ronald not only dispelled magic, but could even sever his magic power. Though I did not expect much, you are no less interesting than him. Hearing that, Ronald felt he was like the leader of that noisy swarm of bats, which irritated him greatly. Ronald shouted at him to be silent and angrily charged forward, hand over the bloodline essence. Seeing Ronald so arrogant, the vampire burst into laughter and began casting an extremely powerful technique. Such impressive spirit, to reward your performance I will show my respect. Before the two could strike, a voice echoed from afar, causing both to stop. The newcomer demanded that they immediately cease fighting. The vampire recognized that voice. A girl stood in front of Ronald as if shielding him. The one who stopped the battle was Anfilla Daynet. Anfilla appeared and immediately revealed the mysterious figure's identity. Long time no see, Ban Jack. Though I am not pleased to see you again. Ronald cut in angrily. Sister Anfilla, I told you not to come here, why did you? More importantly, do you know that bat leader? Anfilla looked at Ban Jack coldly. Impossible not to know. Ban Jack, pureblood who rules the vampire world and the right hand of the Grand Duke. Ban Jack raised an eyebrow at Anfilla, his expression softening. I did not expect to meet you in a place like this. I have long wished to see you again, Anfilla. Ban Jack's face turned gentle. Have you been well? He stepped closer to Anfilla, continuing to speak, saying it had been 83 years since they last met. He wondered why Anfilla was protecting Ronald, then decided it was unimportant. Ban Jack gently said that what mattered was that he was now by her side. Anfilla told him to stop because she did not want to hear meaningless words. She warned Ban Jack not to come any closer and reminded him of what happened that day. That left Ban Jack speechless. He closed his eyes and recalled the memory of years past. It was an unforgettable nightmare. On a day of heavy rain with relentless thunder, Anfilla held her younger sister lying motionless in a pool of blood. She cried out and looked at Ban Jack with eyes filled with hatred. It seemed that Ban Jack himself had struck the final blow to her sister. Ending the memory, Ban Jack said Anfilla needed more time to forgive. Anfilla fell silent, admitting it was not entirely his fault. I know it was unavoidable. You only tried to stop my sister from harming the Grand Duke. At that time there was no other choice. Moreover, my sister had completely lost control. Looking back, her actions were not normal, as if she had been manipulated by someone. But the past cannot be changed. Ban Jack clenched his fist, understanding Anfilla's pain and deeply regretting it. Ronald stood behind observing the conversation. Though he did not understand everything, he sensed that matters seemed to have been resolved. Anfilla continued to ask why Ban Jack was cooperating with the blood sect, because in her view he would never ally with those brats, even lending them the bloodline essence. Could it be that you also need Geraldine Stone? Ban Jack's face turned serious. He covered half of his face with his hand. He replied coldly, if it were you, you would have guessed the reason. He and I still have an unfinished battle. Ban Jack said that on that day, he had encountered Geraldine by chance at the far west of the continent. Two fought a duel as true warriors. He had fought many powerhouses, but the number of worthy opponents could be counted on one hand. If the sun had not set early that day, it might have been a battle of a lifetime. Looking at his fist, Ban Jack said that after the battle he sought Geraldine, but the other had completely vanished. Even he could not find him. Many years later, while the desire for a rematch still smoldered, one day the Ansu Fen came to propose a deal. They knelt before Ban Jack, flattering him that they knew Geraldine's whereabouts. As long as he gave the bloodline essence, they would bring Geraldine before him. Not only that, they promised to turn Geraldine into a loyal subordinate, so Ban Jack could enjoy endless battles. At that time, Ban Jack sat on his chair looking down at the Ansu Fen and smiled faintly. Though fully aware of their scheme, he did not care because he regarded them as mere brats. And the outcome was something everyone had already witnessed. Everything was shattered by a human youth named Ronald. Ronald crossed his arms, clearly dissatisfied with Ban Jack's words, because he was the one who had started the trouble. Ban Jack looked at Ronald deep in thought and silently evaluated him. Even while restraining his strength, Ronald was able to hold on. That meant in just 5 to 10 more years, Ronald would surely become a formidable opponent. Moreover, Ronald possessed a strange aura that was difficult to identify. Truly interesting. Ban Jack intended to strike and eliminate this future threat. But he abandoned the idea, because now was not the appropriate time. Anfilla was still here. He did not want to repeat his mistake and hurt her again. Ban Jack handed the bloodline essence to Ronald. This left Ronald extremely astonished, for it was an exceedingly precious treasure of the demon race. Ban Jack turned and left, leaving behind a solitary figure. He waved his hand to show there was no need for thanks, adding that most vampires could not obtain it even at the cost of their lives, yet he believed this gift was worthy. This is a gift for my future prey and also the first friend after 80 years. Ban Jack glanced back at Ronald, believing that giving the bloodline essence was not a waste. Ban Jack's action surprised Anfilla. She silently watched him. Ban Jack suddenly cast a spell attacking the distant wall. He told Ronald and Anfilla to look over there, because behind the wall existed a strange aura identical to Ronald's. After saying that, he vanished, leaving a message. Next time we meet, I hope you are stronger, so that I may enjoy it more. Ronald asked Anfilla whether he was always so flamboyant. Question left Anfilla at a loss for words. Ronald looked toward the wall, wondering if that was the strange aura. Could it be? Thinking of this, Ronald's face turned cold. Turning to Tower 41, Geraldine was astonished upon seeing the bloodline essence with his own eye. Ronald happily handed the bloodline essence to Professor Geraldine, not forgetting to recount how much effort it took to obtain it. Geraldine tightly grasped Ronald's hand and knelt down, choking with emotion as he thanked him for helping him remember his beloved wife. He expressed his profound gratitude to Ronald. Geraldine's tears continued to fall. Ronald felt awkward and did not know how to react to the professor's actions. He softly sighed and comforted Geraldine, saying that he had not yet heard the full story. At this moment, Banjack stood outside the tower observing Ronald and Geraldine before suddenly speaking. He believed that nothing was more tedious than fighting someone who had lost his will. Today he had only come to observe the situation of his former opponent because he wanted to witness it himself. Therefore he reassured Anphila not to worry. It turned out that Banjack had noticed her standing behind and promised not to cause further trouble. Anphila understood that Banjack was not a despicable man, and today she came to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Banjack, for helping my friend." Banjack clasped his hands behind his back and merely turned his head slightly to look at Anphila. When he heard her sincere words, he smiled. Only 83 years such great progress had been achieved. Perhaps he should thank the young Ronald. He turned back to face Anphila, expressing that although he greatly wished to stay, unfortunately he could not. Before leaving, Banjack warned Anphila that within the vampire world an evil force was emerging and causing disturbances. It might be the one manipulating the blood surge. "If you need assistance, contact me." After speaking, Banjack disappeared with a flamboyant display. His voice still echoed in the air. "I will always await your invitation, Anphila, my immortal rose." After obtaining the bloodline essence, Professor Geraldine immediately used Saran's magic power, along with that essence, to conduct the 144th experiment. Ronald and Geraldine stood before the glass chamber containing Sunia's body. Due to its complex nature, the experiment required a long time to yield results. However, seeing Geraldine filled with hope, Ronald understood that this was the motivation for him to continue living. Suddenly Geraldine turned and remarked that recently Ronald seemed very different. The mysterious energy eroding the curse within Ronald had grown significantly stronger. Geraldine asked whether Ronald had encountered any opportunity during the battle with the blood surge. Ronald could only reply that it was luck. He recalled the moment at the blood surge base when he stepped through the broken wall. Inside, Ronald discovered a statue of the god Zinnia. He approached, astonished that such an object was hidden here. Perhaps even the blood surge had been unaware of it. Ronald speculated that this was a remnant of an ancient temple. Suddenly, the statue began to glow, and an aura from the god Zinyan flowed into Ronald's body. He looked at his hand, confused by this strange phenomenon. Returning to the present, Geraldine held Ronald's hand and affirmed that whatever that opportunity was, it was certainly a great blessing. Thanks to that aura, Ronald's magical bloodline had been expanded. Although it still required time to stabilize, in his current state, he was already able to control magic power to a certain extent. During this, Ronald looked down at his hand in astonishment. The sensation was completely different from before, as if he had realized something. Ronald gently used his finger to push the sword from its sheath, thinking to himself that now he could wield the sword with his true strength. It was no longer imitation. Ronald's gaze became sharp as it reflected upon the blade. 4 days later, the sky was clear and the sunlight was beautiful. In Mavax, the people were hastily evacuating, and the Imperial Army had also been deployed to this area. Ronald, Sleefin, and Azza were all present, riding their horses forward. The scene before them showed that the wyverns had indeed appeared as Sleefin had reported. The reason they were at the Romra mountain range, Ronald's homeland, was due to the urgent message that Sleefin had sent 4 days earlier, just before his sister Ero was relocated. Returning to that time, Sleefin received news that the monsters around Romra had become frenzied and were attacking indiscriminately. During the meeting, Sleefin stated that fortunately Nim Burton had not been affected. The Grantia family had dispatched part of their night order, but they still could not be careless. That morning, wyverns were also spotted flying across the sky, causing Ronald to break into a cold sweat. Wyverns were extremely fast-flying monsters. Their fangs and claws carried dangerous toxins to the extent that even seasoned mercenaries had to be wary. Sleefin added seriously that if they appeared in large numbers, then absolute safety for Lady Ero could not be guaranteed. Therefore, they decided to accelerate the relocation plan earlier than expected. Returning to the present, the thought of Ero filled Sleefin with rage. He gritted his teeth because the young lady's perfect plan had been ruined by the monsters, and it was truly unforgivable. Sleefin tightened his reins, swearing that after escorting Lady Iro to safety, he would sweep away all the monsters in the mountain range. Sleefin's anger left Ronald silent. He told Sleefin to go ahead and command the night order while he and Azo would follow behind. Sleefin questioned the reason. Ronald replied that he had a bad premonition and wanted to inspect the surrounding area. Ronald seriously pointed at Sleefin, warning him not to take advantage of his absence to approach his sister if he did not want trouble. Sleefin also became angry and shouted that Ronald dared to be disrespectful to a Grantia knight. Afterward, Sleefin restrained his emotions and said that if verification was necessary, then it had to be accepted because Lady Iro's safety was paramount. After speaking, he spurred his horse and departed. Ronald could only shake his head in confusion. Azo approached and asked Ronald about the uneasy premonition he had mentioned. Ronald explained that the pattern of gentle monsters suddenly becoming ferocious, and then the appearance of gigantic creatures was a familiar motif. Vadian mountain range had once been devastated in a similar manner due to their conspiracy. Azo asked in astonishment whether the Nebula-class organization was behind this incident. Ronald replied that it was only his speculation for now. For the moment, they needed to reach the area where the monsters had appeared to investigate. Ronald remembered that when the ceiling barrier was broken, only he could trace the distinctive magical aura of those beings. The scene shifted to an area filled with monsters. A long red-haired man was sitting on the shoulder of a gigantic creature. He rested his chin on his hand, appearing regretful that he had already subdued all the monsters in the area. However, he could not punish the heretics without orders from the Baron. In the end, he had no choice but to obey his superior's instruction. The monster horde suddenly roared, causing the red-haired man to sense that something was amiss. According to reason, creatures under control should not have been able to react in such a manner. From afar within the forest, a gigantic black tiger holding a great saber advanced forward. This appearance filled the red-haired man and the monster horde with terror. He could not believe his eyes at this sight. The black tiger stared intently at the red-haired man and coldly asked who the one hiding here was. "Why have you appeared in this place?" After the words of Nebula Glacier, the black tiger immediately rushed forward to subdue him. With only a single slash, he was defeated. Seeing the controller defeated, the monster horde became even more panicked. They charged to attack but were quickly annihilated completely by the black tiger. After finishing, the black tiger left behind a cold declaration. "Cowards who dare not reveal themselves, the hunt has only just begun." That black tiger was none other than the sword Saint G.I. Patterson. Ronald and Azo saw the guards in front of the gate and felt that the situation had become complicated. The fact that these guards belonged to the Knight Army made the matter even more complex. A gatekeeping knight ordered those wishing to enter the city to halt, announcing that today the gate would only open for those on duty, while others had to take another route or wait. He added that this was a direct order from Lord Zepart Tajan, captain of the Empire's elite legion. The one participating in the monster extermination campaign surprised Ronald and Aso, as he had heard of this captain's reputation before. He is the leader of the strongest elite unit in the Empire, once defeated Professor Nabi Rose, and is now regarded as the #1 swordsman of the Empire. Upon hearing that Sword Saint Zepart was present, Azel realized the situation here must be extremely serious. Ronald also found it suspicious that an elite unit would be mobilized merely because of rampaging monsters. Perhaps his intuition was correct. Nebula Classy had certainly interfered in this matter. Ronald immediately turned his horse around and told Azo to prepare to use telepathic ability. He needed to cross the city wall and search the nearby forest, where traces would surely be left behind. In the sky, a female member of Nebula Classy was riding a wyvern with magic, circling through the air. She was confused after losing contact with her red-haired companion on the ground, sensing that something was wrong. The blue-haired girl intended to deploy the plan at once, but then decided not to waste her strength since the main target was still the wyvern flock. If the mission was delayed, Nebula Lord Gladys would certainly not spare her. He ordered the wyvern flock to continue flying along the designated route. Absolutely no mistakes were allowed. From the ground, Ronald and Azo observed the wyvern flock above, his eyes flashing with sharp light. At last he found them. "All right, ASO, it is time to act." Flying wyvern was suddenly struck by a massive boulder that came crashing toward it from nowhere. The unexpected strike left all members of Nebula Galaxy stunned. Azo used manipulation magic, causing the surrounding boulders to tremble. They exploded and shot upward, slamming into the wyvern flock and severely injuring them. The blue-haired girl was horrified by the situation, unable to believe it was the head mage of the magic tower. From afar, Ronald leapt into the air and slashed his sword straight at the black wyvern. He even confidently remarked that this wyvern was perfect for testing his true sword energy. A single slash from Ronald severed the wyvern's head. Ronald was satisfied with the power of his sword energy, realizing both its range and strength far surpassed when he had not infused magic. Seeing another wyvern fall, the blue-haired girl was frozen in fear. Ronald stood behind her and explained that in this area it was impossible to see the incoming boulder. He even smiled and teased that it was because he was a native of this place. Foolish little rats, blue-haired girl. The Nebula-classy subordinate angrily cast a spell at Ronald, shouting to demand his identity. Before she could complete her technique, her arm was knocked away by Ronald. Ronald even politely apologized for his clumsiness. He had only intended to cut off her hand, but accidentally injured her entire arm. She burst into tears in pain as Ronald approached. He mocked her for being defeated so quickly, truly a weakling. Ronald asserted that with such ability she could not have caused such chaos alone, and interrogated her about her accomplices, while she lay groaning in pain on the dragon's back. Ronald stepped on her body, the tip of his sword pointed straight at her face. He accused Nebula of ravaging countless villages, yet she dared to complain. Ronald demanded that she stop pretending and reveal the true plan of Nebula-class. He thrust his sword down close to her face, making her cry out though her eyes remained vicious. Even when cornered, she remained arrogant, claiming herself to be chosen by the light. She looked down on Ronald, believing he was not qualified to obstruct her grand mission. Immediately after, her body emitted an enormous surge of magic power, causing Ronald to suspect her intention. It turned out she summoned a gigantic wyvern, leaving Ronald astonished at the sight. He had not expected her to hide such a colossal creature high above, in a position where he could not sense any magic power. He laughed triumphantly, declaring this was the strongest wyvern and that Ronald was too late to regret. The gigantic wyvern opened its mouth, intending to swallow Ronald whole. However, it was suddenly split in two, and the one who acted was not Ronald. It was Sword Saint Zephart who slew that monster, though Ronald had never met him before. Hearing the girl scream his name, Ronald was also astonished at Zephart's appearance. Zephart waved his hand and unleashed a sharp strike toward Ronald. Ronald stood frozen before the might of that technique. But the attack was not aimed at Ronald, it slashed down at the wyvern beneath his feet. Ronald was horrified by such terrifying power, unable to believe his eyes. He inwardly marveled at Zephart's overwhelming strength. The surrounding creatures were scattered and destroyed. Zephart immediately grabbed Ronald by the collar and demanded his identity, remarking that he did not resemble those fanatics. Ronald gritted his teeth and replied, calling Zephart a damned cat. He questioned whether Zephart was siding with those filthy rats. Refusing to be intimidated, Ronald counterattacked with a slash that forced Zephart to release him. This attack was merely to test Zephart's strength. Ronald was surprised that Zephart did not defend at all and still stood there to receive it. He was even more astonished, truly worthy of the one who once defeated Professor Naby Rose. Ronald understood that he was still not skilled enough to confront him head-on. Even so, he could not stand still and wait for the outcome. When Ronald was about to look for a chance to withdraw, Zephart suddenly spoke. He judged Ronald to be a true warrior, leaving him uncertain of his intention. Zephart asked Ronald to greet him properly by drawing his sword and delivering a direct slash. As he spoke, Zephart also swung his blade to attack and told Ronald to take it head-on. Ronald blocked the strike and received praise from Zephart. Zephart remarked that although his strength was still lacking, Ronald's defensive technique was very perfect. He even recognized that Ronald's attacking style was very familiar. When asked whether he was a disciple of Naby Rose, Ronald frankly admitted his identity. Ronald arrogantly retorted that Zephart was not qualified to be a disciple of his teacher. Zephart looked at Ronald and sensed his pride. Truly, the apple does not fall far from the tree. He gently apologized for the somewhat excessive greeting. Zephart explained that a duel would convey meaning more strongly than 10,000 words, and believed Ronald understood that. Ronald smiled coldly, showing that he had grasped Zephart's intention. He immediately charged forward with full force, declaring this was his greeting to Zephart. Zephart calmly observed Ronald. Before Ronald's sword could reach him, two knights under Zephart intercepted, one restraining him while the other caught the blade. Black Beast blocking Ronald's sword was Bia, captain of Team 3, classified as a beastman of the spiritual sphere under Z3 forces. Orange Beast choking Ronald was Biddy, captain of Team 2, classified as a bear-type beastman under this force. Bia wondered about the identity of the one daring to attack Zeppart, but Biddy considered the question foolish, as anyone drawing a sword against Zeppart must be a fanatic. He threw Ronald away and told his teammates not to intervene, letting him handle it himself. Ronald was thrown but quickly spun and landed safely. He lunged with his claws but was astonished, as Ronald was able to predict his movements. Ronald appeared behind his opponent, his gaze full of killing intent, making Biddy realize he was not an easy target. As both prepared their decisive strikes, another figure suddenly intervened. Two swords of the stranger pointed at Ronald and Biddy, forcing them to halt. The person was Nemia, vice-captain of the lion-type beastmen under Zeppart's forces. Zeppart and Bia approached, ordering Biddy to stop and affirming Ronald was not the enemy. He explained that Ronald was merely sending greetings, leaving Biddy gaping at the fact that this boy could withstand a strike from a holy sword. Zeppart further revealed that Ronald was a student of Nabi Rose, the legendary former holy swordsman. The name made Biddy shiver, recalling the haunting encounters. He even considered her a demon in human disguise. He quickly grabbed Ronald's hand, smiling obsequiously to apologize for his rashness and hoping he would keep it secret. Observing his reaction, Ronald immediately guessed that Biddy had been a victim under Nabi Rose's sword. Zeppart turned to ask Nemia if everything had been settled. Nemia reported that all monsters had been destroyed and the suspects captured. These individuals were all sect members, in accordance with Z3's orders. Ronald suddenly looked up and saw more beastmen appearing, all subordinates of Zeppart. Zeppart approached Ronald and formally introduced himself. "I am Zeppart, captain of the elite beastmen of the Empire. The Emperor assigned me to eliminate Nebula Classy, an organization hiding within the Empire. I am the commander of this sect purge campaign." At the same time, in another area of the Romra Mountains, in the secluded village of Lang Min, the sudden appearance of a night squad left villagers confused, as the area was remote and rarely visited by the military. Irene was flustered and looked at the young man before her. She asked, "Who can explain what is happening? Are you friends with Ronald?" He was Slipfin, apologizing to Irene for startling her. Due to the rushed assembly of knights, Slipfin had no time to give prior notice, causing the surprise. Slipfin knelt on one knee before Irene, apologizing for his oversight. "I am Knight Slipfin, representing the Grancha family, here to escort Miss Irene to safety." Raising his flushed face, Slipfin suggested beginning to pack immediately. Ronald was astonished to hear Zeppart's introduction of the sect purge force. In his past life's memory, this force had never existed. Perhaps the royal court was formed after he had captured Nebula members. What surprised Ronald most was that the Emperor entrusted this mission to holy swordsman Zeppart. Ronald wondered how they could trace the hidden perpetrators everywhere. Knowing sealing barriers were ineffective, he directly asked Zeppart, who praised his understanding. As Ronald prepared to respond, he heard Azo calling him. Turning around, he saw Azo held aloft by a Zeppart subordinate. Azo cried pitifully and called for Ronald's help. The wolf-type beastman reported capturing a suspicious figure wandering nearby. He asked Zeppart if he should deal with the girl, irritated by her cries. Azo quickly explained she was merely looking for a friend. She cried and begged not to be eaten, forcing Ronald to embarrassingly confirm she was his friend. As night fell, Nemia reported capturing more sect members and compiling information for Zeppart. They used controlled monsters to create chaos, but this was only the beginning. Their true target was the central mountain area, immediately recognized by Zeppart as the Romra Mountain Trail. This was the Empire's vital transport route, handling 1/3 of the goods. If destroyed, the Empire would suffer as if a pillar had fallen. During Zeppart's analysis, Ronald understood why the sect targeted this area. Ronald approached the sect prisoners, drew his sword, and confronted them. He questioned how this route, heavily guarded, could be destroyed by mere dozens of monsters. Therefore, their plan surely held something hidden. Ronald pointed his sword at them, demanding secrets if they wished to live. The blue-haired girl of Nebula Classy closed her eyes lightly. Even facing death, she retained pride and disdain, calling Ronald a heretic. Immediately, their bodies glowed as they concentrated all mana into a single point. They spoke their final words, praying to the stars despite limited strength. Unable to complete the mission, they offered their souls to fulfill it. A curse was activated to eliminate those opposing the stars' descent. A beam shot straight into the sky as a signal to ally. Other Nebula Classy members immediately recognized the signal. The Elder Baron of Nebula Classy bid farewell, praising their sacrifice. He remarked ordinary followers could not stop Zeppart's forces. Showing sorrow, no one knew how sincere his words were. Subordinates asked what to do next. They suggested retreating, but Baron opposed, as it would give enemies time to prepare. He asserted that to complete the mission, they must not falter. Saying this, Baron took out an eye-like object and placed it on the ground, deciding to start from Romra's mountain slope. He smiled dangerously and ordered punishment for the heretics. A yellow magic circle appeared, showing the eye-like object was a detonator. It was the masterpiece of the great inventor Ulbricht, inscribed with 30 layers of magic. After absorbing mana from the land, the device would amplify energy, creating an explosion capable of leveling everything nearby. Baron ordered 2 subordinates to guard the device until the process completed and to avoid detection. Both immediately obeyed. On the left was Evan, former knight captain, and on the right Brewer, former chief mage of the 6 Towers. Evan asked Baron if he had received the grace to succeed Bria as commander after this mission. Baron stroked his beard proudly, confirming he had received it, though usually granted only after taking office. He stated the sect leader had granted the reward early to ensure he had enough power to protect himself from the upcoming explosion. He affirmed that although his power could not compare to Briar, with this blessing he could calmly handle any incident that arose. As soon as he finished speaking, the old Baron immediately realized he was under attack. He swiftly erected a defensive shield, both blocking the assault and protecting the bomb from danger. The slashes tore apart the ground yet could not penetrate Baron's solid spherical shield. Despite being ambushed, Baron remained composed and remarked that it was truly astonishing. Tracing the earth veins to locate their position was already difficult, but once it absorbed mana, it became nearly impossible to detect. "How did you find us, Holy Sword Zeppart?" Baron calmly asked whether he truly believed he could withdraw safely. "Since I set foot in Romra, your positions have been within my control. I merely waited to see what tricks you would attempt," Zeppart said while pointing toward the group of church members. A bunch of blind and arrogant followers continue struggling in vain. Winding time 10 minutes earlier, when the 3 church members were preparing to activate self-destruction. Zeppart ordered Keonemia and his subordinates to retreat. He would personally stop them. But before he could act, Ronald swiftly rushed forward to block the beam of light created by the church members. Ronald's sudden action left Zeppart, Nemia, and Aso stunned, unable to understand what he intended to do. Ronald swung his sword, shattering the beam of light produced by the church members. She was utterly horrified by Ronald's power, though hard to believe it was an undeniable truth. Those sword strikes not only extinguished the final flames, but also ended their lives. Before losing consciousness, she still stared wide-eyed at Ronald. Realizing the cultists intended to execute their final scheme, Ronald acted first, giving them no chance to complete their plan. Zeppart looked at Ronald in astonishment, for he had not only destroyed the magic but also severed the opponent's internal power. Ronald sheathed his sword and turned to ask Zeppart whether he had anticipated this, because he had clashed with them many times before. Ronald approached Zeppart's group, asserting that these individuals certainly had other schemes. Moreover, they were directed from behind by the high-ranking leaders of the cult. Ronald looked straight at Zeppart with determination. "I do not know who you are, but if you are the vanguard of the unit hunting the cult, then you must have a way to track them, correct? Then cooperate with me. I will help you gain the Emperor's favor." Returning to the present, Baron gazed at the traces left by Zeppart's technique and fell into contemplation. He had not sensed Zeppart's aura at all until the attack struck. In other words, that strike contained no internal power, but was merely wind pressure generated from absolute strength. Indeed, Holy Sword Zeppart, a true monster. Baron turned to ask his 2 companions whether they could withstand this formidable guest. Evan and Brewer solemnly replied that if it was for the mission of the star, they were willing to sacrifice themselves, and after speaking they began casting spells. Zeppart observed the formation consisting of 1 knight and 2 archmages, and felt intrigued. If he brought an army here, these people would be ideal opponents to train his soldiers. Evan charged forward to attack Zeppart, believing this was the guidance of the stars. He believed this battle would grant him the highest honor for a swordsman. Evan eagerly wished to test the strength of the Empire's sword saint, and if victorious, he could stand equal with them. Before he could indulge in his illusion, reality struck when Zeppart delivered a single punch. Evan's sword shattered, and when he spoke of honor, Zeppart grew even more enraged. Not only did Zeppart destroy his weapon, he also defeated him with a single blow. "Someone like you dares to speak of honor. Do not tarnish the honor of true warriors." Brewer witnessed his comrade fall swiftly and began to panic, yet before he could react, Zeppart immediately launched an attack, causing him to follow his comrade. Zeppart leaped high and delivered a kick toward Baron, but the old man managed to block it with his shield. That shield was as solid as a perfect sphere with no weakness. Zephart recognized the familiarity and asked whether he was the one who had hidden within the church all this time. Perhaps Zephart had recognized him, the man wanted for massacring thousands of villagers in Athens during an experiment decades ago. After the massacre, Baron had vanished without a trace. Baron appeared pleased to be remembered by the Sword Saint, but now he was merely a follower of the star and had abandoned his past. Zephart did not care which side Baron stood on, because wherever he was, he remained a target that must be eliminated. Baron's sturdy shield was finally shattered by Zephart. However, Baron showed no panic and instead smiled. He summoned the power of the stars, shimmering purple energy merging with darkness to envelop his body. Baron stated that after the chosen apostles he had selected were destroyed by Zephart, he had fully understood the Sword Saint's power. He believed that even the Sword Saint could not break the great power bestowed by the star. Baron laughed maniacally, declaring that Zephart was merely a small mortal beneath the star-filled sky. He spread his arms and asked Zephart how it felt to witness the greatness of the stars for the first time. "Answer me now." Zephart looked at him with mockery. He was still lost in illusion, and failed to realize his life was in danger. Zephart drew his blade and declared that was precisely why he must kill him, prey blinded by illusion. After declaring the destruction of the fanatic before him, Zephart raised his blade high, a pale blue aura spreading throughout the space. He then unleashed an immensely powerful slash toward Baron's position. Baron raised his hand, using stellar energy to resist. A colossal pillar of light descended upon Baron, demonstrating the extraordinary might of the Empire's #1 Sword King. That terrifying power forced him to exert his full strength to endure. Zephart's slash created a long scar, as if splitting the entire forest in two. After a moment, the dust and smoke gradually dissipated. The blade in the Sword King's hand became clearly visible in the air. Zephart maintained his stance after delivering the finishing blow. In the distance, a protective barrier appeared surrounding Baron. Baron was astonished that with mere sword energy, the Sword Saint had displayed such terrifying power. Before and behind him lay scenes of devastation, the ground torn apart into a long trench. He felt a fleeting concern, admitting that this martial power could rival the strength of those entities. Yet he soon revealed a smug smile. Spreading his arms and gazing at the sky, he declared that even the Sword Saint's ultimate sword energy was merely a trivial illusion before the divine power of the star. He controlled the golden sphere above and challenged, "Now what will you do, Zephart?" At that moment, the magical sphere continued to drain mana and unleash countless bolts of lightning from within. Baron revealed a sinister smile and warned that if he withdrew now, there was still a chance of survival. Alone, he could completely escape the range of the explosion without anyone knowing. Hearing those words, Zephart cast an indignant glare at him. His pride would not allow him to turn back and flee. That man continued to laugh loudly and threatened that the weaklings outside would be reduced to ashes along with this mountain range. Zephart carefully observed his opponent and concluded that he had completely neutralized the previous attack, a truly alarming ability. Just as the child had once warned, if not dealt with thoroughly now, he would become a great calamity in the future. He focused intensely, his gaze resolute as he made his decision. Then it must be settled completely right here. Stepping forward 3 paces, each of his footsteps emitted a bluish energy that spread throughout his body. In a ready stance he said, "Let us see how far this stellar force can help me endure." The pressure from the Sword Saint caused Baron to grow uneasy. He raised his hand in defense and realized that this pressure far surpassed the previous attack. So this was aura, he roared and swung his blade, combining it with his claws as he launched a counterattack. Concealed behind the protective barrier, Baron laughed loudly and taunted that resisting the heavens and earth like a struggling beast was truly admirable. Zephart, he granted him his respect. The ground shook violently. Rocks and debris were hurled into the air even though the battle had only just begun. Baron withdrew his hand and infused more energy into the barrier, challenging him to display the full power of the strongest being in the world to see how much he could destroy. Without another word, Zephart raised his blade high as surging aura gathered. His eyes were filled with determination, ready to decide victory or defeat. At that very moment, Ronald's shout rang out, "What are you still waiting for? Hurry and leave." He stood not far away and loudly reminded, "Stop immediately. If this continues then, before activating that bomb you will have already leveled the entire mountain range." Baron paused briefly when he realized the sudden appearance of the young man. Ronald kept speaking, "Have you forgotten the reason we endured so much suffering?" Zephart slowly turned to look at him and replied, "You have finally arrived, later than I expected." Ronald moved behind Zephart, and because he had moved so quickly his breathing was somewhat hurried. Raising his hand with a light laugh, Ronald said, "Honestly, this is the first time I have heard that line. Is it not because you were too hasty? That is enough. Now that you understand what it means to turn starlight into power, withdraw." He sincerely advised, no matter how strong you are, at this moment you still cannot handle it immediately. Baron was stunned. His plan seemed to be overturned by that young man. Ronald turned to the Sword Saint and asked, "In such an urgent situation you will not stubbornly do something useless, will you?" The man replied calmly, "A reasonable assessment. At present you are more suitable than I am, Ronald." Baron heard their exchange and frowned. How dare he speak like that to the Sword Saint? Who exactly is that brat? He faced Baron and called out loudly, "Hey old man, should this be considered as me helping you?" After speaking, he tightened his grip on the sword hilt, preparing to draw it, continuing that thanks to your booming voice I have clearly grasped the situation. So I only need to deal with you and then disable the magic bomb behind you to finish everything. With that said, he pointed the blade toward the old man. Ronald smiled. "Now it is my turn to ask you an arrogant question. Are you truly a high-ranking devotee? Judging by that blessing it seems so. But in the end, the fanatic of Brija that I once defeated felt far more formidable than you." Hearing that familiar name, Baron's voice trembled slightly as he asked, "How do you know his title?" The old man became furious, his eyes wide as he shouted, "Could it be that Lord Brija, not Sarantama, was defeated by an unknown brat like you?" His rage caused his body to begin transforming in a strange manner. He growled, "How dare you use such crude words to insult the honor of Lord Brija?" From his body, abnormal things suddenly emerged. Numerous tentacles extended from Baron's body, and he roared that you are truly seeking your own doom. Those tentacles lengthened, revealing unusually large eyes upon them, and he continued, "Lord Brija was an outstanding devotee of the order, who rose to the position of branch leader through genuine strength. How dare a commoner like you compare yourself to such a noble person?" Massive appendages from above crashed down toward Ronald, and he calmly looked up to observe. With rows of razor-sharp teeth, the tentacles resembled nothing less than a swarm of gigantic serpents. Baron continued to question loudly, "How exactly did you manage to defeat him?" He shouted in fury, "Immediately retract those blasphemous words. For an outsider like you to know his name, you must have witnessed that final moment." He demanded that Ronald reveal the entire truth of that day, and then commanded the tentacles to charge forward. Wide mouths with their sharp fangs simultaneously aimed at Ronald. He merely smiled calmly, "The truth. If you are that curious, then I will tell you clearly." As soon as he finished speaking, Ronald and his sword vanished from their position in an instant. He rushed straight toward Baron, leaving the writhing tentacles behind. In a split second he stood before him. The old man Talit stared intently and said, "So you are not only good with words, I will let you taste some hardship." Baron raised his hand with a sneer. "This alone is not enough to reach him. Even if you exploit an opening, you still cannot come close." But before he could finish speaking, Ronald's sword strikes caused the old man's body to disintegrate into many parts. Everything happened so quickly that even as his body separated, he had yet to understand what had occurred. Ronald passed by, leaving behind fragments suspended in the air. The old man's body collapsed before the sphere, and Ronald's voice rang out, "That is right, that female fanatic also rambled just like you. And her end was no different from this." He stepped forward and thrust his sword into the sphere. Its power gradually weakened. Cracks spread across its surface like flowing water, and the surrounding formation also faded. Ronald stood before the fanatic's head, raised his hand to wipe his face, and asked, "Have you satisfied your curiosity?" Baron departed with his eyes still wide open. Despite falling into such a miserable state, Baron still could not believe what had just occurred. He wondered why the blade of a young man could pierce through the stellar enchantment and reach him. His gaze became vacant, red streaks appeared. That power beyond the rules seemed to belong to a very high level. Supreme realm that even in his dreams, he had never dared to imagine. Looking at Lonen's silhouette, he wondered who exactly stood behind him. Another cold horizontal cut appeared across his face. He coldly walked past, causing everything to sink into complete silence. After taking a few more steps, someone asked if he had dealt with him. Ronald replied that he thought doing so would be more efficient. Remembering the devotees who had attempted self-destruction, for ordinary people such an end was already fortunate, otherwise it would have been far worse. He added that since they chose an extreme path, they must remain vigilant for a period of time. Zeppart nodded and considered it a wise choice. They could not allow their objective to cloud their reason. The Sword Saint continued, It is a pity that I could not completely neutralize that stellar enchantment. If given another chance to cross blades, I believe I have found a clue. Ronald irritably remarked that he was calmly mentioning nearly blowing up his homeland. With just his sword aura, he had turned the forest into this state. Had he ever considered what the consequences would be if he used aura? Unable to respond, Zeppart sheathed his blade behind his back and said that thanks to him everything ended gently, so he would save that curiosity for another time. When Ronald heard Zeppart say to ask for anything he needed, he was slightly surprised, not expecting the Sword Saint to be so proactive. Zeppart crossed his arms and continued, "The Emperor instructed me to reward those who contributed to punishing the devotees. State what you desire within my ability and the Imperial Treasury." Hearing this, Ronald beamed. "Truly, it just so happens that I am in need of a master like you." In another place, the escort group continued to advance silently through the night. The leader of the group was highly focused, his eyes never leaving the path ahead. Inside the carriage was the person most important to Ronald. His older sister, Enro, was being escorted to the imperial capital under strict protection. The convoy moved forward silently and continuously through the dark night. The unusually quiet atmosphere made everyone somewhat cautious. Earlier, the young master had instructed them to be prepared, as they might encounter a monster army, therefore everyone hoped for a safe journey. They whispered curiously about the woman in the carriage. None of them knew that she was the special person of the young master. A soldier softly asked how important she was for Knight Grantia to personally protect her. Seeing the tense demeanor of the young master, it was clear that she held a very special place in his heart. He gently cleared his throat to start a conversation, and asked Enro whether she had experienced any inconvenience during the journey. If there was anything that made her uncomfortable, he asked her to let him know. She smiled and waved her hand. "Of course not. It was even more comfortable here than at home." Enro suddenly clapped her hands and said that he was the one who must be tired from riding a horse all day. He suggested that if he did not mind, he could get into the carriage to rest with her. Hearing this, he merely scratched his head shyly and smiled. He then gently declined, saying that he could not because this mission was extremely important. Even so, he breathed a sigh of relief and said he was glad she felt fine, and if she wished to rest, she should inform him so he could find a suitable place to stop. Suddenly, the horses became agitated, as if something was approaching and provoking them. The leader tightened the reins, and the escort team also tried to calm the horses. Young Master Grantia immediately recognized the abnormality. Something was closing in. The horses neighed continuously in distress. The leader sensed a heavy aura surging toward them. He leaped from his horse and rushed forward, ordering the entire formation to prepare for battle. Standing at the vanguard, he did not forget to remind everyone to protect Lady Enro at all costs. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, determined to protect the honor of Grantia. Grantia soldiers simultaneously drew their swords, standing together for the glory of Grantia. In a brief moment of contemplation, he found it hard to believe that this threat had not yet reached the level of a wyvern. Its power was so overwhelming that taking even a single step forward, along with its majestic gaze, was enough to instill fear in others. He wondered what exactly this creature was, as a foot carrying a familiar sensation gradually revealed itself. Without any hesitation, he firmly grasped his sword and charged straight ahead. His eyes widened when he realized that the opponent was aiming directly at him. Sword Saint Zeppart delivered a powerful slash with the great blade in his hand. He quickly raised his sword to block the attack. The fierce impact sent earth and stones flying, and flashes of light illuminated the entire area. A voice rang out, "Today I have been surprised several times. The rumors seem to have underestimated your true strength." Sound came from Zeppart. He continued, "An excellent defense, the rising star of the Empire. If the next generation Sword Saint is to be human, it will likely be one of the two of you. It seems the current Sword Saint holds your potential in very high regard." He looked at the imposing figure before him and asked, "Why do you point your blade toward the flag of Grantia, Lord Zeppart?" The man calmly replied, "It is merely a courteous greeting. There is no need to worry." He then tightened his grip on the great blade and continued, "A warrior like you should understand that actions are worth more than 100 words." From behind Zeppart, a voice rang out, "How unpleasant. I told you to greet them according to the customs of the North." He immediately recognized that familiar voice. It was none other than Ronald. He landed gently on the ground. Then he waved his hand and smiled, "Well done. We came here to provide support." He pointed behind him and added, "Do not worry about what just happened, because a special transport unit is on its way." The Beastmen army rushed swiftly toward their leader. The Grantia escort force became excited. That is the Star Carriers, the Beastmen army of Lord Zeppart. He could not hide his astonishment at the scene as the formidable beast army gathered, and Donan's voice rang out asking, after all, "You have protected my sister well, have you not?" Next morning, the clear sky ushered in a truly beautiful day. At the capital Varanasi, a magnificent and bustling metropolis with unique architecture. They stopped in front of an immaculate white and extremely splendid mansion. Inside, it was adorned with luxurious and exquisite furnishing. Irene exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this real, Ronald? This place truly is." The house where we will live before her was the most luxurious living room she had ever seen. Everything shimmered brilliantly. Ronald proudly replied, "Goodness, how many times have you asked? From now on you will live here, right near Villian. We can meet frequently, and it is also very safe and convenient." He placed his hand on his chest and expressed, "I asked the artisans of the family to decorate and install the interior without limiting the materials. I hope you will be satisfied." Irene held his hand and smiled happily. "Of course I love it. This place feels like it has stepped out of a fairy tale." She was excited about her new home and did not forget to express her sincere gratitude to him and to Ronald. Irene turned to the two of them. "I cannot let you leave on this special day. If you have time, please stay and share a meal." She was confident in her cooking skills, and Ronald was also eager since it had been a long time since he enjoyed a family meal. As for him, his heart raced at the thought of soon sharing a meal with Grant. The sound of horse hooves echoed as they approached the mansion. The voice of lecturer Navi Jones rose, explaining about the two-legged beast. From outside, a resounding shout echoed, "What are you doing here?" The two young men waiting for their meal immediately turned around upon hearing the familiar voice. It was certainly Instructor Navizo. The two stood facing each other, their auras colliding as if about to clash. On one side was the current sword Saint Zepart. On the other was the former sword Saint Navizo. Around them, Z3's beastmen army could only stand and watch without daring to intervene. Zepart greeted, "It has been a long time, Navizos. Your spirit is still as impulsive as ever." He mocked, "With such temperament, how can you properly teach your students?" Navi Jones' sharp gaze flashed. "What right do you have to interfere in my methods of education?" She coldly drove him away. "This place is not for someone like you. Do not cause trouble. Leave immediately, you two-legged beast." Zepart felt a flicker of irritation, but still maintained his composure. He gently replied, "Your tongue is still as sharp as ever." Then he challenged, "I want to see whether you have the courage to take responsibility for those words." The atmosphere grew tense. Zepart recalled the past. "Have you truly reflected on your defeat?" He looked at her provocatively, mentioning the day she lost the Sword Saint title to him. Hearing this, Navizos was momentarily shaken, as that defeat belonged to a distant past. The space suddenly fell silent after Zepart's taunt. With her pride touched, Navi Jones quietly grasped her sword. Powerful aura radiated from her entire body as she responded, "If you are curious, I will let you verify it yourself." The pressure spread, enveloping the entire surrounding area. Zepart's soldiers were pinned in place, unable to move. That power made their entire bodies go numb. The Beastmen army was utterly terrified by this overwhelming pressure. She directed her cold gaze toward Zepart. A gigantic green serpent appeared behind Navizo. That creature was called Matda. The serpent slithered forward, its eyes dim yet filled with authority. Zepart's hand trembled slightly. He wondered, "Just this already makes me stiff. Could it be that you have grown stronger than before?" He tightened his grip on the great blade, slowly circulating his aura, and smiled. "How interesting, female serpent." On the tip of his blade, the familiar blue aura gradually appeared. The energy spread throughout Zepart's body as he decided, "I will indulge you." Zepart stood firm. Behind him appeared the majestic eyes of the Lord of the Mountains. The collision of the two auras created a thunderous explosion. Ronald immediately stepped forward. He shouted loudly, startling both of them. "Have you gone mad?" Ronald shouted from upstairs. "What is happening in front of someone else's house like this?" Irene hurriedly rushed out to hold him back, preventing him from jumping down. Ronald angrily shouted, "Do you know who you are facing? If she makes a move today, none of you will remain unharmed." After a moment, he stood facing the two sword saints of different generations. He stomped his feet repeatedly, reproaching them with deep frustration. Ronald looked at the two and reproached them, saying that the sword saints were acting no differently from children. Did they realize that display of aura had nearly caused serious consequences? He frankly reprimanded both of them without the slightest restraint, asking if they felt no shame. Strangely, neither responded and both remained silent. Zepart closed his eyes to admit fault and acknowledged that he had indeed gone too far. Even so, he did not forget to sneer that he had let a female snake provoke him into anger, then apologized for his rudeness. Navi was furious yet helpless. He turned and left, adding that the escort mission appeared to have been completed safely, therefore his team would withdraw. Before departing, he left a message for Ronald, saying that at their next meeting, he hoped he would become a stronger warrior. After that, he and the subordinates who had been waiting approached to bid Ronald farewell. In the blink of an eye, the entire group vanished from his sight. Ronald let out a sigh of relief as he could finally be at ease. Indeed, a sword saint who did not cause a commotion would no longer be a sword saint. He turned and asked, speaking of which, why did the professor come so early this morning? Navizos immediately released killing intent, demanding that Ronald explain everything clearly. He emphasized that not a single detail was to be omitted, leaving Ronald somewhat flustered. Sometime later, the scene remained at the new residence of the two Ronald siblings. Teacher and student sat facing each other in the living room. After listening to the whole story, Navizos confirmed that his father was still safe and said, "I understand now, so that is how it is." She further asked whether that was the reward for his achievements in loan, and that beast had assisted in escorting him. Ronald replied that it was more or less so, which made Navizos find it hard to believe. How could that man help humans? It seemed he was greatly favored by him. Even so, she warned Ronald that it was best not to involve himself further with him, because that old beast was extremely dangerous. He asked in surprise where the danger lay. The professor began recounting the large-scale invasion of beasts in the north 10 years ago, known as the Night of Fang. One who led the beast horde at that time was Zepart, causing Ronald to be startled upon hearing the news. Navizos gritted her teeth and continued that thanks to the Armistice Treaty, the beasts joined the Imperial Army and he became the Empire Blade, yet she still could not trust him. Back then, instead of fighting to the end, he had risked everything on himself to negotiate with the Empire. He proposed turning the beast warriors into a force of the Empire on the condition that the northern lands would not be violated. The Emperor valued his strength and accepted the proposal along with the establishment of the Blood Oath Alliance. Most of the Empire rejoiced at possessing the strongest blade. In my eyes, he was merely hiding his claws temporarily to protect his own kind. Once the Blood Oath Alliance was broken, he would become a threat even more terrifying than the cult. That was Zepart's true identity. Upon hearing this, Ronald could not help but worry. He lightly tapped the chair and thought that Zepart had not appeared in the battle with Aheju either. Perhaps like other powerhouses, he had been eliminated by the cult. However, there were still many other possibilities that could not be ignored. The story about Zepart made the atmosphere in the room grow heavy. Navizos slightly bowed her head and apologized for rambling and going off topic. Then she looked at Ronald and asked again whether what he had said earlier was true. He meant his claim that he had freely unleashed his swordsmanship back then. Ronald smiled and confirmed it was true, yet remained humble, saying that compared to the professor's terrifying sword aura, he was still far inferior. The professor smiled and remarked that Geraldine, that useless one, had at least preserved her reputation. Saying that, she stood up to leave and informed Ronald that training would begin immediately. Before a row of training dummies, the voice of Professor Navi Jones rang out, telling Ronald to show her his progress. Ronald obeyed, gripping his sword tightly and preparing to execute his sword technique. At the same time, elsewhere, Percival was happily enjoying a meal with Cyrilla in a blissful atmosphere. At the academy training ground, Navi Jones stated that testing progress was extremely simple. Ronald only needed to display his sword aura. After saying that, both of them turned their gaze toward the dummies before them. She stressed that the key was not the physical power of the slash but the sword aura itself, with the focus lying in mana. Ronald tightened his grip on the sword hilt in his hand. His gaze became intensely focused, and he replied that he understood. From the sword tip, a red stream of energy gradually appeared. Ronald's entire body was enveloped by that energy aura. He swung his sword, releasing a horizontal slash toward the dummy. The sword aura shot forward at high speed, tearing through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Suddenly, the stream of sword aura began to fade, and then it dissipated before it could reach the target. Ronald exclaimed in shock, not understanding what was happening and why it vanished right after being released. He looked at the sword in his hand in disbelief, wondering why just a few days ago it had been so powerful. Ronald continued to gather energy, channeling mana into the sword, and asked the professor for permission to try again. Navizos immediately stopped him and told him to halt, affirming that everything was exactly as she had predicted. With an understanding gaze, she explained that being able to infuse mana into the sword was already a great achievement, but he had not yet reached the true realm of sword aura. Ronald silently listened as she said that what he had just executed was merely an extraordinary slash enhanced by mana. Even so, it was still considerable power for a first-year student, especially since Ronald had once slain a wyvern with a single strike. Ronald had not fully grasped it, and asked whether the difference was truly that great. Professor explained that mana enhancement might not look much different if one regarded sword aura as merely compressed mana dealing greater damage. However, she emphasized that treating mana only as a tool to increase strength was an extremely shallow viewpoint. The true nature of mana was to open the path toward higher levels of power. Navizos continued the lesson, stating that testing sword aura was to assess Ronald's current understanding of mana and determine what needed improvement. Looking at the dummies that remained intact, perhaps Ronald had not yet fully grasped the meaning of the professor's words. But in Navizos' realistic view, luck would not always accompany him. This disparity would determine Ronald's survival in the future, causing him to shudder. He recalled opponents he had faced such as Bria, Geraldine, and even the sword Saint Juipa. With her experience, Navi Jones noticed the fluctuation in Ronald's eye. She stepped forward and patted his shoulder in encouragement, saying this was only the beginning and the shortcomings could be remedied. The professor affirmed that she would be here to help Ronald achieve that. She took the sword from his hand and said it was time to reinforce the most fundamental foundation. Then she raised the sword before her chest, pointed it straight at the sky, closed her eyes and said that one day Ronald would be able to do the same. Ronald wondered why his Lamentia reacted in such a manner. The sword in Navi Jones' hand began to shine brilliantly. The red mana from the blade intertwined with the Professor Blue energy, forming a bipolar resonance. A powerful surge of energy forced Ronald to raise his hand to shield himself as his body was pushed back. In a gentle yet imposing manner, Navi Jones said to observe carefully, for this was the true form of Lamentia. Ronald asked in astonishment whether that was the true form of Lamentia, with that blazing red hue. The professor held the sword horizontally across her body and confirmed that it resonated with the mana she infused, thereby unleashing the sword's full latent power. Like my Urusa or Paleros belonging to Duke Grancia, the swords personally forged by a master and honored as legendary blades all conceal a source of power never yet revealed. She twisted her wrist and swept the blade behind her back, preparing to unleash a direct strike forward. Navi Jones swung her sword horizontally as Ronald had done earlier, but her movement was far more fluid and restrained. When its full inner power was released, its might multiplied several times over, and from Lamentia burst forth a formidable wave of sword energy. The professor could not hide his admiration when Doron declared that he had created a masterpiece. It was indeed no exaggeration. Ronald witnessed that destructive force with his own eyes and was stunned beyond belief. Before him, nearly everything was in ruins, even though the arena floor had been covered in dense layers of protective magic. Just a single strike, he wondered inwardly, yet when he infused his mana into it, nothing changed at all. Turning Lamentia to Ronald, Navizos explained that his mana was too thin for the blade to resonate, and the sword itself understood its owner's weakness better than anyone. Hearing that, he felt his pride stung, and a flicker of irritation rise within him. Ronald's eyes flashed as he stared intently at the blade. In that very moment, he clearly determined the destination he needed to reach. Ronald stepped forward with unwavering resolve. He glanced at her and asked, "So where should we begin, Professor? I want this arrogant one to know who the true master is." Maybe Rose looked pleased and smiled in praise of his spirit, then said that first they would train his ability to sustain mana. As soon as she finished speaking, Ronald assumed a ready stance and focused on channeling mana into the sword. On the first day of training, he could only maintain his mana for 48 seconds. The professor repeatedly reminded him not to lose focus even for an instant, and by the third day the number had risen to 1 minute and 32 seconds. By the sixth day, the time reached 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Ronald remained utterly devoted and occasionally meditated to enhance the results. Little by little, the mark climbed to 2 minutes and 50 seconds, then surpassed 3 minutes and eventually exceeded 5 minutes. By the 14th day, the watch in Professor Navi Joe Tic-Tac's hand continued to tick steadily. This time it was 13 minutes. She told Ronald that he had far surpassed the original goal, something that might take an ordinary person years to achieve. At her request, now maintain that state and display your sword energy. There is no need for me to repeat what you must keep in mind. Is that correct? Ronald tightened his grip on Lamentia, lowered the tip of the blade, and continued to pour mana into it. He slowly raised the blade and replied, "Of course, I have someone guiding me after all." The moment he finished speaking, he spun and unleashed a decisive horizontal slash. That strike was far gentler and more graceful than it had been 2 weeks ago. The space around them seemed almost silent. A breeze drifted past, and Ronald calmly sheathed his sword. In a single breath, the blade rested completely within its scabbard. Only then did the training dummies begin to show changes from the lingering force of the slash. He trembled as the line of sword energy imbued with Ronald's mana swept across the training ground. The wave of sword energy was not overly flamboyant, yet it was sharp enough to glide across the heads of the dummies. As he turned and withdrew his sword, those heads separated from their bodies all at once. Ronald smiled confidently. Who else would my master be? The severed heads rolled across the floor and stopped right before Navizo's. She calmly praised her student. Very good. Now do you understand why you had to undergo that training? Ronald raised his hand and looked down before answering. Yes, after each session I feel it more clearly. Mana spread through his hand, and simply focusing on maintaining that flow helped me perceive every sense within my body. More than that, I have realized the immense potential of mana slumbering within me. That energy was like a smoldering flame blazing within his heart and every vein. The professor nodded in satisfaction. It seems you have grasped the fundamentals of mana. Another voice rang out. Working overtime with such fervor just to hone a student is truly admirable. Geraldine stepped forward and added that her passion for education had not changed at all. Teasingly referred to Navi Jones as the proud long swordmaster. Both of them were slightly startled when they noticed Geraldine's presence. She solemnly apologized for intruding during their busy time and asked if she could spare a moment to discuss an important matter concerning her beloved disciple. Seeing him appear here in person, Ronald could not help but wonder why Professor Geraldine had come himself. Looking at him, he inwardly questioned how the man always seemed so full of vitality. Navi Jones stepped forward and asked directly if it concerns my student. Is it about his mana? He replied that Ronald had a special constitution and needed periodic examination. Hearing that, Navizos did not look pleased and reminded him not to use that reason to pursue personal gain. A sharp aura emanated from her as she reached toward the sword behind her back, forcing Geraldine to pause. He quickly waved his hands and explained not to misunderstand. Calm down. This is not about mercenary work, so put the sword down. I only came to keep a promise. He continued that thanks to Ronald, after so many years, Suna had finally shown signs of change and a glimmer of hope. He revealed that Suna had reacted. Her eyes had opened. Navizos exclaimed in shock. Suna. Geraldine added that the road ahead was still long, but it would be good if she visited, since Suna loved hearing about her adventures. At the mention of that name, Rose fell silent for a brief moment. She went on to say there was another matter concerning her assistant rather than Ronald, and she asked if it was a Descent. Geraldine nodded in confirmation and said that at Ronald's request, he had secretly investigated a Descent beforehand. Ronald also listened intently to the story surrounding a Descent. Geraldine warned that although he could not be certain if his hypothesis was correct, that child was facing danger. He said gravely that the power exceeded its own control, and she must have recognized that threat long ago. Naby Rose remained silent for a while as if weighing her thoughts. She clenched her fist and asked if that was why he had kept the girl by his side to monitor her. He explained that it was in case something unforeseen occurred. The girl could endanger everyone, but Navi Jones immediately cut him off and told him to stop. My assistant is not as fragile as you think. With a resolute gaze, she emphasized that he should not arbitrarily decide the girl's future, leaving Geraldine unable to respond further. He could only say that if she had decided so, he understood and would let the child choose her own path. Ronald also fell into thought at that moment. He had much to consider about his current life and also Edesson's path. The two men stood at a distance watching Navi Jones's back. Ronald sensed that the professor seemed truly angry. He turned and asked, speaking of which, earlier you mentioned mercenaries. Were the two of you once in that line of work? Geraldine replied that it was true. More than 10 years ago, they had been fairly well-known names in the South. He recounted that his first meeting with Navi Jones had not been pleasant. At that time, they had accepted a mission to eliminate each other and had clashed directly. The memory of that day remained vivid. Geraldine had been gravely injured and collapsed to his knees on the spot. Back then, Navizo was like the embodiment of death itself. She was the one standing before me. The chilling sensation of that day is something I still struggle to put into words. He stroked his chin and nodded. Compared to back then, she has softened a great deal. Ronald stammered, "This is what you call softer." Geraldine repeated that the outcome that day had been a crushing defeat for him, and he had nearly crossed the boundary between life and death. He recalled that if not for Suna and the villagers who saved him, he might no longer exist. Suna had devotedly cared for me then like an innocent and kind soul, and gradually we became husband and wife. Perhaps because they had fought side by side through a life and death battle, the relationship between him and Navi Jaws gradually turned into that of comrade. Of course, the only bond keeping them together was the innocence and purity within Suna. As for Navi Jasketa, it was entirely his fault. She was furious because he was too weak and could not protect Suna, and also because of his foolishness in being unable to distance himself from Suna. Even so, Navi Jaws quietly kept everything secret, and Suna being treated until today was thanks to her dedication. Therefore, he believed that once Suna recovered, Navi Jaws would eventually let go of her resentment. On the surface, she seemed cold, but deep down she was very emotional. The next morning, at the Hall of Truth in the main building of the magic faculty, inside the dark magic research room, everywhere were enormous test tubes filled with strange specimens. Ronald could not help but marvel, never expecting a place even more gloomy than the professor's laboratory. He wondered whether they were truly allowed to enter here. Zerodin replied that although the place was dark, only here could the necessary equipment be used. In front of him was a machine placed close to the ground. When activated, a ring of characters resembling a magic formation appeared. It was the red earth apparatus for this ritual. He introduced it as a mana extraction machine, an artifact capable of separating the primal mana hidden deep within a living body. Geraldine added that Adessen, those who did not clearly understand their own mana like her, were even willing to exchange their fortunes to try that device. He pointed to the central circle, telling the girl to step up. It was time to face the secret of the power sleeping within her. Following his words, Adessen entered the device and stood still in the middle of the circle. The professor asked once more whether she had prepared herself mentally on the way here. Geraldine placed her hand on the blue orb in front and said they should begin. From Adessen's body, a dark aura suddenly spread. She panicked and asked what it was, as something pitch black and strange was escaping from her body. The aura grew increasingly dense, covering the entire room. It seeped into the test tubes containing other creatures. The specimens seemed agitated by that aura, beginning to shake violently. Ronald thought to himself that even without activation, the influence had already spread so widely. He recalled that in his previous life, this power had once helped a female general dominate the battlefield with great authority. It was truly hard to believe. This was one of the most terrifying powers in the Empire's history. Even its current owner was astonished. Trembling, she stammered and asked why her mana bore such a nature. Geraldine solemnly affirmed that it was dark mana. Adessen stood motionless, repeating the words dark mana, her entire body now enveloped in that black source of mana. She said she had once heard Ronald mention it but did not understand clearly. Zerodin explained that dark mana was a secret known by very few, even here. He turned to Ronald, wondering how he knew about it, then waved his hand and told him to ignore the trivial detail. Geraldine added that although it was no longer top secret, information about it was still extremely scarce. Dark mana often lay hidden deep within the body for years or even centuries, and when it erupted it was unpredictable. Most who possessed it could not withstand the pressure and collapsed. Just by sensing it briefly she could already understand, causing Adessen to show clear anxiety. The professor explained that this power was entirely different from ordinary mana. It could grant strength comparable to a swordmaster and turn the impossible into possible. It was a force that transcended both reason and conventional order. However, the problem was that it erupted suddenly, not according to the owner's will. Out of control, it could sweep away an entire region, turning it into a catastrophe. When it was finally depleted, the owner would also exhaust themselves. Geraldine asked whether she truly wished to accept this power. If she did, they could place restrictions upon it. She froze in contemplation because the risks were too great. The professor added that they could find ways to restrain or completely remove the dark mana. He reminded her to think carefully. In history, no one who bore dark mana had met a peaceful end. They were either brought to the execution platform or pushed themselves toward destruction. Geraldine asked again whether she was ready to embrace this double-edged blade. Adessen sank into inner turmoil. What her decision would be remained uncertain. Her gaze lowered in silence. Memories of her childhood suddenly surged back. Losses of those years appeared vividly. She remembered the young man who once encouraged her to give her utmost effort, the Grand General. At last, Adessen had her answer. To say she was not afraid would be a lie to herself. She looked toward Ronald, recalling his encouraging words, and smiled with full confidence. Ronald was slightly surprised that at this moment she still remembered what he had said. She continued that she could not remain weak and asked the professor for help. He silently placed his hand on the orb. He smiled and said that such a thought was very precious. She should hold on to that courage. Giarodin infused energy into the orb, causing it to shine brilliantly. Once everything was clear, he began the process of purifying Edessen's mana. The machine operated again. This time her body emitted a red aura instead of the earlier black shade. The aura slowly gathered into a small sphere floating above her head. It shone brilliantly like the sunlight. She turned to ask the professor what this familiar sensation was. Giarodin replied that he had separated the portion of mana she had accumulated over time. He guessed that she had once thought she lacked talent with Maluka. Despite her efforts, she could never keep up with others. Edessen was stunned and asked why he knew so clearly. Giarodin looked at the two streams of mana above and said that dark mana did not follow natural laws and would never remain still. It constantly conflicted with the mana she had accumulated, suppressing her development. Even so, he was still surprised that she had been able to accumulate such an amount of mana. Perhaps she had tried very hard, but she should consider letting go of that result. During this, Edessen anxiously asked what he meant. As the two forces clashed, the professor explained that it was only necessary to eliminate one side if they continued to hinder each other. He intended to retain only the dark mana, and the dark stream above devoured the red sphere. He glanced at Ronald and remarked that the two of them were truly special. One could not accumulate any while the other had an excess. Hearing this, Ronald felt uneasy, hoping that this matter would not last another 5 years. Geraldine replied that it was highly possible. The prediction was quite accurate. He said that the mana had taken deep root and was difficult to separate. Only thanks to the device could it be temporarily divided. Once stopped, it would return. Ronald asked whether forcibly removing it immediately would cause severe harm. The professor replied that it would not. The body would simply return to a state without mana, then asked why he was concerned. After hearing this, Ronald immediately drew his sword and slashed toward the mass of mana. Edessen and the professor both widened their eyes in astonishment at that action. It was unclear what he was busy with at the moment. Geraldine could not hide his surprise when he realized that Edessen's mana had disappeared. As for Ronald, he calmly sheathed his sword and believed everything had become simple. He smiled faintly. 5 years of waiting had been far too long, and he still had countless tasks to complete. Edessen stood silently, yet the dark energy within her suddenly erupted, stronger than before. She was releasing a seemingly endless stream of mana, hidden deep within her body. In an instant, that power nearly engulfed the entire laboratory. After a while, Edessen slowly opened her eyes and regained consciousness. Before her was Ronald asking with concern, "You are awake." Behind him stood Professor Geraldine. Ronald let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, Sister Edessen." Embarrassed, she asked Ronald why her head was resting on his lap. While still confused about why she had fainted, the monsters in the test tubes began to react. Mana seemed to agitate them, their faces turning ferocious as sharp fangs were revealed. In unison, the beasts roared as if their savage instincts had been awakened. Edessen was astonished to see the experimental entities, once in deep slumber, suddenly revolt, even though they were creatures she had created. The professor explained that when the original mana disappeared, the suppressed dark mana temporarily surged and caused this phenomenon. He looked at her with pride and congratulated her, for regardless of everything, she had succeeded. The abnormal energy within the core of her heart was the nucleus of pure dark mana. From now on, it would be the power Edessen must learn to nurture and control. She clearly felt a cold and heavy sensation completely different from ordinary mana, and Geraldine continued his explanation. At present, that energy was overactive due to side effects from the removal of the previous mana. However, it would soon stabilize to only a small amount. She did not seem overly concerned as her gaze remained fixed on the test tube. Following her gaze, the professor said that the abilities from dark mana could be explored later, but for now they needed to calm the situation. Seeing him about to handle the monsters, Ronald quickly stopped him and suggested letting Edessen try. He turned to her and suggested that in her current state, she could command the experimental creatures to calm down. Edessen gently moved her lips and spoke to the beast. With just a single command, "Silent," the space immediately grew quieter. Creatures quickly fell back into a deep sleep. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a form of mind control ability. Geraldine scratched his head, noting that mind manipulation usually required enormous mana and magical artifacts, yet she needed only a single sentence. This demonstrated that the power was far more dangerous than initially anticipated. Both Ronald and Edessen showed clear concern on their faces. Ronald silently thought about the Grand General's new ability, mind control. This power allowed the absolute imposition of one's will upon living beings. With sufficient mana, it could manipulate the minds of an entire massive army. On a cognitive level, it was an effective tool of control, but when applied on a military scale, the consequences were immense. It could turn soldiers into puppets ready to sacrifice themselves. They would advance forward without any fear. And the Grand General had once used this power without hesitation to fight against cruel enemies. In the war of the previous life, that army fought selflessly against the Yahello. At that time, Adessen had applied this skill to the Empire's army. Ronald was also present on the battlefield and always stood behind her. He had once asked whether that was truly the Grand General's only choice. And the answer he received was, yes, it was the only path to victory. Therefore, he was told to focus on preparing for the final battle. This made Ronald reflect deeply at that time. She had said that it was the only reason both of them had survived. Returning to the present, looking at the girl before him, Ronald realized that in the past she had lived like a person of iron. He clenched his fist, wondering what he would do if one day he faced a similar situation. He questioned what choice the Grand General would make at that moment. The three stood in the magic laboratory, where the space had returned to its original quiet and somber state. Next morning on the way to the academy, Ronald happily told Adessen that today was truly a lucky day. He looked full of vitality, for not only had Adessen awakened a new power, but the professor had also promised to personally train her. John turned to ask Adessen how it felt to be getting closer to the title of general. While excited, he suddenly paused. Adessen was still immersed in thoughts about the terrifying power of the dark mana she possessed. She asked Ronald whether if this power continued to develop, it might one day affect humans. Looking at her palm, she worried whether using such a dangerous ability was truly right. At first, she had been very excited upon gaining new power because it brought her closer to her dream. After witnessing its true nature through the agitation of the beast, Adessen now felt even more apprehensive about the power she held. She feared that one day, in the name of justice, she might turn innocent people into sacrificial tools and consider it natural. She feared she would become a monster willing to disregard everything. These words matched what had happened in the previous life, leaving Ronald stunned. He quietly realized that she had become aware of both sides of the power she possessed. In the previous life, the Grand General's strategy had been nearly perfect. Her brilliant judgments saved countless lives and became a guiding light for everyone. However, behind it lay the undeniable sacrifice of the controlled soldiers, and Ronald understood that he had no right to judge that path as a mistake. Adessen interrupted his thoughts and asked that if it happened when that moment came, would he stop her? The unexpected question left Ronald confused, unable to answer immediately. Adessen smiled brightly and said that if he were by her side at that moment, she believed she would have enough strength to overcome it. Just like now, she had overcome the negative thoughts that had just arisen. Ronald stood silent for a moment. Then he smiled and said that she should not regret those words in the future when she achieved success. Ronald turned and walked away, reminding her that when that time came, there would be many unforeseen things. Hearing this, Adessen became slightly flustered and stammered that it seemed rather far off. Really, since that day, the rare peaceful days had passed in Villian. Adessen and Professor Geraldine began an intensive training course on dark mana. At first, controlling even a single sparrow was extremely difficult, but now she could control 5 at once. She was about to test herself with larger creatures. Brahm continued his personal training as usual. Meanwhile, Anfilla, who rarely appeared during the day, seemed to be completely engrossed in teaching blood magic to Sita. He guided Sita in launching an attack, its magic displaying formidable power. The destructive force created by the move was far from ordinary. The head of the training dummy was knocked clean off in an instant. Anfilla was stunned by the sight. My goodness, on the very first attempt Bloodyac was already so perfect. She could not stop praising and affirmed that Sita was truly a genius. Both of them were filled with joy and excitement during the training session. Next time, which skill would she teach her? They continued honing their close combat with Blood Cutter, a skill combined with Blood Mist to create wide area destruction. Anfilla seemed increasingly enthusiastic about the training. Ronald also enjoyed the peaceful moments while practicing swordsmanship with his friend. He looked at the other with suspicion. It seemed you had become more agile than before, had you been secretly training hard. The other smiled in response. Your technique has also become far more refined. Have you received special training? Even so, both of them realized the other had yet to reach his ultimate limit. Their gazes met, sharp and cold like true rivals. Immediately after, they rushed into combat, each asserting that he was superior to the other. Maria stood outside watching, unable to hide her worry as they had been sparring for hours without any sign of stopping. She spoke up, if you are so fired up, why not show it on the battlefield? Sparring here is truly puzzling. The person behind only scratched his head, realizing the girl was still far too naive. Adoy said, is that so? But just look at them. Before she could finish her sentence, Maria smiled and mentioned Ronald's charm. It was his enthusiasm during training that drew others' attention. She turned to ask Azo for confirmation. Is that right, kid? Azo gave a radiant smile. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, yes, in my homeland Ronald has always been strong and admirable. The girl gently touched her 2 index fingers together, her shyness plainly visible. Maria grew curious, so in your eyes Ronald is that wonderful? The girl lowered her head shyly. Perhaps I should also strive to become more like him. Maria burst into laughter. What is it? Do not tell me you are jealous. She draped an arm over Azo affectionately. You are truly adorable, do not worry. In my eyes Azo is still the best. Azo hurriedly denied it. It is not like that, it is just. 2 girls walked together. Come on, let us finish the remaining coordination training. Next time we must give Ronald a memorable lesson in the sparring match. That is a good idea, cute kid. Azo responded vaguely, but in her heart Ronald's place had become more special. Another day at Filion Academy. Ronald lifted his teacup and said, when the professor suddenly called for me, I had a feeling about this, and indeed I was not wrong. Just inhaling the fragrance was enough to awaken every sense. This flavor is exactly like the kind I once tasted at the Saran Sanctuary. Ronald continued, you once said you would not waste even a single leaf until you succeeded in cultivating it, yet now you are even brewing tea to treat me. He asked, have you finally succeeded? Professor Varan Fanasi laughed, it is all thanks to you. He is currently the advisor of the Special Adventure Club. He added that after the expedition to the Badian mountain range, Ronald received a gift from the Saran Sanctuary and handed it over to me. He shared excitedly, without you I would never have known of the existence of this precious herb. Although the cultivation process was extremely arduous, when I succeeded I felt immensely happy. The 2 pets also curiously savored the aroma of the tea. He was delighted that this herb would benefit many people in the future. Ronald applauded in praise. By the way, Ronald also wanted to express his gratitude to the professor, because he had repeatedly had to clean up the troubles after the club gatherings. Ronald covered his mouth and laughed mischievously. Perhaps now we can repay you a few times. Professor Varan Fanasi awkwardly replied that it might be a bit troublesome. Ida took a sip of tea, then lay stretched out in front of the blue-bird mugbet. The professor took out a scroll and said, the main reason I called you today is this. Here is the reply letter. The letter was sent from the place he wished to visit to learn about his vow. It was the Dawn Tower, the mysterious tower shrouded in crimson light. The structure stood tall beneath the moonlit night, bearing the traditional colors of the Maka Dong tribe. Ronald was overjoyed that the visit had been approved. He eagerly expressed the anticipation he had held for so long. Professor Varan Fanasi advised him to remain calm and always ensure his safety. After the recent unfortunate incident, that place was certainly in chaos. He added that Ronald would not be going alone. As the Magic Tower tour for elemental students was also taking place, he would accompany a classmate. In Elizabeth's somewhat gloomy room, she wrote someone's name on paper, small hearts drawn all around it. Her eyes were filled with mystery. It seemed she was the one who would accompany Ronald. Fresh morning. On the West Wing ship, Academy members prepared to depart for the Dawn Magic Tower. Elizabeth was sitting when she saw Ronald appear and asked in surprise why he was here. Ronald cheerfully raised his hand in greeting, just as Professor Varan Fanasi said, it has been a long time, Elizabeth. Or should I call you Ezzy? Hearing that intimate nickname, she immediately reacted sharply. I told you not to call me that. That name is only for Sister Odessa. Elizabeth continued, wait, answer my question first. Ronald stepped toward a seat and replied, this ship goes to only one place. Of course I am heading to the Dawn Tower on business. She was still puzzled. What business would a swordsman like you have at the Magic Tower? Is not Azo always by your side? Ronald sat down and explained that his situation was rather complicated, and Azo currently wanted to focus on training with Maria. Therefore she could not accompany him on this trip for the time being. Ronald asked curiously, where are the other first-year students that you are sitting alone? The professor said a few magic students would come along. Elizabeth smiled and replied, of course I am going alone. Dawn Magic Tower is famous for fire magic. Only the 10 most outstanding students of the fire magic class have the opportunity to visit. Aside from Elizabeth, who ranked first among all 5 magic disciplines, the other first-year students could hardly meet this requirement. She proudly said she was enjoying the rare quiet. Ronald teased that perhaps she had no friends and was lonely like this. He laughed and suggested, "Then come with me for fun. I am alone too, so I will keep you company." "Sounds great." Those words struck Elizabeth like a bolt from the blue. From inside the cabin, her shout at Ronald echoed outside, "Who needs your company?" In the open air, Elizabeth's voice still rang out, "Forget it." Time passed and the academy ship had traveled a long distance. Inside, the students chatted lively, while Elizabeth appeared displeased. She complained that they were about to reach the Dawn Tower, yet they were still chatting. Many were even bored because they did not know when they would arrive. Some were even playing cards. Why not take the chance to ask more questions about magic to prepare better? Elizabeth brushed her hair and sighed, thinking that associating with such mediocre people was truly unpleasant. She looked at Ronald and asked, "You think so too, right?" Before Ronald could answer, Elizabeth asserted that he surely agreed, because he was the only person in the academy she acknowledged after Sister Adessen. He recalled the exchange match at the academy and praised Ronald. "Recently you have achieved many impressive feats, especially defeating that arrogant Grantia in front of everyone. Not only that, you also assisted Sword Saint Zeppart in thwarting the terrorist plot of the evil cult." Elizabeth kept talking. "Word of that achievement has reached the royal palace. Our Akalusa family has also taken special notice of you." At that point she suddenly remembered something. She immediately asked in a stern tone, "So when do you intend to respond to the invitation letter I sent? Several months have already passed. Do not tell me you are testing the Akalusa family." He continued endlessly, "Do you know what a great opportunity this is? If you join our family right now." Ronald could hardly get a word in. In his heart Ronald thought, "She said she did not need company, yet she talks so much. In any case, testing her a little is not bad." He decided to change the subject, gently touching his hand and smiling. "Since we are talking, let me ask you something. Hey Elizabeth, why do you admire Sister Adessen so much?" That question left her startled and flustered. Elizabeth felt a fleeting confusion, asking what it meant. Clearly Joan was extremely curious about this, while Adessen's efforts had already been widely recognized. On reflection, by the standards she once mentioned, when still a student needing to repeat classes, that fairy was hardly qualified to be called a genius. Yet she respected her so much, surely she must have noticed something special in her. Elizabeth pondered for a moment before replying, "Of course she did." Her tone softened completely when mentioning Adessen. "My Adessen had been different from everyone from the start." He recalled, "The first time meeting her was shortly after I enrolled at Leon, when I got lost in the library searching for research material. And the one who actively approached to guide me was Adessen. At that time, Adessen struck up a conversation with Elizabeth. I had watched her performance in the entrance exam. And she praised, it was hard to believe she had achieved such results in only her first year. Adessen was extremely friendly to the point I was stunned, but Elizabeth thought it was just cold, formal praise. She had thought after such compliments would come an emphasis like Akalusa blood being extraordinary, two brilliant talents, sounding like praise but with hidden disdain. Every achievement I made was attributed to innate advantage for them to comfort themselves about their mediocrity. While Elizabeth thought Adessen might be that type, she surprised her. To achieve such success from a young age she must have worked very hard, then smiled gently. Surely she had experienced loneliness and hardship. Those sincere words made Elizabeth look at Adessen with completely different eyes. She continued, "Of course someone like me could not fully understand her feeling. If later she felt tired or wanted to confide, she could come to me anytime." That warmth made Elizabeth's heart flutter slightly. She also affirmed, even if she could not help much, as a senior she could listen and share with her. That alone was enough to stir Elizabeth's lonely heart. The excitement of that day was my private memory. I could hardly describe it more fully. Recalling it made her blush and add, "But more importantly, Adessen was extremely beautiful," leaving Ronald dumbfounded. Elizabeth described Adessen with silky black hair, a tall, graceful figure exuding elegance who could match that beauty. She spoke of her as if recounting a goddess. Not stopping there, just thinking about it already made her passionate. "I miss you, Adessen." Ronald paled, thinking, geniuses like this, who knows what they will become later. He could only sigh. Maintaining a relationship with this girl would sooner or later benefit Adessen. That was enough. The ship continued rushing forward at full speed. Suddenly Ronald sensed something unusual. He jumped up saying, "Elizabeth, stop talking and get up to draw your staff quickly." She asked in surprise what was wrong. Ronald hurriedly replied, "No time to explain, hurry." He warned as the academy ship sped on, something was approaching. In an instant, the shadows of the two leapt to the bow of the ship. Ronald lifted Elizabeth without letting her prepare and shot straight forward. She blushed in reproach. What a rude action, lifting a lady like a sack, really not understanding manners with women. Never mind, Elizabeth, you can use telekinesis to suspend someone. It's coming, get ready. She still asked confusedly what exactly was approaching. Elizabeth saw nothing but layers of clouds ahead. Suddenly a blazing mass appeared before them, like a fireball hurtling straight at them. Ezgi widened her eyes, that was it. It was a giant fireball, much larger than the Academy ship. Elizabeth said in shock, "This is aerial combat magic from wartime, why appear here?" Ronald prepared to draw his sword. She already knew what to do without being told. He gripped his sword ready to charge. Ronald drew his sword and leapt out, now leaving the rest to her. Elizabeth held her staff tight, channeling purple mana into it, muttering that Ronald acted on his own again. She cast invisible hand magic, the purple mana gradually enveloping Ronald's body. He gained momentum by stomping on the bow's pillar, then launched himself straight toward the fireball ahead. Ronald faced the danger alone, without hesitation. He swung his sword midair, aided by Elizabeth's magic, simultaneously channeling the learned energy into La Mancha. And a series of sword energy like a heavenly net was unleashed. His eyes shone red with determination. He poured all his strength into a powerful strike at the center of the sphere. The blow shattered the large sphere into smaller fragments that continued to rush forward. Ronald gritted his teeth, cursing. There were more fragments than expected. Seeing the fragments closing in, the ship would be in danger if this continued. At that moment, the fragments were stopped by some force. Ronald turned in astonishment. Elizabeth stood there, saying with that gaze, "Don't think I can't handle these fragments." She raised her hand to summon countless missiles, and proudly proclaimed, "I am Elizabeth Acalusser." From above, Ronald looked down. Elizabeth had neutralized all danger with her magic. He smiled in admiration. Indeed, the Acalusa lady was extraordinary. Ronald called out loudly, "Well done, Elizabeth." She replied irritably, "I told you not to call me that." Then he responded by Elizabeth's side, despite her muttering, sighing with relief that they had survived somehow. But if this was a welcome, it was indeed excessive. Ronald wondered what exactly was happening at Dawn Magic Tower. The tower rose high beneath. Finally, the Academy ship reached the landing point. The tower's top of formation glowed. As the ship approached slowly, a voice called out, "Can you hear me?" From the formation came a query, "Is everyone okay?" We confirm a spell was cast at the flying vessel from the tower. Ronald was stunned. It was long-range communication magic. Someone appeared from the tower to explain. It was not intentional. This was an unforeseen incident. We activated all safety measures, so please land with ease. We wish to apologize in person and explain fully. That was the entire message from Dawn Tower. Finally, the ship landed. A large crowd awaited below. Bai Lian Academy whispered, "What was that fireball earlier? How could such a thing happen at Dawn Tower?" He curiously asked who had handled it, and if it was safe to continue the journey. On this side, Elizabeth clicked her tongue in frustration. One of the 5 great magic towers again had an unacceptable incident. She showed clear dissatisfaction. "Without satisfactory explanation, I will file a formal complaint through the family." Ronald understood why she was angry. However, he suggested hearing their explanation first. "I think I can guess what happened." He recalled the conversation with Professor Varen Fanasi, and the surprise learning that previously no one was allowed to visit Dawn Magic Tower. The professor nodded, saying he knew even more than I did. After the Academy attack and Grancia family's intrusion, the Empire was actively hunting the guild. The professor continued. During that time, Dawn Tower investigated internally and found 3 guild members, but things did not go smoothly. Before capture, those individuals were cornered and triggered self-destruction magic. Fortunately, the mages on site reacted in time, so no one died. About 1/5 of the area around Dawn Magic Tower was severely damaged. Varen Fanasi continued that although the situation had temporarily settled, Ronald must not let his guard down. He emphasized that they still did not know the intruder's motive. The plan may have failed, but the danger had not necessarily ended. At this moment, Ronald and the students were already standing before the gate of the Dawn Tower. A suspicion flashed through his mind that the church might very well be behind this. That fireball could hardly be a mere coincidence. He clenched his fist, telling himself that if he discovered anything unusual, he would strike first. The tower gate slowly creaked open. From inside, someone hurried out and apologized for making everyone wait. The red-robed member bowed his head in apology for the serious incident they had just experienced. He introduced himself by saying the tower master was absent. He was on Phila, the acting tower master, and sincerely apologized. It was Phila, the vice tower master of the Dawn Magic Tower. His appearance left Ronald and the others unable to hide their surprise. Ronald recognized him, and wondered why this man was here. In his previous life, he had been renowned across the empire for his blazing fire magic. People called him Phoenix Fire Anphila. Seeing his awkward demeanor now, Ronald had not expected him to belong to the Dawn Tower. He closed his eyes in guilt and said he should have explained clearly, but they had yet to find many clues. However, they had gathered traces of magic power believed to belong to the culprit in the launching mechanism room. The tower was currently investigating all members. The culprit would be discovered sooner or later, while everyone stood around a blue sphere in the chamber. Anphila bowed again and pledged to compensate for the damage and strengthen security so the visit would not be disrupted. He hoped everyone would understand, and the Philian students appeared reassured by that promise. Elizabeth was astonished. She had never imagined a mage of Anphila's stature would personally apologize. She covered her mouth and softly said perhaps they should trust his sincerity, while Ronald remained silent with his hand resting on his sword hilt. He thought to himself that if it was Anphila then he was trustworthy. In his previous life he had once fought alongside them against Ahia. He had been one of the pioneers holding back the enemy at the front lines. It was a battle where life hung by a fragile thread. He had burned himself many times to save his comrades from peril. Till his life force waned, he had never once faltered. Ronald released his hand from the sword. If he stood on their side, then the clues should be sought elsewhere. Suddenly, Anphila asked whether the two of them had blocked the fireball, then placed his hand on his chest in gratitude, saying the tower owed them even though they were only students. Ronald asked in surprise how he knew him. Elizabeth being an Akalusa made sense, but what about him? Anphila smiled and said he had heard of him before, so it was nothing strange. He turned inward and invited the two to follow him to express his gratitude and discuss further. The gate opened wide, and the students entered the tower one by one. Ronald and Elizabeth walked closely behind the Vice Tower Master. As they walked, Anphila gave a general introduction to the place. He said this was the research center of the Dawn Tower, leaving Elizabeth unable to hide her admiration. The vast hall was filled with mages at work. They hurriedly discussed the comparison results of magic power in Sector C and arranged to report again in 30 minutes. Anphila laughed and said that was merely a fancy way of speaking. At present the place was somewhat chaotic because of the incident. Mages were busily checking the condition of other magical instruments. Elizabeth exclaimed in admiration. Only now did she understand why this tower was among the 5 great towers. It was hard to believe that all of them were at least 4th rank and ready to step into battle. Ronald agreed inwardly. They were clearly not ordinary people. However, he noticed a hint of wariness in the air as many gazes followed them. There were whispers about the tower master being absent and the unusual incident that had just occurred. Some worried about letting outsiders in while someone was missing and information needed to be kept secret. Ronald wondered if he had just been drawn into trouble and whether he could resolve his vow here. In a corner of the tower, a little girl hugged a teddy bear and trembled, murmuring as if responding to someone. She whispered that she would follow the order and ignited a few sparks of flame. At the cost of Akalusa's life, her eyes became dark and terrifying. Inside a large chamber of the Dawn Tower, Ronald and Elizabeth sat before the Vice Tower Master. Ronald took the initiative to say he understood this might have been an accident, but he did not understand why he had been unable to deal with the fireball before it struck the airship. Elizabeth shared the same view. Anphila fell silent, unable to answer. Ronald continued. With his position, he should have been able to stop it before it reached the airship. Only then did he admit that Ronald's words made sense. He rested his chin on his hand and explained that even the Dawn mages could have handled it if they had detected it in time. Ronald suddenly understood and asked what he meant. Anphila replied that they had not noticed the fireball at all until it struck the airship. The answer stunned the two of them. Elizabeth found it hard to believe that no one had seen such a powerful spell. She spoke softly to Ronald that if so the situation was far more serious. If it had bypassed everyone, it could only be that someone had used a wide-range perception concealment spell. She added that even a 7th-rank mage like Anphila had failed to detect it, and it was very likely related to the 9th-rank Archmage Lo Hun. The name made Ronald start. In his memory, that was the one who had sealed one of the 3 giants in his previous life. Ronald thought that man was an ally, so it was unlikely he was the culprit, but if the opponent was of equal level then it was truly alarming. Anphila wiped the sweat from his brow and reassured the 2 students to calm down. He forced a smile and said it was still too early to conclude. It might not be magic but another method. His gaze turned firm as he declared he would personally eliminate any threat to the tower. The wings and feathers of the fire phoenix manifested. A massive blaze erupted behind him by the tower window. Not just one but multiple streams of fire magic appeared, displaying the power of acting Tower Master on Philip. He told them to rest assured and relax. Ronald replied that he felt at ease. Without stopping there, he clapped his hands and said he also wished to reward the two of them further. The two asked in surprise. Philip confirmed he had prepared rewards based on the information about them. For Elizabeth, he would personally guide her in fire magic as a reward for her top position today. He promised to teach rare spells even uncommon at Filion, leaving her extremely excited. As for Ronald, he handed over a scroll and said he knew he often ventured into dangerous places, so he had prepared something more practical. It was a scroll inscribed with advanced fire magic useful in emergencies. Ronald happily accepted it and repeatedly thanked him because it was exactly what he needed. Anphila continued to question Ronald about his purpose in coming here, saying that she had heard he was searching for a book to lift a curse. The library of the Magic Tower was considered one of the most vast repositories in the Empire, so finding the exact book needed would not be easy. Therefore, he had arranged for Ronald to receive maximum support. At the library, the one assigned to assist Ronald was the librarian, and he hoped that Ronald would be willing to accept this help. That evening, Ronald arrived at the library, a place that preserved countless precious ancient books. He stood observing his surroundings, realizing that the space was far too vast, and if he searched on his own, it would certainly take a great deal of time. Ronald took a golden ring from his pocket and wondered whether it was the identifying token of the librarian. He was curious about the person specially recommended by Saran, surely someone extremely trustworthy. In his mind, Ronald imagined a stern individual, or perhaps a spirit if it was someone acquainted with Saran. Standing in the immense library, he looked around but still did not know where that person was. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. "Sorry, the Tower Master mentioned trainee Ronald, is that you?" Hearing his name, Ronald immediately turned around. Before him was a girl floating in midair, along with several books. The girl smiled and introduced herself. "I will assist you today. My name is It is a pleasure to meet you." Ronald looked up, giving an awkward smile and thinking to himself that spirits were truly unpredictable. He asked whether there were any other librarians, perhaps a mage or another spirit. She replied that the Dawn Library had always been managed solely by her, and wondered why he asked. Hearing this, Ronald slowly raised the hand he had been clenching. He opened his hand, revealing the ring emitting a blue glow, and asked if she recognized it. The ring radiated a distinct spiritual energy. Ronald added that the friend he was searching for believed the librarian here would recognize it immediately. Upon seeing the ring, expression changed instantly. He quickly flew down in front of Ronald, exclaiming in astonishment that it was Saran's ring. She spoke emotionally, saying it had been a very long time since she had seen something belonging to him. Seeing her joyful reaction, Ronald understood that there was no need to ask further. Curiously asked how Ronald had obtained this ring. Ronald felt slightly embarrassed, saying that the story was rather long. Her gaze became sharp and filled with suspicion, as the ring was extremely precious, and Saran would not casually give it to someone else. Immediately afterward, her body emitted a powerful surge of mana. Stared intently at Ronald and demanded that he tell the truth. Ronald stepped back slightly, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword in a defensive posture, wondering what was happening. Right behind a gigantic wolf appeared facing Ronald. The wolf's eyes burned with fiery light, fixed on him. Its sharp fangs were bared along with a threatening growl. It opened its mouth wide as if ready to attack. Warned that if Ronald had harmed Saran to seize the ring, he would have to pay the price, accompanied by the wolf's resounding roar. Ronald wondered what kind of relationship had with Saran. He slowly released his grip on the sword, seemingly certain of something. Through that intense reaction, he realized that the girl before him cared about Saran more than anyone else. Ronald raised his hand to explain, apologizing for causing her misunderstanding. He raised both hands to show goodwill, saying that if a stranger appeared with a friend's belonging, he would react in the same way. Ronald hoped she would give him a chance to explain clearly. Gradually calmed down, and Ronald asked if she could listen to his story. Two paused, and Ronald began recounting everything that had happened with Saran. After listening, understood and confirmed that Ronald had coincidentally met Sarante during his first time joining the club. Afterward, the two had joined forces to defeat the cult leader who had recently caused trouble at the Magic Tower. Correct. She looked at the ring and said that she now understood why Ronald possessed it. If the ring had been seized by force, he certainly would not have known about the relationship between her and Sarante. Ronald smiled gently in agreement, saying that otherwise he would not have been able to obtain such a precious item. He added that she surely also knew that despite his gentle appearance, Sarante was an extremely formidable elf. Her thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. That was only natural. She bowed her head in apology for being discourteous to Sarante's friend without proper verification. Ronald cheerfully waved it off and admitted his own fault for not explaining from the beginning. Nevertheless, he remained curious about the relationship between her and Sarante, especially the wolf-like form of her mana. Ronald asked directly whether was a spirit. The combination of her petite appearance and the image of the fierce wolf made him unable to suppress his curiosity. Confirmed that she was a spirit and that her relationship with Sarante was like that of teacher and student, as he had taught her many things. She recounted that hundreds of years ago she had met Sarante while she was in a rebellious stage and dissatisfied with the world. At that time, she often caused trouble for humans, even seizing land to establish her own territory. She had once believed those actions were right because no one in the region was strong enough to stop her. Until one day, in the form of a gray wolf, she sensed someone approaching. Sarante appeared and said that he had heard of a rogue wolf causing disturbances in the area. He smiled kindly and asked if it was her. Before meeting him, that was entirely true. At that time, she reacted fiercely, demanding that the elf leave because it was her territory. Sarante remained calm, asking her to be honest and to follow him. Immediately afterward, he emitted a powerful life force, enveloping the entire area in a blue light. He extended his hand toward the wolf and said that he did not wish to harm her if she cooperated. His demeanor, strength, and sincerity gradually caused the great wolf to become obedient. From then on, she followed Sarante to the Dawn Magic Tower, where he once held the position of the leading mage. Ronald was astonished upon learning this, and smiled as she explained that despite not using fire magic, Sarante still became the leading mage, a unique case that demonstrated his exceptional ability. She proudly recounted that no matter how great he was, at that time she only thought of ways to escape. However, Sarante did not give up on guiding her and taught her many valuable lessons. He once said that those who relied solely on strength would eventually encounter someone stronger and be defeated. To live righteously, one must possess a kind heart, know how to harmonize with others, and coexist with the world. Thanks to Sarante's teaching, she had become a better person with each passing day. Following his words, she took on the role of librarian while also guarding this place. After finishing her story, she remembered to ask about Sarante, saying that he must have been busy lately and only sent his regards through Ronald instead of coming in person. Before Ronald was gaze filled with anticipation. He fell silent for a moment, unsure of how to speak about Sarante's passing. He silently called out his name in his thought. Ronald told himself that if it were Sarante, he would not want those close to him to suffer sorrow. Therefore, he decided to lie, smiling as he replied that Sarante was still devotedly serving the god Sinian and might be difficult to contact for some time. He added that Sarante had asked Ronald to convey his regards to her. Held the ring in her hand and smiled, saying that Sarante had always been like that and that simply knowing he had not forgotten her made her very happy. Suddenly, the ring emitted a dazzling blue light that was almost blinding. Ronald widened his eyes, unable to hide his astonishment. The ring in Azo's hand gradually changed shape, leaving Ronald confused about what was happening. A book on the shelf bearing an eye symbol on its cover was also drawn toward that strange light. The eye on the cover pointed straight downward, exuding an unfathomable aura of mystery. 3 days passed, although the personnel in the magic tower remained busy. Fortunately, no further incidents occurred. Thanks to that, Ronald could focus at ease on researching his curse. Sitting beside a thick tome, he held a pen in his mouth and lamented that it was truly exhausting, wondering how long it would take to finish. Azo stayed by his side, asking with concern whether his research had made any progress. He replied that he still had not found any clues about the curse within his body, but at least he had understood the basic related concepts. Ronald expressed his gratitude for Azo's dedicated guidance on the properties of curses over the past 3 days, regardless of day or night. He smiled and shared that the deeper he delved, the more complex the field became, enough to make one want to give up. Azo smiled as well and agreed that such was the nature of curse research. She then asked Ronald whether anything during his reading had puzzled him, as she had a bit of free time just now. He closed the book and said that in fact he did have a question about something rather striking he had just seen. Azo looked eager, waiting for his question. However, her expression changed at once when she heard what Ronald mentioned. The name Forbidden Tome Bajura was spoken, the atmosphere in the library suddenly grew unusually heavy. Leaning back in his chair, he asked again, wondering whether Azo also did not know about this. Azo placed her hand on his shoulder and leaned closer, sternly asking how he knew that name and whether he had secretly entered the forbidden section. He hastily denied it, saying he had never even heard of the forbidden section, let alone stepped inside. He explained that in the books Azo had brought, the name appeared several times, which was why he asked, causing Azo to grow suspicious and assert that she had not brought any such books. Deeming it impossible, Azo immediately used magic to examine all the books. The results showed that in the books she had provided, there was not a single mention of Bajura. Ronald was stunned, quickly opening the book he was reading and pointing to the relevant page to prove it. To his shock, all the writing on that page had vanished. Azo crossed her arms, her voice turning grave, stating that Sarante bringing Ronald here was certainly not merely because she was the librarian. The Tower of Dawn possessed the greatest number of books on curses, along with an immensely vast repository of knowledge. However, even here, the name Bajura remained a taboo that could not be mentioned casually. It was the worst forbidden tome ever known, said to have been written by a demon, and he realized it was the very book with the eye he had seen earlier. Those who touched Bajura would obtain boundless power, but at the same time be haunted by a terrifying destructive instinct. In the distant past, it was this very tome that had driven a prosperous kingdom to the brink of ruin. Thus, the name Bajura had always been synonymous with destruction. Deep within the tower, Anfilla stood before a man bound in chains, his gaze filled with mystery. He said that this was the only choice to protect the dawn of tomorrow. Anfilla turned his back and walked away, expressing his belief that the other would understand this decision, calling him Tower Master Latsdon. The man long believed to have disappeared was in fact imprisoned here. Though bound in chains, the Tower Master opened his eyes and seemed to fully understand what Anfilla had just said. Conversation between Azo and Ronald continued. Azo explained that the forbidden section of the Dawn Library was where Bajura and many other forbidden tomes were sealed. Sarante had entrusted a spirit like her to guard this place to prevent humans from being bewitched by the power of forbidden tome. After arranging the books, she questioned Ronald for mentioning Bajura, the most dangerous forbidden tome. She also brought up the mysterious disappearances following Nebula's self-destruction, which left him utterly stunned. He hurriedly asked about the disappearances that occurred right after that event, and Azo confirmed that since it had been such a major incident, she remembered it clearly. Notably, those who vanished were all associates who regularly assisted her with her duties as librarian. That time, she had searched throughout the magic tower but found no trace of them, as if they had completely vanished, leaving him repeatedly shaken with astonishment. He wondered whether that traceless disappearance was connected to something, especially since it happened immediately after the self-destruction. It was possible that the self-destruction had merely been a trap meant to divert everyone's attention. The scene shifted to the Dawn Magic Tower. Inside the training chamber, dust and smoke still lingered in the air. Numerous magic circles were etched across the arena floor. Elizabeth stood there with her staff in hand, as if she had just finished an intense training session. She smiled and remarked that Master Mew's plan was truly bold, and that Anfilla's fire magic had indeed reached an entirely different level. Looking at the magic circle in her hand, she continued to praise how applying theory had minimized mana waste and created an exquisite spell formula. Elizabeth expressed her wish to invite Anfilla to Akalusa, but knew it was unlikely since he had devoted his entire life to magic. She stretched and told herself to make the most of the remaining time of her visit to learn as much as possible. At this moment, she stood alone in the vast training ground. Suddenly, Elizabeth's gaze turned icy when she sensed someone lurking in secret. She immediately launched a spell toward that direction, locking onto the target. The hidden figure was dragged out and suspended midair by her magic. Elizabeth pulled him before her and grabbed his collar to interrogate him. She coldly demanded to know who he was, scorning the idea that he could spy on her with mere invisibility magic. She yanked his collar, his hood fell away. Elizabeth recognized the familiar face of a young man who had once appeared on the Magic Tower's notice board. However, his eyes were hollow and lifeless, revealing that he was one of the missing, prompting Elizabeth to ask why he had appeared here. Suddenly, an explosion thundered behind her. A blazing red vortex of fire shot straight toward Elizabeth. Smoke and debris erupted everywhere, clouding the area. A strange hand appeared, casting magic. 3 mysterious figures in hooded cloaks emerged, exuding a sinister and eerie aura. Perhaps one of them had created the earlier fire spell, but his gaze shifted when he noticed something unusual. A cloak burning from the front flew toward the 3 of them. They immediately raised a barrier to block the wave of flames. The cloak fell behind them. Iji stepped forward and asked whether he thought she intended to save his companion, so she returned him. Their expressions showed no joy, because what Elizabeth had thrown back was not the cloak but the spy from earlier. The three figures were baffled by the decisive action of the girl before them. Elizabeth smiled eerily and said that attacking immediately was no different from inviting consequences upon themselves. She let out a soft snort, looked directly at the mysterious group, and said she first wanted to ask something because the situation was truly perplexing. Elizabeth demanded to know why the seniors of the Magic Tower, those who had vanished without a trace, were now attacking her. She stood proudly with her staff resting on her shoulder, calmly facing the three without wavering. Among you, you are the most unpredictable. Why do you accompany the three Grantia sisters? One of the three, a young woman named Cyan Grantia, made the atmosphere suddenly tense. Elizabeth spoke first. Your attitude shows it will not be easy to answer. That is fine. She raised her staff and said, I also want to test Lord Unfilla's formula right here in this battle. There are still many applications I need to verify, so I hope you do not collapse too soon. After speaking, she smiled with delight. Elizabeth raised her staff. A whirlwind carrying firepower shot straight at the opponents. The force was too great for them to react in an instant. Two of the group immediately stepped forward. They struck forcefully, cracking the training ground, simultaneously generating mana, opposing Elizabeth's magic. The two powers collided violently, creating massive destruction but maintaining balance. They praised Elizabeth, claiming the title of Akalusa's new pillar was not exaggerated, power surpassing a fourth-rank mage, yet you will not sustain it long. And he turned to the girl behind. Grantia, ready, burn them all. Immediately, a fire spear appeared in the Grantia girl's hand. Seeing that weapon, Elizabeth was slightly surprised. The fire spear shot straight at her. It pierced through the firestorm she had created, and aimed directly at Elizabeth's position. Yet she remained calm, observing closely and wondering what it was. The fire spear stopped just before Elizabeth, but she kept her composed expression. She smiled mockingly, raising her hand, merely a small spark. A spell that only reaches this level is adorable. Her words left Cyan astonished. Elizabeth manipulated mana, redirecting the spear and said, let me return this to you. She controlled the fire spear with the mana in her hand. Not stopping there, she created several more purple fire spears. All were aimed at the three strangers for them to see. Dare become Akalusa's enemies, what does that mean? After speaking, the spears appeared behind Elizabeth and launched simultaneously. Elizabeth pointed at the three. Spears named fire needles shot immediately, targeting precisely. The pressure generated a powerful airflow. The two in front grimaced and raised defensive shields. Sharp fire needles continuously pierced the fragile fire shield. The increasing number quickly weakened their defense. Even the combined energy of the two could hardly withstand this powerful magic. Blood trickled from their mouths, realizing that mere defense would never end the battle. One stood and suggested, I will close the distance to end the fight. I advance, you protect Grantia. Before leaving, he reminded, the Master's core plan is Grantia's survival. Akalusa must fall by Grantia's hand. Just then, a larger fire spear pierced the defense. Passed before their eyes in shock. One was scorched by Elizabeth's fire, coughing violently in pain. They were astonished that the wall of fire from a fourth-rank mage at full power was so easily broken. The struck one was flung back, the other only had a look of horror. He poured all remaining mana into a counterattack. Using momentum from a strong kick, he charged Elizabeth, thinking she was a rare genius. His gaze locked on the target, assuming this was the moment as Akalusa focused on attack. Elizabeth was slightly surprised by this move. He believed she had a lapse in defense. Seeing him approach, she quickly raised her hand to defend, her expression tense. He roared, Akalusa, did you not consider evasion? Arrogance in a life-or-death moment only shows your immaturity. A blazing fire sword appeared in his hand. He swung the sword at close range, declaring the price would be high. Elizabeth's face darkened slightly, making it hard to guess how she would defend. One side launched a full-power attack with fiery hands, but Elizabeth remained composed, merely raising her hand. Purple fire needles unexpectedly rose from the ground, piercing the attacker and suspending him before her. At that moment he was stunned, struck without realizing the danger. He kneeled before her. Elizabeth smiled, amusing that you thought the gap I created was an opportunity. She looked at him with cold, enchanting eyes, truly a moth drawn to flame. The stranger still did not understand, trying to ask how she could cast so fast. Elizabeth laughed, why bother casting again? He controlled the fire needles around him, simply adjusting the trajectory of the pre-activated magic. Immediately, the needles pierced his body from multiple directions. Looked like a porcupine with large spines, all controlled by Elizabeth's mind, though in pain he could not comprehend how she managed two magics simultaneously. She stepped past him, tossing her hair confidently with the title of genius, saying I can actually handle 3 types at once. Points where the needles struck his body began to burn with deathfire at Elizabeth's absolute will. Of course, you will not get the chance to witness it, as destroying a moth does not require much effort. A column of deathfire tornado erupted from behind and engulfed him. Elizabeth continued toward Grantia, quietly saying perhaps I was a bit heavy-handed. Her figure moving with the mighty flames behind caused the opponent's concern. With a cold gaze, Elizabeth declared, the troublemaker has been removed. Now let us continue the conversation, Cyan Grantia. She referred to the 2 charred figures lying there, seemingly so, but they are not easy to kill. Fire mages have high fire resistance, though the pain they endure is immeasurable. She stepped closer and warned, best cooperate while I still hold some mercy. You are mature enough to understand this. Facing Cyan, Elizabeth continued, if Akalusa and Grantia clash, the entire empire will sink into disaster. No matter who wins, the outcome is near total collapse. Elizabeth reasoned, such a crude plan could not be conceived by someone young like you. Is it the will of the leader? But it still does not make sense. The war gains are too small for the losses, and if an assassination, the method is too sloppy. Cyan remained silent, standing without responding. Elizabeth continued reasoning, though unwilling to admit, Grantia, you are not the type to execute such clumsy plans. With only that level of skill, what right did he have to dream of becoming Akalusa only rival? Considering the entire situation, there seemed to be only one most reasonable possibility left. On the training ground, something unusual seemed to have just appeared. Elizabeth believed that Cyan Grantia had been manipulated by a shadowy force to ignite conflict between the 2 families. She stepped closer, her lips still carrying that confident smile. Elizabeth's enchanting gaze seemed to pierce deep into Cyan's mind. So who is the one hiding inside you? Grantia girl burst into laughter, and at the same time a voice echoed from within, you have seen through this much. Truly a clever little brat. From it spread a gloomy aura that continued, it would be such a pity to end this merely for amusement. Strands of pitch-black mana began to spread and surround EZ. He was stunned before that powerful dark energy. Elizabeth widened her eyes as she felt a heavy pressure bearing down on her body. That pressure forced her to her knees beyond her expectation. She wondered in confusion, this cannot be. What exactly is this distorted aura? Her hand pressed against the floor trembled lightly, her body so frightened that it could barely react. From the front, that black curtain slowly advanced toward Elizabeth. She raised her head to look. What exactly was the thing before her? Dense darkness engulfed the entire training hall where EZ knelt, as if it sought to devour everything. Within the blackness, a grotesque hand with sharp claws stretched out toward EZ. At the same time, a mesmerizing voice sounded, Akalusa, the lost one intoxicated by such laughable power. That voice continued to echo amid Elizabeth's fear. Lift your head and engrave this image into your mind. Her eyes opened wide as she witnessed the scene before her. Figure with wings spread wide stood towering there. He hovered in midair facing Elizabeth. The surrounding space was shrouded in dark aura. He smiled, bearing the appearance of Tower Master Ladin, and a voice resounded, the name that will become the master of this world, Bajura. Elsewhere inside the Vice Tower Master Chamber, he asked Ronald whether what Azo had said was true. Bajura, that dangerously ominous name, was truly discovered in an ordinary book. Ronald answered frankly, yes, otherwise how would I know the name of a forbidden tome? The Vice Tower Master fell silent in thought. That is true, but how could such a thing happen? Azo speculated that perhaps the seal imprisoning Bajura had weakened. We must inspect it at once. Anfila shook his head in denial. Impossible. Yesterday I personally examined the seal. Everything was intact. Hearing that, Azo asked in shock, personally examined, what do you mean by that? She frowned and shouted, did you enter the forbidden archive without informing anyone? Azo spoke sharply that the area was extremely dangerous. By regulation, only when accompanied by me or the Tower Master is one permitted to enter. Vice Tower Master listened in silence. You are aware of that. Even Anfila, if bewitched by a forbidden tome, the consequences would be unimaginable. Azo did not stop. I cannot overlook this matter. When the Tower Master returns, I will report it. Clenched his hand and said, I am sorry, Azo, I deceived you. Doing so was truly wrong. Anfila held his head heavily and confessed, Tower Master Ladin had in fact already been here. He had been sealed together with Bajura. Upon hearing that, the two of them were left utterly stunned. Anfila began to recount. A year ago on the day everyone believed he left the tower to travel, in truth he had never departed. Instead, he stepped into the deepest layer of darkness within the tower. His purpose was to break the seal of the supreme forbidden tome Bajura. He had been enchanted by the dark power within that forbidden tome, and accepted the knowledge hidden inside it. Elizabeth immediately asked whether that was the reason he had not sent any news since then. She was indignant, unable to understand why he would seek to comprehend the knowledge of a forbidden tome. According to Elizabeth, Tower Master Ladin had already reached the pinnacle of fire magic and illusion. The Vice Tower Master said that was precisely why he believed he could control Bajura. Anfilla added that he had long regretted the knowledge within forbidden tomes being wasted. Calamity only arose when they fell into unworthy hands. He often said that even dangerous power, if used properly by the right person, could bring great benefit to the world. Among them, Bajura knowledge was said to be capable of pushing a mage potential to the limit and becoming a blessing to this land. Ronald crossed his arms and spoke. "There is no need to hear more. I can already guess the outcome. The Tower Master failed, did he not?" Anfilla nodded. "At first we misjudged that power. It was like a demon beyond human endurance. Even Ladin could only resist for a short while, for it was the ultimate embodiment of dark magic. The moment he realized he was about to become Bajura host, he activated an emergency summoning scroll to call me to the Forbidden Archive. When I arrived, dark magic had gradually begun to consume him. I asked whether he had broken Bajura's seal. He answered in shame, "Vice Tower Master. Because of my foolishness you have been dragged into this. While I retain a shred of consciousness, seal me at once. If delayed, the world will be in danger." Anfilla said anxiously, "If I do that I will have no chance to save you. What should I do?" Facing such overwhelming peril, the Tower Master shouted that this was not the time to worry about his safety. Tower Master Ladin cried out that if he must witness dawn sink into darkness because of his arrogance, then he would rather accept death. "For the sake of our magic tower, I beg you." At that time the Vice Tower Master expression showed clear agony. He forced aside his personal feelings and replied, "I understand, Tower Master." Then he raised his hand and cast sealing firepower upon the Tower Master for the sake of a tomorrow dawn. So he used powerful magic to seal both the Tower Master and Bajura, no less formidable than the original seal. In the room, Anfilla continued, "This is the truth I have concealed all this time. It should have been announced from the beginning." He paused and clenched his hand, yet understanding the Tower Master heart that sacrificed for the world, I could not bear to tarnish his honor. I still could not believe it. How could something like this happen? Ronald thought to himself that everything had become chaotic. Though the Tower Master was pitiable, now was not the time to drown in emotion. All the evidence led to one conclusion: Bajura's seal had been broken. Although Anfilla said he had personally inspected it, it could not be completely trusted. If there was power sufficient to distort the perception of the entire magic tower, then merely using the illusion of Tower Master Ladin would suffice. That man who had become the host could easily deceive Anfilla's senses. What was perplexing was why Bajura had concealed the breaking of the seal all this time, only to suddenly reveal himself now. As he was thinking, beneath Ronald's feet, a hazy phenomenon suddenly appeared. Purple mist rose up and enveloped him. Ronald frowned in astonishment. Why was it Nebula Claudia? He looked toward the two beside him. It was not emanating from them nor from any nearby position. Yet it was so powerful that it spread throughout the area. Even Brizia could not release such violent starlight mana. Before the two-winged being, Elizabeth wondered what exactly was happening. She felt herself incomparably small before that immense dark power. Elizabeth knelt prostrate before Bajura, who hid beneath the shell of Tower Master Lakdan. Her entire body trembled. She knew clearly that if it truly was Bajura, then even here in Akalusa he was the highest taboo. No one would dare investigate without the head of the family's command. Why would such a terrifying existence appear before me? What unsettled me even more was that, although the appearance had changed slightly, that body was undoubtedly still Tower Master Lakdan. He stared at her and spoke. "That gaze shows you have recognized me." He lowered himself to her level and said slowly, "Very good. You have amused me for a moment, so I will let you taste a small trial." His gloomy voice echoed, "This body once belonged to Lakdan, master of the Dawn Magic Tower, an elder who had reached the peak of human magic. Yet now, the one who dared to covet that power without understanding his place is nothing more than a puppet in my hand." He leaned his face close to hers with a sinister smile, "Merely for my amusement." Elizabeth clenched her hand as that voice continued to echo, "Yes, just like you now, Akalusa." He gripped her cheek. Elizabeth replied with a trembling voice, It is hard to expect courtesy from an ancient forbidden tome sealed since antiquity, but you truly do not know how to speak to a lady. She told herself to remain calm. If this entity truly was the legendary Bajura, then even if all the mages of the tower joined forces, they would almost have no chance of victory. But that was precisely what felt wrong. Someone that powerful would not need to resort to shadowy schemes when simply revealing himself would suffice. The fact that he did not do so proved that. As if suddenly realizing something, Elizabeth let out a soft laugh. So that is how it is. She looked straight at him. The so-called great darkness has to hide behind the body of a 10-year-old child. Even staging attacks on airships and weaving such elaborate plots, those words caused Bajura to falter for a brief instant. Elizabeth smiled coldly. Those are actions that one who has fully restored his power would never need. So there is only one possibility. Right now you are not stable enough to step into this world directly. The sharp reasoning of the genius of Akalusa made him pause. Then within the body of the Tower Master, he burst into loud laughter. Part of what you said is not wrong. A jet black force suddenly pierced through Elizabeth's body. As you guessed, I still need more time. As he finished speaking, more dark spikes pinned her tightly. Elizabeth grimaced, her breathing broken by pain. He stepped closer and whispered, "The consciousness of this old man continues to resist, so I cannot yet fully merge with this body." The Tower Master's hand ignited with fire magic. At the slightest mistake he would burn this body to stop me, foolish yet truly troublesome. However, that nuisance will soon end. He used dark arts from within to suppress the flame. His sharp finger lifted Elizabeth's chin. Because a vessel more radiant than Lac Dan has come to me on its own, she trembled slightly and asked what that vessel was. And a familiar name suddenly flashed through her mind, none other than Ronald. He laughed with calculation. That child will be the true origin and completion of me. Elizabeth remained steadfast. Every beginning or ending is created by you yourself. You are truly strange. Not letting her finish, he released his grip and said, "Ladin has an irritatingly stubborn will. Suppressing him takes some effort, but it is only a matter of time." Looking at the wrinkled hands of the aged body, he sighed, "To expend effort for such a decaying body does not please me, but I will tolerate it for now." He stood up and looked at Elizabeth, who was pinned in place, and said, while imprisoning his consciousness, "I have already sent out a signal of war from the airship above." Threw his head back and laughed proudly, and as if by fate I discovered that thing. A source of power brilliant, vibrant, and overwhelmingly superior to this rotting body. At first I thought I was mistaken, for in hundreds of years I have never seen a treasure that could compare. But after several days of secretly observing Ronald in the library, I confirmed it. I granted myself the right to decide the fate of that radiant child, and bestowed upon him the honor of becoming my vessel with absolute arrogance. Elizabeth's blood seeped onto the floor as that aged voice continued. The conflict between the two families is merely entertainment to me. Even so, I must admit this process is meaningful when I have found such a perfect vessel. At this moment, Elizabeth was completely restrained by the dark spikes. Bajura clenched his hand, a smile spreading across his lips. He snapped his fingers. "Elizabeth Akalusser, you are indeed rare talent. You cannot be used merely for amusement." Spikes on her body instantly transformed into hands of mana. They wrapped tightly around Elizabeth's body as he murmured enticingly, "Out of my mercy, I will grant you a special offer." Those arms bound her like ribbons. Bajura demanded that she swear loyalty and become his subordinate. In Elizabeth's eyes appeared the figure of Sion rushing forward. Holding a knife, Sion pressed close before her under Bajura's control. "Or you will fall beneath the hand of that woman of Grantia, and become the spark that ignites a war to burn the empire." He laughed darkly. "Choose." Elizabeth's fear and anxiety reflected upon Sion's blade. The dark art binding her left her unable to move. She gritted her teeth and poured all her strength into resisting the invisible shackle. Then she laughed. "You have lived so long yet still cannot judge people, and you think I would waver before such a cheap choice." With the pride of the Akalusser bloodline, Elizabeth challenged him, "Stop talking and strike. I do not fear an end crafted by a coward." His smile faded while her voice continued to ring out, "Try and see what you can do. Nothing will go as you wish." Behind the puppet Sion, Bajura within the body of Tower Master Ladin silently controlled everything. He frowned in irritation, truly a troublesome girl. Flicked his hand to signal the puppet, "I am bored." With the command given, Sion's soulless gaze lowered to the cold blade. As the blade was about to descend, cracks appeared along its surface. The dark barrier shattered into fragments. He rushed forward with Lamentia in his hand. A single slash shattered everything. He appeared suddenly from behind and charged straight into the fray. He pushed himself to the limit and accelerated. He seized Sion's knife-wielding arm in an instant. the same time he called out Elizabeth's name, she realized in shock that she had just escaped the brink of death. He added, and that familiar little girl as well, each of you owes me a favor. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped down and continued to press forward. Bajura exclaimed in shock, how can this be? He did not answer. The sword in his hand continued to rise and fall. His sharp gaze locked firmly onto him. Excessive sword arcs infused with surging mana swept across the body of Tower Master Lakdan. Parts of the body separated and gradually dissipated. Before completely vanishing, he still could not understand why the illusion of Lakdan reinforced by my power had been pierced through. Even without a tangible form, he was defeated so easily. As his figure disintegrated, he watched Ronald carrying the girl of Grantia away. Still intoxicated with his chosen goal, he let out an excited murmur, truly splendid, my vessel. The dark magic at the training ground gradually dissipated as Bajura's illusion was erased. Azo and the Deputy Tower Master had just appeared. He was astonished to realize that the entire area was covered by perception concealment magic, proving that Ronald's words were accurate. He raised his hand to sense it, and discovered that the flow of mana here was extremely distinct. Azo nodded in agreement. This phenomenon was identical to the event related to Tower Master Lakdan, meaning Bajura's seal had been broken. Deputy Tower Master Anphila. Anphila could not help but exclaim in astonishment, this was truly unbelievable. Immediately afterward, he promptly ordered the gathering of all mages of the Magic Tower and prepared countermeasures. Elizabeth lay there and breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that her current appearance was so embarrassing that she almost wanted to laugh. She recalled the moment just now. The pain that felt as if it were tearing apart every strand of flesh had turned out to be merely an illusion. Elizabeth raised her hand to observe it, astonished that such magic could completely deceive human perception. He continued that helpless image was truly ridiculous. If Senior Odessa knew, she would certainly not be at peace. Ronald smiled at her and praised her bravery even in that situation. Ronald asked Elizabeth whether that girl was truly Sleafen's younger sister, and Elizabeth confirmed that it was correct. She was the third young lady of the Grantia family, Seen Grantia, known for her exceptional magical talent, and therefore sent away for training at an early age. Elizabeth added that she did not expect to meet Seen in such a troublesome situation, but she did not want to make a big issue of it since they were clearly only being exploited by Bajura. Ronald expressed his admiration, praising the spirit worthy of the Akalusa family, which immediately caused Elizabeth to protest because that nickname was reserved only for Senior Odesenker. Ronald chuckled softly, noticing that although Elizabeth was exhausted, fortunately she had not suffered any serious injury. He looked toward the others and realized that they were the very people who had gone missing after the terrorist incident that Azo had once mentioned. Though Bajura's seal had been broken, traces of the cult's distinctive mana still remained, proving that these missing individuals were actually spies. Ronald suddenly understood that those who had previously assisted Azo at the library had all disappeared, and their original target had been the restricted area. He deduced that the previous terrorist incident was not merely a confrontation, but also a diversionary plan intended to draw the attention of the Magic Tower, including Azo and Anphila. After the upheaval, the training ground became more desolate and silent than ever before. Elizabeth weakly spoke up, reminding Ronald to leave this place immediately. He warned that Bajura's true target was him. Ronald was startled and asked in surprise what that meant. He continued to question Elizabeth's cryptic words. Elizabeth replied that there was no longer time to explain in detail, and Ronald surely understood that. She emphasized that what Ronald had just cut down was only an illusion and not Bajura's true entity. Elizabeth's serious gaze showed that even the illusion alone had been enough to overwhelm her, proving that Bajura was an entirely different kind of existence. If Bajura were to seize Ronald's body and reach a perfect state, the Dawn Tower would hardly escape destruction, causing Ronald to become deeply worried. Along with Elizabeth's sincere advice, she urged Ronald to leave immediately before it was too late, but the image of Bajura and Tower Master Lakdan's body appeared once again. Accompanying it was a smile filled with calculation and malice. The familiar voice of the Tower Master echoed, leaving Ronald stunned when he heard the words, "That will not do." A surge of dark magic once again manifested right before his eye. Ronald hurriedly asked Elizabeth about the nature of that phenomenon. However, Elizabeth remained completely motionless and could not provide an answer. Ronald looked into the distance and noticed that both Deputy Tower Master Anphila and Azo were also frozen in place. While he was still confused, that voice echoed again, asserting that not only them but everyone in the Magic Tower except Ronald had been controlled. Bajura declared that both their bodies and minds now belonged to him. That, he believed that the tedious waiting time had finally come to an end. From within the darkness, he looked at Ronald and invited him to merge with him, calling him the child who bore glory. He continued to tempt Ronald to move toward him, as the entire Dawn Tower was gradually engulfed by dark magic. From the outside, only a little more was needed for the entire tower to sink into the dense darkness. Ronald gritted his teeth and muttered in fury, cursing Bajura. He shouted loudly within the gloomy space created by Bajura, questioning him about what he had done. With an angry gaze and his sword in hand, Ronald challenged Bajura to reveal himself instead of continuing to hide. Deep within the tower, Bajura in the tower master's body was calmly sitting on a chair. He chuckled softly and remarked that Ronald was truly bold to still dare to speak loudly after witnessing his power. Bajura raised his hand, considering this place too ordinary to mark the important meeting between him and Ronald. The sound of approaching footsteps and the familiar voice echoed, proposing a move to a more worthy location. Ronald was startled and turned his head to see what was happening. Another cloaked member appeared before him. This person was the final missing individual. He spoke, requesting permission to lead Ronald to meet her master and inviting him to follow. Although surprised, Ronald could not resist as everything had gone beyond his control. He gave a bitter smile, wondering whether he was voluntarily stepping into a place of danger. Ronald's gaze swept across the entire training ground one last time. The two girls still lay motionless nearby. In the distance, Azo and Deputy Tower Master Anfila were also unable to move, leaving Ronald with no other choice. Ronald sheathed the La Mancha sword and accepted the proposal, believing that even if Bajura did not appear, he would take the initiative to seek him out. He requested the cultist before him to lead the way to where Bajura was hiding. After a while, they advanced deep into a dark tunnel. Dense streams of dark magic surrounded the area. Ronald spoke up, wondering whether this was the place they were searching for. Standing before a large door with a mysterious aura, he asked about the location of the ancient stone document. The door slowly opened before their eyes. From within, two figures gradually appeared. They stood before the imprisoned body of Tower Master Lacton. Ronald was startled when he heard faint sounds coming from that direction. The Tower Master was pleading in despair, begging the great Bajura to spare his life. With a pale face and eyes filled with fear, he admitted his arrogance and ambition for power, desperately pleading for mercy. Witnessing that scene, Ronald ground his teeth in fury. He immediately channeled his mana and prepared to draw his sword. Ronald unleashed a slash straight toward that body. The image of the Tower Master being split apart then dissipated, proving that it was merely another illusion. Ronald angrily shouted, demanding that Bajura end the deception and appear immediately. As soon as his words ended, streams of dark aura once again began to condense. The Tower Master's face appeared with resounding laughter, lamenting that Ronald did not feel interested in his welcoming performance. Bajura agreed to fulfill Ronald's wish, and immediately afterward, dark magic surged violently from the crack of the door ahead. Ronald was pushed backward as that surge of mana wrapped around his arm. The true image of the Tower Master appeared clearly once again. He sat on the chair with a cold smile, greeting Ronald. He looked at him with a sigh. This commodity is still not worthy of the value I have determined. His voice echoed within the mysterious black bones. Meeting you directly like this is truly an unforgettable experience, and I wish to share even more of that special feeling. He lightly snapped his fingers. First, let us clear away the things that offend my eye. He ordered the cultist before him to end her own life. The person standing behind Ronald immediately raised her hand and snapped her own neck. Blood seeped from her eyes, yet she still whispered words of devotion. May Bajura remain glorious forever. Immediately afterward she collapsed, blood splattering across the stone floor. Ronald looked at him with suspicion. What trick is this? Was that not your accomplice? Bajura replied that it was merely a ridiculous statement. He laughed coldly. Those people, as well as the former owner of Yahenua's body, were nothing more than worms who dared to dream of my power. His gaze turned gloomy. I still clearly remember the arrogant words they uttered when they first set foot here. They said to use my power to strengthen their ideal and achieve salvation. That it was the only path to survival. In my eyes, they were no different from worms, yet still dared to be arrogant. Bajura continued to mock. I could crush them in an instant, yet I generously spared their lives. I granted them the honor of serving my commands for a brief moment. Now do you understand? Ronald fell silent before such power and cruel manipulation. He tightened his grip on the sword once more and thought, judging by your behavior and words, I am certain you do not belong to the church. He wondered why the nebula power was emanating from someone so formidable. Ronald remained standing there, his mind filled with unanswered questions. He let out a soft sigh. In any case, there was only one conclusion. Ronald pointed Lamensha toward him. I have heard enough of your arrogance. Now let me show you what someone like you truly needs. He appeared amused. Such spirit is commendable. If you are worthy of becoming my vessel, then you must at least possess such courage. Asura did not forget to threaten. Do you truly feel no fear before the absolute disparity in power? When a mere snap of my fingers is enough to take a life. As soon as he finished speaking, Ronald rushed forward, the blade of his sword sweeping past his head. He looked at him sharply and asked, if you intended to do that, you would have acted long ago, correct? Yet strangely, despite the imminent danger, Bajura remained calm. He chuckled softly, how interesting. Slash once again split that body and the chair into two. Ronald was astonished by the scene before his eyes. He and the chair reappeared at a farther position. Bajura raised his hand to display his authority, but such arrogance needed to be corrected. Ronald's eyes briefly revealed a trace of terror. He unleashed dark magic toward him, a gigantic mouth as if intending to devour Ronald, accompanied by an echoing voice, struggle all you want. Then you will realize your own helplessness and the insurmountable distance between us. Ronald's body became powerless, as if he were falling deep into the throat of a colossal monster. Suddenly, a blue light flashed from within his chest. The battle ring given by Sarante was emitting a powerful aura. Blue magic spread and enveloped Ronald's entire body. He realized and thought that this energy originated from the ring. It allowed him to clearly see the gigantic mouth before him. The massive jaws clamped shut as if to crush and imprison Ronald inside. The creature sensed the surge of blue magic erupting fiercely below. Accompanied by a shout, the sword blocked those jaws. Ronald forced his strength to pry its mouth open and shouted, "How dare you bring that foul mouth near me? Do you seek your own destruction?" His eyes shifted to the blue of light. Ronald swung his sword, this time striking vertically, splitting that enormous head in two. He then unleashed another wave of sword energy along the blade, shooting straight toward Bajura. He finished the move and completely dispelled the magic from earlier. On the other side, he still sat calmly on the chair, lightly tapping his fingers as black energy continued to spread. Ronald quickly realized this and turned to observe. The grotesque massive head appeared once again right before him. It lunged down once more, attempting to swallow Ronald whole. He hurriedly drew his sword back, preparing to launch a counterattack. Within the large mouth connected to a serpent-like body, blue light flared and enveloped his entire form. A streak of sword energy erupted, shattering that spell. It once again broke through the man's magic, causing it to gradually dissipate. Bajura remained seated with a smile, impressive. That move may be simple, but it is far from ordinary. Ronald temporarily escaped danger and slowly descended to the ground. At this moment, he was suspended between the two halves of magic that had just been severed. He continued his attack. From that entity sprouted countless human arms. At the same time, the heads appeared one after another. They extended outward, using their hands to tightly seize Ronald's body. Human-shaped entities clung tightly to him. Bajura spoke, "This time how will you escape?" Held firmly and unable to move, Ronald gritted his teeth and cursed. Those things multiplied endlessly, surrounding and constricting his body. Nearly his entire body was swallowed, yet a faint purple light still flickered within. Bajura raised his hand to channel more magic. The dark entities converged to form a spherical mass that enveloped him. Then his hand slowly clenched. Ronald's final opening was about to be sealed. When he completely closed his hand, the sphere was completed, enclosing Ronald's body within. He remained seated there, silently observing the sphere. His gaze did not waver, concealing profound malice. Purple magic blazed brightly above Bajura. Suddenly from within, streaks of blue and red light burst forth intensely. A long slash abruptly appeared. The sword energy followed, shattering the sphere into countless fragments. Bajura stood up and laughed loudly, applauding with great interest. He raised his hand, summoning a dark bow, and said, "At the very least you must endure to this extent." A gigantic arrow was drawn, aimed directly to neutralize the incoming wave of sword energy. He released his hand. The dark arrow instantly shot forward at a terrifying speed. It collided with the sword aura, creating a flash of light accompanied by a thunderous sound like crackling lightning. The clash between the two opposing sources of magic power caused a violent explosion. Ronald struggled greatly just to withstand that attack. In contrast, Bajura remained calm, smiling with clear amusement at this turn of events. Henjiang spread his arms wide, continued casting more magic, and shouted loudly, "Wonderful, more, give me more." He laughed maniacally, urging his opponent to display even greater power. Reveal all your potential, hide nothing, and immediately after that a blazing red flame suddenly erupted. In front of Bajura appeared a gigantic firebird filled with overwhelming power. His eyes narrowed as he silently wondered what it was, then realized it was the signature magic of the Vice Tower Master. Firebird, he exclaimed in shock. It was unbelievable that someone so young could use such a high-level spell. Bajura smiled faintly and said, "You have forgotten one important thing. The owner of this body, Yahello, has reached the pinnacle of fire magic," he said while raising a finger. The purple flame in his hand immediately aimed straight at the opposing firebird. He unleashed the firepower and shouted that this creature was completely unworthy of his concern. In just a moment the firebird vanished. He sneered and said, "How unfortunate. Your trump card was destroyed so easily." The smug expression he added, "However, I must still acknowledge your fighting spirit." As the two streams of firepower gradually dissipated, he asked Ronald what your next move would be. But to his surprise, Ronald was no longer in that position, making him wonder when he had disappeared. Only then did he realize that the firebird was not actually an attack. He glanced around, understanding that Ronald had used it to conceal himself with an enormous amount of mana. It was merely a diversion, and the moment he realized it, Ronald had somehow appeared behind him. He swung his sword downward with a cold gaze and shouted loudly, "Be finished." Ajura detected it in time and turned his head, a trace of irritation flashing across his face. Ronald delivered a swift clean slash and landed right in front of his opponent. Crimson crack of magic power appeared on the neck of Tower Master Lacton. Blood flowed continuously from that spot. Ronald coldly looked at the body that had been separated from its head. He stood still, watching the Tower Master body collapse to the ground. A large amount of blood continued to gush from his neck. However, strangely, the blood was drawn back inside and a voice resounded. "With synchronization not yet complete, you still dared to injure me." The damaged part of the body began to reconnect and heal before Ronald's astonished eyes. This was clearly beyond expectation, yet he kept watching intently without looking away. Ajura turned back with a smile, as if praising his opponent. Immediately after that, two magic circles appeared once more. The grotesque parts of his body emerged again. Numerous horrifying tentacles with sharp fangs crawled out from the magic portal. When the wound fully healed, he displayed an arrogant smile and said, "Show me everything you have left." Ronald immediately drew his sword back into a defensive stance. The massive tentacles shot straight toward him at fierce speed. Ronald quickly leaped up to evade the attack. Even so, they clung closely and pursued him without pause. He frowned slightly, clearly having felt his blade strike the entity, yet it seemed to have no effect. Ronald thought perhaps he had to pull the forbidden tome, occupying Tower Master Lacton body out. He swung his sword repeatedly, feeling that this battle was truly draining his stamina. Interwoven sword auras shredded the tentacles into countless fragments. He thought to himself that if so, the scroll given by Anfilla for a surprise assault would no longer be effective. The master of the magic tower possessed strength equal to Instructor Naviro. The reason he had endured until now was because Bajura desired to seize his body. If not for that, the battle would have ended long ago. Facing him head-on offered almost no chance of victory. While thinking, he launched relentless fierce attacks. Bajura still stood unmoving, raised his hand and continued pouring in more magic power. He created a gigantic spear with a gloomy black-purple hue. He swung his arm and hurled that weapon straight at Ronald. The spear pierced through the tentacles and shot toward his body. Ronald raised his sword before him and thought there was only one path left. Immediately after, he lowered his sword and used his own body to receive that magic. Ajura instantly sensed the abnormality in this action. Ronald abandoned defense, ready to face death to stop his scheme. The spear closed in on his neck, only a hair breadth away before it suddenly stopped. Right after that, the magic was completely neutralized. Ronald's choice proved correct as he escaped death at the decisive moment. Ajura personally dispelled the attack and roared, questioning his intention. He ground his teeth in fury and irritation. Then he shouted, "Do you know what consequences your foolish act nearly caused? Daring to damage this magnificent body, it would have been the glorious beginning for me." Ronald stabbed his sword into the ground and replied, truly shameless to the extreme, "Anyone looking would think this body originally belonged to you." He gritted his teeth listening as Ronald continued, "In any case, now I am certain of one thing, you have absolutely no intention of killing me." Then he took out a sharp object, aimed it at his wrist, and said that if this continued, this body would sooner or later be taken over. If so, I would rather end my own life. As soon as he finished speaking, blood flowed from Ronald's wrist as he used that object to slash himself. The atmosphere in the darkest room of the Dawn Tower gradually became still. Bajura stood there watching Ronald's entire act of suicide. He shouted in fury, "Do you think you have the right to act so recklessly before me?" His face turned stern as he said, "You think that trick can deceive me? My concession was only to complete the perfect rebirth process, yet it seems you misunderstood. If you destroy yourself, I only need to use my power to heal it." Upon hearing that, Ronald immediately retorted that a great forbidden tome sure talks too much. Just now you hurried to dispel the magic as if the sky were falling, now you say such words, who would believe it? Those words caused his expression to change. Ronald smiled, implying that there must be some limitation. For example, a corpse cannot serve as a host. Change on Bajura's face showed that his guess was completely correct. However, he still maintained a calm demeanor and said that it seems you have forgotten. At present, every person in the magic tower is under my control. He clenched his veined hands tightly and uttered a threat that with a mere thought all of them could lose their lives instantly. So drop those cheap intimidation tricks at once, unless you want to see your companions turned into soulless corpses. Ronald still tightened his grip around the sharp object in his hand. After hearing his words, he could not help but laugh. "Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death?" Bajura looked confused, as if he did not understand what was happening. He continued, "You torn scrap of paper, how stupid do you think I am? Do you think I have never met someone like you? Just by looking at your detestable face and that false tone, I already know the ending, whether I obediently hand over my body or not. I would never spare them anyway." Ronald's gaze seemed to pierce into his very core, and before he could react, he continued, "Go ahead and try, that only gives me more reason to act as I please." He raised the sharp object and stabbed straight into an artery. Blood immediately gushed out. Ronald smiled, "Even if I must die, I will make you pay dearly. That is how I do things." He looked at him with unwavering eyes. "If I am merely talking big, then just wait and see. I will leave you with a memory you will never forget." Bajura was stunned. For the first time today, someone had truly seen through his mind. Unbelievable, he thought to himself. I assumed you were only someone fortunate enough to be born with exceptional talent. Such a small human possessing eyes like that. What in the world is going on? Ronald's voice cut through his thoughts. Are you still hesitating? As soon as he finished speaking, he decisively swung the sharp object in his hand. He shouted, "Let me show you more clearly," then drove it straight into his own neck. Blood flowed more and more, while Bajura within the tower master's body remained frozen in place. He could not believe what the young man before him was doing. Bajura immediately rushed forward, grabbing his hand in time to prevent the wound from worsening. Completely contrary to his concern, a smile still lingered on Ronald's lips. Blood continued to stream from his neck. He asked what the true purpose behind this death-threatening act was. He urged him to speak quickly. "Ronald," he shouted before his exhausted face, "speak at once." Ronald smiled faintly. "So you are finally willing to talk properly." He looked at him with challenge. "Gamble around with me, you scrap of paper. Each of us wagers our own life." His eyes showed not the slightest trace of fear. "Let us have a blazing match." Bajura was quite surprised by the proposal and asked again, "A wager?" He nodded and continued, "Recently I have studied curses very carefully, and there is one like this. The oathbound curse, a form of compulsion that forbids any action that goes against the agreement until the match ends." Blood still flowed. Ronald continued, "The terrifying aspect of this curse is that everything written in the oath must be carried out, even if it concerns a life." He smiled at him. "So let us decide victory and defeat through the oathbound curse. For you this type is easy to use, is it not?" Ronald's proposal made Bajura ponder. Restraining him was not a difficult matter for him. However, he thought, "I am not certain I can reclaim this body intact. This child could truly be prepared to choose death if necessary. Moreover, the unusual aura I have sensed all along. It is strengthening this child in a strange way, though not enough to threaten me. But at this moment I cannot accept any variable. This child is the only treasure I have sought for thousands of years." Maintaining his confident demeanor, Ronald smiled provocatively. Is a great forbidden tome hesitating before the challenge of a mere boy? He looked straight into his eyes. "Do not tell me you do not dare." Bajura slowly released his hand and replied, "Very well, I will play with you." With the experience of a seasoned forbidden tome, he set a condition. "The rules of the match will be decided by me." Only then did his eerie and gloomy eyes fully reveal themselves. From within the sinister room, a radiant golden light spread outward. A gigantic golden hand appeared. Bajura asked Ronald, "Are you ready?" An object was suspended between two paper chains. Two stood on either side of a balanced scale. Bajura continued, "At this very moment I will activate the oathbound curse." He began, "Those who participate in this curse shall not violate any clause until the match ends. If Ronald loses, he will offer his body to Bajura. If Bajura loses, he must release all the hostages and be sealed forever. He appeared extremely confident. The conditions have been established. That is how it stands. He looked at him and continued, the content of the match is simple. You only need to endure one illusion I cast. Do you agree, Ronald? He answered firmly, something so obvious still needs asking. I agree, proceed at once. Do not waste any more time. Jura displayed a calculating, sinister smile. He muttered something, the soul energy of the two radiated outward. Bajura's was purple, Ronald's was blue. The two streams of energy were poured into each side of the oath scale, and with that, the oath was officially established. Bajura laughed loudly. Ronald, I hope it will be a beautiful dream, for it will become the last memory of your life. Did not hesitate to return the smile. Take a deep breath while you can. After this wager ends, you will regret ever setting your sights on me. A gigantic pillar of light appeared within the room. The illusion Bajura prepared for Ronald gradually took shape. Inside was the scenery of a bright blue sky, white clouds, and radiant golden sunlight. Alice's voice rang out, no, I said catching just one is enough to change our lives. Do you know how valuable fantastical creatures like Dreamseed or sea fairies are? The long-haired black man replied, you cannot even catch a bear and you think you can catch that. Alice cursed back, damn it, it is impossible to talk to you, hiding in this hole all day so you know nothing about the outside world. He opened his eyes and complained, too noisy. Are you going out to play? The long-haired black man turned and asked. Finally awake, he added, it is rare to see you sleep so deeply. Was it a pleasant dream, Vice Captain? Ronald had now returned to the time when he was still a sergeant, the vice captain of the punishment squad. He rubbed his eyes. What pleasant dream? Stop talking nonsense. Check the equipment again. Then he looked at everyone. I only dozed off for a moment, just some random dream. Alice shouted again, while we are at it, let us talk a bit, Captain. How long must we continue living like this? As punishment soldiers, we will die in battle faster than we will ever be free. He grinned, we might as well take this chance to observe the situation and run away together. If you lead it would not be difficult, then follow me for a big poaching job, earning money as easily as flipping a hand. Ronald became angry. Valis, dare to mention poaching one more time. We'll cut off your hand, how about it, want to try? He looked at him with an extremely serious gaze. He hurriedly forced a smile, hiding his hand behind his back. No, I surrender. Ronald continued, stay silent and endure it. We only need to serve 2 more months before the Grand Commander grants amnesty. Everyone knows that, do they not? Alice was bewildered as the vice captain continued. Are we not all enduring until now because we want to start over instead of continuing to live as wretched criminals? He shouted at everyone, so stop talking nonsense. Focus on keeping yourselves alive, understand? From a log someone spoke up. Understood, Vice Captain, that is right. Everyone let us endure a little longer. He rushed over and slung an arm around Ronald's shoulder. As long as we stick close to him, our lives will surely remain safe. Martin looked at him teasingly. Is that so, Vice Captain Ronald? He smiled and replied, Martin, you rascal, staying alive is each person's responsibility, planning to cling to me for benefits. Ronald raised both hands and shouted, do as you please, I will look after myself first. Anyone who gets in my way will be left behind, remember that. He silently calculated, I have never spoken of it for fear of discouraging everyone, but the Grand Commander has promised that once this mission is completed, the entire team will receive rewards worthy of their efforts. That meant this mission was extremely dangerous, yet only one step remained. Donald's eyes still shone with unwavering determination and relentless effort. He remembered Ero as a powerful source of motivation. With just a little more effort, he would be able to return to Nimbus and meet his sister. Ronald told himself he had to survive at all costs, determined not to let fate defeat him. In midair, 2 streams of aura erupted from the purple mark, spreading to the magic circle, and then releasing brilliant golden bands of energy that tightly bound everything. From the high sky, a colossal pillar of light pierced through the clouds and plunged straight into the ground. That object caused a horrifying shockwave, erasing an entire mountain within the forest. Earth and rocks scattered in all directions. Ronald's team could only sit frozen, completely stunned by the scene. Valis gaped in astonishment. What was that? Something had just fallen from the sky. Martin prepared to draw his sword and exclaimed, damn it, do not tell me this is the enemy's magic. Vice Captain Ronald, give the order quickly. Ronald opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. He stared ahead with wide eyes, completely unable to understand what was appearing. In his mind, every cell seemed to scream a warning that it was extremely dangerous. From within the dazzling beam of light, the shape of a monster with 2 horns gradually appeared. A voice echoed from within, "Behold, you who are lost beneath the starry sky." Magic circles continued to appear densely once again. That was Aheju in his previous life. He stood there declaring that according to your wish, I have come to open a new path. Therefore accept the fate that has been arranged. I am Aheju. Soldiers below looked up in fear, unable to understand what on earth was happening. One person trembled as he pointed to the sky and stammered, "Boss, there is something in the air." A series of summoning gates continuously appeared behind Atadi. In the sky, streaks of fire descended like fireworks, yet carried terrifying destructive power. The people below instinctively looked up to observe. They still could not comprehend what was unfolding before their eyes. The falling objects carried dazzling light. The moment they touched the ground, they shattered the earth and rocks into fragments. Ground shook violently. People were thrown into the air by the shockwaves. Rays of light pierced through bodies. The soldiers could only gasp before collapsing. The remaining people had no time to react before being swept into the destruction. A scene of devastation appeared above. Destructive light rained down continuously below. Cries for help echoed in despair. Ronald stood frozen in terror, wondering what this thing truly was. Gilded horns suddenly sounded through the air. A group of people dressed in white appeared and simultaneously blew their horns. Banris, upon hearing it, wondered, is that not the signal to charge? Could it be that they intend to attack that monster? What a mad order. He shouted loudly, have they all lost their minds? Meanwhile, Ronald rushed forward following the signal, using his weapon in an attempt to block the deadly rays of light. However, the rain of light showed no sign of stopping. The ground continued to be devastated. Team behind, seeing Ronald charge forward, called out, "Boss, come back. What are you doing?" He turned his head and shouted, "Have you all come to your senses? What can be solved by standing there in panic?" Just as Ronald spoke, another ray of light descended. "If you do not want to die in vain, then either fight or retreat immediately." Countless deadly rays of light were heading toward them, forcing everyone to act at once. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive explosion erupted right in front of him. Ronald was stunned as the remains of his comrades were flung onto his body. He stood motionless as if turned to stone, his legs rooted in place, waiting for whatever would continue to descend from the sky. Suddenly, a foot appeared, stomping forcefully onto the ground and rushing forward. A person grabbed Ronald by the collar and pulled him away, rescuing him from the attacked area just in time. The two narrowly escaped death and slid across the ground. He sat up and shouted at Ronald, "Get up. We must leave this place first. This opponent is not something we can resist." Ronald still lay there with lifeless eyes, while the comrade beside him said they needed to wait for reinforcement. He looked into the distance, where his brothers had just been pierced by the rays of light. Among them was Banris. He departed with his eyes still open, facing the sky. Ronald muttered, "Impossible," before his eyes. Nearly all of his comrades had fallen. He burst into tears and screamed in agony, feeling as if his heart were being torn apart. Nevertheless, the rays of light from Aheju continued to pour down without end, turning to reality in the dark basement of the Dawn Tower. While the sinister aura still enveloped the area, Ronald stood beside Tower Master Lacton, who was being mentally controlled by Zura's third forbidden spell. That man raised his hand, dark magic swirling around as illusions invaded the target's memories and recreated the most horrifying moments. Those images repeated endlessly, gouging into the mind until the victim fell into complete despair and became trapped in an endless hell. When the will was crushed and the mind shattered, that person desired only death, imprisoned in eternity, just like Ronald's vacant gaze at this moment. Bajura laughed sinisterly and whispered that this very eternity was the only trial you must endure, Ronald. The man stood before him and continued, "No mortal can resist eternity. I do not know what you had planned or intended to negotiate. The moment you handed me the authority to decide this battle, your fate was already sealed." His voice filled with confidence. That man bared his teeth in a grin and continued, "Therefore I am merely curious. I wonder in what swamp of despair you are now struggling." Returning to the battle within his mind, Ronald stood still, watching his comrades fallen upon the ground. His eyes were empty. What had just happened was far beyond the endurance of an ordinary human, as all the comrades before him had perished. That scene repeated once more, as Ronald rode his horse below. In the sky, Aheju appeared together with the blazing firebird. He was startled, turning back and looking up. The figure of Deputy Tower Master Onphila appeared and gradually faded away. Yet another person departed before his eyes. Ronald still held his sword, standing in the heavy rain, not knowing what to do to escape this tragedy. At this moment, it seemed that everyone was gone. Ronald stood dazed in the blood-stained rain, witnessing those around him fall one after another. Standing alone in the desolate battlefield, Ronald told himself that so many had sacrificed themselves just to protect him. The number was too great to count, making him wonder whether everything had truly come to an end. The blood slowly rose to knee level. Ronald remained immersed in chaotic thoughts. Standing in the sea of blood from the very beginning, he wondered whether this hell had any escape at all. Ronald could only answer himself that he did not know. The only thing he realized was that before him remained nothing but the corpses of his comrades. His face darkened, as if his endurance had reached its final limit. Amid the crimson-stained space, he turned around and silently wished for just a brief moment of rest. Awakening from the daze, Ronald spoke decisively enough. Right after that, he knelt down and pleaded for everything to end. Whether it is this body or anything else, I am willing to let go as long as. He hesitated before finishing his sentence, while Bajura remained silent and listened. Then he revealed a sinister smile, exuding a deadly and wicked aura. A mysterious eye appeared, emitting a hoarse voice at last. He separated from the body of the Tower Master, repeatedly chanting in excitement at last. The evil forbidden tome revealed its true form, laughing loudly with sharp fangs and a terrifying tongue. It hurled dark magic toward Ronald and shouted, "At last you belong to me, Ronald." Gloomy aura immediately wrapped around his body. That darkness seemed to be gradually seeping inside. He remained standing still, without any reaction. The corner of his lips shifted slightly, as darkness engulfed the entire room and his body. He suddenly became extremely exhilarated, whispering at last, "Now belong to me, Ronald." A violent surge of dark magic rushed in and surrounded his body. They quickly merged together, forming a strange vortex. He stood motionless at the center of that vortex, without moving at all. Suddenly a satisfied smile appeared on his lips, magnificent. He had seized Ronald's body, where limitless potential was surging. That power flowed violently within the new body. Before his consciousness completely faded, he placed his hand on the sword sheath, declaring that he would grant him a final gift. "Behold," he said, and swung the sword, slashing into the empty space ahead. Brilliant purple light suddenly flashed in the air. A thunderous explosion and thick smoke revealed the terrifying destructive force of the strike. He spoke, "This is your true power. It was awakened by my grace. Did you not expect it? The despair I will spread with this abundant power. First, on this grand day, I should begin with a display of fireworks. With the end of that worm, one who wasted my precious time with meaningless weakness." He advanced toward Tower Master Lakdan, remarking that his will was still truly admirable, worthy of a sage. "What drives you so deeply? The responsibility of a Tower Master or the guilt of bringing calamity to this land? Whatever the reason, sink into despair with me." He coldly raised the sword high and thrust it down fiercely. Tower Master Lakdan's face remained lifted high, yet his eyes gradually sank into darkness. Suddenly he halted, his eyes flashing with vigilance. No matter how he tried, his blade could not reach the Tower Master. Bajura was astonished at the current situation. What exactly is happening? He poured all his strength into controlling the sword, yet it was still useless. Bajura muttered, completely unable to comprehend this. His gaze lifted toward the pitch-black sky above. The sword in Bajura's hand fell to the floor. He continued murmuring in confusion, "What in the world is this?" Bajura clutched his head in pain. What is going on? Streams of magic shaped like red eyes suddenly appeared. They swiftly coiled tightly around him, making Bajura cry out in horror, "Impossible." He thought to himself, how could the body of an ordinary human conceal a supreme aura that far surpasses even me? Ronald's voice suddenly rang out, "Truly worthy of your title. A frail professor I once knew would collapse at the slightest touch of magic. Yet you absorbed it all and even swung your sword." Bajura could not hide his shock. "I must acknowledge you, but how is this possible? You still retain your consciousness intact." He replied, "Yes, your illusion was truly revolting. It made the memories of that day surface so clearly that I could only curse. To be honest, had it shifted even slightly, every plan would have collapsed and my consciousness shattered if not for this," he said as he took out a ring. He recalled the strange green light it emitted. Azo exclaimed in surprise, "What is happening? Could that be the true form of the ring?" Azo answered, "That is right. When infused with special magic, it reveals itself. And I believe this is a gift he prepared specifically for Ronald, who has endured so much suffering. Powerful sacred aura with the ability to resist magic." That energy continued spreading forcefully around them. Azo happily handed over the ring. "Cherish this sentiment, Ronald. When facing a trial you cannot escape, it will become your support." He recalled the despair of being submerged within the illusion. At that time the ring suddenly emitted a green light. The light gradually took the shape of a hand reaching toward him. He slowly extended his own hand, inch by inch moving closer. He grasped that hand, the crimson of despair gradually faded, a vast power lifted him up. He lowered his head, immersed in profound gratitude. I must owe another debt once again. Thank you, Sarante. The scene shifted. He carefully observed the ring on his finger. Fortunately, I never expected the curse on my body to be useful in this way. As he remembered the reckless wager of that day. But Senza had won, Bajira muttered, impossible, impossible. How can such an absurd thing exist in this world? He smiled. I have heard that line too many times. Nothing surprises me anymore. I warned you before, if you dare to target this body, then the only possible ending is regret. Bajira let out a panicked hiss as he felt streams of killing intent tightly coiling around him. No. He was seized by extreme terror as he realized those currents of energy were dragging him deeper and deeper inside. A surge of demonic power churned like an iron tempest, gradually swallowing him whole. Suddenly, Bajira struggled free from that restraint, unable to believe it. I am the forbidden book of destruction, the embodiment of the apocalypse, the one who decides the fate of this land. How could someone like me end meaninglessly here? That is impossible. All at once, Bajira stiffened as he noticed a few drops of blood splatter toward him. Ronald had drawn his sword and severed his left arm in a single instant. The situation has become more troublesome now. Have you had enough of jumping around like that? He looked at him with disdain. If you have run out of tricks, then get lost, you useless scrap of paper. The magical barrier surrounding the tower suddenly trembled violently. A ray of light flashed from deep within that shell. Cracks began spreading across the surface of the barrier. Then everything shattered, revealing the magnificent tower hidden inside. The aftershock quickly spread to Elizabeth, and to the unfinished conversation of that man and woman. Green smoke gradually dissipated from the surrounding space. Ronald's figure slowly emerged. He was sitting in the middle of the courtyard. Ronald took a deep breath and let it out in relief. I almost lost my life. Just because of a bizarre book, I had to go through something this dreadful. In any case, everything has ended right, because I can no longer sense that foul and loathsome source of energy. Ronald slowly shifted his gaze to observe his surroundings, but what troubled him was the amount of starlit spiritual power still remained. Just as expected, was he connected to those people. Tower Master Lacton spoke with a trembling voice. Indeed, I never expected that you alone could defeat that Bajira. Ronald replied, have you awakened, Tower Master Lacton? The old man held his face. I truly apologize for making you go through this. I have no words to justify myself. Perhaps this is our first official meeting, but even while unconscious I could still sense it. I witnessed your remarkable skill and extraordinary steadfast will when you confronted Bajira. That scene was astonishing. It was the first time I had seen such a thing with my own eyes. Ronald smiled. I paid quite a price as well. By the way, are you still all right? What about your spiritual power? Tower Master Lacton looked at his hand. This is but a small price to pay, compared to nearly causing the Dawn Magic Tower to collapse and harming innocent people. The loss of all this old man's spiritual power is nothing worth mentioning. On the contrary, I was given the chance to survive and atone for my mistakes. My heart is filled with nothing but deep gratitude. Ronald smiled, as expected of someone who bears the title of Tower Master. You must continue to live on with resilience. Phila hurried over. Tower Master, Ronald, are you both all right? Ronald continued, at least for the sake of those you wish to protect. Even more important than yourself. Ronald gently closed his eyes in exhaustion, it seemed. Now I can rest with peace of mind. He quickly lay back down on the floor of the tower. Today truly has been a long and exhausting day. Scene shift, the morning sunlight had already slipped through the window frame. Ronald slowly woke up, raising his hand to his forehead to shield the glaring light. He realized he was lying on a bed, with two men beside him watching. Ronald spoke, how long have I been asleep? Tower Master Lacton replied, a full day has passed. Seeing you sleep so soundly we could not bear to wake you. Ronald smiled awkwardly, but the fact that you are both here proves everything has been resolved. Phila answered, that is right. It is all thanks to you for defeating Bajira. The mind control spell vanished along with Bajira. We will continue to monitor the situation, but fortunately no one was in mortal danger. Lady Elizabeth has also safely completed her treatment and is now actively helping restore the damaged magic tower. I once hoped she would rest, but she firmly refused, saying that in the midst of chaos, guiding everyone is Akaluja's responsibility. In addition, Miss Horn has also awakened, but there is something rather strange. Since the moment she opened her eyes, she has been silently following closely behind Elizabeth. Ronald thought to himself that this incident might cause conflict between the two families, but it seemed everything had been peacefully resolved. In any case, I feel immensely relieved, so I can return with peace of mind. and there is one thing I wish to say in advance. Please do not hold those ostentatious farewell banquets. I dislike noise and extravagance. Tower Master Lacton and Anphila looked embarrassed. I knew you would say that, Ronald. We will not hold any banquet, so rest assured, but in Anphila's hand was a book titled Final Version of the Farewell Banquet Plan. Tower Master Lacton added, we cannot let our benefactor leave empty-handed. What is not something grand, this is our sincere token of gratitude. The box was slowly opened, a brilliant golden light radiating from within. Anphila explained, this advanced magic tower emblem symbolizes the most honored guest of the Dawn Magic Tower. With it, you will have the right to use the tower's material resources at any time. Not only that, you will also gain access to special areas such as the Hyremian Trading Post, reserved solely for mages, along with many other privileges equivalent to those of a high-ranking mage. Moreover, like the previous spell scroll, I have engraved several useful spells onto this emblem. I hope they will assist you when necessary. This is the symbol of the oath that the Dawn Magic Tower will forever remain Ronald's ally. Tower Master Lacton and Anphila bowed solemnly in unison. Along with this gift, we once again express our gratitude to you, Ronald, for restoring our magic tower. Ronald smiled. Come now, there is no need to be so formal. Your bows truly make me embarrassed. It is nothing significant, but Anphila suddenly interrupted and finally, a surge of fire magic abruptly flared up above them. There is still one urgent matter that must be discussed. It is the plan for handling this forbidden book, Bajura. Morning at the tower passed swiftly, and now dusk had fallen. Standing silently before the sea, Elle was deep in thought. Ronald's voice suddenly rang out, I finally found you, Azo. Azo turned back in delight. Ronald, you are awake, are you all right? Why were you planning to leave so soon? You should rest more, Ronald replied. I am fine. That man preserved my body so carefully that it left almost no injuries. In any case, I must soon return to Galilean, but before I leave, there is something I need to tell you. It concerns Sarante. A sudden silence fell between the two of them. Azo spoke up. Ronald, you do not need to explain anything to me. Ronald froze. Azo, you already knew about it. Azo lowered her gaze slightly, a trace of sorrow flickering in her eye. She still remembered clearly the moment the ring emitted a green light. A familiar hand gently rested on her head. Sarante was enveloped in a green radiance. I am sorry, Azo. Azo could not hide her shock at Sarante's current appearance. Sarante smiled. Forgive this foolish old elf for such a strange farewell. Thank you for always becoming a beautiful memory in my simple life. I hope that in the future you will always remain safe, my dear friend. Returning to the present, Azo said softly, thinking about it, Sarante truly was a peculiar person. He was quite eccentric. But he was incredibly gentle and warm. The two silently looked at each other as the sunset gradually descended. The scene shifted. A passing breeze made the sail ahead billow. A massive, luxurious ship prepared to depart, closing the story of the Dawn Magic Tower. The scene moved to a magnificent and vast palace. At the training ground for the soldiers, he stood in the middle of the yard, gripping his sword tightly. Gently closed his eyes, sensing the surge of power rising. A magical vortex appeared within his body. He thought to himself, it truly is no different from any other day. The flow of magic circulated, sharp sword energy spread, everything remained intact. Only one thing was different. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. What exactly is this detestable thing? Even without close observation, it was obvious. Its magic was identical to the kind the cult once used. He clenched his teeth. Bajura, that cursed forbidden book. He observed the strange aura emanating from himself. What exactly did it do to my body? The scene returned to the Dawn Tower in his memory. Anphila's fire magic flared brilliantly. He exclaimed in surprise, are you too serious? Are you truly handing this forbidden book, Bajura, to me? I actually intended to study this book further myself. But is it really fine to give it to me so easily? But if something happens, Anphila interrupted, do not worry about that. We have confirmed that the evil spirit within the book has been completely destroyed. Now it is merely an ancient tome containing primordial knowledge. Of course, if this matter is exposed, the magic tower will face trouble. But at present, we believe it must be entrusted to you, Ronald, because remnants of Bajura still remain within your body. He was stunned. What do you mean? The tower master calmly replied, we suspect Bajura has been absorbed into your body. Unable to seize control of your body, it was completely sealed. Otherwise, there would surely still be traces of it within that book. Do not be too pessimistic. This might be the only solution. We have long sought to subdue Bajura. Back in reality, he muttered, what do you mean the only solution? It is true, my future seems to have already been decided. If I continue in this state and encounter that man, it certainly will not end peacefully. Fortunately, no one else can see this type of magic. If it is misunderstood and I get dragged into trouble, it would be quite troublesome. Dragged into trouble, Naby Rose's voice suddenly rang out. What do you mean? He jolted in shock, shouting in panic. He immediately swung his sword toward the source of the voice. What is going on? Navi Jones calmly blocked the attack. The depth of your swordsmanship has changed from before. Could it be that during this time, you encountered some fortunate opportunity? He looked in astonishment at the beautiful woman before him, Professor Navi Rose. You already knew, Professor. Clearly it was your fault for suddenly releasing killing intent. Naby Rose coldly stepped closer to her student. What exactly happened in the Dawn Magic Tower? Why were you able to form an inner core? He murmured in surprise, the thing inside my body is an inner core. Not merely a strange tumor. Naby Rose immediately became furious. How dare you compare a sacred inner core to a tumor? Did I not explain it clearly in theory class? Do not tell me you were dozing off. He quickly lowered his head. I am sorry. Naby Rose sighed helplessly, truly incomprehensible. The inner core is a blessing reserved only for true swordsmen, those who have undergone countless cycles of magical refinement in real combat. Simply put, after countless cycles of magic circulation, the heart becomes a vessel capable of storing magic. This is the lifelong achievement of a martial warrior. It is regarded as a milestone, marking the turning point in their lives. Because the magic stored within the inner core has a completely different density from natural magic. At the same time, it is the sole foundation for unlocking sword energy. In other words, formation of an inner core means. Navi Jones continued, you have stepped into a new realm of swordsmen. An inner core usually requires decades of arduous training to form. Yet it has appeared within someone like you. Moreover, instead of centering on the heart, it exists as a separate entity. If so, in theory, possessing two inner cores is not impossible. He exclaimed in astonishment, is this truly that extraordinary? Naby Rose replied, enough, set that aside for now. I will hear about what happened at the Dawn Tower later, but right now, let us have a duel. He turned pale. Why has it suddenly shifted to this? She smiled. Must you even ask? With new power it must be tested. Moreover, I bear responsibility as your instructor. After all, you learn more through action than theory, do you not? He hurriedly explained, it is not necessary to fight to test it. Nevertheless, he quickly raised his sword to block Navi Jones's strike. When the two swords collided and produced a powerful shock, he could not help but mutter, truly. Two streams of blue and red light swiftly merged into a brilliant streak. Gray smoke and shattered earth were blasted upward into the air. He nimbly leapt out of the cloud of dust. As he landed, he muttered about the so-called responsibility of an instructor. Ahead of him, Naby Rose charged forward with a sharp gaze filled with killing intent. He thought to himself that this was no different from a true battlefield sweep. Another shockwave erupted, tearing apart the surrounding ground. He realized his strength was completely outmatched in a direct confrontation. If this continued, he would surely be utterly defeated. Just once, if he could restrain his opponent for a single instant, he could create a chance to counterattack. Yes, just like before, if only he had power like that mouse at Grand Siesty. Suddenly, the core within his body flared violently. Surrounding space was immediately dyed in a strange purple hue. Naby Rose stood motionless right before him. Her legs were tightly bound by strands of purple threads. He completely failed to understand what was happening. The purple threads continued to tighten around Naby Rose's feet. She realized she could not move and could not hide her astonishment. This was clearly the familiar aura of Dulan. But how could this possibly happen? Naby Rose observed her surroundings and commented, a movement binding technique. It seems you have learned quite a few interesting things at the Dawn Magic Tower. Indeed, in battle such variables can determine life and death. If you have more tricks, then use them all. Before she finished speaking, Naby Rose swiftly shattered the magical thread. Then she rushed forward with excitement, declaring she would become more serious. He hurriedly shouted, wait, calm down, Professor. I need more time to grasp the situation. Suddenly, a purple light spread from his body. The purple core slowly separated from Dulan's body. He abruptly felt dizzy, his vision gradually blurring. His body quickly collapsed onto the training ground. Naby Rose immediately sensed something abnormal in his action. He urgently called out as he fell, Ronald. The scene shifted to inside the Dawn Tower. Professor Geraldine spoke up, I truly cannot understand you swordsmen. This is not a battlefield, yet you push a student to such an extent. Training his magic to this degree, truly a sword fanatic. Naby Rose interrupted, enough talk and explain the situation. Has everything been handled properly? Geraldine replied, do not worry. In this field I am more proficient than you. It is merely a side effect from suddenly exhausting too much magic. Little recovery potion and tonic will suffice. So stop standing there with such a tense expression and go fetch the medicine. That will only slow the patient's recovery. AB Rose frowned and complained that she had never trained students in such a fragile manner. Very well, then what kind of medicine is needed? The door to the room was swiftly closed by Naby Rose. I spoke to thank the professor for her help. My mind suddenly spun and my whole body was exhausted. I truly panicked. Geraldine replied that those words should be mine instead. Ronald, do you know how many rare phenomena you bring each time you appear before me? Form of energy crystallization never before recorded. Could that be Bajura's power? He asked in surprise that the professor also knew about it. She answered that she had discussed it with Anphila at the academy. He had asked me to pay special attention to your case, in order to prevent Bajura's power from causing potential dangers. He hesitated slightly. Then is this matter dangerous, Professor? Geraldine replied that regarding the level of danger, he need not worry too much. Because this forbidden art is astonishingly stable, unless someone understands Bajura like I do, one would only notice that its core is somewhat unusual. Further examination is needed, but if no issues arise, it may function as a core that uses spiritual power. He exclaimed in astonishment, spiritual power. Spiritual power is a unique world that belongs solely to each individual. Key to opening that door is the most intense emotion they have ever experienced. It may be a fierce desire, a sudden inspiration, or a profound regret. When these emotions resonate with the magic accumulated within the core, true power will be awakened, and that is spiritual power. He thought to himself, so I can use spiritual power. This is truly unexpected, yet there remains something that troubles him. What was that just now? Clearly Du Lan's spiritual power had reappeared before my eyes. Spiritual power is inherently unique. How could it be replicated? Does the Bajura core truly possess such an ability? Geraldine said they would need to ask Professor Secret. But for now Senza was still smiling at him. He wondered if there was something else. Geraldine stated that among the 8 remaining curses on his body, 2 had vanished. He was astonished. Vanished. I did nothing. Geraldine smiled and said that although it was hard to believe, it was true. She explained that Bajura had merged with those 2 curses, which was utterly illogical because there had never been a precedent of curses merging. The only condition for this phenomenon to occur is that they must share the same attribute origin as Classier. He smiled. Just how many secrets does this body still conceal? Geraldine reassured him that one day everything would be brought to light. The scene shifted to a small town with houses lining the road. He strolled leisurely along the street, holding a book and a pipe between his lips. He looked at the book and muttered, as expected, something is not right. This cursed forbidden art truly clings like a leech. What exactly did it do to my body? Forget it, overthinking is useless. Although somewhat troublesome, eliminating 2 curses is still a great advantage. If I wish to wipe out those detestable church members, this is not the time to be selective. Now, I will investigate step by step in secret. Azo's voice suddenly rang out, cutting through his thoughts. Ronald. He quickly turned around. Azo, it has been a long time. You came all the way here to pick me up, not bad kid. How did you know I was here? You all right? Suddenly an explosion rang out, causing Azo to continue rushing forward. He cried out in panic, Ronald, save me! Ronald immediately froze when he heard the plea for help. In the very next moment, he also shouted in alarm. Azo, what happened to you? The smoke gradually dispersed, revealing a massive muscular figure. A gigantic beast was chasing Azo from behind. Ronald shouted, what the hell is chasing you? He realized the ground was trembling with each heavy step of the beast. Am I seeing things? I only left the academy to visit the magic tower once, and something like this already happened. Why would such a terrifying creature appear inside the school? There is no mistake. It is a manticore. The manticore is a high danger level monster that inhabits the treacherous northwest, violent by nature with a body as hard as steel. In particular, its scorpion-like tail contains a deadly paralyzing venom. Its threat level is even considered higher than that of a wyvern. He thought to himself, but this is not entirely a bad thing. Thanks to this, he can verify whether Bajura's power allows the use of another person's aura. Quickly closed his eyes, sensing the mass of energy within. Not the heart, but the flow of magic drawn from the Vajra core. Last time I confronted the professor, I could not control the amount of magic power and ended up exhausted and unconscious. This time I must overcome that weakness. He felt as if he were lifting his foot and gently setting it down upon the calm surface of water. When activated, a surge of magic quickly spread around them. Azo stared in shock at Ronald's strange power. What is going on? Manticore was immediately bound tightly by strands of magic threads, rendering it immobile. He exclaimed excitedly, it worked, wonderful. However, the manticore slowly lifted its leg. The magical threads were swiftly torn apart. He and Azo stood there in astonishment at the sight. Fear was evident on both their faces, but it seemed this power still had its limit. He inwardly noted that its might was somewhat inferior to the original. The manticore swiftly charged straight at them. He hurriedly drew his sword. It seems I still have to fight head-on. At that very moment, a sudden flash of light burst forth. The ray shot straight ahead and struck the manticore before them. The ground was pierced through by dazzling beams of light. The manticore roared in intense agony. Azo gaped in shock at what had just occurred. Brilliant golden light still lingered before their eyes. After a while, the light gradually faded, revealing the clear blue sky. Baron Fanasi spoke, "Are you two injured anywhere?" He immediately turned around. That voice is Professor Baron Fanasi. The stone ground around them still bore traces of the battle. The manticore had been imprisoned inside a gigantic cage. Baron Fanasi gently touched it. "I am sorry for causing you pain, but if the situation worsened, the Empire would not forgive it. I hope you understand that this is the best choice." He observed and realized this was Professor Varen's aura, belonging to the physical enhancement type, but even so, he could still subdue the fearsome manticore with a single blow. I thought he was gentle. Who would have expected him to be this terrifying? The army quickly appeared and surrounded the cage containing the manticore. Baron Fanasi apologized to the two of them. "I did not expect it to break through the magically reinforced iron cage to escape. As the organizer of the 100 Beasts Festival, I sincerely apologize once again," he replied. "It is fine. Being able to witness such a rare sight is interesting as well." "What is the 100 Beasts Festival?" Azo explained that he had just returned, so he did not know. All of Galilean was busy preparing for this event. The 100 Beasts Festival, as its name suggests, is a celebration showcasing rare monsters and phantom beasts within the Empire's territory, where people have the chance to witness rare creatures with their own eyes, so it is eagerly anticipated by everyone. He murmured that he remembered seeing this event on the schedule and thought that participating would certainly be very interesting. But after this incident, will the festival be cancelled? Baron Fanasi replied that it likely would not. Kaindo places great expectations on it, so a small incident is not enough to stop it. Moreover, there will be something special appearing this time. The scene shifts to the next day at Neth. It was a large building with rather unique architecture. He said that everyone need not worry about the 100 Beasts Festival, but he still did not understand why this event was so highly anticipated. Everyone only talked about it, although he thought it would be interesting, it was not to that extent. Arya explained that if it were just an ordinary 100 Beasts Festival, then that would be true. But this time there would be the appearance of a special pair, Doppelganger Alpha and Omega. A doppelganger is a phantom beast capable of reading emotions through the eyes and transforming into the person facing it. Alpha will transform into the person the other party loves, while Omega transforms into the person the other party hates. To witness this miraculous sight with their own eyes, many are willing to spend an enormous sum of money. But because doppelgangers are extremely rare, the chance of encountering them is exceedingly slim. Now that a pair is being exhibited and it is even free, it is not hard to understand why everyone is so excited. So Ronald, after hearing this, do you feel more interested? He pondered about the creature that could transform according to emotions. If it were me, Alpha would probably take the form of Sister Iro, and Omega would likely be. His face immediately darkened when he thought of that person. At this level of commotion, the Academy will surely attract all sorts of strange people. Professor Baron Fanasi will likely have a very difficult time in the coming days. Occasions like this are always when uninvited guests appear the most. In a dark alley, a cloaked figure spoke. "The next order from the higher-ups has been issued. Remember it and carry it out seriously." "Yes, I will complete the mission flawlessly for the honor of Karaburo." The scene shifted to a school, surrounded by small buildings. Ronald spoke, "The 100 Beasts Festival will be set aside for now. Let us move straight to the main issue. Today I called the two of you here privately, because I have a gift to present. First is Azo, this is for you. I went through great difficulty to bring it from the Dawn Magic Tower. However, you cannot read it immediately. According to them, each page is sealed with complex encrypted magic. Ciphering just a single page takes an entire day. Therefore, be patient and study it step by step." Azo exclaimed in astonishment, "I never expected this to truly exist." Ronald asked in surprise, "Can you read it?" Azo replied, "Each page is like a maze, but I can still understand part of it. With enough time, I believe I can read the entire book. Of course, to fully comprehend it will require more time, because every sentence contains advanced and revolutionary knowledge." Wonderful, Ronald. How did you obtain this terrifying grimoire about that? Ronald briefly thought of Bajura. It would be better if you did not know. Now next is Maria. When you have time, please meet Professor Verendi. There is a major business opportunity waiting. She asked curiously, what opportunity? Ronald replied, the professor has successfully cultivated the Sarante herb. Soon they will produce medicine from it and distribute it throughout the empire. Therefore, I boldly recommended your Caribal Merchant Guild as the distribution unit. You also know the remarkable effectiveness of this herb with the capabilities of your family guild. Earning enormous profits is only a matter of time. Ronald slowly stood up and added, today is a special day. I want to personally test how much your strength has improved. I have long looked forward to this. Maria smiled brightly. That sounds interesting. I also have many things I want to show you. So enthusiastic, then prepare your weapons and follow me. We will begin our first sparring match. Azo hurriedly stood up. Then I will also, Ronald replied. Azo, for now you should focus on studying that grimoire. It will help you progress much faster than practicing swordsmanship. Understood? Alright then, do your best, Maria also added. See you again later, cute kid. Azo watched the two of them happily walk out the door. He observed Maria's cheerful smile as she chatted with Ronald. A hint of distraction briefly appeared on Azo's face. See you again after 15 days at Galerian Academy. At a vast training ground with a perfectly circular shape. Dessen spoke, alright, this will be the 514th trial. Are you two ready? Brahm quickly replied, of course. Adessen continued, then let the countdown begin. 3. Brahm immediately raised his blade. 2. A brilliant golden light enveloped his entire body. 1. Adessen quickly blew a resounding whistle. Brahm immediately dashed forward with tremendous momentum. His arm swung forward, his hand gripping the hilt of the blade tightly. Ronald remained standing still as Brahm closed in. His expression did not waver, completely calm. Ronald focused intensely on the magical power within his body. The inner core within him ignited with a brilliant purple flame. A stream of purple light immediately radiated outward. Brahm's blade halted right in front of him. Purple threads tightly wrapped around his legs and weapon. Brahm laughed. Now I truly cannot move at all. What a marvelous technique, Ronald. Ronald let out a sigh of relief, unable to hide his reassurance. You have worked hard, Brahm. Adessen spoke. Congratulations, Ronald. This time your casting speed and magical balance are both perfect. Reach this level in just 15 days is unbelievable. Ronald replied, not at all. It is all thanks to everyone's help. Adessen analyzed my technique, pointed out its weaknesses, and provided perfect solutions. Brahm did not hesitate to launch relentless attacks, helping me maintain sharp instincts and significantly enhance the power of my technique. Although it is not entirely my own spiritual power, Brahm laughed loudly, seeing a swordsman remain calm even when the blade is at his throat. I understand the spirit of a warrior even more. Thanks to you, I have found a new goal. Truly a wonderful guild leader, Ronald smiled. You are always full of energy. All right, I will go train on my own now. Brahm cheerfully called out, whenever you need someone to test your blade again, just call me. Ronald quickly realized that merely mastering this purple aura was already remarkable. But what concerned him was the golden aura that Professor Varen Fanasi once used. No matter how many times he tried, it only depleted his magic core and he could not reproduce even a trace of it. It seemed that the higher the level of the aura, the more difficult it was to replicate. If he could observe it a few more times, he might grasp the sensation, but the professor was extremely busy. What should he do? Suddenly a voice echoed. You are here, Ronald. He quickly turned back. You are. Assistant of Professor Varen Fanasi, Bari panted. Fortunately, you still remember me. Ronald replied, we have met several times, but why are you here? Bari said. Actually, it is nothing special. The professor has been away for some time, and he left a letter instructing that if a major incident occurred which I could not resolve, I should seek your help, Ronald. Ronald was astonished. What Professor Varen Fanasi has already left, right before the 100 Beasts Festival. And what is this major incident? Bari explained, actually. The monster that we managed at the Taiwan Auditorium has disappeared. And that is the most important monster in this year's 100 Beasts Festival. Doppelganger, the impersonators, Adessen and Ronald were extremely shocked by this information. What? Bari continued, in fact Professor Varen Fanasi left quite a while ago. Immediately after that accident, he left the academy and now 2 weeks have passed. Ronald murmured, the accident 2 weeks ago, could it be? You mean the Manticore escape incident? Bari replied, that is correct. Professor always seemed suspicious about that accident and repeatedly said that he appeared to have overlooked something important. Eventually, he conducted the investigation himself, and although I am not sure what he discovered, even now, I can never forget the expression he had that day. It was the first time I had ever seen the professor so angry. Then early the next morning, he left behind the note as I mentioned and quietly departed. In the letter, he also instructed that if something serious were to happen, we should seek Ronald for help. Ronald remarked that the current situation was indeed a serious incident. The rare doppelganger had broken out of its containment cage and vanished without a trace. How is the situation, Senior? Have you discovered anything? Adessen replied that she believed this was not a random accident. Not an accident? What do you mean? This cage was made from super alloy glass, specially designed to counter the doppelganger's shape-shifting ability. You also know the hardness of this type of glass, so would it make sense for it to suddenly shatter? Moreover, most of the glass fragments were scattered inward rather than outward. You can also sense the dense remnants of magical power lingering on the shard. This indicates that an extremely powerful force from the outside directly impacted the cage. Based on these details, it is very likely that this was a deliberate attack targeting the doppelganger. Bari could not help but be stunned upon hearing this, an attack. Ronald secretly admired her, truly the captain. Her analytical ability was remarkable otherwise. It would be impossible to reasonably explain this incident. From the moment I stepped in here, I already had an uneasy feeling. If that is the case then. If what you said is true, then this is no longer a minor matter, meaning a dangerous criminal is hiding within the academy. If not quickly tracked down, the consequences will be very serious, right, Assistant Bari? Bari was surprised by the question and quickly agreed. Ronald smiled and suggested that they should immediately begin the investigation, while also hoping for the knight's support since he could hardly manage everything alone. Dessen quickly spoke up to stop him. Wait, Ronald, there are still several other suspicious points. Ronald promptly reassured her, do not worry, Senior. This will not take too much time. We only need the knights to cooperate. A moment later, Ronald Genji sighed. Truly, ever since entering the academy, something has been happening constantly. Although considered a promising student, I am still just a kid. I cannot know everything, and at times like this, being noticed is truly uncomfortable. The knights must think the same, right? The nearby knight remained silent at his question. Ronald commented that everyone was truly quiet. Indeed, knights should be solemn and imposing. They looked very cool, only compared to that appearance. Their way of working seemed somewhat careless. The irritated knight asked what he was talking about. Ronald replied that although they were led here by an assistant, they still allowed students to freely enter the scene without inspection. Among the knights here, did no one notice what Senior Adessen had mentioned? In any case, this was clearly negligence that caused everything to become as serious as it is now. No one showed any remorse or embarrassment, which was truly puzzling. Or perhaps the salary is too low, causing everyone to lose motivation to work after saying that, do you not know to remain silent? The nearby knight shouted that this was merely an unexpected accident, and they did not need to explain anything to a student like him. It would be best for him to remain silent and leave. Ronald politely replied that he was sorry, Sir Knight, but allow him to ask one final question. Where did the bloodstains on your armor come from? Because as I recall, there is no reason for bloodshed to occur in this Galilean. Ronald's eyes immediately narrowed with vigilance as he asked who exactly they were. One of the knights immediately drew his sword in a threatening manner. He growled, asking if Ronald wished to die early. Ronald calmly replied that they would soon know who would fall first. He added that he was busy and wanted to resolve this quickly. Suddenly, the sword in another knight's hand swung upward. The head of the knight who had just threatened Ronald was instantly severed from his body. The remaining knights and Ronald were all unable to comprehend what had just happened. The eyes of the one who had just been beheaded widened in agony. Those around them panicked and murmured in confusion what was happening. The leading knight angrily charged forward, cursing the traitor. He shouted that the opponent dared to betray his comrades. But that knight quickly turned to face him. He delivered a powerful slash into the opponent's body, and swiftly grabbed him by the collar, and forcefully hurled that knight toward the comrades behind him. Two knights collided, lost their balance, and fell. Banris and knight armor continued to charge forward. The knight who had been slammed to the ground angrily cursed. He became terrified upon seeing Banris raise his sword. He hurriedly begged for his life. Ronald muttered in confusion about what was happening. He asked who that person actually was. Banris's eyes flashed as he looked toward Ronald. Ronald cautiously reached for the sword at his waist. Banris slowly approached Ronald and his friend. He suddenly knelt down, bowed his head, and said that Lord Ronald had seen clearly that he himself had eliminated these criminals. Therefore, he asked Ronald to remove the misunderstanding that he had colluded with them. Ronald asked in surprise what he was talking about. He suddenly recognized the familiar voice and wondered if it could be. Banris quickly removed his helmet. Ronald exclaimed in astonishment that it was Banris. He smiled and replied that it had been a long time and asked about Ronald's well-being. Realizing that the knight was Banris, Ronald knelt beside him to observe more closely. Ronald sat facing the serious expression, causing Banris to scratch his head awkwardly and say that this appearance was truly unusual. Ronald reminded Banris to speak carefully. Although he said not to misunderstand, he himself clearly understood the situation. His threatening words made Banris tremble. Ronald's sharp gaze made him clearly feel the pressure, as Ronald said that he was not someone who would easily overlook such matters. Overwhelmed by the imposing aura, Banris quickly declared that he would confess the entire truth. First of all, he had never forgotten the day Ronald saved his life and he became a new person, along with the instructions given at that time. It was the order to remain in Caribolo as a spy to assist in purging the criminal. Therefore, throughout this time, he had devoted all his strength to carrying out the mission, taking on every difficult task to gain their trust. Banris knelt on the ground with clasped hands trying to explain. Banris continued recounting to Ronald the events after he accepted the spy mission. Thanks to that achievement, he was promoted to the position of Wolf, allowing access to many top-secret pieces of information, such as the locations of branches and upcoming poaching plans, and exactly as instructed by you. He regularly transferred all that information to a man named Varan Fanas. Hearing this, Ronald nodded in response. The professor had once mentioned that an anonymous person had greatly assisted in dismantling Caribolo. Banris broke into a sweat, pointing at the armor he was wearing and explaining. This armor was provided by them, he was merely the recipient. He was responsible for communication, so he did not know the origin of the goods. Please believe him this time. Ronald merely sighed upon hearing this and thought to himself, this kid seemed to have chosen the right path. Thinking so, Ronald spoke. All right, for now I will believe that you have tried. So what was your purpose in sneaking in here? Ronald looked straight at Banris and continued asking. I still do not understand. No matter how notorious Caribolo is, they would not foolishly provoke Filion. Why would they be so reckless? Banris scratched his cheek awkwardly and replied, actually, recently Caribolo's reputation has been plummeting. Thanks to his reconnaissance efforts, Varan Fanasi and the Imperial Army had destroyed half of their branches. He also sabotaged many poaching operations, making their situation increasingly dire. Rumors of Caribolo's imminent collapse spread everywhere. At this point, Banris smiled proudly. Ah, he was the one who spread those rumors. Ronald could only sigh helplessly. Banris looked at Ronald, frowned, and continued. Therefore, their higher-ups felt threatened and decided to carry out a campaign to restore their reputation. And that was the plan to raid the 100 Beasts Festival this time. After understanding Caribolo's objective, Ronald smiled. So that was it. The 100 Beasts Festival is an event that attracts the attention of the entire empire. If they could seize the most outstanding creature, that would be the doppelganger. It would serve as a perfect display to amplify their prestige. Ronald stood up, looked down at Banris, and asked, it seems that plan has already failed. So now all that remains is to deal with the remnants and bring the doppelganger back. Banris knelt down and bowed his head in response. No, Sir Ronald, everything is not over yet. The doppelganger is only the beginning. The true objective is to capture all the creatures at the 100 Beasts Festival. To accomplish that, Caribolo's main force, Arendelle, has appeared. At this moment in the basement where the doppelganger was being held, a stream of white smoke suddenly flooded into the room. The remaining cavalry had been subdued and lay motionless on the floor. Ronald heard the disturbance and turned his head to look. Banris also stared upward in confusion. Bari was so terrified that he collapsed onto the ground. Dessen wiped the sweat from his chin, planted his sword into the ground and said, they have arrived, Ronald. Just as expected, these people are not regular knights. After you left, I interrogated them briefly and the truth was immediately revealed. We're all merely knocked unconscious, so the interrogation will not be difficult. Ronald stepped closer and replied, excellent, senior. But why does the assistant look so distraught? He looked at Bari, who was sitting on the ground with a stunned expression. Adessen gave an awkward smile. I am not sure either. He suddenly turned pale earlier. Perhaps he was shocked upon discovering there was an insider. And who is the person standing behind you? Hearing the question, Ronald pointed toward Banris. Before he could say more, Banris quickly bowed. Yes, greetings, beautiful lady. Please allow me to bow in respect. He used to be a subordinate of Caribolo, but has now reformed and begun anew. Banris bent at a 90-degree angle as he introduced himself. He is Banris, the loyal subordinate of Sir Ronald. Adessen asked curiously. A subordinate? Ronald immediately interrupted. We can discuss that later. At present, we have more important matters. After a brief exchange, Adessen spoke and asked, "Is that true, Banris?" He glanced at him and continued asking, "Not only here but in other areas as well. There are also members of Caribolo disguised as knights." Banris replied with certainty, "That is correct. The true objective of the plan is to seize all creatures during the Festival of Beasts. Releasing the doppelganger is merely a diversion. When the most heavily guarded creature disappears, all attention will focus here. As a result, security in other areas will be weakened, and they will exploit that gap to take action. The operation begins when the full moon reaches the peak of Theagun Tower. According to the schedule, the remaining teams should now be ready." Hearing the detailed plan, Ronald frowned in thought. Looking at the knights lying on the ground, Ronald calculated. Knowing the plan in advance made handling each group not too difficult. However, it would be best to let them believe everything was proceeding smoothly. The minions were not a concern, but Arendelle was entirely different. Wolves or werewolves are a demi-beast race with superior combat ability. Among them, the Unram clan is the most renowned for its ferocity and strength. And this entire clan was annihilated by a single individual in one night 5 years ago, one of the 3 sharpest claws of Caribolo and a high-ranking leader. Arendelle, Ronald continued to calculate in his mind. That massacre marked Caribolo's transformation from a poaching band into a powerful criminal organization. His personal appearance proved that Caribolo had committed all its forces, which meant they had prepared for every worst-case scenario. Therefore, what Ronald needed to do was. Thinking of this, Ronald turned to Bari and said, "Assistant Instructor, please secretly inform the Imperial Army and closely monitor the situation. The doppelganger has been released. We will find and bring it back." Ronald, Adessen, and Banris all looked at Bari and smiled. After assigning Bari his task, Ronald continued to think, based on Arendelle's actions. Although arrogant, he did not act recklessly. Releasing the doppelganger proved he was very confident in his own strength. In other words, if they recovered the doppelganger first, he would certainly come to them himself. This was an opportunity to eradicate them completely. In shift, the sunset gradually descended outside. In a forest, Arendelle sat on a log holding a large piece of meat. He bit into it roughly and chewed with satisfaction. While eating, Arendelle raised his hand to his mouth and said, "Waiting truly is torture." He threw the remaining meat aside and muttered, "The time spent waiting for prey to take the bait is always the most boring moment. Manticore or doppelganger are merely side dishes. Show yourself quickly, Varen Fanasi. This time I will force you to reveal yourself." His eyes filled with anger and anticipation. The forest wind rustled, dry leaves drifting through the air. 3 figures gradually appeared within the forest. They were Ronald, Banris, and Adessen. She was casting magic on the surrounding beasts. Banris stood behind observing and said, "Hearing that you alone defeated all of Caribolo was already impressive, but witnessing it firsthand proves you are truly extraordinary. But what do you intend to do with those beasts?" Ronald glanced over and answered, "To find the doppelganger, of course." Adessen continued casting while explaining, "I will let them identify the residual mana of the doppelganger left in the cage. Then have them track that trace." Hearing this, Banris asked Ronald in astonishment, "Is that truly possible?" Ronald crossed his arms and smiled. "It is a simple matter, as you can see. Because she is exceptionally outstanding, a future Grand General of ours." At this moment, Adessen closed her eyes and focused on casting a spell, a glowing stream of black energy swirling around her palm. After a while, Adessen slowly opened her eyes, looked toward the herd of beasts and spoke, "Everyone, I am counting on you." Upon receiving the command, the animals immediately turned and ran deep into the forest to search. Inside the forest, a mysterious creature was darting forward at extreme speed. As it moved, its eyes emitted a strange purple light. The white-furred fox was still running at full speed. It was Omega transformed into a fox. Omega in fox form continued moving, and a bird following Adessen order discovered it. The bird immediately swooped down to chase Omega, its beak constantly letting out warning cries. Omega quickly sensed the presence of the bird and glanced at it. It turned its head, its eyes flashing with powerful energy. A low growl escaped its mouth, its gaze locked onto the target behind. Suddenly, Omega launched an attack at the bird, causing an explosion that sent smoke and dust billowing everywhere. The bird had no time to defend and was still charging forward. At that very moment, Omega transformed into a snake with a long flicking tongue. It shot toward the bird, mouth wide open as if to swallow its prey whole. In an instant, Omega snake form appeared clearly before the bird eye. In the end, only a tragic scene remained. Adessen sensed it and opened her eyes, her breathing turning rapid. Adessen immediately pointed toward the forest and loudly announced, "Found it, Ronald, over there." The snake appeared right before the 3 of them at a short distance. Dessen looked at the white snake and shouted, "That is Doppelganger transformed." Upon hearing that he exclaimed, "Well done, senior. It seems Omega is over there." He had not finished speaking when a figure swiftly brushed past him. Banris rushed forward and confidently said, "Leave this to me, Lord Ronald," leaving him no time to react. While running, Banris shouted loudly, "I am Banris. Though my past was not glorious, I once reached the wolf rank of Carivalo." For a creature like this, Lord Ronald does not need to act personally. The snake remained still, flicking its tongue with a threatening hiss. Banris charged at it, startling it. He reached out and grabbed the snake forcefully and said, "I alone am enough." In the blink of an eye, Banris subdued the snake. It continuously let out shrill cries. He tightly gripped the snake head, squeezing until it writhed. Looking at the snake in his hand, Banris cheerfully reassured, "Be good now. I have no intention of hurting you." Before he could react, he heard a scolding voice, "Idiot." Banris turned back with a bright smile and waved, "Lord Ronald, look, I have handled one." He had not finished speaking when he ran over angrily. "Why did you look straight into its eyes? I told you already, Omega transforms based on negative emotions, including fear and terror." Upon hearing that, Banris froze, his face turning pale as he asked, "What?" Banris looked down at the creature in his hand and muttered, "Fear or terror could it be?" In his hand was Asura staring at him without blinking. Banris could only hold his breath under that gaze. The memory of being attacked by Sita suddenly flooded back. Banris burst into tears and screamed loudly. Right after that, he fell onto the ground, allowing Omega in Sita form to slip from his grasp. Omega flew away, and at that moment, he and Dessen rushed forward to confront it. In a split second, Sita reached out and touched his face, four eyes locking onto each other. Looking at Omega before him, he muttered, "What the hell is this?" In Omega's eyes at this moment reflected his image. It swiftly brushed past him and flew away. He dodged aside and cried out, "Damn it." He turned back, gritting his teeth as he thought, "This is bad. It must have looked into that eye. If something like Aheju appears again, the consequences will be unimaginable." Before everything went out of control, while he was still thinking, Omega in the air began transforming once more. He resolved to capture it. Without hesitation, he chased after it. Dessen shouted loudly, "Ronald, Sr." As he ran, he instructed, "Take Banris to find Alphady. I will handle Omega." The pursuit between he and Omega quickly moved deep into the forest. As he accelerated, he pondered, "Why is it like this?" At that speed, it should have completed its transformation. He looked down, puzzled when he saw no sign resembling Ahi. With that size, it would be hard to hide. Even more strangely, he suddenly stopped in the middle of the forest. He did not continue the chase, but calmly observed his surroundings. He noticed human footprints on the ground and began deducing their direction. The remaining magic power was indeed Doppelganger, but who had it transformed into? He followed the footprints, raising his guard as he drew closer. The killing intent around him grew heavier, the area ahead becoming increasingly gloomy with dense red currents. In his mind, an image of a young man immediately appeared. He wondered, could it be? Extremely cautious, he advanced step by step, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. He moved forward, one hand pushing aside a branch above his head. The other hand, he slowly drew his sword. He muttered, "No matter who it is. I just need to check." Before finishing his words, he stopped as a cloaked man stood before him. Sight left, he stunned, his eyes wide and unblinking. The man before him held a sword stained red, drops of blood still falling. His face smeared with grime, the man softly spoke, "Father." He looked at his reflection in the stream and continued, "In the end, I still could not protect anyone at all." He remained frozen, his mouth open, yet no words came out. The man turned around, eyes identical to he, and said, "I could not protect anyone." He faced his own self, the two standing in silence under a tense moment. He lowered his head, clenched his fist, and wondered, what the hell is happening? The one he tried to deny was actually himself. Perhaps because of that frenzied gaze filled with killing intent originated from him. Ronald, formed by Omega, continued muttering endlessly, "Could not protect." That replica kept moving, its voice echoing, "Why could I not protect?" Omega, with furious eyes, charged at he and roared, "Why could I not protect?" He was still stunned. Only when Omega closed in did he snap back to his senses. He immediately reacted, raising his sword to block Omega's attack. Under the overwhelming force, shattered stones flew, and dust filled the air. Omega still held the advantage, relentlessly pressing he with superior strength. He gritted his teeth and endured, thinking that Doppelganger could inherit the memories and traits of the copied target, but this case far exceeded the normal level. Looking at the replica created by Omega, he confirmed that it was himself from the past. Ronald gradually lost his footing, forced backward, realizing that if this continued it would become extremely dangerous. The two blades clashed violently, their bodies scraping and throwing off sparks. Ronald silently judged that this opponent was far from simple. That man was at his peak state of power just as when he fought Aheju, while Ronald's current body was unable to suppress him. He decided he had to widen the distance to buy time, but at that moment, Omega suddenly released his grip from the sword hilt. He immediately used a technique to fling the sword upward, causing Ronald to lose balance and lunge forward from inertia. Thought flashed through Ronald's mind. It was hard to believe the opponent would let go of the weapon he was using. Clearly he intended to break his center of gravity. Immediately after, Omega moved like lightning and brutally grabbed Ronald's hair. The other hand seized the sword and brought the hilt crashing down onto Ronald's head in a rapid chain of motion. Omega's eyes while wearing Ronald's form were utterly lifeless, devoid of any vitality. He immediately raised the scabbard to block, coldly saying that such a despicable style was indeed his familiar manner. His sword arm trembled without end, yet he still forced himself to tighten his grip on the hilt. He used the scabbard to parry and counter, revealing a frigid smile and saying that the memories he tried to forget were now flooding back. You who deserve punishment. He slammed the sword hilt hard into Omega's abdomen and loudly expressed his thanks. Ronald's strike landed precisely on the opponent's midsection. Omega immediately flew into a rage, veins bulging as he glared at Ronald. Right after, he used force to fling Ronald away, and Ronald followed the momentum to leap back and maintain distance. Ronald looked at the opponent bearing his own appearance, gasping from exhaustion and thinking that he had nearly grown careless. Just a little more and his head would not have remained intact, a thin cut on his neck clearly seeping blood. He looked at Omega with icy eyes, suddenly realizing that this feeling was frighteningly familiar. It was the sensation from when he once tore enemies apart merely to survive. No different from a wild beast, and the reflection before him radiated the same murderous aura. He gripped the sword with both hands, telling himself to remain on guard at all times. A single lapse within one breath would be enough to pay the price. At that instant, Omega rushed forward with terrifying speed. The two swung their swords simultaneously. He drove Omega back, yet still clearly felt death looming close. Omega did not stop but pressed forward to attack once more. His eyes overflowed with killing intent, flashing with a dangerous red gleam. Omega charged, each slash cracking the ground apart, fragments of stone scattering with formidable destructive force. As the blade was about to reach him, a cloud of white smoke suddenly appeared before Ronald. Smoke concealed his body, leaving only his sharp eyes visible. Omega's sword pierced through the smoke and stabbed straight toward Ronald's position. The strike seemed as though it had already pierced through Ronald's head. He had used a substitute to deceive the opponent. At that moment he lowered his body and unleashed a counter slash. Omega was caught off guard and could not react in time. He smiled and said that all his intentions had been seen through. He continued swinging his sword and declared that it was because he was merely his copy. However, Omega's reflexes were extremely fast, managing to raise his sword in time to block. He clenched his teeth, realizing that the force of his slash was still insufficient. Even so, a small scratch appeared on Omega's face. After the exchange, Omega glared at him with eyes shining with murderous intent. Without another word, the two rushed in and collided head-on. The impact created a powerful shockwave, cracking the ground and sending debris flying everywhere. After the collision, he felt dizzy and coughed up a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth at Omega and thought that this man was no different from a block of stone. While he was still thinking, Omega continued his assault. Caught off guard, he was kicked fiercely by Omega and sent flying. Though he raised both arms to shield his chest, he still felt intense pain and coughed hoarsely. The kick hurled him into the air in an uncontrollable state. Even so, he remained clear-headed and realized that if it were him, the attack would not end there. Just as expected, Omega immediately swung his sword in pursuit. The blade shot straight toward him, while he had already anticipated this situation. He was slammed into a boulder, shattering it to pieces, yet Omega's sword tip continued to press closer. He opened his eyes, gritting through the pain and realizing this was the next finishing blow. Immediately after, a massive explosion erupted in the forest where they fought, the aftershock spreading in all directions. White smoke blanketed the entire area, vision obscured with only echoing sounds remaining. Omega's sword struck the boulder and became lodged, giving Ronald a chance to breathe. He dropped to sit on the ground, exhausted, looking around and murmuring about the cause of his death if it were to occur. He glanced at the gleaming blade reflecting his own image, and thought that the only way was to make Omega change targets. When he transformed into another form, an opportunity would appear. At that moment someone approached and commented on the powerful killing aura. It was Arendelle searching for prey. Hearing the sound, he turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. A dreadful presence drew near. Arendelle stepped closer and mocked that it was merely a brat disrupting his hunting ground. He looked at him with ferocious eyes and asked what he was doing here. He observed the tall man before him, noticing the thick scent of blood and the fierce beast-like aura radiating outward. He immediately realized that this man was Arendelle, just as Valis had mentioned. He looked up at Arendelle, confused about how to respond as this appearance was completely beyond his expectations. When he remained silent, Arendelle continued, asking whether he was so afraid that he dared not answer. At that instant, a strange aura drifted past, drawing Arendelle's attention. He inhaled deeply and froze upon recognizing the familiar scent. Arendelle covered half his face and laughed loudly, saying that though he had prepared carefully, he could not miss this opportunity. He realized that Ronald was emitting Omega's scent, causing him to also notice the abnormality around him. He asked Arendelle in shock about that matter. Without answering, Arendelle rushed forward, shattering the boulder he leaned on with his bare hand and declaring that everything would be easy. Arendelle's radiant power of light burst forth dazzlingly, crushing the surrounding earth and stone. Veins bulging, he looked at him with icy eyes and declared that he had just captured Alpha and now had Omega as well. Still not recovered, he sat on the ground hearing that and was astonished to learn that Arendelle had captured Alpha. As soon as he finished speaking, Arendelle turned and stomped hard on the ground to gather momentum. He charged toward him, one hand reaching out to seize him, the other clenched into a fist while uttering scorn. Arendelle attacked with lightning speed and vicious strikes, forcing him to only raise his sword to defend. He could not counterattack, only dodging and blocking. Ronald frowned as he calculated. The highest title of Carry Bolo was indeed not merely for display. Every strike unleashed carried terrifying power and overwhelming killing intent. If he were hit by even one blow, with his current condition, he would certainly be unable to withstand it. Ronald glanced around and thought to himself, moreover, there was another problem. One pursuing him should have ended everything long ago, yet that man restrained his killing intent and held his breath while hiding in the shadows. If it were himself in his previous life, he knew the only reason was that he was waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal strike. Thinking of this, Ronald did not hesitate any longer and tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Arendelle saw this action and was momentarily astonished, unable to utter a word. Ronald swung his sword, delivering a horizontal slash toward him, with the sole thought of quickly defeating his opponent. The slash left only a small scratch on Arendelle's skin, but it bore the imprint of Ronald's power. Arendelle raised his hand to touch the wound and curled his lips into a smile truly authentic. He immediately turned and threw a powerful punch toward Ronald. He blocked it with his sword, and he continued with praise, not bad. The two immediately plunged into a fierce battle. Arendelle launched a bare-handed punch. Ronald blocked it, and he said, "Normally others lose all will to fight the moment they see me. How interesting. Your appearance here indeed has its reason." Facing him at close range, Ronald silently evaluated that the previous slash had caused no harm. Then he spoke, "This body. It is the power of Orazo." Ronald continued to endure while the aura from Arendelle showed no sign of weakening. Hearing Ronald's question, Arendelle replied, "That is correct. My aura permeates deep into my muscles, turning my body into an invulnerable weapon. Strengthening the body with mana cannot compare to mine. This is the pinnacle of the enhancement domain, far beyond all limits. Being able to leave a wound on my body is already an honor for you." After saying that, Arendelle revealed a meaningful smile and declared, "From now on, I will acknowledge you as my prey. Hunting is the instinct of the strong, while the weak can only struggle in despair. So, child, fight until exhaustion." As he spoke, he seized Ronald's sword. Suddenly, Arendelle launched an attack that Ronald could not react to. The immense power forced him backward, and he shouted, "Struggle all you want." Ronald was flung away by the terrifying impact, gritting his teeth to endure. Forcefully stabbed his sword into the ground to stop his momentum. As soon as he lifted his head, Ronald saw Arendelle attacking right in front of him. By reflex, he quickly leaned backward to evade the strike. Immediately afterward, Ronald turned around and seized the opportunity, his eyes flashing with determination. He immediately unleashed a series of rapid slashes toward Arendelle. Seeing this, that man clenched his fist and counterattacked. Ronald did not yield, and the two continued to clash. Arendelle used his steel-like arms to block all the slashes. Ronald's blade struck his arm, sending out sparks but causing no damage. The two immediately separated and retreated backward. The collision between their immense powers pushed both Arendelle and Ronald away. He used his massive body to maintain his balance. Right behind him was a gigantic boulder. Arendelle did not hesitate and grasped it with his bare hand. He exerted all his strength to lift the boulder with just one hand. Then Arendelle hurled the boulder straight toward Ronald. Ronald reacted with extreme speed, swinging his sword repeatedly and shattering the boulder into many fragments. Arendelle seized the opportunity to rush forward, throwing a punch and laughing loudly, "Got you." But at that very moment he suddenly halted, and the smile on his lips vanished. Ronald knelt on one knee, swung his sword with immense gathered power and said, "I am the one who should say that." Both charged at each other carrying tremendous power. Ronald continued, "Let us see." Ronald slashed downward. Arendelle immediately used both arms to shield his chest and block the attack. However, he was still blasted backward by the force of Ronald's strike. Even so, Arendelle burst into a delighted laugh. Immediately afterward, the power within him erupted violently. Arendelle loudly exclaimed, "This truly excites me to the utmost." Facing that berserk power, Ronald gritted his teeth to resist, silently contemplating his opponent. Arendelle's body gradually became gigantic, his veins bulging, his eyes glowing as he said, "How long has it been since the thrill of hunting made every nerve tense like this? Wonderful, truly wonderful child, you indeed have potential. Let me use my full power." After saying that, he created a sphere of blue energy in his hand. Arendelle once again rushed toward Ronald and shouted loudly, "Receive it." Supreme power. Just as he finished speaking, Arendelle's arm was suddenly severed, blood spraying everywhere. Arendelle immediately realized something was wrong. He turned to look with disbelief and exclaimed, "What?" His arm had truly been severed by a tree branch, and the blood continued to pour out. It was Ronald transformed by Omega. Appearing at that moment with a tree branch in his hand, Arendelle glared with intense fury. Omega appeared once again, saying nothing. After severing Arendelle's arm, he closed his eyes in silence. The severed arm was completely detached, blood splattering everywhere. Arendelle used his remaining hand to clutch his bleeding shoulder, screaming in agony. Despite trying to endure the pain, that man still darted his eyes around and thought, "What is this terrifying power?" The distance had widened when he concentrated all his aura into a single point. However, his hand had been severed by that tiny branch, and Arendelle quickly realized that the culprit was the very branch that had just injured him. While still confused and trying to guess the identity of his opponent, a familiar scent suddenly drifted past, causing Arendelle to freeze as he sensed that it originated from the one standing before him. Omega, in Ronald's form, tightly gripped the blood-stained branch in his hand with a resolute expression. Arendelle had recognized the identity of his opponent, and his face tightened with fury as veins bulged grotesquely. Omega immediately rushed forward, swinging the branch and shouting that he would not allow himself to make another mistake, while Arendelle clenched his fist in preparation to counterattack. The two sides quickly collided. Arendelle's punch erupted with tremendous power as he roared in hatred, calling his opponent a monster. The energy erupting from Arendelle caused the surrounding sky to blaze brilliantly. Omega and Arendelle charged into a fierce battle, their clashing streams of power scattering rocks and debris in all directions. After a period of intense combat, Omega landed and used his power to pull Arendelle's severed arm up from beneath the ground. On the opposite side, Arendelle had also just landed, clutching his injured arm and roaring angrily when he saw Omega's action. Omega drew the arm toward himself while lifting his leg to gain momentum for the next move. Immediately afterward, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Arendelle's arm flying straight toward its owner. The severed arm flew through the air with droplets of blood scattering. Arendelle used his remaining hand to block and angrily questioned Omega's arrogance in turning him into a joke. Arendelle's eyes at this moment were filled with blazing fury and extreme hatred. Seizing the opportunity, Omega swiftly closed the distance while Arendelle had not yet recovered from the kick. He unleashed a series of relentless slashes, the sound of weapons tearing through the air echoing continuously. Arendelle was forced into a defensive stance, using his arm to shield his chest and minimize the damage. Unable to endure any longer, Arendelle, with a ferocious expression, released all of his power and roared Omega's name. Not far away, Ronald watched the entire battle with tension, sweat beading on his forehead as he wondered what was happening. Faced with the chaotic scene, Ronald realized that the other party was not only utilizing the surrounding branches, but also possessed enough strength to confront Arendelle directly. A series of questions about Omega appeared in his mind. Even the act of keeping his eyes closed made Ronald suspect that it was a way to maintain an advantage and capture Arendelle. However, Ronald could not understand why Omega would act to such an extent, since previously he clearly only wanted to target him, but now his focus had shifted to Arendelle. Meanwhile, Arendelle continued the battle, gritting his teeth as he speculated about Omega's true identity. As if realizing something, He widened his eyes and declared that he had defeated Alpha not long ago, yet Omega had also come to this place. Omega kept his eyes closed, veins bulging with fury, and in his mind flashed the thought that Alpha had been captured by Arendelle. A memory quickly appeared before Omega's eyes. Alpha was fleeing in panic deep into the forest. While running, a metal rod suddenly pierced through his cap, causing Alpha to cry out in pain. When Alpha collapsed, a person approached with a sinister smile, mocking the agonizing cry. That person was Arendelle. He laughed cunningly and coldly declared that it was time for Alpha to return to him. Witnessing the entire memory, Omega could not restrain his anger and shouted in fury. Immediately afterward, he rushed forward with a downward slash, but Arendelle managed to raise his hand to block and let out a groan. Arendelle's vision gradually became less agile, and he realized that Omega had become the embodiment of negative emotions such as hatred, anger, fear, and regret. Unlike Alpha, who was rather gentle, confronting Omega would certainly meet fierce resistance, a fact not beyond his expectations yet still forcing him to remain cautious. While Arendelle was still deep in thought, a sudden sword strike descended, cutting through his train of thought. Omega's attack far exceeded all initial calculations, leaving Arendelle astonished. Omega's powerful slash caused the surrounding ground to crack, sending earth and rocks flying everywhere. Clenching his teeth to endure, Arendelle speculated that the entity before him had a close connection with that young man. He glanced toward Ronald and concluded that despite his youth, the boy still possessed the potential to deliver a fatal blow if he matured further. This thought led Arendelle to imagine a scenario where he himself became prey hunted by Ronald. After careful consideration, he reached a final decision that there was no other choice but to abandon his original hunting plan. As soon as the thought ended, Arendelle quickly dodged to the side to avoid Omega's attack. He lowered his center of gravity and then gathered all his strength to unleash a powerful punch. The punch carried a terrifying source of energy, and in Arendelle's mind there remained only one thought: to eliminate Omega. Omega, who was charging forward, also had to halt in the face of Arendelle's sudden action. Arendelle's strike released horrifying power, creating immense pressure. That stream of energy surged straight ahead with dreadful destructive force. The power of the punch pierced through the entire forest, extending across a vast distance. After launching the attack, Arendelle landed and stabilized his stance. He muttered, wondering who the original entity truly was, and concluded that enduring the previous blow was unimaginable, yet Omega had been able to counterattack directly. Nevertheless, Omega remained unharmed, using the broken branch to redirect the punch, forcing Arendelle to acknowledge the extraordinary strength of his opponent. He believed that if Omega had not done so, he would have been defeated, and the punch caused the arm holding the branch to tremble. Amid the dense smoke and dust within the forest, Arendelle continued to speak. He stated that Omega was now no different from himself, as the branch fell to the ground and Omega had to clutch his injured arm. Looking at his own vein-covered arm, Arendelle declared that the game was over and called Omega a beast. Once again, he clenched his fist and charged forward, explaining that with his dominant hand injured and his weapon lost, Omega no longer had any chance of victory. According to Arendelle, the hunt had officially come to an end. He shouted, demanding that Omega end his fate, while Omega remained still and prepared to speak. Suddenly, Omega drew a concealed sword and stabbed it straight into Arendelle's hand, repeatedly declaring that he had to protect. He continued to affirm his determination to protect, while blood from Arendelle's arm splattered outward. Witnessing this, Arendelle gritted his teeth in anger, realizing that Omega had hidden the weapon to deceive him into lowering his guard. As soon as he finished speaking, Omega's hand suddenly reached toward Arendelle's face. In an instant, Omega did not hesitate and attacked Arendelle's eye directly. Next, Omega grabbed Arendelle's hair to restrain him. Blood splattered around as Omega tightened his grip, giving Arendelle no chance to escape. Intense pain caused Arendelle to cry out in agony. He immediately collapsed to his knees, his mouth continuously groaning in pain. Waves of pain continued to strike, yet Arendelle still gritted his teeth in an effort to endure. Suddenly, Omega turned and used force to slam Arendelle against the rock behind him. At this moment, Arendelle became utterly miserable, completely losing the ability to resist. In a moment of desperation, Arendelle hurriedly shouted, demanding that he stop. He could not believe that the situation had developed in this direction. However, just as his words ended, Omega delivered the decisive slash. The space was filled only with Arendelle's cries and the traces of blood spreading everywhere. In the end, Arendelle collapsed as Omega's attack rendered him unable to continue existing. Omega's gaze looked down at his opponent with coldness and deep hatred. After the battle ended, Omega stood breathing heavily, and Ronald slowly approached. Omega looked down at Arendale's body on the ground, where blood had spread all around. He lowered his head, both hands resting on his knees, remaining silent without any reaction. Ronald still held his sword and stood at a certain distance from Omega, observing in silence. He gently looked down at the ground, unable to utter a single word at what had just occurred. In Ronald's form, Omega was haunted by the desolate battlefield and spoke. Since Ahizu left, only cries of sorrow have echoed throughout the Empire. That sound has even been replayed in my mind thousands of times. I can no longer waste my entire life like this. If only I had listened to my sister once, when she wished for me to focus more on my study. At least then I could have protected someone. I despise myself. Saying this, Omega covered his face and gritted his teeth in pain. Hearing those words, Ronald slightly raised his head to look at Omega. Omega continued to mutter, "I must protect, I must protect." As Omega stepped forward, a surge of energy immediately erupted, bringing with it the appearance of a thin thread. Ronald instantly sensed something unusual and quickly glanced around. Beneath his and Omega's feet were countless brilliantly glowing threads. Those threads tightly bound Omega's legs, preventing him from taking another step. Bound tightly, Omega gritted his teeth and looked at Ronald. He spoke to remind him, "Look carefully." Ronald tightened his grip on the sword hilt, power radiating to envelop the blade. He raised his sword, his cold gaze fixed on Omega, and said, "Myself." With those words, Ronald swung his sword, creating a powerful slash that shot straight toward Omega, carrying the force to cleave his body. Omega did not falter and immediately raised his sword to counter, splitting the incoming power in two. However, Omega suddenly froze, his eyes widening in astonishment. Consecutive slashes from Ronald rained down upon him. Omega seemed stunned but could not evade as the threads beneath his feet held him fast. Immediately after, Ronald charged forward, and the two entered a fierce clash. Omega's vision became blurred. He swung his sword wildly to fend off Ronald. After a series of counterattacks, the threads binding Omega's legs were finally severed. Omega panted heavily, his eyes darting around to assess the situation. He gritted his teeth, focusing his gaze straight ahead. Ronald descended from the air, charging directly toward Omega's position. A flash of light flickered in his eyes, his power erupting intensely. With burning determination, Ronald looked at Omega and silently thought of Aaron's radiance. Although the color and power were different, he still sensed the similarity when the two forces collided. This was certainly an energy source, based on the same principle as Professor Varen Fanasi. Thinking of this, Ronald's entire body blazed with a brilliant golden aura. Ronald gripped his sword, charged forward and shouted, inwardly confirming that he had truly grasped that power. Faced with Ronald's astonishing energy, Omega could not help but be stunned, his eyes wide. From above, Ronald thrust his sword straight down at Omega, the force cracking the ground beneath. Omega quickly raised his sword to block the fierce attack. However, he could not hold his ground and quickly dropped to one knee. Omega knelt on one knee, straining to withstand Ronald's pressure. Ronald suddenly spoke. Before entering the academy, I once thought that anything I could hold could become a weapon. But as you can see, that was truly an incredibly foolish thought. Ronald recalled the moment he witnessed Navi Joss draw his sword. At that time, he was deeply astonished and admiring. Recalling those images, Ronald continued, and then I realized. The sword has always been. Just as he finished speaking, cracks began to appear on Omega's sword. When Omega's sword completely shattered, Ronald finished his sentence, something beautiful and worthy of admiration. The fragments scattered everywhere, reflecting Ronald's image within them. Omega stared at Ronald in astonishment. As Ronald's blade thrust forward, Omega did not hesitate to raise his hand to block, allowing the blade to pierce through his palm. Carried by the momentum of the attack, Ronald could not stop in time, causing Omega's hand to be pierced deeper. He was utterly shocked. Seeing this, Ronald froze and thought, this man has even sacrificed his right arm, could he be? Omega's eyes flashed. He used his remaining hand to strike forward with momentum. Immediately after, the blow from Omega's other hand struck Ronald directly in the face. Pouring all his strength into it, Omega hurled Ronald away and slammed him to the ground. Ronald's body hit the ground hard. He groaned in pain and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Omega seized the sword, pulled his hand from the blade, and looked down at Ronald. After pulling out the sword, Omega gripped it and prepared to thrust downward. Ronald struggled to rise, cursed under his breath, and retreated, thinking that in this situation, he had no choice but to surpass his own limit. Thinking this, Ronald immediately forced himself to stand. Just as Omega was about to thrust the sword, a voice called out from afar, "Ronald." Hearing that voice, Omega froze and halted his attack. He looked up in confusion and exclaimed, "This voice. Ronald, hearing the call, sighed in relief. They arrived just in time. Fortunately, you can still hear those voices. At least now you are still the me of the past, are you not? Seeing the figures approaching, Ronald said to Omega, "Look carefully. The people standing before you." Was Adessen and Banris approaching, and Adessen was carrying something in her hand. Lying on the ground, Ronald continued, "What do you think, these familiar faces? That general is still as outstanding as before, but his personality has completely changed. Not only that, Banris has abandoned poaching and has even become a leader in the overthrow of Garibalo." Hearing this, Omega fell silent, seemingly unable to believe it. Ronald continued, "The shadow mages and the others are also living very well somewhere. Most importantly, Iro has finally obtained a happy life, I promise you. This time fate will certainly be different, trust me and depart." After hearing Ronald, Omega's body began to emit light. A dazzling purple radiance enveloped Omega, and a voice echoed, "Ronald, the Punisher." Before disappearing, Omega in the form of Ronald from a previous life continued to murmur, Tell them to protect everyone. I will trust you." After saying this, Omega's body gradually dissolved, the sword in his hand falling to the ground. Ronald lay on the ground, looking up at the sky, placing his hand on his chest and said, "Well done. 10 years later let us meet again in joy." At that moment Adessen ran over and called out loudly, "Ronald." The scene shifted to the town. The sky was clear and radiant with sunlight. Many stalls were displayed along the street. The academy students visited the stalls, and the townspeople also brought their children for a stroll. Everyone chatted happily, laughter echoing everywhere. Azo and Maria were also present at the exhibition fair. As they walked, Maria cheerfully said, "What a relief! If Ronald and his group had not discovered the impostor and Professor Varen Fanasi had not suppressed the Caribalo gang. Without those moments, surely today we would not be able to preserve such beautiful memories, would we?" The streets were bustling with people coming and going, playing with boundless excitement. Azo and Maria even stopped to buy 2 ice creams. Maria suddenly turned to wonder what Ronald was doing. Azo explained that he would be late because he had to attend an interview with Professor Varen Fanasi and would join them in the evening parade. Hearing that, Maria asked in surprise if it was true. Azo simply stared at her with wide eyes without replying. The two continued walking. Maria spoke with regret as they moved, saying how wonderful it would be if Ronald could enjoy this scene with them. Azo only glanced at her silently. Suddenly Maria turned and flashed a radiant smile, then shouted loudly, startling Azo, "In that case the two of us should have so much fun that Ronald becomes jealous. Are you ready, darling?" During that teasing remark, Azo blushed shyly, raised a hand to touch his cheek and stammered in response. Right after that, Azo hurried ahead to hide his embarrassment. Maria behind him enthusiastically raised her hand and suggested they visit the star of the zoological festival together. Scene shifts inside the sunlit greenhouse filled with warm light. A voice rang out in surprise, "I did not expect them to prepare such a grand garden." Azo and Maria stepped inside. Maria looked around and commented that they were cared for, worthy of the title star of the festival. Oz also glanced around and said that the imposters were very sensitive to the environment, so everyone paid special attention to them. Therefore, the number of people allowed in was limited and the inspections were stricter. Maria exclaimed that she understood. Two suddenly widened their eyes in astonishment at the scene before them. Maria pointed and asked what that was. That was the twin beast. On a platform not far from them, the blue creature was on display. She saw the twin beast before her transform into the shape of a girl. Maria could not help but wonder what was strange. Who was it trying to become? Azo smiled and explained that perhaps it was its original form, and after a long time they would return to that appearance. At that point Azo grew excited. He had heard that Omega was resting, so the creature before them was certainly Alpha. As soon as he finished speaking, Azo suddenly froze at the sight unfolding before him. He realized a truth he had never noticed. The Alpha of the twin beast could read the target thoughts and transform into the person they cherished most. Understanding that, Azo instantly flushed red with embarrassment. Flustered, Azo waved his hands repeatedly and said loudly that Maria should go ahead because he had something urgent to handle. Maria asked in surprise why so suddenly when they had already come this far. Maria's gaze suddenly turned mischievous. She looked at Azo with a meaningful smile. He placed a hand on his shoulder and teased that Azo was embarrassed. Could it be that he had fallen for someone else, making Azo startle and hurriedly deny it? Not letting Azo leave, Maria pulled him closer to Alpha and declared that all the more reason to stay and see who had made innocent Azo so infatuated. She had to investigate it clearly. In the end, under Maria's insistence, Azo had no choice but to look straight into Alpha's eye. His eyes immediately reflected the image of a girl. Alpha immediately began to change shape. Maria stood behind him laughing with delight and said, "Let's see who our darling truly loves." After the transformation was complete, before them stood a long-haired girl facing away. Unexpectedly, it was the image of Maria, gently brushing her hair aside. Azo covered his face in embarrassment and did not dare to look, while Maria stood stunned, then blushed and smiled awkwardly, not knowing how to react. After a while, Maria regained her composure to speak, but Azo hurriedly interrupted, saying that was exactly why he did not want to stay. Azo quickly explained and left. Maria reached out and called, "Wait, darling," but he had already run off. Left alone, Maria murmured to herself, wondering if Azo truly liked her. She had never thought this would happen, and then looked straight into Alpha's eyes. Alpha glowed and began to change shape once more. Maria lowered her hand from covering her eyes. The image of a man appeared, making her stand frozen. Her cheeks burned red with embarrassment, and Maria could not utter a word. Meanwhile, Azo ran outside, still shouting loudly, drawing the attention of those around him. Scene shifts to the evening at Professor Varan Fanasi laboratory. Inside, a voice apologized to Ronald because he should have been enjoying the festival but was called here instead. It was Professor Varan Fanasi sitting opposite Ronald. He said he had no excuse and was always the one receiving help. Ronald smiled and replied that the professor said that again. Was he absent because of the prophecy? On the day the Manticore escaped, he had discovered traces of Caribolo in the destroyed cage and had to immediately track down their trail. Moreover, outside the academy, there were signs that someone was preparing to smuggle out a rare species. Ronald raised his thumb in admiration and said the professor had handled everything himself. The professor smiled and said he was glad Ronald thought so and suggested they set aside the past to wrap everything up neatly. Then Ronald curiously asked the professor since when Banris had been standing there. Hearing his name, Banris, startled, stood at attention and loudly asked for permission to respond. He expressed gratitude to Ronald and Professor Varan Fanasi and proudly announced that from today, he had officially been appointed as the professor teaching assistant. The professor explained that he had offered the position to Banris, though normally the assistant would be a Filian student. However, Banris had greatly contributed by providing information about poaching and played an important role in dismantling Caribolo. Not only that, he had also significantly supported the twin beast incident, so the professor decided to make an exception and accept him. The professor cheerfully told Banris he was very surprised to learn that a young boy had taken on a dangerous role in that cruel organization. He did not want to lose such a brave and promising talent. The professor suggested the two cooperate well in the coming time, making Banris widen his eyes in surprise. Immediately after, he was so moved that tears welled up, biting his lip as he agreed. Unable to hide his emotions, Banris cried as he said he would rely on the professor. Ronald watched and thought to himself that diligent Banris had become the assistant of the lion professor. Thinking that, Ronald smiled softly and told himself the position suited him well. Banris continued to promise he would give his all, making Professor Varan Fanasi extremely satisfied. Ronald stood up from his chair and encouraged Banris to do his best. He looked at Banris with a warning gaze and said if he dared to reveal anything inappropriate, the consequences would not be pleasant, so be prepared. Banris turned pale and hurriedly replied that Ronald could rest assured. After that, Ronald turned to ask Professor Varan Fanasi for a favor and received his cheerful agreement. Ronald requested to see the twin beast one last time. He heard that after activity hours they would rest in this tower. The professor confirmed it but noted they would no longer transform. He said Omega was recovering from its injuries while Alpha was about to fall asleep. Ronald replied that it was fine and he only wanted to stop by to say goodbye. Scene shifts down to the basement research room where Alpha and Omega were being cared for. Ronald stepped forward to look at Omega and felt relieved seeing it recovering well. He told Omega that after the festival ended, the Empire would protect it at the highest security level so it could rest assured and recuperate. At that moment, Alpha nearby also took notice of Ronald. He made a sound to draw his attention. Ronald turned and asked if Alpha was not asleep yet. He asked whether it had something it wanted to say to him. Ronald looked deep into Alpha's eyes at that very moment. Alpha quickly transformed while Ronald silently observed. Through Alpha, Ronald saw the image of General Edesson and smiled. Luna watched for a while and remarked that Ronald must have respected her greatly. It has been a long time, General Edesson. Scene shifts to a few days after the zoological festival ended at a quiet wooden house. Inside, two people sat across a table. The other spoke in greeting that it had been a long time. Ronald, I heard the news from Professor Geraldine. The two curses resonated with Bajura's power and merged into a single entity. This fusion stabilized into an energy source that functioned as a focal point. As Maya Sigrid, he looked at Ronald and raised his hand to continue speaking. Of course, we can only treat it as a temporary measure. The seal formed by the curse still remains in effect. Comparatively, it is like blending several kinds of poison to create a new one. You can imagine how unpredictable the effects of such a toxin would be. Listening to Maya Sigrid, Ronald glanced down at the core before his chest and replied. The professor speaks of it so calmly that it does not seem serious, right? Hearing him ask, Maya Sigrid answered, in truth it has been useful until now. Ronald lifted his head at that moment, his gaze serious as he said, I still want to remove the curse properly. Is there any method? Hearing that, Maya Sigrid tilted his head and pondered for a moment before asking, you seem more determined than before. What happened? Ronald sat across from him, remaining silent. Ronald recalled Omega's eyes before the match, then replied, more than that, I just think I must readjust myself. At this point, Ronald suddenly pressed his lips together tightly. You seem to have decided, Ronald declared firmly. There is another promise I must keep at all costs. Seeing Ronald's attitude, Maya Sigrid was slightly surprised. He quickly reacted, smiling faintly as he said, yes, I understand you came at the right time. I have just completed it. Research to find a way to break one of your curses. Hearing Maya Sigrid's words, Ronald could not restrain his emotion. He stood up in agitation and asked loudly, really, tell me quickly, what should I do? Seeing him so anxious, Maya Sigrid waved his hand and said with a smile, calm down, Ronald. The process of breaking it remains as before. Reveal the curse within your inner world. Then find its origin and counter it, but I wish to raise several issues. Maya Sigrid frowned and said that this time the curse would not reveal itself easily. It would use every means to protect itself. Therefore, to maintain your inner world, a large amount of mana and a catalyst are required. We can control the mana, but the catalyst is the difficult part. Have you ever heard of Din-A? Hearing Maya Sigrid mention it, Ronald asked back, Din-A. Ronald spoke up and asked Maya Sigrid about all kinds of desert monsters, about the cruel natives, whose remains were buried deep beneath the devilish sands in the southwest. Ronald placed his hand on the table, clenched it tightly, and asked seriously, you mean the thing I need is the rare black stone, right? Maya Sigrid replied without hesitation. Yes, it is the Din-Ha mountain magic stone. The Din, a mountain magic stone, is a top-tier magical material, containing dense mana and mysterious power. Whenever it appears at an imperial auction house, it often breaks records. It is exceedingly rare and valuable. Maya Sigrid took the small magic stone in his hand, looked at it and said, therefore I had to use many years of salary to obtain this fragment. Hearing that, Ronald could only smile wryly and ask, is there any way to save costs and still use it? Maya Sigrid shook his head and replied, this is not enough. It must be at least the size of a thumb. Therefore, even after completing the preparation, I could not contact you. Can you wait? I will try to find a substitute catalyst. Hearing that, Ronald crossed his arms, closed his eyes and sighed, thinking that he had no choice. It was one of the 3 worst places he never wished to return to. Yet those at a disadvantage could hardly do anything. The scene shifted. Adessen suddenly appeared on the school ground. As she walked, she silently recalled that day. That time, Adessen looked up and saw something. Before her stood a massive cave. Outside the cave, countless bodies lay scattered on the ground. Banris accompanied Adessen and seeing her observe the object covered with a white cloth, asked, is it true, sister? Is the thing inside truly Alpha? Adessen removed the cloth and nodded, relying on her beastly senses, she was certain. Adessen placed her hand on the box on the ground and said, it might have been jostled during retrieval, check its condition. She opened the lid and light shone from within. Adessen was frightened, unsure how to handle it, stammering, wait, do not tell me. Before she could react, Alpha flew out of the box. Immediately its form began to change. Banris could only stare in shock. Adessen flushed red and cried out loudly. As Alpha within the cave gradually took shape, Banris asked, could it be Ronald? Alpha transformed into Ronald's appearance and smiled at them. Seeing this, Adessen hurriedly took the cloth to cover the box. She hugged Alpha to shield it and shouted no. Banris stood there with his mouth agape. Banris, still unaccustomed to it, broke into a sweat and stammered, sister. Adessen, embarrassed, hugged Alpha and said, no, do not let anyone know what we just saw. Returning to the present, Adessen stood on the school grounds, covering her face in embarrassment, thinking about the incident and unable to face Ronald. No, Alpha's transformation back then was gratitude toward the only person who believed in her dream. Yes, that must be it. Adessen clenched her fists and consoled herself. It does not matter when we meet next time, greet him proudly. cheerful as usual at the thought. Just then Ronald walked past. Ronald walked along, looked up at the sky and said, "The weather is truly beautiful today." Seeing him, Adessen could not hold back, screaming in her mind, "Ronald." Ronald seemed to sense someone and turned to look, but saw no one. Something caught Ronald's attention and he exclaimed, "What is that?" Adessen hid behind a tree, her face crimson, wondering with her hands why he had appeared at this moment. Adessen closed her eyes, took a breath and told herself to stay calm. She only needed resolve. She stepped out naturally to greet him just as Ronald noticed. He leaned his head out and asked, "What are you doing here, sister?" Seeing Adessen shout loudly, Ronald rubbed his head and said, "You startled me. Did you see something you should not have seen?" Adessen trembled and replied, "No, nothing." "Alpha, no, nothing at all," Adessen stammered. Ronald responded, "Ah, yes, if there is nothing then that is good. Anyway, you are here at the right time. There is a place we must go together," he said as he took Adessen's hand. Ronald looked at her, smiled and said, "Adessen, come get weapons with me." Adessen met his eyes and blushed. Adessen wondered, her eyes wide as she asked, "Weapons? What do you mean?" Ronald replied that he could not take her there. He was worried. "Trust me and follow. I will give you something you will truly like." After saying that, Ronald gave her a strange smile. The scene shifted to a large building near a cliff, a gloomy aura permeating the place. Inside, countless bodies hung suspended in the air. Below was a pool of water, and a woman appeared in the chamber. The woman in white, Azuria, held something in her hand and said, "The leader has issued a direct order." After speaking, Azuria approached the pool. In the dark red water, a figure slowly emerged. A tall man rose to his feet, drenched in the crimson liquid beneath the pool. The man raised his hand and cast a spell, saying that a strict agent of the star was needed. After the consecutive failed missions of Brian and Baron caused setbacks to our plan, a white robe suddenly shot up from the ground into the air. The man quickly put on the robe, while Azuria silently stood watching. After getting dressed, he stepped forward and affirmed that this time there would be no room for even the slightest mistake. His bare feet touched the ground as the man advanced slowly, yet decisively. As he passed by Azuria, he told Ada that it was time to depart. Azuria, heading toward the demon realm and Point A, his cloak swept across the ground, stained a deep crimson. In shifts, the sky remained bright at a peaceful wooden house. Inside the house, the lights were still on, creating a warm atmosphere. In the room displaying a model of a kingdom city, this was the largest gene workshop in the capital of Grand Cappadocia. The sound of conversation echoed as they mentioned the reconstruction after the cult's terrorist attack, with support from the Croatia family. Adessen and Ronald were present here. She observed the model and remarked that this was not merely a simple rebuilding, prompting Ronald to fold his arms, smile, and mention the old man Dora. Indeed, he truly knew how to spend money. As Ronald and Adessen ventured deeper inside, Diddy Khan nearby noticed their arrival. Seeing the two of them, Ronald smiled, while Diddy Khan loudly called out, "Wait a moment, look who has arrived." Diddy Khan ran over, slung an arm around Ronald's neck, and cheerfully declared that this was the hero who had saved Grand Cappadocia. After releasing Ronald, he greeted him, and Diddy Khan humorously complained that he was always forging iron without rest, leaving him constantly exhausted. He continued by saying that Doron had stayed awake for many nights preparing to forge a new weapon for Ronald. While speaking, Diddy Khan suddenly stopped when he realized Adessen was standing behind Ronald. The gazes of Adessen and Diddy Khan met, and he appeared extremely excited. In contrast, Adessen could only widen her eyes, feeling awkward and unsure of what to say. Diddy Khan moved closer to Ronald, draped an arm over his shoulder, and teased that Ronald must have been busy lately because of this beautiful young lady, then asked whether she was his lover. He even mentioned Maria, but Ronald quickly waved his hand and explained that he had only brought a close senior to seek a weapon. Ronald glanced at Diddy Khan and smiled, saying that foolish actions would bring no benefit, prompting him to curiously ask what he meant. Ronald recalled the memory of his first visit to this place. At that time, Doron had demanded that he prove himself and inspect his equipment, nearly causing the old man to be injured. Ronald warned that if she activated her ability, a single strike might be enough to bring Doron down, causing him to break into a cold sweat as he remembered. Seeing this, Ronald laughed with delight and joked that if that happened, he would personally handle the funeral arrangements, leaving Diddy Khan stammering. Standing beside them, Adessen remained confused, not understanding what the two were whispering about. Diddy Khan forced a smile and explained that those barbaric customs had long been abolished, then invited everyone inside as Doron was waiting. He extended his hand to invite Adessen in, but she still wondered about his somewhat strange attitude. Inside the forge, the lights were still blazing brightly. A voice rang out, calling for the old man inside. Diddy Khan kicked the door open and cheerfully announced that they had guests. He said that Ronald, the person Doron had been expecting, had arrived. However, before he could finish speaking, a hammer flew toward him and struck his face, accompanied by an angry shout. Doron scolded him for kicking the door, and Ronald remarked that he had not changed at all, while Doron continued to grumble irritably. Adessen looked at the man before her and asked Ronald whether he was the person he had mentioned, and he confirmed it. Doron raised his head, smiled at the two, and stated that he was ready after receiving Ronald's message. He could no longer wait to see the result. The two exchanged expectant glances as Doron asked Ronald what he had brought this time. Inside the forge, Doron called Ronald to come closer. On the table lay the blueprint he had completed after many sleepless nights. Upon seeing the drawing, Ronald could not hide his excitement and exclaimed. Doron carefully explained that this weapon would possess many special properties depending on the type of material Ronald brought, similar to the time in La Mancha. His eyes shone brightly as he asked whether Ronald had prepared the material. Ronald smiled confidently and replied that of course he was ready. Doron excitedly asked whether it was the special scales from before, but Ronald said they had all been used up and assured him not to worry because he had brought something even better. With that, Ronald pulled a pristine white sheet of paper from inside his coat. Doron was surprised, believing it to be merely an ordinary piece of paper and incapable of surpassing the previous scale. However, as soon as he touched it, his unfinished sentence was abruptly cut off. Doron sensed that from the sheet of paper, countless souls seemed to be screaming invisibly. This sensation left him standing frozen, unable to utter a word. A series of questions arose in his mind about the dark and profound nature of this material. Alarmed, Doron withdrew his hand as the paper floated upward, then loudly demanded to know what it truly was. He continued to press for its origin, astonished by the unprecedented malice and power. Ronald caught the sheet of paper and praised Doron, stating that with just a touch he had already recognized the nature of the material. He gave a thumbs up in admiration and expressed his eagerness to see what kind of weapon would be created from it. Doron asked in astonishment whose will had formed this object, his voice filled with confusion. Afterward, Doron turned his back and refused to use it, fearing the unforeseeable effects on the user. Although he admitted that this material could create an extraordinary masterpiece, he still appeared hesitant. Finally, Doron clutched his head and firmly refused because it went against the conscience of a blacksmith, but Ronald reassured him that it could not harm him. Doron turned back and asked him to clarify, and Ronald proposed that he would explain if Doron answered one question first. Ronald brought the sheet of paper closer and said that although Doron's mouth refused, his eyes revealed the opposite desire. He teased that Doron had been drooling at the thought of creating a masterpiece, causing him to awkwardly deny it. Ronald continued to wave the sheet of paper in front of him, encouraging him to be honest with his own aspiration. Despite the temptation, Doron still shook his head frantically in refusal. Ronald became increasingly suggestive, repeatedly provoking Doron to admit his desire to craft a supreme weapon from this material. Doron's eyes continuously followed the sheet of paper in Ronald's hand, revealing his inner conflict. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Doron shouted loudly, the sound echoing throughout the room. A moment later, the door of the forge was open. Seeing Ronald step out, Diddy Khan asked what he had brought that made Doron react so violently, and Ronald merely replied that it was something small yet full of surprises. Ronald approached and asked about Adessen, assuming that Diddy Khan had taken her to tour the village, but he said that she was being surrounded by craftsmen offering advice. They believed that other weapons suited her better than a sword, and she was likely still being bothered. Fortunately, she had accompanied him. Ronald noticed the object hanging around Diddy Khan's neck and asked what it was, upon which he held it up and introduced a device resembling a camera. He stated that it was called a space-time storage transmitter. This device could record and print the desired moment with just a single press of a button, a creation of his own design. Diddy Khan proudly showcased the device and asked Ronald if he wanted to try it, prompting him to ponder while touching his chin. After some consideration, Ronald let out a meaningful laugh. Seriously proposed borrowing this device as bait to lure that man to point A. Scene shifts, night fell over a silent forest. The moon had risen to its peak, the silhouette of a young man faintly visible as he silently walked through the tranquil forest. It was chilly faint, he was leisurely advancing deeper into the forest. Suddenly, someone appeared ahead and teased that at such a late hour he was still training, truly admirable diligence. During this, Chili FM slightly frowned and asked what the other party intended. Ronald leaned against a tree with his arms crossed and a smile, asking whether he had come to settle the long-delayed duels, then answered himself that today he had a different purpose. Ronald stepped closer to Sleafin, extending his hand with a proposal, asking if he wished to cooperate with him. He explained that he was about to go to an extremely dangerous place and that only Sleafin was suitable to accompany him, asking if he would join. Upon hearing this, Chili Fen simply waved his hand in refusal, saying that if it was not for a duel then he had no interest. He did not even have enough time to train. After saying this, Sleafin turned to leave when Ronald hurriedly called him back. Ronald asked if he truly would not regret it, then opened his palm. A dazzling beam of light emitted from it, forcing Sleafin to raise his hand to shield his eye. Shirley F. Fan showed irritation, looking toward the light and loudly asking what this light was. Could it be that? The scene shifted to a vast desert, the scorching sunlight blanketing the region of Calizio in the southwest. Amid the barren sea of sand, two men stood on high ground, gazing into the distance. Ronald raised his hand to shield his forehead, remarking that this place was as scorching as ever. Sita accompanied him, lying wearily on Ronald's shoulder, murmuring that he had not expected to return to this harsh place once again. Ronald turned to Shillifin and politely said it was an honor to have him accompany the journey. Shillifin, slightly embarrassed, coughed softly and commented that this palace was indeed an ideal place to accumulate real combat experience. First of all, you will surely keep your promise as soon as the journey ends. You promised to give me that item. Hearing this, Ronald displayed a confident smile. He reached into his coat pocket to search and affirmed that he was a trustworthy person. I have prepared a premium bait, I mean an extremely special item. Ronald took it out and gently shook it in front of Chili FN. Leafin's eyes immediately lit up. He nodded repeatedly with great excitement. Ronald laughed smugly because the item in his hand was the set of 8 photo cards of Irene. Seeing this, Leafin suddenly blushed, showing a rare sense of shyness. Shirley FM reached out asking to examine it more closely, but Ronald quickly put it away, saying that the anticipation should be kept until the journey ended. To reach Mount Din A, they still had to cross this desert for several more days. Therefore, there was no point in hoping for anything at this moment. Although reluctant, Sleafin had no choice but to accept. He directed his gaze toward the desert and seriously warned that although this place appeared peaceful, it was in fact extremely dangerous. The air carried a faint scent of death, and corpses were scattered everywhere. Ronald replied that this was inevitable. He looked down at the sea of sand and explained that Calizio was where those seeking magic stones from Mount Din A ended their journey after failure. Usually 2 possibilities occurred. Either they gathered again to try once more, or they settled here and became bandits, with the latter being the more common case. They were filthy, stubborn, and extremely cunning. Therefore, if encountered, it was best to deal with them decisively. Hearing this, Sleafin tightened his grip on his sword and replied that he understood. So that meant they were villains who inadvertently performed something beneficial. By eliminating others, Ronald nodded in agreement with that assessment. What are you doing now? At this moment, Sleafin slowly drew his sword from its sheath. A surge of power from Chili FN spread outward. He stated that he sensed approximately 30 people. Ronald had not yet had time to react when Chili FN had already swung 2 arcs of sword energy forward. Ronald frowned and asked what was happening and why he had suddenly unleashed sword energy. The 2 streams of sword energy shot across the desert at incredible speed. Immediately afterward, a surge of blue light energy erupted powerfully. Streams of sword energy quickly merged to form a violent whirlwind. Wherever the whirlwind swept, people were blown away, shattering the silence with desperate cries. Ronald and Shirley Eiffel stood on the cliff observing, while below countless pleas for help echoed. Ronald asked in astonishment what Sleafin had done. He calmly replied that more people had avoided the attack than expected, so they had to handle the rest themselves. Ronald was further surprised to realize that Sleafin could sense movements from afar and strike first. Was that truly possible? Sleafin calmly explained that one only needed to expand their senses with mana. It was a basic skill. Ronald was left speechless by this answer, thinking to himself whether this man realized how astonishing his statement was. Moreover, the initial attack had appeared to be ordinary sword energy. Upon impact, it transformed into a powerful whirlwind. Clearly, he had compressed the power of Storm Sword into a concentrated blade of energy before releasing it. Last time he had not yet mastered it, yet now his progress was remarkable. Ronald turned to look at Sleafin, forcing a smile as he thought about how he usually doubted him. But moments like this made him believe that this man would reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship and become a sword saint in the future. The scene shifted to 5 minutes earlier, before the Storm Sword attack appeared, where on a nearby rocky outcrop a man was observing through binoculars. He saw Ronald and Sleefen and made a remark about the two of them. They looked flashy, while Ronald was still using a photo of his sister to tease Chili Eiffel. The observer was Pip, a scout of the Zich Za bandits. He muttered that these were perfect targets to rob. Pip lifted his radio and reported to his companions that ahead were two gentlemen carrying swords and no support forces were detected. Awaiting your instructions, boss. Beneath the desert, the bandits had already set up an ambush. A voice commented that they looked like noble youths practicing swordsmanship. In that case, give them a most fitting welcome. First, capture them individually and send them to their families for ransom. The bandits laughed with delight upon hearing this. The bald man sitting on the chair smirked and added that they would strip all their assets and hand them over to Jun for handling. This man was the leader of the Zich Za bandits, Kang. Immediately afterward, Kang stood up and ordered his subordinates to prepare for action. It was finally time to return to their main work after a long period. Under the blazing sun, Kang smiled with excitement. However, his joy did not last long as he suddenly sensed something unusual and became alert. Looking up, Kang broke into a cold sweat as he felt a sharp, chilling aura. Before he could think further, Chili FN's sword energy descended upon their position. The sudden whirlwind struck, leaving everyone unable to react, only able to cry out in shock. Seeing the massive vortex, Kang immediately raised his shield and ordered a defensive formation. Everyone take cover behind me. The subordinates panicked and rushed toward him. It was too late. The violent whirlwind swept them all away. Pip, standing above, also failed to react in time as the whirlwind approached. He was hurled away, still clutching the radio and shouting in panic what in the world was happening. Where did this whirlwind come from? Pip sat on the ground, struggled to his feet, observed through the binoculars and muttered whether that kid had activated a magic scroll. Now Ronald and Sleefen had slipped beyond his line of sight. The two of them suddenly vanished. Pip lowered his binoculars, his face blank with confusion as he muttered, they were clearly just there. Where on earth did they go? Before he could even recover, Ronald's blade pierced straight through the guard's throat. Pip was utterly stunned. He wanted to scream, but his throat locked tight and no sound came out. In the blink of an eye, Pip was cut down, blood sprayed everywhere. Ronald withdrew his sword and said coldly, just as you predicted, Chili FN. There were still many enemies left. Ronald stood above, surveying the bandits below. After the fierce whirlwind and the scene they had just witnessed, some of the bandits were enraged while others trembled in fear. Looking at them, Ronald calmly said, let us begin. Ronald drew another sword from behind his back and continued, this works out well. I just happened to have something to test. High above, two figures appeared, watching the bandits. Chili Eiffel and Roland. He cast a doubtful glance at the person beside him, and the other replied, these are perfect for testing my new weapon. I have sensed that violent surge of energy for a while now. Chilifan asked sternly, that source of energy comes from your weapon. I knew blacksmith Zendoran would forge something extraordinary again. I have been looking forward to it. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately assumed a fighting stance. Ronald said confidently, consider yourself lucky to be the first audience to witness this. Watch me finish them. He landed on the ground with a thunderous impact. Mercenaries roared in irritation. These people are not normal. They show no fear at all in the face of what we have done. From within the fading dust, a figure slowly emerged. That man continued his unfinished sentence, then we must take them down, and at that instant a sharp blade shot toward him. A single slash was enough to pierce straight through his opponent's body. Unfortunately, those were also Kalen's final words. The ones behind panicked and tried to save him. He still had not recovered from that lightning-fast strike. But that blade had not stopped. Every passing moment carried killing intent. After a series of exquisite movements, the sword plunged deep into the cliff wall. As for the others, they were no longer intact as before. One of them cried out in agony, snapping Qin Jun awake my arm. Ronald calmly remarked, the first impression is quite good. Piercing through opponents so decisively, yet so lightly. As expected, the weapon makes all the difference. From now on, I will rely on you, Emir. Perhaps because of its special material, it not only emits a powerful aura but is also rather heavy. I need some time to get used to it. Come on, everyone, get acquainted. The moment they heard that, all of them immediately retreated in guarded stances. The leader roared angrily, kill him. The entire group charged forward without hesitation. Ronald's eyes flashed with a chilling glint. One slash directly cut down his opponent. Blood splattered everywhere, proof of the sword's extraordinary power. It truly feels natural to wield. Its sharpness is superb, fitting perfectly like a glove made just for me. Truly like it. Two others, unaware of their own limits, continued to rush forward and were swiftly struck down. One of them panicked, his eyes wide with terror. Only when the cold blade pressed against his neck did he realize his opponent had appeared right behind him. Ronald did not allow him another word and ended the battle at once. Despite the bloodshed before his eyes, Ronald remained calm as if long accustomed to it. One man who tried to take command shouted loudly, "Everyone gather together. If you lose focus, you will all die. Stop panicking like idiots, calm down. Support the comrades beside you. If you do that, that man will not be able to keep wreaking havoc as before." But Ronald had already silently closed in on him from behind. Ronald praised him, not a bad judgment. "You must have plenty of experience in looting." As horrified as death loomed near, "Damn it, who the hell are you?" All they saw was a streak of red shooting into the air. No one dared believe the truth when the deputy leader was taken down in an instant. The man who had just spoken met the same fate moments later. In the blink of an eye, everything had been thoroughly cleared away. Suddenly, Ronald's eyes glowed with a brilliant golden hue. Kang immediately lunged forward to attack the bastard in front of him. Ronald swiftly stepped back to evade the strike. He spoke up, "Are you the leader of this bandit gang, fatty?" He ground his teeth and snarled, "How dare you provoke the Red Desert from Caligul?" He continued threatening, "I do not know who you are, but you have chosen the wrong target. Do you know the fate of those who dare oppose us? All of them have been crushed beneath this blood shield. You will be the same along with the one on the hill. I will turn you to ashes." Ronald replied with disdain, "Try it." The moment he finished speaking, countless cracks appeared across his shield. At last it shattered. Ronald added, "I mean if you can do that without that shield." Kang was stunned in disbelief. "What? The blood shield is made from high-grade steel. How could this be? Impossible in such a brief instant. Did he counterattack the moment he dodged my strike?" Realizing the danger, Kang immediately turned around. He shouted to himself, "Run." Ronald calmly assessed, quick judgment, truly the makings of a leader, but if they are left alive, they will continue looting. It is best to wipe out all this trash, and use that skill one last time. On the other side, he ran while cursing, "Damn it. Bastard, where did that guy come from? No, this is not the time to think about that. What must be done is to gather the remnants and link up with nearby gangs to launch a full-scale assault." A sword fell from above, blocking Kang's path of retreat. He stared at it in confusion and asked, "What is that? What about the dagger that man was using? What happened? Did he accidentally throw it away?" Suddenly a familiar voice rang out, "First-tier aura, spider web." They panicked and tried to flee but were helpless. "Damn it. The magic from that dagger just erupted. I cannot move. What are we supposed to do?" Ronald slowly approached and calmly asked them how they were feeling. "I heard it can store the user mana to activate skills from a distance. As expected, old Dalan is truly extraordinary, right?" At this moment, everyone was tightly bound by the web and unable to move. The tension made him tremble in fear. He had just intended to beg for mercy when the blade struck first. "Please spare my life." Space was once again stained red with streaks of blood. Chili Fan repeated the other words, "Imi." This integrated trait is quite interesting. Ronald seemed intrigued under his observing gaze. He smiled and explained, "You can channel technical mana into a weapon to launch long-range attacks and create an element of surprise." While they talked, Sita took the chance to absorb. Each drop of blood rose and gathered. Chili Fan did not seem too concerned. With this function it must require special resources. He proudly showed off, of course. "This is a trade secret, so I cannot disclose the detail, but there are many fascinating things inside." At this point Sita had finished as well, draining everything in just a few seconds. It smiled in satisfaction and looked extremely happy. Ronald also praised, "Well done, Sita. Your Makazin spell seems to have improved since the last time I saw it. You probably were not just strolling with Anphila. Someday you might even surpass me." He continued, "I still have one question, Ronald. What are you suspicious of now?" Chili Fan asked directly. "The suppression technique you used on the battlefield. Both its range and power were different, but it was certainly the aura of the traitor Dalan. It is not strange that you comprehended aura, but the fact that it resembles the traitor aura is truly worrying." "What exactly is going on?" Ronald smiled and admitted, "This is precisely why I do not like people who are too smart. Let us go, I will explain to you along the way." The journey was still long. By night the group stopped and sat around the fire. Chili Fan finally understood, "So when you fought Bajura you went through something like that." "It was even more dangerous than what I heard from Sion," he replied calmly. "That is right. But because of that I unlocked the power you saw, so in the end it was beneficial." "How is your younger sister now? She is no longer unstable like before." He explained seriously, "Do not worry. The specialists of Grantia have examined her and confirmed she is completely fine. However, she keeps mentioning you and Elizabeth, and even calls you the hero who saved her. She even behaves as if Akaluja were her own older sister." From what I heard, it seems to be only one-sided admiration from her. Even so, it is not bad, because I think this could be an opportunity to mend the rifts between the two families. And more importantly, Ronald asked suspiciously, "What is it? Are you hesitating?" Shilly Fan coughed and turned away. "It is nothing, just. Thank you for saving my sister, Ronald." He smiled, his words unusually gentle. "That sentence actually came from your mouth. I am truly moved. But of course, because of that I will not hand them over to you," he shouted angrily. "What kind of person do you think I am? I am not someone who breaks promises. It is your teasing attitude that is the problem when someone is feeling vulnerable." While they were talking, a strange creature suddenly swept past. It gathered momentum from afar with a strong inhale, then shot toward the two of them at astonishing speed. Unexpectedly, it missed its target and plunged straight into the ground. The two stared blankly at the creature, whose form was still unclear. Shilly Fan spoke first. "I sensed something flying toward us. Was it a monster attack?" Ronald speculated. "With such a loud noise, it was probably not an attack but something that just fell. Let us check it out." After agreeing, the two walked closer. He looked at the pink object before him. "What is this? Is it a robot? Why is a Deha transport bird appearing here? And it is heavily damaged." At that moment he spoke again. "I think this situation is not simple. I only sensed it vaguely, so I just noticed now. There is also a child here." As soon as Ronald saw it, he immediately ordered Sita, "Use a healing spell." A warm purple light enveloped the two who were on the verge of death. The bird gradually showed signs of waking up. The boy also clenched his teeth to endure the pain. In a dazed state, he softly called out to his older brother. "Brother, before my eyes is a sea of flame." Raging Gust shouted loudly in that scene, "Hurry and go Thunder. This is the last robot." But the boy kept sobbing, "No, brother, I am not going anywhere. I will fight alongside you as well." He steeled his resolve and in the most decisive way said, "Stop being childish. You must live, at least you have to survive. Think of it that way." Thunder still hesitated and could not decide, but Raging Gust used all his strength to persuade him. "There is no time left. Hurry before they arrive." As soon as he finished speaking, a pillar of light struck down on their position. He turned his back and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, how did they arrive so quickly?" Sharp spikes, the threat to all, had appeared. Uria revealed clear contempt, worms that drain the vitality of the land of stars. "It is time for you to be purged." Everyone tried to raise their weapons to protect the last shred of dignity, then turned back and shouted loudly, "Hurry, take off. Thunder away quickly." As soon as the words ended, he collapsed. Red streaks splattered before the eyes of his dearest loved one. He stepped down like the embodiment of calamity that had come. Only then did Thunder realize the danger. "Brother." "Why?" Raging Gust had no time to explain. "We will try to buy time. Go now." He slapped the bird hard on the back and it took flight. The boy burst into tears. "No, do not. Brother." Every scream turned into despair as Thunder looked back at the place where he had grown up. Returning to the present, the boy jolted awake. His wide eyes opened fully as he tried to search for something. Suddenly a voice sounded beside his ear, causing Thunder to panic. "Kid, are you all right? Luckily you two do not look like bad people pretending to be good." At least the kid woke up quickly. The boy's face suddenly turned pale. Thunder flung the sand into the air and shouted, "Stay back, do not come any closer. Get lost, you monsters. Give my brother back to me." A firm hand suddenly reached out and restrained him. Ronald shouted irritably, "Get a hold of yourself, kid. We are not your enemies." The boy gradually calmed down, his eyes brimming as he asked, "Who are you?" Ronald reassured him, "Calm down and talk first. I have a feeling we are about to be dragged into this trouble." Night fell, the mystical moonlight silently illuminated every path. The three remained silent, no one spoke. After a while Thunder finally recounted, 2 days ago late at night, those monsters suddenly appeared. It was as if they had risen abruptly from beneath the ground. Those icy eyes still haunted the boy's mind. In Thunderland, the warriors had already sensed the looming danger. They were extremely dangerous creatures. Therefore the brave warriors lured them away from this place, but that was the most terrifying smile the boy could never forget. With overwhelming power, they gradually forced that warrior arm to fall. Everyone was defeated without being able to inflict any harm on them. He asked in shock, how could they lose so easily? All Deha warriors are seasoned fighters, trained from childhood to protect their tribe against the harsh desert. Their strength rivals the elite knights of the Empire. Even in my previous life I struggled greatly when facing them. A mission that should have taken only 3 days dragged on for months. Yet they were unable to injure that enemy. Ronald muttered as he searched for an answer, "What exactly are those invaders?" Thunder replied in despair, "No one knows. We were defeated before we could find out. Only thing I know is that they are covered in white cloth." Ronald's eyes suddenly flashed as if he realized something. "They wield a mysterious power that renders all attacks ineffective. Sleafin standing beside him was also startled. And they call themselves the envoys who welcome the stars. A smoldering anger appeared in his eyes, while Ronald exclaimed, Clasier Nebula. That is all I know. Thank you for saving me. If I survive, I will surely repay you. I have to go save my brother. Turn back if you do not want to lose your life. Ronald hurriedly stopped him. Wait, do not tell me you intend to go back there alone. Thunder replied firmly, of course, I am a Deha warrior. I cannot run away, nor can I drag outsiders into danger. Besides, you two look so thin and weak. You certainly would not endure it. Following me would only add more danger. His words angered both of them. The boy hurriedly explained in panic, I do not want you to die in vain. Leave before you are dragged into this. Return to your homeland. There is no need for any more meaningless sacrifice. Suddenly, a gigantic hand struck from behind Thunder. The boy stared in horror at the sharp claw lunging toward him. Fortunately, Chili FN managed to block the sudden attack with his sword in time. Ronald quickly pulled Thunder back behind him. A tremendous roar echoed through the space. It was a cold and emotionless creature. Ronald remarked coldly, an armored beast in the desert storm. It made no sense. An uneasy premonition made him immediately step back to keep his distance. Thunder trembled as he looked at the one who had just attacked him. It is that one. One of that woman monsters. Why is it here? Observing its eyes, Ronald concluded, it seems it came to capture you. How hateful those heretics must pay. Thunder hurriedly stopped him. This is not the time to be reckless. You should run. Many of our warriors have fallen before this monster. Before he could finish speaking, the beast vanished. It quickly set up a trap, sealing off every route of escape. Ronald immediately realized, it seems it does not intend to let us leave easily. Thunder muttered in shock, impossible. I am sorry for dragging you into this trouble. Chili FN observed the familiar technique and commented, this footwork is crude and easy to predict. Feels like watching you during the midterm exam. Back then Ronald was like an assassin rampaging everywhere. No one could stop him. Ronald laughed. What did you just say? The other side asked blankly. Without waiting for an answer, he continued. Thinking back, I was still too inexperienced then. I could not break that footwork. Instead, I chose the most foolish option, an action that nearly destroyed both sides. The beast rushed forward without noticing anything unusual. Chili FN fell silent, his face darkened, and he said nothing more. He told himself it is only the past. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword was driven forcefully into the ground. Sinister energy instantly enveloped the surrounding. In the blink of an eye, the opponent was subdued. Could not believe it had been defeated so quickly. From a distance, the scene resembled a massive whirlwind. Thunder trembled in fear. What is that? The beast was now nothing but twisted fragments. Suddenly a click rang out. A gun barrel emerged from its body. The beast gathered all its strength, preparing to unleash a final strike. Ronald had already appeared behind it. His gentle yet threatening voice rang out, quite an interesting performance, but today I am very busy. The game is over. The beast body instantly disintegrated. A pained roar echoed out. Immediately after it exploded, forming a gigantic pillar of light. The boy could not believe what he had just witnessed. Ronald smiled confidently. Well, Thunder, do you still think I look weak now? In a distant place, a mysterious figure sensed that the link had been severed. Ada asked in a low voice what happened, Commander Iuria. The other replied awkwardly, the connection with my creation has been broken. The runaway child has been freed. There is no way it was defeated by a child or that guard. Perhaps the guest you once mentioned intervened. I am not unreasonable. That possibility is very high. We'll soon know whether that young man has enough potential to receive the star purification. It spread its wings beneath the blazing sunset. At this moment there were 3 people on his back, each carrying completely different emotions. Ronald observed intently and thought to himself, that is the armored monster I once saw in the desert. It moves with astonishing agility, its body is sturdy, and it possesses many strange concealed weapons, just like a dangerous combat machine. However, this creature had never been an opponent the Deha warriors could handle with ease. The only reason they failed was because the one controlling the beasts bore the power of a giant, the blessing of the stars. In other words, the threat at Deha now was at the level of a commander. Because the monster and its controller were far apart, the blessing did not take effect. Perhaps that was why Sleefin's attack could cause damage, but from now on things would be different. Suddenly Ronald spoke. Thunder, you said there were 2 people lying in ambush back then. One controlled the armored monster. What about the other one? Did he use any weapon or special technique? The boy hesitated and answered honestly, I am not really sure. The one who directly fought the warriors was the controller of the monster. As for the other, he only stood at a distance and watched. A golden light suddenly flashed from the large ring. Stand still and do nothing. Chili FM also joined the conversation. He only stood and watched. With so few clues, it was hard to guess his strength. He scratched his head without looking too worried. It seems that is how it is. In the end, the only way was still to confront him directly. On the other side, corpses lay scattered across the ground. Even atop the large cargo crates, several bodies had collapsed. It grew solemn while Ronald widened his eyes, unable to believe the scene before him. No one had expected the situation to become this severe. Ida, are there any signs of life left? She shook her head sadly in the oppressive atmosphere. Ronald clenched his teeth, engraving today's scene into his memory, those damned red wind. They would stop at nothing to achieve their goals, yet they were not the foolish type to cause chaos for no reason. After all, they did not want their existence exposed. Yet through this incident, it was clear they no longer cared about that. Something was unfolding differently from his previous life. Could there be something here today that had to be eliminated, even at the risk of being discovered? Suddenly, a stranger appeared behind Thunder. Ronald turned around yet still did not realize when he had appeared. Chili Eiffel was also a beat too slow before that sudden appearance. But the other had already swiftly subdued Thunder, making both of them think, when did he arrive? Ronald immediately swung his sword to correct the situation. The blade radiated a powerful sword aura. The stranger widened his eyes, killing intent pouring from him without end. He lightly leaped into the air, evading Chili Eiffel's attack. Chili Eiffel swung his sword without hesitation or fear. Before his words of resolve could finish, a smoke bomb suddenly exploded, leaving him stunned. I will not. Thick smoke quickly spread, obscuring Sleefen's vision. In that instant, the stranger seized the chance to take Thunder away. Ronald ground his teeth in anger. That bastard. Where do you think you can run? As soon as he spoke, the two of them immediately accelerated in pursuit. After a long distance, they finally caught sight of him. The gap between them rapidly narrowed. Suddenly that man turned back, sharp blades in his hand. He flicked his arm and hurled them straight behind him. The two were forced to slow down when they saw this counterattack. Ronald rushed forward to block that volley of sharp weapons. He realized each blade carried astonishing weight. He had never encountered such throwing knife skill before, not even in his previous life. Moreover, that man's ability to predict movements and react was extraordinarily precise. Even Sleefen and Ronald struggled to keep up with that speed. He was absolutely no ordinary person. Thunder was in danger. The pursuit of the three created a fierce gust that swept through the building. That man did not hesitate for even a second, his steps swift and decisive. At this moment, Thunder shouted loudly, "Let me go." I said, "Let me go. You are an accomplice of the invaders, right? Let me go and fight me. I will personally avenge my brother." That man seemed helpless. He stopped and scolded, "Fool." He threw Thunder to the ground without mercy. "So that is why you came here on your own? Just for such a slim chance at revenge?" Thunder stubbornly replied, "Yes, I will personally avenge my brother and the warriors of my tribe. By my honor, I will surely do it." Suddenly the boy fell silent, as if realizing something. Thunder looked up, unable to believe what he was seeing. The person standing before him looked like a solid and dependable pillar. Suddenly he turned his back when he sensed two auras approaching. Ronald launched his attack without holding back. He was astonished, not expecting the other side to catch up so quickly. Ronald was so angry he laughed. "Thanks to you I even had to break a sweat, bastard. Are you ready?" Chili FN had also closed in from behind. He grew even more shocked. The two only looked like young warriors, yet they had reached this realm. He immediately turned around, preparing to counterattack. But at that tense moment, Thunder rushed out to stop them. "Do not. Please do not. He is not our enemy." Those words made Ronald halt in place. The boy continued, "And you as well. Please listen to my explanation. This person," Thunder spread his arms protectively, "is my older brother, Raging Gus." The memories of his previous life during a reconnaissance mission, this land had left a deep impression. What Ronald remembered most about this place was not the harsh desert heat or the frenzied bandits. It was the ones who ruled this land, worthy of the title overlords of the desert. They were the Deha warriors. Ajingus acknowledged the strength of the foreign warriors, especially their leader, who was in no way inferior to the warriors of our tribe. "What is your name?" he boldly replied in the face of life and death. "Why ask for a name, but consider it a final wish before death? I will tell you. I am Ronald, you damned savages." After hearing the desired answer, he smiled. Rajingus introduced himself as the Stone-Headed One, inheriting the legacy of his ancestors and serving as the protector of this land. The strongest warrior here. Turning to the present, Ronald recalled the feeling of helplessness. At that time he could not end everything because the withdrawal order was interrupted. He had thought they would meet here, but the situation exceeded expectation. "He is Thunder's brother." Raging Goose angrily shouted at Thunder, "What are you doing?" Despite his fear, the boy still said that he would go as well. They were life-saving benefactors and allies who had helped. Those enemies were too strong. One of the armored beasts once controlled by the invaders. It had been defeated with just a single sword strike. I was astonished by the feat. What is this? Although it was said that attacks were useless against the magical tower monsters, the beast's speed exceeded the ability of ordinary warriors to respond. Those youngsters had defeated it. Raging Gus fell silent, seemingly struggling internally. Finally, he decided that if Thunder's words were true, then he had been disrespectful. I apologize to you foreign warriors and also thank you for saving my younger brother. Scene shifts to a colossal rocky mountain. At its base lay a vast and desolate cave. All four people entered. Thunder was astonished. The boy's voice trembled. Are you still alive? They were equally surprised. Thunder, why are you here? Quickly gathered around to ask Han, were you captured and brought here? Are you injured? I am fine. It is good that everyone is still alive. Ronald felt suspicious. How could this be? From what he had heard, there had been no chance of survival. How did you escape from their grasp? Raging Gust recounted everything, even we do not fully understand. After helping Thunder escape, we devoted all our strength to resisting the invaders. Everyone was prepared to face death, even with such determination, before the abnormal power of the invaders. It was like the easy death of ants. We felt that a massacre was about to occur, because there was no way to resolve it. Yet for some unknown reason, he said nothing, merely pursed his lips slightly, then continued. The invaders had stopped their attack. When Rajangus was exhausted, he could only look at Ayuria with eyes filled with hatred. Without saying anything, she merely revealed a chilling smile. Raging Gust's words echoed and then faded. We were fortunate to survive, thanks to their unpredictability. After that, we searched for the survivors and brought them to a shelter. But our endurance was nearing its limit. The injured, the elderly, and the children had all exhausted their strength. Warriors and I, after stabilizing this place, will evacuate the villagers, and then go to take revenge on the invaders. Ronald asked directly, even though you cannot win, and with a proud voice he replied, we have never bowed in submission. Because of our pride and to prevent our loved ones from perishing, I entrust this to you. Both were startled by these words. One of them boldly asked, is this the Deha magic stone? Rajangus admitted, yes, this must be what you are seeking. I will hand it over to you. Take Thunder and the remaining people out of here. We will risk our lives to hold back the invaders. Ronald remained silent, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. His face twisted with anger. I do not like it. Rita on his shoulder also responded in agreement. He growled like an enraged cat. You dare trample on the pride of a warrior, yet he maintained a provocative expression. Have you thought this through? Yes, I came to take the stone. But those fanatics irritate me. Understand, I cannot leave empty-handed. Moreover, their ability to nullify all attacks, I can break it. Rajangus should keep the magic stone. After dealing with them, I will take it as compensation. The wind outside continued to howl incessantly. The three of them found another quiet place. He hesitantly asked, you foreign warrior, those words were not lies, were they? Mean you can break their evil magic? Ronald spoke a few reassuring words. If I had lured you here, would I lie? Moreover, when crushing the armored beast, it was already certain, Raging Gus thought to himself. He raised his head as if recalling something, then added, it is truly disrespectful to our benefactors. Allow me to explain. That place has been protected by the warriors of our tribe, from generation to generation. It is a sanctuary, forbidden to all except the Deha tribe, the heart of this land. He peeked out in astonishment. It is even more magnificent than the grand sanctuary. How can it exist in this barren land? He said that it had existed since ancient time. Until the treaty, it had to be protected at the cost of our lives. Even a warrior like me knows nothing more. The invaders differ from other foreigners. They seem unconcerned with the magic stone. But they still searched for the only thing of value. It is the heart. They approached the sanctuary. Raging Gust affirmed that the invaders were behind this gate. Suddenly, an innocent voice rang out correct. Smarter than his savage appearance, the voice startled him. Greetings to all of you, I am Ayuria, very pleased to meet you. The atmosphere fell into an unusual silence. Ronald guessed inwardly the attire of those damned cultists, the expression of madness. He also looked at the teeth-grinding expression of Rajangus. Just by looking at Raging Gust, it was clear. She was the culprit behind the massacre. Greetings, you two brats must be the ones who destroyed my beloved armored beast. You know how angry I am. Creating one required so many resources. You as well. Suddenly, the ground split into large fragments. I will punish you, act hedgehog. Everyone fall back, stay away from the dangerous area. Raging Gust was filled with hatred and fury. He roared while staring ahead at an armored beast. Raging Gust warned, outsiders be careful. Countless of our warriors have fallen before that monster. It may not be as fast as the leopard beast, but its destructive power comes from its massive size and sturdy armor. Its spikes shoot out like arrows, coated with potent poison. A single hit will be your end. Ronald stepped forward, the pressure as terrifying as its appearance. He calculated in his mind, she can use blessings, proving she is a high-ranking member. Memories surged back. Brian Eager drew his sword. She laughed in anger. All users of blessings are extremely powerful. He recalled Baron, the cold gaze and sinister smile. Thanks to their arrogance and carelessness, I was able to win. Therefore, I must be extremely cautious. I also no longer see that man. I still do not fully understand their power. I need to grasp the situation. Ronald continued thinking, this battle is dangerous. Before it begins, I ask you, as far as I know, you do not like drawing attention. This time you have done something far greater. That chaotic scene was still etched in his memory. An entire clearing without a single creature. What is your ultimate objective? Nebula Glacier, Euria waved her hand in disdain. Even a brat like you knows our name. We are no longer as before. Perhaps that is why two high-ranking members had to act together. You know quite a lot about us. If you are curious, I will teach you. I hide nothing. You know how it is when sleeping a buzzing insect by your ear, insignificant yet irritating. Some things merely existing are enough to be annoying, right? To our superiors, Deha is the same. Therefore that day they ordered us. Destroy everything here. That blunt conclusion angered all three. I laughed, not caring much. I wanted to explain in detail, but that is all I know, and I am not curious about the reason. I delayed only because my partner was interested in the heart, something like that. I am also interested in you two brats. The cursed bearer should be grateful. That is the reason you are still alive. Only thanks to my partner curiosity. Raging Gust was surprised and suspicious. Euria smiled, but her words changed enough. The friendly explanation ends here. From that moment, the spikes on the beast back spun at full speed. At that moment, the hedgehog emitted a terrifying sound throughout the space. He shouted, ordering revenge for our armored leopard. Thousands of sharp spikes shot straight toward the three. Ronald stared intently at its movement. In an instant, he unleashed multiple slashes, blocking the beast attack. He cast a sharp glance and asked, "What do you consider human lives?" As his words ended, Chili FN rushed forward. Ronald blocked the opponent and leaped upward. The immense power and cold gaze instilled fear in all who saw. Sword energy sliced through the air toward the enemy. It blocked the strike, creating a loud resonance. The beast was pushed back several meters. Euria said, sword energy strong enough to push back my hedgehog, yet not enough to weaken it in the slightest. Looked down on him, a steel streak flashed past, causing Euria eyes to widen. Sleepin' blue eyes radiated extraordinary power. A massive storm appeared as if to sweep everything away. It grew larger and larger without stopping. Within the tempest, the beast shattered into countless fragments. She stood there astonished, as if watching an amusing game. Euria laughed like a child. Sword energy transformed into a storm. No, from the beginning you created sword energy into a storm. Even so, she realized they were strong enough to destroy it in a single strike without blessing. You strike harder than I expected. Now I understand why the armored leopard, before retreating, Raging Gust attacked from behind. That was the Deha flying blade technique. Tempest, a small steel blade, shot forward without resistance. Ah, as if unconcerned, right? I almost forgot about you, cursed bearer. Seeing you again, you are quite impressive. I said I would not use blessing, so there is no other choice. I was astonished, as if discovering something. One arm was enveloped in solid steel armor. The legs were also fully equipped. The aura emanating from Euria forced everyone into a defensive stance. Raging Gust and Shillifin took positions on both sides, while Ronald remained calm behind them. She landed, creating a crater on the ground. Euria thought to herself, it has been long enough, the time has come. I will use my full strength to enjoy this battle. Euria unleashed her power, emitting a terrifying aura. Ronald cautiously asked the person beside him, what is that? Has she fused with the steel beast? Shelly Fen was also unsure. It seems so. I only destroyed part of the beast gauntlet. The remaining parts seem to have been detached at her will. To create her current form, Euria whip moved frailly. Raging Gust warned, be careful outsiders. I have never seen that form before. That whip is no ordinary weapon. Before he could finish speaking, she attacked him. Raging Gust stared in shock at the sharp object near his eye. A resounding clash echoed. He was knocked backward, fortunately caught in time by Sleafin. Whip swept in again, but the other two swiftly evaded. Raging Gust turned his head in shock to look behind him. Previous strike had nearly pierced straight through the mountain. A thunderous explosion rang out. The mountain split in two along the slash. Rocks and debris scattered everywhere. raising a thick cloud of dust. Massive boulders crashed down onto the ground with terrifying force. He could not believe it. In the previous battle, she had not displayed such terrifying speed or strength. He felt a trace of dissatisfaction. Could it be that she had been concealing her true power all along? The whip lashed wildly through the air like a violent storm. Yuria explained coldly that those two entities were limbs used to handle dirty tasks for her, and at the same time devices that amplified her power. Though their appearance was far from pleasing, so she rarely used them, this was a special treasure capable of multiplying her strength many times over. Yet there were still people who could evade her attacks, something that had rarely happened since the Brizia incident. She admitted that you truly possessed talent. Just as expected, focusing force into the leg, using the rebound to evade, truly unbelievable. No one expected Yuria to suddenly unleash an attack at this moment. The entire group leaned aside to dodge each sharp strike. Yuria sneered that such pitiful creatures struggling to survive only bored her. Worms like you were unworthy to stand on equal footing with her. The scene turned chaotic. A single misstep would make it hard to stay safe. Yuria bluntly mocked that this was your limit. How could she possibly understand, especially when that man had even shown interest in you? He had said that without a blessing she might fail. Why would he make such an insulting assumption? Yet it was not entirely bad, because that insult had earned her a firm promise. That if she defeated you without relying on a blessing, she would be recommended to become a Lycophos, the sword of the stars. So stop resisting, fall and become the stepping stone for her glory. He did not respond, calmly evading every attack with practiced skill. He complained inwardly that Lycophos or whatever it was did not matter. He had no idea what she was rambling about, but he had grasped several points. She was undergoing some kind of trial and was determined to defeat them without using a blessing. That meant their attacks would certainly affect her. Moreover, she was overly confident in her power and looked down on them, perhaps because she had always been protected by blessings and had never felt threatened. Perhaps that was precisely why. Yuria's whip was about to collide with a sword. He had begun his counterattack. Seeing the cold blade before her, Yuria widened her eyes in shock. That strike knocked Yuria's weapon aside. He remarked coldly that your technique still lacked sharpness. It was only a conjecture, but he had been right. Compared to the speed and strength of your strike, the refinement of your technique was far too poor. It seemed that the standard to become a high-ranking officer was not based solely on raw strength, but also on a recognized ability. Some were acknowledged for swordsmanship like Brizia. Others stood out for their skill in crafting equipment. Like you, without supportive equipment, even a child could defeat you. In that case, there was no need to waste time probing further. He lightly snapped his fingers. A cold smile appeared. He alone was enough. Yuria was so furious that veins bulged on her forehead. He roared in anger, "Bastard! You dare insult her without knowing her status. She would make you pay dearly." A surge of purple power shot toward him, yet he remained standing without moving. Ida's eyes suddenly flared with a terrifying purple glow. A blood-red wall rose up. A blood shield manifested. It blocked and hurled back Yuria's whip. Yuria cried out in horror that this was impossible. Empire blood arts, why would someone like you possess such power? Sita confidently displayed her ability. He said with pride that it was thanks to his partner, and now it was time to end this. The moment he finished speaking, the two charged forward simultaneously. They quickly closed in on their opponent. Without a single hesitation, they attacked decisively. Yuria clenched her hand, cursing as the blood art tightly bound her whip. She was forced to abandon her weapon and pour all her strength into defense, her eyes gradually losing composure. Those worms could never pierce the armor she had created. Raging Gus and Shilifan coordinated to unleash a perfect dual sword strike. Yuria's armor shattered instantly. She laughed in disbelief. You should not have been able to break it. He did not hesitate and rushed forward to deliver the decisive blow. Yuria collapsed, no longer having any chance to resist. He responded coldly to her earlier insults. "See, without equipment you are nothing." A deep sword wound appeared across Yuria's body, yet she still refused to yield, gritting her teeth as she endured. She sprang up, channeling all her strength into her sharp claws, crying out in desperation. He answered calmly, "So you wish to end it yourself." Gus suddenly appeared from behind like a flash of lightning. He restrained Yuria and said angrily that he had waited for this moment for a long time. Yuria trembled in despair, but she had no chance to fight back. Rajangus fiercely swung the sword in his hand. Yuria struggled to defend herself by every means. "Do you intend to attack me together? How dare a hypocrite like you act so arrogantly?" The blade reflected her wretched image, along with the deaths of innocent clansmen caused by her crimes. Hybrid blood must be repaid with blood. Powerful and sharp slashes rained down relentlessly upon Yuria's body. Her eyes rolled back, revealing unbearable agony. Finally, he delivered a strike that made her writhe far more than before. The blade in Rajangus's hand was stained a deep crimson. He spoke in a low voice for the final time. Why did you deliberately spare the others? What is your true purpose? If you do not wish to continue suffering, answer quickly. Yuria parted her lips as if to say something. Suddenly her face twisted as if possessed, yet I do not like that at all. You think a high-ranking member of the Stellar Council would submit to such pain? Continue, do whatever you wish. What a pity, I should deal with your subordinate first. Those words only caused Rajangus's fury to erupt even more violently. Without another word, he unleashed a decisive strike. End this. Yuria smiled with perverse delight as the sword tip approached. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the void. That person directly blocked Rajangus's attack. The space instantly fell into a terrifying silence. The newcomer showed no concern, instead appearing completely at ease. The situation became extremely unfavorable. This was the moment when Chili, Eiffel, and Ronald were shocked into stillness. Despite the dangerous situation, Rajangus maintained a complex expression. The man ignored everything and said that without the blessing of the stars, humans could hardly defeat them. You satisfied, Captain Yuria? Rajangus could not help but feel uneasy when he realized this man had approached without him sensing anything. He understood that he could not allow the opponent another opportunity. The moment Rajangus briefly lost his vigilance, that man suddenly delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen. Rajangus had no time to resist and could only endure the blow. Even so, the opponent merely apologized softly and told him to step aside, warrior. Before Ronald's astonished eyes, Rajangus was blasted into the wall behind him. Both Ronald and Sleefin immediately turned to observe the newcomer. They anxiously called out Rajangus's name. He fell to the ground, seemingly completely exhausted. A mysterious figure spoke. It cannot be denied that despite failing to claim the title of the sharpest guardian sword, still shine and remain noble, Yuria. He glanced at her and said that she had known from the beginning that everything would end this way, and this time was no different. It turned out she was merely a tool in his experiment, and that man was Taranin. He revealed a chilling smile. Thank you for assisting me all this time, now rest. Taranin reached out and touched Yuria's forehead with calculated intent. His finger slowly pierced into the center of her brow. May you rest beneath the starlight of the stars. Yuria gritted her teeth and cursed. How despicable. There is truly nothing enjoyable about this. When he withdrew his hand, blood poured onto the ground. Taranin took a handkerchief and slowly wiped each finger clean. Then he discarded the cloth like a useless object and said that the positions of his assistant and branch chief were now vacant. He wondered if any of them were interested in taking the role. As soon as he turned around, Ronald and Sleefin immediately rushed forward to attack. Two different streams of power surged simultaneously toward Taranin. However, he remained calm and said that this was not a suitable place for an interview, leaving both of them astonished. Even Ronald broke into a sweat from the tension. Taranin leaned back and laughed loudly, suggesting they move to another location. He gathered strength in his legs and leaped away first. Ronald and Sleefin immediately followed to rescue the captive. Taranin softly added that there was something else he wanted them to witness with their own eyes. The figures of all three quickly vanished from sight. At times they reappeared in the midst of fierce combat. Ronald was gradually pushed back and could not gain the upper hand. A massive explosion resounded, thick smoke obscuring everything. Ronald wearily braced himself on his sword and panted, realizing they were falling into an even more dangerous situation. Sleefin also struggled. This man certainly belonged to the same cult as Yuria. Careful, Ronald, he is far stronger than Yuria. Suddenly Sleefin's eyes widened in shock. Seeing this, Ronald immediately asked what was wrong. Chili FM, what do you see? Behind them appeared a gigantic bizarre structure shaped like a heart. Beneath the heart was a distorted face screaming, as if trying to break free. Overall it resembled a chair with a horrifying theme. Ronald stood frozen before the terrifying sight. At that moment, Taranin's voice echoed again with delight. He said that he had wondered what it would be like to sit on a sufficiently sturdy chair, so he created one himself. He concluded that the feeling was quite good, asking whether they were impressed. He suddenly remembered that he had not introduced himself. My name is Taranin, the enforcer of the church. In other words, a bishop as you would commonly call it. The atmosphere instantly sank into an eerie silence. Taranin feigned innocence and asked why everyone had such strange expressions. Is there something making you uncomfortable? While Ronald and Sleefin clearly showed their anger. He continued in a friendly tone, could it be the material of this chair? To me it is no different from animal hide, but I understand why you feel uneasy. However, worrying about such trivial matters is truly meaningless. Therefore, instead of being tense, we should spend this precious time having a more meaningful conversation together. Moreover, the current number of seats is completely enough for everyone to sit. Though its appearance is somewhat simple, this chair unexpectedly brings a pleasant sense of comfort. Billy FN could no longer restrain himself and acted in the name of the Grancia family. He gathered his strength and unleashed sword energy with overwhelming and domineering force. That technique tore through the air and shot straight toward the opponent at astonishing speed. He roared in fury, vowing to use the enemy life to console the souls of the departed. Terranin frowned in astonishment at the remarkable refinement of that stream of sword energy. Truly worthy of the young master of the Grancia house, his ability was extraordinary. Shirley Fen paid no attention to that remark and merely stared at her opponent with icy eyes. Consecutive sword strikes were unleashed, spreading across the surrounding space. The pressure from the assault forced Terranin to step back several paces, the momentum immensely fierce. Not only was she powerful, her technique had reached a rare level of perfection. Even though anger clouded her mind, she maintained absolute control over her strength, to the point that the nearby chair was not affected at all, proving her spirit was incredibly steady. With such outstanding ability, you are entirely qualified to become the Sword of the Star. That very moment, he had silently approached Terranin from behind. He angrily shouted, demanding that he stop at once. Immediately after, a powerful kick came crashing down onto his sword. Terranin remained calm and remarked that the decision to conceal his aura and launch a sudden fierce sword energy ambush from behind was commendable. He appeared extremely satisfied, revealing a delighted smile. However, everything was still within his calculations, and Terranin paid no attention to those dark eyes. He expressed his desire to witness more of Ronald worth and potential. After that, he slowly released his grip from the sword hilt. He exerted force and violently swung the scabbard, catching Terranin off guard. Seeing the sharp blade closing in on his face, Terranin could not help widening his eyes in shock. Time seemed to slow in that instant, dust swirling everywhere. Crimson surge of power tore through the air, leaving behind a long streak of light. Everything in its path was shattered into countless fragments. Terranin struggled to evade and admitted he had not expected Ronald to possess such a formidable technique. Once he regained his footing, he suddenly widened his eyes as if realizing something. Immediately afterward, Terranin swiftly dodged another mighty sword slash. Although a small wound appeared on his body, he still displayed a provocative smile and asked what else Ronald intended to show. He felt irritated that his attack had failed to bring down the opponent. He tightened his grip on the sword, preparing for the next assault. Before he eyes, Terranin braced a hand against the ground and used force to lift his body, showing no need to conceal anything. His movement was so fast it was nearly impossible to see. He immediately raised his weapon to block, while Terranin remained leisurely as if strolling. He frowned in confusion upon realizing that a simple kick was enough to make him dizzy. That strike directly drove him backward. Terranin continued to unleash techniques, seemingly unconcerned that his opponent had been pushed back. Sleefen did not hesitate and rushed forward to catch he. However, the remaining force of the blow still pushed both of them back further. Sleefen quickly asked about his condition, and despite the immense pressure, he affirmed that the opponent was too strong. Even so, his eyes gradually turned icy, revealing his determination to fight. He vowed to make Terranin pay, yet that man only smiled as if unconcerned. That man looked at his finger and casually remarked that it had been a long time since he had been injured, which only made him believe that today's meeting was a blessing from the stars. He sighed that it was truly rare for two candidates of Lycophos to appear at the same time in such a remote place. According to him, if this was not arranged by fate, then there was no other explanation, and immediately afterward a strange source of energy spread out again. He noticed this detail and remembered that the woman earlier had also mentioned something similar. He wondered what Lycophos truly was that made everyone value it so highly, and whether it was truly terrifying. Terranin suddenly changed his tone as he began to explain. He stated that Lycophos were swordsmen personally selected by the leader. They were chosen from the most outstanding individuals and underwent rigorous screening among the ranks of believers. Their mission was to eliminate every force obstructing the descent of the star, forming an elite order of knights. Captain Aurea had once been a loyal believer, her talent contributing greatly to the southern parish. However, in the end she could not overcome the trial and returned to the light of the star. That sacrifice was regrettable, yet at the same time sacred. According to him, her death was proof of his wise decision in choosing the two of them as sacrifices. Mentioning this made him recall the first moment he sensed his own destiny. He asked whether they still remembered Brizia and Baron. This question caused he to startle. That man continued leisurely, stating that their reaction proved they had been present there and affirming that he had no intention of blaming them. He explained that Brizia and Baron had once been the core force of the southern parish, loyal apostles who always completed every difficult mission. However, when he received news that they had fallen during their mission, he began to harbor doubts. Though their deaths were not unreasonable, since Brizia had been sent to Mount Vadian where the ancient mage Sarante resided. Meanwhile, Baron had been dispatched to the Lomer range, where he might encounter the sword Saint Juifa. Even after receiving the blessing of the star, confronting figures of that caliber still carried many risks. They might not have had time to summon divine protection. Nevertheless, this was still a rare incident in the history of the church, driving him to determine the cause. Following the traces, he tracked them from two completely different locations and discovered similarity. They were remnants of mana belonging neither to Sarante nor to Juifa. The moment he realized this, his suspicion immediately opened up an entirely new possibility. He wondered whether it was merely coincidence or a sign of something that had repeated many times. If it was not random, then who was the owner of that mana opposing the star? And after many investigations, he found the answer. Taranin asserted that he could not possibly be unaware of the existence of Ronald, a student of Filian Academy. He calmly remarked that judging by his reaction, Ronald seemed completely unaware of anything, and perhaps he had inadvertently forced he to draw his sword. He grew annoyed, interrupted, and demanded that Taranin stop speaking in circles and answer directly. He questioned that if he had known from the beginning, why had he allowed everything to continue until now, when by the church stance he should have been eliminated. That man calmly replied that it was simply because it was not worth his concern. In the eyes of the church, Ronald was not even qualified to be considered a threat. I once believed in that thought until today when I directly encountered you. Indeed, just by looking at you now is enough for me to affirm that in the future you will become a great threat to our church. But let us set that aside for later. Tomorrow still remains, and within the church at present, the only one who truly understands you is me. I also do not wish to deliberately make things tense. Moreover, it has been a long time since I have felt such interest in a person, to the extent that it makes me want to keep you for myself. Therefore, let us have an open conversation, so that I may first answer the questions of the gentlemen present. For example, the reason why the Deha people have continued to exist until today. Before setting foot here, I received a secret order from the Pontiff to eliminate Deha and erase the entire existence of this place. At first, it was merely a rather simple mission, but during the execution, an irresistible curiosity arose within me. I wondered why this land had to be erased, and he gently raised a finger. It was precisely that intense curiosity that swept me away. Although this was an important mission that required me to personally carry it out, the Pontiff still did not reveal the purpose, which was truly perplexing. Therefore, while carrying out the sacred command, I simultaneously searched for answers and gradually gained a clearer understanding of this land. This is a place completely separated from the primordial nature of the land, faintly revealing an unusual level of technology, resembling a hidden sanctuary. The moment I saw this place, I sensed that the answer surely lay within that space, especially the object situated at the center. That secret is concealed within a relic. I brought the captured residents here and politely asked them questions, but they asserted that the secret was the destiny of the land, passed down through many generations, and no one was willing to reveal it to me. Not only the elders, but even the young children kept silent. In total, I conducted interrogations of 182 residents, but what I have obtained up to this moment is merely 3 sofas placed over there. An investigation that drags on without yielding results is always torment for a researcher like me. Fortunately, this time that period has not been boring at all. I clearly sensed the presence of the owner of that mana source, a feeling that was extremely fascinating and captivating. That person was steadily approaching this place on his own. I have been this straightforward, that should be enough to prove my goodwill, should it not? Tarani gently raised his hand, as if to say that everything here had already been arranged properly. The 3 sofas before them immediately turned to ashes. Seemingly they did not suit your taste. He turned back to show his sincerity, saying that everything had been cleared, and now it was time to formally discuss joining the cult. Should I not have done that? Sleefin's gaze was as cold as a blade, and Ronald standing beside him could not remain calm either. He suddenly spoke, "You know, Ronald, this bishop is completely different from the woman who controlled the magical beasts earlier. Such reflexes and physical strength could only be achieved when martial skills had been trained to their peak. Clearly, he was a first-rate warrior who had experienced countless brutal battles. There could be no hesitation even for a moment. You did not look back, and I understand that as well. I will give it my all. As soon as the words ended, both immediately assumed a stance to attack. Their feet exerted such force that the stone floor beneath them cracked. Surely Eiffel and Ronald charged forward simultaneously, no longer concerned with anything else. He executed a surprise attack from the left side, but that familiar move was still easily blocked by Terranin with just one leg. He revealed a scheming smile, showing not the slightest hint of concern. Meanwhile, Ronald was filled with extreme fury toward his opponent. The collision of the two forces was so violent that the space itself seemed to tremble. He did not retreat and continued to hold Terranin in place. At that very moment, he suddenly descended from above. The raging sword energy seemed to tear apart everything in its path. Ronald timed it precisely to withdraw from the affected area. In the blink of an eye, the stone foundation was completely destroyed, no longer retaining its original form. His voice remained unusually calm, admitting that it was an extremely formidable sword strike. If he had not concentrated mana at a single point to defend in time, he would have been struck. Terranin blocked that attack with just one hand. Billy Eiffel frowned tightly, unable to react in time to the situation. He easily flung him away, as if he had no weight. Ronald tried to catch Sleefen, but was himself heavily affected. He widened his eyes, carefully observing every movement of the opponent. Before them, it was as if a gigantic monster had appeared, relentlessly eroding the strength of both. A surge of power suddenly descended, without any warning. Dust and smoke once again enveloped everything, making it all hazy. Amid the ruins, two figures gradually emerged. Billy Eiffel and Ronald charged forward once more. This time, they decided to coordinate their attacks simultaneously. Terranin pondered briefly, noticing that compared to the initial encounter, their killing intent had become sharper, and the strange scent of blood energy was gradually intensifying. This had to come at the cost of consuming their life force to amplify their own power. That was the blood magic of the vampire. At such a young age, yet displaying such a reckless resolve, it made him unable to suppress his curiosity. Primal stones radiated a brilliant light. Very well, let me witness the full extent of your power. He immediately assumed a defensive stance, ready to receive the attack. All of your light and power. Three sources of power collided consecutively, creating a shocking explosion. However, after everything, only a strange blue light remained. The shattered earth piled up into large heaps. Terranin slowly brushed the dust off his shoulder. He stepped on Sleefen's body. Ronald had also collapsed, leaving only Terranin standing there with a final smile. He once again displayed that terrifying smile and said that you had all worked hard. Ronald tightened his grip on the dagger and suddenly counterattacked. He aimed straight at Terranin's foot and thrust downward. The force of the attack was so great that the ground trembled and cracked into long fissures. Terranin exclaimed in astonishment that despite being so severely injured that he could barely stand, he still seized the opportunity to counterattack with astonishing fighting spirit. If the previous attack had been just a little sharper, perhaps I would have been hit. Ronald's dagger pierced the ground just inches from the opponent's foot, while his other hand tightly gripped that man's leg. Terranin looked at his struggling appearance and concluded that by this point they must have understood each other clearly. It would be best to obediently follow me, but Ronald did not respond and instead loudly called out Sita. At that moment a surge of purple energy appeared, radiating immense power. The surrounding light grew increasingly brilliant, creating an oppressive pressure that made people uncomfortable. Terranin paused for a moment, unable to comprehend what was happening. He raised his head and looked upward with a curious gaze. When he saw Sita descending at a terrifying speed, Terranin thought to himself, could this be ancient blood magic? His dreamy eyes flashed with a mesmerizing light. A formation formed in the sky, making him unable to believe that such an ordinary creature could accomplish this. A blazing red energy stream shot down from the core of the formation, creating an enormous shock. Terranin could not hide his horror. Just by observing the mana structure, it was clear that this was the ultimate offensive technique of blood magic. He immediately swung his hand, calculating that with magic of this level, the preparation for its casting must have required a great deal of time to distract him. Planning to use them as sacrificial pawns, Terranin launched an extremely powerful attack toward Ronald, and he quickly raised his hand to block it. He realized that this child possessed sharpness far beyond expectation. Even a minor mistake could become an unstable factor, enough to affect the future survival of the cult. Terranin's eyes suddenly flashed with satisfaction, believing that among followers immersed in habit and arrogance, he was the one capable of awakening them. He softly remarked that he was truly curious about what kind of future you would lead them to. As the energy stream was about to touch the ground, Taranin immediately moved. He leaped to the side to evade, leaving Ronald lying on the ground. Taranin laughed loudly and said to quickly dispel the magic, because if it continued to be maintained, everything would vanish without a trace, and that surely was not what you desired. Ronald struggled to rise, while the energy stream was already directly above his head. His pupils suddenly turned icy. Ronald responded in a frigid tone that it was merely your own assumption. The energy mass skimmed the ground and abruptly turned 90 degrees, completely avoiding its owner. Witnessing the attack rushing straight toward him, Taranin was stunned in astonishment. He burst into laughter, so it even has self-guidance. From the very beginning you anticipated that I would evade it. Taranin calmly cast a defensive spell indeed to finish an opponent. Preparing such a deadly blade is truly admirable. He concentrated all his mana into his palm, murmuring, "If it has come to this, then I must also be forced to use that technique." A dazzling light immediately erupted violently. In an instant, the light spread throughout the surrounding space. Taranin unleashed the ultimate technique Blessing of the Stars to block the ancient blood magic. A loud explosion resounded. The crimson power surged forward, but was quickly halted by the stellar barrier. The scene resembled a gigantic sphere, tightly constricted by blood magic. Taranin laughed triumphantly, saying, "What other move do you have left to show now, Ronald? Could there still be another card? Even if there is, things can hardly proceed as you wish." He was extremely confident. As long as this protection remained, all attacks would be meaningless. However, as soon as he finished speaking, his face suddenly stiffened. The barrier began to tremble and showed signs of cracking. When he saw the blade pierce through, Taranin exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" Ronald had closed in on the barrier and continuously attacked to carve a path. A final powerful slash eventually pierced the barrier. A deep wound carved across Taranin's chest. Crimson blood splattered as he realized in horror that the protection had been shattered. Only then did Taranin understand that this was the reason Briar and Baron had failed. Ronald said coldly, "I also wanted to split that mouth in two. It seems the force was not enough. I will leave the conclusion to you." After speaking, his body was exhausted and he slowly fell. Below, Sleafin staggered to his feet, raised his sword and slowly spoke, "Young master." His eyes still blazed, his voice filled with determination. "Leave this to me." Chain's sword was executed in an instant, quickly eroding the remaining fragile barrier. Chili Fen unleashed his full power. The sword in his hand swung relentlessly. The protective layer was crushed little by little under the overwhelming pressure. Taranin resisted in desperation, but was ultimately defeated. A surge of sword energy struck his face, leaving no trace of confidence in his eye. Taranin fell to the ground like a heavy stone. The Blessing of the Stars barrier shook violently, seemingly on the verge of explosion. At this moment he had no ability to resist. His body was covered in countless slashes from Sleafin. Even his head was severely damaged, his pupils completely vanished. Taranin was in extreme agony. Perhaps he had never imagined he would fall into such a miserable state. The barrier swelled to its limit and countless cracks appeared. A devastating explosion erupted, the terrifying pressure spreading and blowing Ronald away. He crashed heavily to the ground right in front of Sleafin. Ronald frowned, his face contorted from the intense pain. He supported himself and slowly sat up, while Taranin fell from above in front of the two of them. His clothes were tattered, his body devoid of vitality. Suddenly the ground shook violently, dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Sita urgently announced that they must retreat. Taranin lay motionless in a pool of dark red blood. He whispered softly, "How long has it been since I was forced into a defensive position like this?" Suddenly Taranin revealed a sinister smile, his body emitting a strange radiance. Countless feathers appeared in the air, drifting down as he remarked that it was truly a blessed day. A pillar of light erupted from Taranin's body, violently shaking the space. Witnessing this scene, Ronald could not hide his astonishment. He exclaimed, "Unbelievable." Taranin stood up, a pair of gigantic angelic wings appearing behind him. Ronald wondered in confusion, could those wings? Observing carefully, the only one who could possess such angelic wings could it be Aheju? Ronald still could not believe it. He repeated with doubt, "Aheju." Taranin said in a low voice, "Carelessness before the enemy is the shortest path to death. I have always taught my followers this, yet the one blinded by arrogance was myself." He raised his hand to touch his face, revealing an optimistic smile. Fortunately, the head is still intact. Perhaps this too is a blessing from the gods. Taranin slightly moved his blood-soaked eyelids and confidently said that although his eyes could no longer see, there was no need to worry. Both sides simultaneously gathered energy, preparing to unleash their magic. They rushed into the next battle. Though both were heavily injured, their offensive power did not diminish. While launching attacks to confront them, he declared that he would not let the flame of excitement just ignited be extinguished. The collision of two forces produced a terrifying piercing sound. Light erupted brilliantly. Shirley, Eiffel, and Ronald coordinated their assault, continuously unleashing powerful sword strikes. Ronald frowned and thought, damn it, both of his eyes were clearly destroyed. The opponent suddenly soared into the air, effortlessly neutralizing all attacks. Ronald exclaimed in astonishment. He still managed to evade. Taranin laughed arrogantly. For a warrior, perceiving the world does not rely solely on the eyes. Billy, Fen, and Ronald paused upon hearing this. He explained that by pushing sensation to the extreme through the flow of mana, one could still clearly perceive the world, and indeed Taranin was sensing his opponent's mana with remarkable precision. He affirmed that both of them possessed exceptionally beautiful flows of mana. Taranin suddenly turned to praise Chili Fen, the young Duke of Rancia. Your storm of swords is both fierce and precise, as well as lethally sharp. It makes me believe that your name should have long been recorded among the top recruitment targets of the Order. Ronald also inspires astonishment. His wild battle instincts alone are enough to stun me, not to mention his ability to cut through even blessing. Thanks to this, I can confirm that the deaths of Briar and Baron were certainly not accidental. The two of you will undoubtedly become unparalleled warriors in the future. At this point he paused and gently flapped his angelic wings. Therefore I feel regret. My battle with you was originally intended to be honorable, to reach its conclusion as a warrior. After saying this, the mana behind him blazed brilliantly. An enormous surge of power quickly formed. Vernon swung his hand and unleashed the technique punishment of the star. Shirley, Eiffel, and Ronald immediately sensed the imminent danger and swiftly assumed defensive stances. Their eyes were filled with intense vigilance. Colossal vortex of mana from Taranin surged straight toward them, sweeping up earth and debris. In a fleeting instant, Shirley, Eiffel, and Ronald were swallowed by the blinding surge of light. A deep explosion resounded, radiant light, and a thick cloud of dust instantly engulfed the vast area. Terrifying energy relentlessly plowed through and shook the ground. Wherever the force swept, everything in its path was shattered to pieces. A massive deep trench now carved across the ground. Taranin slowly descended downward. Ronald was covered in grime. Bruises marked his body as he gasped for breath. Collapsed onto the ground. Beside him, Sleefen lay stretched out, seemingly gravely injured. Taranin gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling violently. Clearly, his internal injuries were far from light. Taranin spoke slowly. If blessing is the shield that protects believers, then the wings bestowed by the bishop are the tool to punish heretics. Once unfurled, they can bring down the harsh judgment of destiny upon the very sky. Watching the angelic feathers scattering through the air, he continued that such power is proportional to the price paid, an immense amount of mana and life force drained away. In my current state, even I can barely maintain this suppressive authority. I never wish to use it, for it is a power capable of overturning everything, rendering the meaning of a life and death battle meaningless. Taranin clenched his fist, his voice heavy. Now I am a believer of the star, no longer a warrior who places pride above all, but a bishop who must absolutely obey orders. Ronald pressed a hand to the ground, struggling to rise with his sword, swaying unsteadily. Billy FN also poured all his strength into gripping his sword hilt to remain standing. Taranin suddenly spoke sternly. Any words of comfort now would only insult the noble will of you two. From this moment on, I will cease the empty words and fight with all my strength. The angelic wings behind him suddenly vanished. Taranin looked at the feathers slowly dissolving into thin streams of air and said softly, "Let everything end here." Ronald slightly moved his arm, thinking to himself, "Damn it. In this situation I cannot rely on Sita healing. If I take another blow, the consequences will be unpredictable." He gritted his teeth to control his body, but it refused to obey his will. The hand gripping the dagger trembled endlessly. Escape seemed non-existent. If this continues, everything will end. Lost in thought, a faint sound suddenly echoed ahead. He lifted his head and saw Sleefen standing before him. His warm voice spoke, "Stand up, Ronald. It is truly shameful, but alone I cannot defeat him. I will create an opening so your blade can reach its target." Hearing that, Ronald burst out, "What are you saying, you madman? Did I not bear the entire storm earlier? How can you manage alone?" Early Eiffel gathered his energy, channeling mana into his sword as he said, "Perhaps you have forgotten. The one standing before you is someone who has lived his entire life with storms. Reading the flow of the wind to me is no different from natural breathing." He affirmed, though my storm cannot devour all his power, opening a gap is within my ability. However, the chance will come only once. Remember that, Ronald, if this time we still cannot finish him then. He gave a gentle smile filled with hidden meaning. His sea-blue eyes sparkled mischievously. Be ready with 10 photo sets of iron. Hearing that, Ronald froze for a moment. Seeing him still silent, Sleafin urged, stand up, Captain of Punishment. The enemy stands right before us. How long do you intend to remain seated there? As if recalling something, he pondered before saying, I still cannot acknowledge you as a knight. For the blade I once saw in you held no pride, only killing intent to strike down your opponent. That judgment has not changed until now, but, ironically, on this battlefield, what is needed is precisely such a blade. Sleafin turned his gaze toward Taranin. I will create an opening at any cost. He has completed his transformation, 2 additional wings sprouted behind him, his power greatly increased. Drew a deep breath. At this moment I place everything on you, Ronald. With a confident smile, Shirley FN said, advance. Ronald seemed unable to believe what he had just heard. His gaze froze stiffly. Sleafin strode forward proudly, mana spreading into swirling currents around the air. Listening to his comrade call, Ronald awakened in a life and death moment. Having someone advancing shoulder to shoulder is invaluable. Ronald unconsciously revealed a faint smile. He replied, such a precious gift. How could I easily hand it all over to you? 2 stood side by side. Let us advance to the very end. Chili FN swung his sword at astonishing speed, streams of blue mana growing increasingly intense. He swiftly shifted into an offensive stance. Fierce storm of blades erupted, sword energy blanketed the surrounding space. Taranin immediately counterattacked to block it. The collision of 2 streams of mana produced a piercing sound. Both continuously increased the power of their attacks. The pressure from both sides rose higher and higher. In the blink of an eye, the 2 currents of mana turned into violent tempests of terrifying might. Sleafin struggled to hold his ground and maintain the situation. He thought to himself, though I have read the flow of his storm and touched his weakness, all I can do now is stand firm. Sleafin's strength gradually waned, more and more wounds appeared across his body. He worried, if this continues, I will be swept away. Gritting his teeth, he told himself, think of a way. What must I do to overcome this crisis? I am the sword that protects the Empire, and he is perhaps the sharpest opponent I have ever faced. A sword is merely a tool to eliminate and punish enemies. Now, what I need is not destructive power, only a bit of force enough to open a path for my comrade. Chili FN body was covered in injuries, yet his determined gaze still burned brightly. Tip of the sword suddenly emitted a strange white light. Immediately after, the entire blade shone like a radiant ribbon. Chili Fanzer raised his sword high, mana spreading ever more densely. Ronald was utterly astonished, a speculation flashing through his mind. Perhaps this was the awakening of aura. Sleafin tightened his grip on the hilt, constantly telling himself more. More he drew the sword back, pouring all his strength into the decisive strike. He only hoped the blade would become sharper than ever before. The moment had arrived. Chili Fen gripped his sword tightly and charged forward. In his eyes flickered the final glimmer of hope. He roared wind. The vast expanse of space trembled from the surging mana. The sword shot toward Taranin without the slightest hesitation. Power surged like a raging storm, nothing capable of standing in its path. Taranin abruptly retreated, as if sensing something strange beyond explanation. He could hardly believe it. Even with his strength diminished by injury, the aura of that brat shattering his attack was utterly absurd. This went far beyond aura, carrying a force akin to untamed wilderness. Taranin focused, striving to analyze the stability of his opponent. Yet that power seemed beyond his comprehension. He wondered what the hell it was, no matter how skilled he might be. Countless sword energies swirled and rushed in, creating crushing pressure. Taranin could only mutter as he entered the stage of aura awakening after being driven back by the blade's storm. Chili Fen exhaled in relief, murmuring that the path had been successfully opened. His breathing weakened. He decided to pause for now. The rest he would leave to him, Chili FN said before collapsing. Completely drained before losing consciousness, he tried to call Ronald. Ronald did not miss the opportunity his teammate created. He leaped forward and closed the distance instantly. His eyes were filled with determination. He had to win. At the central point, the sword continued to disrupt the opponent relentlessly. Taranin muttered, "You intend to blind me with a storm and strike at an opening, but I will leave no opening." He frowned, steadying his mind, clearly sensing every movement. "Your mana." He charged forward fervently, fury evident on his face. Taranin thought Ronald was already before him. He gathered magic power and prepared to strike. Utterly confident, he believed the opponent lacked the stamina to endure. He smiled faintly. This was Energy erupted, but with a single dull thud, his hand was blocked by a dagger. Blade glowed crimson, pain shot through his arm and left him stunned. Teranin felt slightly dazed, unable to understand what was happening. He wondered whether magic power had infused that brat dagger. Everything around seemed like the magic power of guardian stars. Though his vision was clear, he could not sense the brat energy. What the hell was going on? And at that moment, a foot breached the protective barrier. Ronald moved like lightning, pressing his sword to Teranin's neck. He muttered inwardly, who would have thought he had to use the scant magic power thanks to Bajura. In this way, Ronald opened his eyes wide at his opponent and gripped the blade firmly. Teranin completely lost the ability to resist. He struck powerfully, determined to end it here. He smiled one last time. Even defeat did not frighten him. Ronald's sharp blade brought the battle to its conclusion. Teranin's head snapped to the side, the metallic scent of blood spreading. He parted his lips as if to say something but could not. Ronald thought inwardly, it was an honor in this moment. His final research had achieved result. Brilliant conclusion, encapsulating every effort. He collapsed beside Sleefin. Teranin's head fell to the ground and rolled a few times. In his mind appeared anticipation for that person-radiant future. After a while, the space grew silent. Ronan stirred gently and let out a soft sound. He propped himself up with his sword and sat upright, breathing heavily. Blood kept seeping from his eyes and the corners of his mouth. Ronald glanced around, thinking he could no longer sense his energy. A single strike had ended him. Recalling the previous moment, he realized inwardly how extremely dangerous it had been. Ronald smiled, chilly Eiffel. This time you truly tried your best. As promised, I will show you my sister picture. What do you think? Interested? He looked toward the dream bird. Sita also deserved praise. Once back at the academy, he would boast of their achievement to Onphila. Wake up! Shilifin and Sita still lay motionless, without movement. Ronald pressed the tip of his sword to the ground. The metal rang sharply. He struggled to stand and said, "We must return together." Roland walked toward his teammates, weakly calling Chili FN Sita. No one responded. He trembled as he urged, "Come on, answer me. Any reply will do, please respond." Ronald clenched his sword tightly, veins standing out. Suddenly, a powerful red aura burst from his body. His eyes stiffened. Damn it, why now? Braced on one knee, realizing it was a reaction of blood magic. Something felt as though it were tearing Ronald's body apart. He guessed this reaction was enhancing his physical strength. Ronald tightened his fist, telling himself no. Not now. Looking at Chili Fen and Sita, he needed to heal them immediately. But his vision blurred, his eyelids grew heavy. Inwardly he screamed no. No, they still need help. The scene faded. Ronald cried helplessly in his mind, no. His hand lost its final strength and released. Ronald collapsed, leaving everything to fate. A moment later, Thunder appeared, rushing over quickly and calling out clearly, "Brother." On Thunder's forehead was a mark different from everyone else. The boy touched the large stone and turned to Raging Gust, asking if it could truly be activated. He replied sternly, "The vessel can only be placed within your body. You are the only one who can control it. Therefore, everyone prepared themselves for slaughter to open an escape path for you. The survival of the tribe essence rests with you." Raging Gust looked at the ruins and sighed, "We failed to protect this place." Ronald lay not far from there. Billy FM was also motionless, eyes closed. If not for them, everything would have ended. Raging Gust was exhausted. "Do not hesitate, Thunder. Our tribe was built upon the foundation of loyalty and honor. He will have to bear the consequences for failing to keep his oath." The boy placed his hand on the surface, and immediately the massive stone block radiated a brilliant glow. When Raging Gusto resonated and was opened, within a moment a strange aura surged into Thunder, causing his eyes to emit a radiance identical to the color of the stone. The mark on his forehead began to shine dazzlingly. The altar trembled violently, and then revealed an extremely complex ancient formation. The light grew increasingly brilliant, spreading to envelop the vast space. The formation was complete, countless ancient runes rotating and emanating an unprecedented source of power. Standing beneath the altar and looking up, Thunder had never witnessed such a mystical sight. Rajangus prayed sincerely, hoping the deities would protect them. "O sacred spirits of Din-A." Deep, resounding echo rang out as the entire ancient formation blazed with intense light. Countless shockwaves descended from above, accompanied by enormous streams of spiritual energy. All of it merged into a powerful force of attraction, pulling Sleefin, Ronald, and Sita inside. The miraculous light quickly awakened Ronald. He slowly opened his eyes, wondering where he was and what this warm sensation was. Suddenly he heard a voice calling, "Have you awakened, Ronald? Fortunately, I can still say farewell." Looking downward, he exclaimed, "Thunder." Rajangus quickly reassured him that Shilifin and Sita would soon be healed, so he should not worry too much. Ronald asked in astonishment. Those wounds were extremely difficult to heal. How could it be? Realizing that he was inside a strange ancient formation, he wondered where this immense power came from. Rajangus sincerely replied that he also did not know the origin of this power, only that the sanctuary named Tam had been entrusted with preparing for the Day of Promise. This place stored the energy necessary to activate an ancient machine to confront future threats. The tribe's laws did not permit the use of this power before that moment arrived. He gently revealed a faint smile. However, he believed that the ancestors of Din A would not punish today's actions, as he was expressing the tribe's gratitude for Ronald's kindness. Hearing this, Ronald broke into a cold sweat upon realizing that they had violated a taboo to save him. Suddenly, the ancient formation shook violently, the surrounding space fluctuated, and Rajangus continued to instruct Ronald about restoring the used energy and protecting the sanctuary from enemies. A sealing barrier was established. None may leave and none may enter. This barrier would cover the entirety of Din A, and as warriors, he believed Ronald would understand that decision. Dazzling light gradually separated them. Knowing that time was running out, Rajangus spoke his final promise with a choked voice. In the future, when the tribe can step out into the outside world, if any enemy threatens Ronald, no matter who they are, Din A will stand and fight alongside him. The altar blazed with light and then vanished, leaving only the echo of raging gusto in the air. Farewell, my friend. When the haze of dust dissipated, before their eyes remained only a barren and desolate land. Shirley Eiffel and Ronald stood silently, still stunned by what had just occurred. Ronald's gaze became distant, filled with deep contemplation. The moon rose high, illuminating the vast region. The space was so silent that every gust of sandy wind sweeping across the mountain peak could be clearly felt as both focused on the rocky outcrop ahead. He patiently waited to see whether anything unusual would occur. Finally, Sleefen spoke. It seemed they would no longer be able to return to Din A. A pale blue aura spread to envelop the entire mountain like an invisible barrier, while memories of Din A gradually faded. Perhaps it was an ancient grand spell intended to make outsiders forget their existence. Ronald let out a soft sigh, believing that this was likely the best choice for that tribe. He suddenly recalled the enemies they had faced and realized that no one knew when such monsters would appear again. Shirley Eiffel nodded in agreement, affirming that this was entirely true. His gaze paused for a moment, contemplating everything they had experienced. He slowly analyzed that Terranin was an extremely powerful opponent, and if fortune had not favored them, the outcome would have been entirely different. More concerning was that the man who claimed to be the bishop of Nam Dioses indicated that there were still many individuals stronger than him. Not to mention the spirit sword and the mysterious presence known as Lycophos. Shirley Eiffel suddenly felt worried, wondering whether they could continue like this, whether they still had enough strength to protect their loved one. He said solemnly, "Therefore listen carefully, Ronald. You must become even stronger, strong enough to achieve victory even without relying on each other." These words left Ronald stunned, unable to react for a moment. Seeing that expression, Shirley Eiffel lightly punched Ronald's chest and smiled. "That is the only solution I can think of." Ronald burst into cheerful laughter, remarking that he was indeed worthy of being the young master of the Croatia family. "Very well, this time I hope everything will go smoothly," he replied. With that said, Ronald turned and quickly walked away, suggesting that they should return. Just as Ronald stated that everything had ended, Shirley Eiffel grabbed his shoulder and asked, "Wait, what do you mean by finished?" With a serious expression, he reminded him that he had not yet received his payment, leaving Ronald puzzled. Shirley Eiffel pointed forward and coldly demanded, "Photos of Lady Aro, 8 of them. Keep your promise, Ronald." That tone made him break into a cold sweat. Ronald muttered a quiet curse, truly a madman, as the moonlight cast their shadows upon the gravelly ground. Afterwards, the journey back to the imperial capital proceeded quite peacefully. Of course, Ronald did not forget to scatter false mana traces to mislead the church's pursuit. Even Terranin could be deceived by this trick, allowing them to no longer worry about being tracked. When Sleefen received the photos of Lady Aro, he appeared extremely excited. Seeing that infatuated expression, Ronald could not help but feel irritated. He immediately threw a punch at Shirley Eiffel, causing him to stagger. After that, the group quickly boarded the carriage and departed. Ronald rested his chin while looking out the window, secretly relieved that he had brought along the mana stones of Din A, the main objective of the journey. All of this was thanks to Gogus keeping his promise, making Ronald deeply grateful. Though he had obtained the spoils of war by some means, Ronald still intended to use them as a surprise gift. He quickly thought of the perfect person to present them to, while Shirley Eiffel remained absorbed in admiring the photos of the beauty. On the journey back, Shirley Eiffel and Ronald conducted sparring sessions. Perhaps the sense of helplessness when facing the bishop had driven them to do so. This training session was even more intense than usual. Both unleashed powerful attacks with the desire to enhance each other's combat ability. Leaves fluttered through the air as night gradually fell. Ronald halted, wiped away his sweat, and said, "Chilly Fen, when you unleashed the decisive strike against that bishop." In that moment of sudden realization, do you still remember the things we went through together? During that question, he paused and fell silent for a moment. His gaze lowered, as if recalling a distant memory. Then he slowly replied that he had heard the sound of the wind, not a destructive tempest but the gentle melody of nature, embracing all things in absolute peace. The moment he sensed it, he knew he could unleash the decisive strike. But at that time, perhaps it was only a fleeting awakening born from despair. Now he could no longer hear it. Shelley Fen clenched his fist, his voice lacking confidence when speaking of the path he had chosen. "I will definitely make that power my own." Ronald swallowed softly. This boy seemed not to fully understand the meaning behind his words. Holding that power in his hands meant releasing the storms that once engulfed the world in his previous life. And if he alone were to turn the tide of the war, he would turn himself into a potential threat. He smiled, his eyes filled with somewhat naive hope, but indeed, for the current Chilly Fen, he would certainly soon reach that goal. Meanwhile, the young man sitting before Ronald remained absorbed in looking at the photographs, his eyes vacant, his face flushed, occasionally letting out foolish laughter that left Ronald with only an awkward smile. A few days later, Shirley Eiffel and Ronald stopped before a massive wooden gate. He exclaimed with excitement, "It feels as if I am returning to my hometown. It has been a long time since I last saw Fillion." Ronald suggested that they part ways here. Shirley Eiffel asked again if he would head straight there. Ronald's eyes shone with determination. "Yes, I must uproot this damned curse completely. The sooner the better." He quickly made his way toward the small wooden house in the forest. Inside, the lights shone brightly, and the floor was intricately carved. Maya Sigrid rested her chin on her hand and smiled warmly. "You have returned from the desert, Ronald. And what about the magic stones?" He immediately poured the small pouch onto the table. This trip yielded quite a lot. Seeing the number of magic stones, he was extremely astonished. Ronald asked if it was surely more than enough. He laughed heartily and replied, "Then let us begin immediately, Professor, to break the next curse." At this moment in Professor Maria Sigrid's house, Brunnan was discussing with him. The professor's meaning was that this magic circle was the curse-breaking technique, reinforced by the magic stones of Dai Ha. With that source of power, this substance had been extracted. Could this be the true essence of one of the curses? Inside the room, a mysterious energy spread as Maria Sigrid floated in midair. Stones on the floor were arranged according to a specific pattern. Ronald stood below, looking up at the power and saying that it was unbelievable. He had not expected that he had lived with this thing his entire life. Maria Sigrid also looked upward, remaining silent. After a moment of observation, Maria Sigrid spoke. "Ronald, when you went to search for the magic stones, I had considered every possibility and prepared for the worst case. Witnessing it with my own eyes as it is now, I cannot help but feel worried." Maria Sigrid faced Ronald along with the power of the magic stone. He continued that once we begin breaking the curse, there will be no turning back, and this process could last a week, a month, or even many years. Despite hearing this, Ronald's gaze remained steadfast and unwavering. Maria Sigrid floated in midair with his hands clasped behind his back, saying that he had always been an outstanding student of the academy, and despite carrying the curse within his body, he would become a swordmaster whose name would be recorded in history. Must he truly go through this when a brilliant future awaits him ahead? Faced with that question, Ronald merely lowered his head in silence. He looked down at the ground, thoughts surging. He had surpassed the growth speed of his previous life, meaning that stopping the evil church would not be too difficult. The true danger lay in the present past. Advent's massive army with its overwhelming numbers was a great challenge. Not to mention the colossal 8-winged creatures, possessing more pairs of wings than their kin, along with the mysterious enemy that man had mentioned before collapsing. Time was not on his side. Thinking of this, Ronald raised his head. He stepped forward toward Professor Maria Sigrid. Maria Sigrid understood that he had made his decision. He closed his eyes and said, "It seems you will not change your mind. At the very least, go and bid farewell to your loved ones." In the room remained only Ronald, Maria Sigrid, and the immense energy of the magic stone. Maria Sigrid added that thanks to him this process might last a very long time. In shift, night had fallen. Inside a room, the table was filled with countless dishes. Maria and Azo were present. Azo turned and asked, "Do you know why we are gathering today?" Maria gently brushed her hair aside and smiled, "I am not sure either. I thought it was just an outing." At the table were also Adessen, Shilly Fen, and Irene. Everyone chatted lively. Shilly Fen enjoyed the food while secretly admiring Irene's cooking skill. Besides them, Brahm, Onphilodenite, and Sita were all present. Ronald sat at the central seat, remaining silent until now. As everyone was chatting happily, Ronald spoke, breaking the atmosphere. "This may be a sudden announcement since I invited everyone here, but I think we'll be absent for a period of time. It may last for several years." Hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. Azo, holding food, asked with a trembling voice, "Ronald, what are you saying? If you plan to go on an expedition, we can go together." Before Azo could finish, Ronald seriously replied, "I truly appreciate that, but it is not possible." Ronald raised his hand, looked down and said, "I am trying to break a remaining curse within my body, and I do not know how long it will take. Therefore, when I told Iro, she prepared this party so that I could bid farewell to everyone." Hearing this, Iro merely turned away silently, while Chili Fen also quietly watched. Tom, who was holding food, also froze. Ronald continued, "Since things have come to this, let us cherish the moments we still have together." Maria silently lowered her head after hearing this. Azo noticed the change in her expression and looked over. After a moment of silence, Maria softly asked, "Is it dangerous?" Seeing Azo stunned, Ronald gently shook the plate before him and said, "The professors often exaggerate. Everything will be fine, do not worry. In any case, remember my words, all of you must continue striving." Ronald turned to Brahm and said, "You have become an excellent warrior, but sometimes you focus too much on offense and forget defense. Train more, it will make you stronger." Brahm smiled in response, "Thank you, Ronald." Ronald looked at Onphilodenai and said with slight embarrassment, "Onphila, please take care of Sita for me. She listens to you very well." Onphilodenai smiled gently and agreed, "Sita is always welcome." Ronald turned to Azo, giving instructions to each person. "Azo, study carefully the grimoire I gave you. It is very valuable, do not overlook any line." Maria still kept her head lowered in silence. After advising Azo, Ronald added to Maria, "Practice your swordsmanship diligently." Seeing no response from Maria, Ronald teased, "But if you focus only on swordsmanship, you might find it difficult to date." Maria immediately blushed and shouted, "What does that have to do with you?" Immediately afterward, she lowered her head again, pursing her lips and muttering in embarrassment. Finally, Ronald revealed a gentle smile. He looked toward the remaining two and said, "Adessen and Sleefen, I believe both of you will fulfill your duties well, but if I must give any advice, Adessen, take charge of everyone's training session. With your keen insight, you will be a tremendous support to all. Chili FN, just do as you do every day." At that moment, his older sister Irene stepped out of the kitchen, carrying food in her hands. After giving his reminders, Ronald smiled and said, "All right, everyone remembers everything, right? I will check when I return so no one slack off." The remaining time, everyone present in the room carried different emotions upon hearing Ronald's words. Ronald lowered his head slightly, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Right after that, he continued, "Come on, let us chat and eat together." After finishing the meal, Ronald took out the camera he had borrowed from Diddy Khan. He and everyone in the room took photos to preserve the memories of today. That night passed quickly, though there were still many things left unsaid. They parted with smiles, hoping the next meeting would not be far away. Scene change. After bidding farewell to everyone, Ronald returned to Professor Maria Sigrid's room and sat cross-legged on the floor. Maria Sigrid approached and said, "It seems you are more at ease now. The noon gathering must have gone well." Ronald smiled and replied, "Even without me, they did very well. To be honest, the one I worried about the most was my sister. But it turns out no one is stronger than her." After saying that, Ronald looked up at Maria Sigrid. "I only need to take good care of myself, that is enough." Maria Sigrid floated in midair and confirmed, "You have said your goodbyes to your loved ones, correct?" As soon as the sentence ended, the power from the magic stone began to spread throughout the room. Maria Sigrid controlled the energy, gathering it into a sphere and said, "Let us begin the ritual to break the curse." The power of the magic stone was gradually released. Maria Sigrid smiled, "Let us meet again with victorious smiles, Ronald." Hearing that, Ronald took a deep breath and smiled in response, "Certainly." At that time, he did not yet know that Ronald had confidently declared to the professor, "I will return soon," but keeping that promise would require a great deal of time. Scene change. Outside, it was already morning. Ronald lay on the bed, the sound of barking dogs immediately waking him up. He sat up, staring blankly at the dog lying on top of him, and exclaimed, "What is going on? Why is there barking?" Ronald froze for a few seconds before realizing, wait, this black fur and those blue eyes, could it be? The black-furred dog with round blue eyes was staring at him intently. Ronald called softly Sita. Hearing its name, the dog barked back joyfully. Holding Sita in his arms, Ronald looked around and realized, it is still this place. Is this not the very village where I was once captured? Anama, the familiar scene resurfaced in his memory as the villagers bustled along the streets. Standing in the middle of the street, Ronald muttered, what a terrible mood. He sat by the roadside watching the flow of people. Even though this is only a world created by the curse, why have I returned to this exact moment? Ronald looked at Sita and said, but it is not entirely bad. Because I can see you again. Thinking about it, your life was truly unfortunate as well. When Ronald first met Sita, it had been abandoned inside a jar by the roadside. He muttered, why do I always get entangled in the fate of dogs like this? At that time, Ronald had just been chased by a large bear. He held Sita and ran, hiding in a corner alley, covering its mouth to keep it from making noise, and said, I have suffered enough already. Fortunately, in this life you are no longer involved with me, Sita. Ronald sat down, patted its head, and said, you must be living well with a kinder owner. In Ronald's eyes appeared emotions too difficult to put into words. Looking at the well-behaved Sita, Ronald smiled. How about we take a little walk? It has been a long time since we had such a chance. Hearing that, Sita immediately wagged its tail excitedly. Ronald walked along the street with Sita, the dog barking cheerfully. Two figures, one big and one small, slowly walked along the road. As they walked, Sita spotted a branch on the ground and ran over, gesturing to Ronald with its paw. Understanding, Ronald picked up the branch and threw it far away. Sita immediately ran after it and brought it back. Seeing Sita lively and energetic, Ronald sat down and affectionately patted its head. Meanwhile, Ronald observed his surroundings, thinking that he had walked all around the village yet discovered nothing unusual. On the contrary, this place was strangely peaceful. According to his memory, the lord who ruled this land was a cruel man, making this place once dreadful. The professor had once said that this curse would guide him in ways different from before. Ronald thought, since it does not appear directly like last time, perhaps this time I must find the clues myself. Thinking that, Ronald raised his hand, energy spreading out as he said, Sita, give me a hand. He brought his hand closer to Sita. Can you smell the scent coming from this aura? Sita obediently cooperated, bringing its nose close to the energy source. Ronald thought to himself, Sita's sense of smell is very sharp, perhaps it will find a trace. The moment it caught the scent, Sita's eyes immediately changed and widened. It turned and dashed off, barking as it ran. Ronald exclaimed, have you found it? He smiled, it seems things are progressing more smoothly than I thought. Ronald quickly chased after and called out, let us go, Sita. But when they arrived, Sita began drooling at the tempting aroma. Seeing that scene, Ronald sighed helplessly. I thought everything would go smoothly. He approached the fragrant stall and said, in that case. Looking down at Sita, Ronald clenched his hand. I asked you to find mana, not these things. Sita looked at him with wide eyes, then barked once as if in protest. Faced with that earnest expression, Ronald could only laugh. He raised 2 fingers to signal the vendor, give me 2 sausages. The vendor quickly handed them to him. Sitting in a corner feeding Sita, Ronald asked the vendor, sir, my memory is a bit fuzzy. What date is it today? The vendor replied, today is the 20th day of the 20th month of the year 20 according to the imperial calendar. Ronald ate his portion of sausage while listening attentively. After confirming the time, Ronald thought to himself, as expected, it is this very day. Sita continued happily enjoying its sausage. Ronald recalled the painful memory when he once thought Sita had died. At that time, he had knelt beside it in agony. A group of people had appeared and mocked him. Calling that moment, Ronald's eyes turned red. For the first time, he had laid hands on humans, and he remembered that he had punished that entire group. Scene change, on the road a carriage was rushing forward. The horse was out of control, causing the townspeople to hurriedly dodge to both sides. A man cried out in panic, what is going on? Who would let a carriage run through the market like this? Ignoring the obstruction, a woman screamed loudly, no. Camilla, on the road, a little girl was walking, holding a plate of food in her hands. The carriage hurtled forward, catching the little girl off guard. She could only stand there crying and calling for her mother. Ronald recalled the past, his eyes seeming to pierce through his own thoughts. That was right, this had happened once before. Baron Dandelion, arrogant and boastful, claimed he could control the carriage, yanked the reins, and caused an accident. The situation was just like now. Sita suddenly dropped the sausage in her mouth and dashed forward. Ronald watched Sita rush out, thinking to himself, she ran like this back then as well. As the carriage drew near, Sita leaped out just in time to push Camilla away from danger. In that instant, Ronald reacted swiftly, one arm wrapping around Camilla, the other pulling Sita aside. The carriage sped past in a blur, and its wheels struck the ground. Ronald had managed to save both Camilla and Sita. Disaster had nearly struck. Once everything settled, Ronald let out a long breath of relief. He stood there, watching the carriage disappear down the street. Ronald lifted Sita into his arms, looked straight into the little dog's eyes and reminded her not to do that again. Sita listened happily, wagging her tail and barking. At that moment, a voice sounded beside him. Camilla lowered her head and thanked him for saving her. Camilla smiled brightly at Sita and said, "You helped me too, thank you." Sita barked twice in response. As Camilla spoke, she reached her hand toward Sita, wanting to give her some food. Before she could touch Sita, Ronald swiftly pulled the girl's hand back. Seeing Ronald's stern expression, Camilla grew slightly frightened and asked, "Brother, what is it?" Ronald looked at the girl with a strict gaze and said coldly, "Stop pretending, it is useless." His words brought tears to Camilla's eyes. Immediately Camilla's attitude changed, she stopped acting. Her face shifted, filled with the energy of a magic stone, and she spoke. "Truly have grown a great deal, so composed now, that is right, Ronald." On the street remained only Ronald, Sita, and Camilla. The sky darkened, the curse asked, "When did you realize it?" Ronald watched warily and said, "There is no need to guess, it was too obvious. I chose this day to prepare for this moment, knowing you would be here." "You act strong." Upon hearing that, the curse said, "So that is how it is." Camilla pointed toward the departing carriage and asked, "Why did they let me go so easily?" "They likely created cracks to steer the course of your life." Ronald sighed and gave a faint smile. Dispelling illusions would still be pointless. "You are only wasting your effort, I know. If you cling to the past, you can never move forward." Hearing that, the curse fell silent. Ronald held Sita, the little girl smiled at him. Ronald set Sita down on the ground. Immediately afterward, he stood up and said, "Get to the point, curse. That alone is not enough." Seeing that he had realized the truth, the curse did not circle around and praised his growth. "Your decision astonishes me. The matter is simple, Ronald. I will show you how to break the curse." Ronald was startled and asked, "What do you mean?" The curse raised its hand. The curse continued, "But first you must face the origin of your own existence, the starting point that will determine this land's fate." Ronald remained on guard. The curse looked at him and went on, "You must decide. Where will you lead yourself and this world, to the final point of truth?" The scene shifted, daylight still filled the sky, sunlight streamed through the window. Someone was writing, a fleeting thought passed, whose hand was that? This was a place where the body did not move according to one's will. This time Ronald floated within the room, observing his surroundings. Watching the man in a robe writing, Ronald wondered if he had possessed him. "What exactly do you want him to see?" Just then a sound came from outside, and the door opened. A woman entered and asked, "Are you staying up again to write books for this land?" A long-haired girl stepped inside. The white-haired girl saw that the man did not respond and said worriedly, "I fear you are overworking yourself." The man set down his pen and said, "Do not worry, my hardship brings them peace." He rose, pushed the chair back and said, "There is no greater joy than this." Round his neck hung a strange necklace that glowed. He turned back and said, "I will guide them, I pray to the stars." Witnessing that moment left Jonan astonished, his eyes widened. The scene shifted again. Outside stood ruined building. Magical creatures were repairing the structures. They worked in seamless coordination, carrying timber and transporting materials. Everyone watched in amazement. At the same time, the Savior and Elsha stepped outside. Ronald followed them and witnessed the sight. The power that controlled the creatures radiated outward. Elsha only observed in silence. The Savior communed with the spirits. LCA had grown more mature, holding the book and saying that, thanks to him, the newly completed spellbook had helped greatly. She asked whether he had named the book yet. The Savior only then considered it. He turned to Elsia and said, "Let us call it Vira." Hearing that name, Ronald gaped in disbelief, shouting inwardly, "What is this? That damned forbidden tome." The white book before his eyes looked cold and detached. Ronald could not believe it was the same one. Comparing the two books, Ronald stood stunned, wondering how it had changed so much. What could be more surprising, Iyer said. Vira was completed at least 2,000 years ago. So in the present, it was already ancient. Not far away, someone assembled something and said, "It is finished, now try to move." This person had just attached an iron leg to the girl and said, "Now move it as if it were real." The girl tried to move and cried out in joy. She stood and walked around happily, saying she could truly walk. The other replied, "Of course, who do you think made that prosthetic leg?" The Savior stepped forward and praised him. "Your craftsmanship is truly remarkable." Alebrige and Nebula Glacky cheerfully greeted the Savior. Ronald recognized this person from Rodaland's interrogation report. The maker of the annihilation equipment for Nebula, the most skilled technician of the Order. Lebrige laughed happily and said to Nebula Clatchy, "Thanks to your guidance, where did you learn all this?" Nebula Clatchy merely smiled and replied that he simply had more experience. Lebrige laughed and said, "If one were to ask where that experience came from, you would stay silent again this time as well." Faced with Lebrige's question, Nebula Glakey remained silent without answering. Seeing that, Lebrige did not press further, instead laughing heartily and affirming that it was indeed so. Draping an arm over the savior's shoulder, Lebrige said he would not ask any more, only that he was the strangest person he had ever met. Nebula Clakey smiled and replied that if it were anyone else it would be fine, but hearing that from Lebrige himself was truly awkward. The two conversed cheerfully. It was hard to believe that between them existed a connection to a black dragon. That black dragon had even taken on the role of substitute legs for the people of this land. Hearing the savior's words, Lebrige merely scratched his head and laughed, showing complete agreement. Listening to the conversation, he could not help but be surprised, thinking that from Vera to Lebrige, all of them had only silently helped others. Was this truly the Nebula Clacia he once knew? While the three were chatting happily, a voice suddenly rang out from afar, "The savior has arrived." The three turned their heads and realized that the villagers had gathered here in full. The villagers clasped their hands before their chests in gratitude and thanked him in unison, saying they had thought everything was over after the beast attacked, yet he still came to this remote place to save them. Nebula stepped closer to the villagers and gently replied that he only did what was necessary, not a favor, and advised them to focus on rebuilding the village. A child sitting on the ground grabbed the hem of Nebula's robe and anxiously asked what they should do if the monsters return. Nebula Clatchy immediately placed his hand on the child's head, reassuring that everything would be fine because the strongest swordsman of this land had set out to eliminate the beasts. At that moment, a plume of smoke appeared, and everyone realized that the person mentioned had returned. A man cloaked from head to toe carried the severed head of a monster. He stepped forward and respectfully reported that he had eliminated the beasts as instructed by the savior. He explained that their numbers were too great to bring back all of them, leaving the villagers astonished. The man continued that he only brought back the heads of the leaders to prove his feat. After that, he humbly expressed his hope to be forgiven. Hearing this, Nebula Clatchy nodded and said that he had worked hard. He immediately sensed a special aura from this man. Unable to discern the identity of the cloaked figure, he grew wary when he felt a disturbance that prevented him from determining the man's name. That sensation reminded him of the first time in Hai Chao, when he clearly remembered his sister's childhood image and the fear Ero had once shown. That memory resurfaced once more, making him wonder whether the swordsman was someone familiar. Thinking of his father, he was overwhelmed by emotion and clenched his teeth. His hand tightened into a fist as he reassured himself that it was only a distant memory, and he needed to remain calm in the present situation. Nebula Clatchy stepped forward and remarked that despite facing many dragons, the man's cloak bore no bloodstains, proving that his swordsmanship had grown ever more refined. The man humbly replied that it was all thanks to the savior's guidance. Nebula continued that the reconstruction here would be handled by them, and invited him to rest after the arduous journey. Suddenly, a gigantic dragon appeared in the sky, and upon arrival it unleashed a fierce blaze. The blaze shot straight toward the cloaked man. Sensing danger, he swiftly turned around with a sharp gaze. Witnessing this scene, Lebrige and Elsia recognized the abnormal flow of mana. Flames surged uncontrollably as the dragon continued its assault, and a voice rang out mentioning dragon language magic. His father, the cloaked man, also drew his sword to prepare for confrontation. He quickly rushed forward and loudly warned everyone to step back because of the danger. The villagers panicked at the sight. Nebula turned and met their fearful gazes. The man clutched his head and fled, screaming in panic that he did not know what was happening. The children cowered in their mother's arms and burst into tears. At that moment, Nebula Clatchy spoke as if to confirm the opponent's identity. On the path of salvation he had chosen, he stepped forward to stand before Ronald's father and affirmed that there was no option to retreat. He emphasized that one could only face the trial and fulfill the mission, then raised his hand and began casting magic. Shimmering strands of light intertwined, like blessings from the gods. Nebula's power immediately clashed head-on with the dragon's flames. He swung his hand, sending the glowing strands shooting straight ahead. A brilliant purple energy radiated around Nebula as he clenched his hand. Immediately after, the strands of light continued to shoot across the sky. Radiant light shone down, causing the villagers to clasp their hands in gratitude, believing they had once again received grace. Elsia smiled at the scene and affirmed that the savior could indeed easily wield dragon magic, but Alebrije behind her sensed that something was still amiss. He warned that the one who appeared was an extremely dangerous opponent, the Red Death Gagaret. In the sky, Gagaret roared in fury, scorning a mere human for daring to obstruct his flames. His father asked Alebrije whether he knew that dragon, and Alebrije nodded, confirming that it had a violent temperament. Scratching his head, he explained that Gagaret belonged to the lineage of Navardaz. Hearing this, he could not help but gasp in shock. Navardaz was the leader of the dragons, known as the Mother of Fire, and had once burned one of the three giants in a previous life. Facing the gigantic dragon, Nebula Clachy remained calm and offered a respectful greeting. He asked whether the dragon would be willing to listen to his words. Gagaret lowered its head to observe and suspected that Nebula was a transcendent, for an ordinary mortal could hardly possess such immense perception of power and time. It narrowed its eyes and asked whether Nebula was the one who had recently led humans against its subordinates. However, it asserted that it held no direct grudge against Nebula. What it demanded was the surrender of the one who had slain its subordinate. Nebula looked at the severed monster head that his father had brought back and asked in return, prompting Gagaret to confirm that it was indeed a subordinate who had served it for hundreds of years. The dragon roared in anger, accusing that while it had left its lair, humans had exterminated all its subordinates. It declared that this sin must be punished by eternal hellfire. In contrast to that threat, Nebula calmly replied that the humans' actions were justified because Gagaret's subordinates had invaded their territory and harmed them. He explained that the villagers had merely risen to avenge their families and friends. Nebula proposed that both sides should acknowledge their faults and end everything in peace. Hearing these words, the dragon fell silent for a moment. Then it roared in rage, claiming that humans were only fit to serve as entertainment on this land. Immediately after, Gagaret vented its fury by spewing fierce flames downward in attack. Nebula immediately used his power to block it, while Gagaret continued to scorn humans as worthless creatures. It claimed that humans were not worthy to be compared with its subordinates. Even before that wrath, Nebula Clachy remained calm and asserted that at least to him, that was not true. During this, the dragon began gathering its power into a sphere of dark energy and declared that since Nebula had decided so, he should prepare to face the consequences. It called him a fool and hurled the sphere of power toward its target. Realizing the dire situation, Alebrije immediately warned that this was a special destructive flame reserved only for dragons. It was dragon breath, as the purple sphere of energy continued to accumulate amid a ferocious roar. His father slowly drew his sword, preparing to join the battle. Noticing that intent, Nebula quickly spoke to stop him because such an action could make the situation more severe. Nebula Clachy's arm continued casting magic as the shimmering strands of light appeared once again. Nebula Clachy condensed his power into a blade of light and said he would handle it. Dragon's power flared brilliantly, illuminating the vast expanse of space. Facing the dragon, Nebula Clachy remained silent, lips pressed tightly together without a sound. Immediately after, Nebula Clachy raised his sword high. A slash tore through space itself, blinding light obscuring all sight. Shimmering strands of light from Nebula Clachy wove together into countless lines. The radiant web of light dazzled the dragon, leaving it completely stunned. It widened its eyes, staring in shock. Gazing at the threads before it, the dragon thought that even a false transcendent should not overcome the difference in species. Yet he had blocked its breath. While the dragon hesitated, Nebula Clachy launched a flurry of slashes at it. The dragon cried out in pain, coughing up blood as its breathing grew heavy. Seizing the opportunity, Nebula Clachy surged forward like lightning, intent on bringing the dragon down. Each strike of Nebula Clachy seemed capable of tearing the sky apart. Seeing Nebula Clachy charge, the dragon opened its mouth and roared in panic. Looking into Nebula Clachy's eyes, veins of blood visible within them, it begged him to stop. It was too late. Every slash from Nebula Clachy wounded the dragon, blood scattering in all directions. Witnessing this scene, Ronald could only stare wide-eyed in disbelief, thinking that in the real world it would be impossible to follow such movements with the naked eye. A sword appeared from afar. Through his connection with that person, he felt a strange familiarity. That was right, though the dimensions differed, this was clearly. Nebula Clachy landed upon the ground. Ronald looked at Nebula Clachy and could be certain this was the swordsmanship of Instructor Naviro. His mind flooded with thoughts, recalling how the professor once said during training with Navi Josko that the swordsmanship originated from the southern forest, learned from a man encountered there, along with his first defeat. Navi Jones raised her sword and said that was the foundation of her swordsmanship. Though her current blade still fell short of that man, Ronald asked curiously whether the professor had truly spoken so highly. How great that swordsmanship must be. Navi Jules rested her sword on her shoulder and smiled, saying she hoped one day he would meet that man as well. Just by watching he could sense it, that was precisely. Returning to reality after witnessing the display, Ronald murmured in awe. The pinnacle of swordsmanship, Gagaret, after being defeated by Nebula Clackier, spread his wings and soared into the sky, muttering in anger. Just wait, the dragon raged at being struck down by a mortal. Ronald looked up as the dragon's silhouette faded into the sky, thinking that even a calamity dragon could be subdued with ease. He let out a breath, sweat streaming down, remembering the professor's words. They were entirely true. This man's sword was utterly different, unlike anything he had ever seen. The townspeople who witnessed the dragon's defeat remained stunned, unsure how to react. In the end, they expressed their joy at Nebula Glacier's victory. The crowd shouted continuously, praising the moment when the divine figure had felled the dragon. Nebula Clackier withdrew his power, and the blade of light vanished. He pointed at the severed dragon horns and reminded them to collect them carefully. They were valuable materials. Elsha lowered her head respectfully and said he had worked hard. Alebrije folded his arms, smiling as he wondered whether he was truly human. Ronald's father stood to one side, observing in silence. As Nebula Clackier prepared to leave, Ronald's father said he could handle things himself. He nodded yet remarked that suppressing without killing might be too difficult. If Navarro grew enraged over the loss of his kin and came here. Ronald's father's eyes sharpened as he said that even if it was too much, he would not retreat. But nothing could stand in the Savior's way. Hearing that, Nebula Glacier turned back, his voice carrying a warning, "That is enough." Ronald's father fell silent. Soon after, he changed his attitude, bowed respectfully in apology. Nebula Claky turned away and told Alebrije to temporarily oversee the construction. He said he would go to the Red Dragon Sanctuary. Alebrije asked why he would go there. He replied that it was to apologize to Navador. Nebula Glacier said that though it was self-defense, harming a member of the clan was still a fact. Such conduct was admirable. Alebrije laughed and said she likely would not mind, yet it was safer to do so, and to be careful when passing through the center. Not long ago, a combative brat had gone there to make it his base. His name was Oz, with two unusual pairs of wings. He would be easy to recognize. Ronald hovered in midair, listening to the entire conversation. Hearing the name Oz, he gave a wry smile and thought of Oscar. Things were becoming more interesting. That was the demonic dragon driven west by the first Emperor Valong after the Great War, an old legend. That demonic dragon had once been called a mere brat. Ronald was curious but received no answers. At that moment he noticed something, and his body stiffened briefly. Surrounding space turned pitch black. He could see nothing and muttered what was happening this time. His hand moved again. He looked down and murmured that the sensation had returned. He had left the Savior's body. His gaze grew vigilant as he looked toward the radiating light and asked what it intended to do this time. Turning around, he saw before him a massive block emitting a jade-green glow. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he stared at it and wondered what it was. Through the block, he saw images of the villagers outside. Outside, the villagers stood before Nebula Clackier. A red-haired girl in a round cloak asked whether he truly intended to lead Savior. Nebula Glacky, Elsha, and Alebrije were all present. Nebula Clachy looked at the villagers and said the reconstruction was complete and the development stone had been prepared. Now the territory, even without them, could still prosper. It was time to depart. The girl once injured by a magical beast who had needed a prosthetic leg. She had now grown into an outstanding lord. Time passed swiftly. The girl scratched her cheek and said he had told them before they would not hold him back. Villagers clasped their hands together and prayed in unison that the Savior's path of seeking truth would always be guided by the star. After saying their farewells, Nebula Clackier, Elsia, and Alebrije turned and left. Within the space, Ronald wondered whether this was an image of the first village decades later. He turned to the dark void and murmured that he seemed to understand now. He looked at the glowing blocks floating around and asked whether this was the manifestation of that man's life. No one answered. He said sadly that life was truly busy. The scene shifted to a blazing desert where the ground and stones burned beneath the sun. Two people sat leaning against a rock, exhausted by the scorching sunlight. They seemed utterly drained amid the desert's relentless heat. A gentle hand reached toward the white-haired boy. When he slightly opened his blurred eyes, that person softly said, "Do not give up on life." It was Alebrije, Elsia, Ronald's father, along with Nebula Clackier. He extended his hand toward the boy and continued that the stars were always watching over them. Amid the harsh desert of raging winds and sand, a city was unexpectedly established. Nebula Clacci and his companions, after saving the boy and his friend, helped build the city, then quietly continued their journey. They always set out after completing their acts of helping others. On the next occasion, Nebula Clacia treated a person suffering from a terminal illness. Afterwards, the four once again advanced to a new land and were ambushed as soon as they arrived. When the situation settled, Nebula Clacier departed and stopped by a forge. The scene shifted to a vast desert with swirling winds and sand. A group of people wearing white cloaks appeared, and Nebula Clacier stated that he was not a great figure for them to revere. Standing before them, Nebula Clacier and his three companions explained that their acts of salvation were guided by the stars, therefore they did not need to worship him. He advised everyone to return to their homeland, live in peace, and pray to the stars, that alone would be sufficient gratitude. The man clasped his hands before Nebula Clacier and raised his head, saying that his miracles had become known across the continent, and if they could not gaze upon a star together, then please allow them to follow, for that was the path to their salvation. The man declared firmly, while Nebula Clacier remained silent. Nebula Clacier always wore a necklace of a strange design around his neck. As night fell, the four stood on a rocky outcrop in the desert gazing at the starry sky, and someone suggested giving the group an official name. Nebula Claci turned to Alebrije and asked whether it was necessary, as the world already called them the Nebula Order. Alebrije sighed, believing that it was merely a name given by heretics, and that a powerful group should have a worthy title. Elsia smiled in agreement, saying that the title of an order could easily arouse suspicion, while Ronald's father remained silent. Nebula Claci gazed into the distance, and someone suggested that he should personally give the group an appropriate name. After a moment of thought, Nebula Claci softly said that they would carry the will of the stars, spread that light to the world. Beneath Nebula Claci, countless people followed them out of admiration. The scene shifted to 1,000 years later, with gray smoke covering everything. A soldier rushed forward to attack a young girl. The entire kingdom gradually sank into a chaotic sea of flame. The savior stood at a distance, silently observing the scene before him. Alebrije stood beside him, muttering that this was yet another war, and wondering how many times it had repeated. They had witnessed the nation they helped build collapse countless times, and LCR continued that counting those occurrences had become meaningless. Even so, that number must have reached several dozen. Behind them, Ronald in his spiritual form thought to himself that this cycle had lasted for 1,000 years. Perhaps that was why. The surrounding atmosphere had become so unusual. He wanted to clearly see the Savior's face, but could not perceive his appearance. The Savior suddenly stepped forward and said, "Let us go." Alebrije asked in astonishment whether they were truly heading toward the palace engulfed in flames, while Elsia warned about the sea of fire and the brutal bandits. He believed they should return to the sanctuary to ensure the safety of the believers, but the Savior interrupted. He asked Elsia whether her eyes could only see the burning flames and killing intent upon that land, for he could still hear the yearning for survival of those people who longed to live, along with the cries of those exhausted and desperate because of the unforeseen catastrophe. He emphasized that salvation was even more necessary for those on the brink of annihilation, and that they had the duty to answer those cries for help. For 1,000 years, despite their constant efforts, humanity had continued to destroy itself and approach ruin, yet this tragedy was not inevitable. Alebrije roared that it was a fate created by humanity itself. He believed that self-destruction was the instinct of humankind, and saving them was not salvation but merely foolishness. He asserted that they could not continue repeating this futile action, and that the church needed to make a choice. They should save those who were more deserving. The Savior calmly asked in return, those more deserving. It seemed that all of you shared this same thought. Elsia and Alebrije slightly bowed their heads in acknowledgement. The Savior continued that if so, they should part ways here. Alebrije asked in shock whether he would truly abandon them at this moment. He mentioned the faith that the followers had placed in him, but the Savior affirmed that actions based on judging human worth would not bring true salvation. He believed that what they intended to do was to purify humanity, an arrogant and misguided act of imposing dogmatic standards upon the world. On the contrary, he believed that humanity could create a brighter future if given more time to awaken. He understood their emotions but affirmed that they could not walk the same path when guided by different stars. Each must find their own way, for he would follow the guiding starlight of his own. He would pray for the stars to grant their blessing and guide them, but suddenly a sword pierced through his body. The Savior was stunned by the sudden event, while Alebrije's face turned pale. Man's voice echoed, I told you already, did I not, Elsia, Alebride? He is not someone who can be swayed. I will respect his will, O Savior, however. Please leave your power here for the salvation of us all. The Savior asked what this sword was, and the other replied that it was a weapon prepared for this very day. A divine weapon forged from materials beyond this world, capable of absorbing every kind of power. Even his power. Savior reflected that after centuries, he now understood that their paths had diverged long ago. He reproached himself for failing to recognize the corruption of those closest to him. The man in black, Ronald's biological father, paused upon hearing those words. A surge of purple magic erupted and blasted him away, accompanied by a warning that they would have to pay the price. Ronald's father slid across the sandy ground. He immediately braced himself with his sword to maintain balance and come to a stop. He admitted that his opponent was indeed formidable. Elsia roared, questioning his actions. Alebride rushed forward, unable to accept the harm done to the Savior and enraged by the traitor's deed. He asserted that this should never have been allowed to happen. However, both were quickly forced to halt. Elsia was horrified to realize that the Savior's power was being sealed. The blessings from the stars were also being cut off. Ronald's father had created a barrier to isolate the two of them. Though you have yet to absorb all the power of this world, why do you possess such immense authority, yet still make such grave mistakes? It seems I was not wrong. You are utterly unqualified to lead the salvation of this world. The Savior murmured softly, so that is the path you have chosen. If that is so, then this will be the last time we face each other. Show me. Ronald's father immediately heightened his vigilance and returned to a defensive stance. The Savior spoke, this will be the final lesson I grant you. The sky around them rapidly shifted in color. From deep crimson it turned pitch black. The Savior raised his hand, releasing a surge of purple light interwoven with white. Ronald's father coldly waved his hand in response. A streak of purple light flashed like a meteor, carrying terrifying power. The two immediately charged at each other, opening a fierce battle. He thought to himself that this was the truth he was witnessing. He glared in fury at that man white hair. So that is how it is. The two swords collided, creating violent shockwaves. Surrounding space seemed torn apart by that dreadful power. Ronald's father swiftly seized the opportunity, retreating to gain momentum for a counterattack. The sword in his hand emitted a light similar to that of the Savior. The blade gradually turned black, shimmering like a sky filled with stars. He hurled the sword fiercely toward the Savior. The Savior remained calm, catching the incoming sword with his bare hand. Another surge of light shot forth. Then that light reversed its course. The swords shot forward, weaving together like radiant streams of light. The Savior raised his sword, pointing it straight at his opponent. He slowly placed 2 fingers upon the blade, then gently slid them from the hilt to the tip. The sword tore through the wind, thrusting straight toward Ronald's father. Opposite him, he lifted his sword high, as if raising the entire starry sky. He calmly received the attack from the Savior. Intense purple rays spread outward, enveloping the entire surrounding space. After that strike, Ronald's father still stood firm, completely unharmed. He cautiously observed every movement of the Savior. Meanwhile, that man maintained a composed expression, revealing no emotion. 2 beams of light suddenly flashed from opposite sides. Both continued to charge at each other in the brutal clash. He stood high above, observing the entire course of the battle. He realized that both possessed astonishing skill. However, their swordsmanship had reached a transcendent realm, beyond words. He clearly sensed it through his sensory link with the Savior. Within every crossing stroke of their blade, concealed countless transformations and exquisite sword stances, as if they were wielding supreme swordsmanship, to conquer and encompass the entire star-filled sky. This was the ultimate pinnacle of the sword path. Ronald's father continued charging straight ahead. The Savior remained in place, not wavering in the slightest. The 2 swords clashed once more. A shockwave erupted, shaking and shattering the surrounding space. The night sky abruptly shifted from black to crimson, as a butterfly gently fluttered past. The barrier surrounding Elsia and Alebride quickly dissipated. Alebride said that for him, the time trapped within the illusory blessing had felt like only a fleeting moment. Through this battle, he realized that both of them had long concealed their true strength. Ronald's father's voice sounded slowly, laced with doubt. Why has everything still not come to an end? You understand that clearly, do you not? Everything between us can no longer be salvaged. The Savior calmly responded to his word. The two of them suddenly recalled the time when they had once fought side by side, overcoming countless trials together. Those beautiful memories now resembled a mirror grown dim and clouded. Suddenly, a sword pierced through that fragile image. Ronald's father muttered softly that you remain naive until the very last moment. His sword was enveloped in streams of mystical purple light. All of this had been arranged by the stars. The savior cried out in pain, unable to restrain a mouthful of blood. Ronald Father coldly said to rest in peace. He would carry on the mission to save the world in his stead. He withdrew his sword and unleashed a powerful slash toward the savior. However, just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, an object suddenly shot in, forcing itself between them. A gigantic earthen puppet instantly rose to shield them. Ronald Father swung his blade, streaks of light enveloping the puppet body. The puppet quickly shattered, stones and soil raining down. He narrowed his eyes slightly, caution evident. Bird of blue and white suddenly soared into the sky. Elsia hurried forward to treat the savior wound. Ronald Father spoke coldly that you still do not understand, Elsia. We will never be able to comprehend their action. He angrily swung his sword toward them, shouting not to block his path. Lebrige immediately stepped forward to block, and one of his arms was struck clean from his body. Ronald Father eyes widened at the sight. He stared in shock as a Lebrige arm fell to the ground. A Lebrige spoke urgently, let them leave, brother. Otherwise, only if you wish to lose me as well should you continue forward. On the other side, LCA bowed before the body of the savior, tears streaming down his face. Father Ronald observed coldly. No one could guess his thoughts. In the distance, the flames continued to consume the human kingdom. The scene shifted. The curse asked Ronald, do you enjoy the birth and destruction of a nebula? It is time for you to give your answer. The decision will belong to you. Ronald remained silent, watching the outstretched hand. I have a question. What became of the savior? Is he still alive? The curse smiled, uncertain if fortunate. Perhaps he is still breathing. Ronald continued, then allow me another question. The swordsman who betrayed the savior, the one who now leads the Classier Nebula. Is he my biological father? The curse replied, do you bind yourself to something so trivial? Blood ties are merely a thin thread of flesh and blood. Ronald, that is not what should concern you when making a choice. I ask you, do you still see that swordsman, the cult leader who betrayed the savior, as merely a scourge upon humanity, as evil? Ronan was stunned by the question, what? The curse said humans cannot restrain their desires. They remain greedy in their grasping, tearing the world apart. They cannot escape the path of self-destruction. It is the inherent nature of mankind. Thus they turn their backs on the savior. To humans, justice is only a banner for those in power. Absurdity and contradiction pile up. There is no standard to define right and wrong. For that reason, humanity requires absolute order to guide it. The savior is powerful yet does not understand the human heart. The cult leader is weak in strength yet understands it deeply. Therefore, a decision was made. For true salvation, you see this as nothing more than a battlefield. Do you not realize this is the only path to sever the fate of humanity, that which has long been chained by its own shackle? Answer me, Ronald, what is good and evil? Who truly is the savior of mankind? Ronald pondered the curse question. Perhaps I cannot deny it. Even against my will, under another command, I fought and killed to survive, slaughtering all, clinging to life. That was the me of the past. If it were me, there would have been no other choice. It is surprising he endured for so long. In a certain sense, I am speaking of my past self. Curse was astonished. Ronald smiled. It seems that is not the answer you expected. I am different now. I have met friends to talk with. We laughed together, and elders offered sincere advice. The image of Navillo's surface, Professor Sigrid and Sarante flashed through his mind. Ronald continued, I know someone who has been willing many times to sacrifice his life for the world. Even if you consider that meaningless, that is the potential humanity possesses. The Savior understands this. He simply knows that one cannot control or evolve while ignoring human potential. It means discarding what matters most. Therefore, whether he is that wretched cult leader or my biological father, I will still bring him down. The curse fell silent at his resolute decision. I understand that is your choice. If so, I have no other option. The curse snapped its fingers forward. I grant you my power, Ronald. Ronald was astonished by the sight before him. What does this stone mean? The curse replied, it is my origin. If you shatter the stone, I will be completely released. I will be entirely free. Ronald remained wary and asked, what are you planning? The curse said, I do not know either in the human sense. Consider it a relationship of love and hate. Ronald murmured, love. The curse said, you have only just learned of my existence, yet I have watched you since birth. A long wandering journey. Every suffering you endured, all of it. And before I realized it, I had carried this emotion for you. I hope you find a measure of peace. I once hoped you would see their strength and abandon your vengeance. I once hoped you would stop resisting in vain and look another way. But you did not give up. I think there is no other way but to give you my power. You can feel it, can you not? The curse energy imprisoned within you. Break the stone and continue your journey. Battle will be long and brutal. You will be wounded and fail, but from what I have seen, you will overcome it. Ronald stood stunned at the words. Even so, the corner of his lips lifted slightly. Ronald raised the red glowing sword in his hand. Thank you, the curse brings suffering yet also strength. Ronald charged toward the stone before him. The stone did not crack at all. Ronald said, let us end this. A blazing red streak of light suddenly flashed across the sky. Loi Nguyen's arm abruptly separated from his body and fell to the ground. Loi Nguyen could not help but be stunned by this unexpected situation. Ronald had closed in and severed Loi Nguyen's right arm in an instant. He gave a faint smile, offering a sarcastic word of thanks. The severed arm slammed heavily onto the cold ground. Wisps of black smoke drifted around the two of them. Loi Nguyen softly called out, Ronald, what are you doing? I was helping you. Ronald did not respond, continuing to swing his sword toward the opponent's head and coldly telling him to stop rambling. It was truly bothersome. Loi Nguyen roared in irritation, mixed with fury. Ronald did not stop and continued to charge forward to attack the body right before his eyes. Streams of black smoke rose from the blood-like liquid of Loi Nguyen. Loi Nguyen muttered, why did you make such a foolish choice? Ronald replied that Professor Sigurd's words were indeed correct. He had said that this time a very cunning individual would appear. Even in this situation you still pretend to act for my sake. Are you determined to keep up the act until the end? Just a little more and I would have been deceived by you. It turned out that this stone was the true origin of Loi Nguyen, yet its appearance was both hideous and strangely familiar. Sarante Temple. This was the statue of the god Sinian that I once saw in the lair of the Blood Orb. It was unclear why the statue of Sinian appeared here, but fortunately I recognized it in time. Perhaps it was this very object. That served as the final defensive wall restraining the curse. I had believed so. From the very beginning, blindly believing the words of something that claimed to be a curse was foolish, was it not? Seeing you trembling so violently, it seems my guess was correct. You intended to use me to destroy this statue. You as well, you have already exceeded your limits. Your ability to imitate is truly astonishing. Ronald recalled the prophecies of a long and brutal war, where he would suffer countless injuries and losses. But with the person I have seen, you will surely overcome it. Ronald slowly spoke, that was the message. He remembered the weariness on Sarante's face. At that moment, Ronald briefly revealed sorrow. Sarante had still smiled and tightly held his hand before departing. Ronald murmured that Sarante had left everything to him, so he should prepare himself. I will make you realize the mistakes you have made. Loi Nguyen did not respond to Ronald's questioning. You think I deceived you? That is merely your misunderstanding. Everything was only arranged solely for you. What you are trying to resist is a transcendent entity beyond human comprehension, a miraculous existence that no one can reach. You should understand that as well. No matter how much you struggle, the outcome of this battle will only lead to a tragic death. Stop denying it, Ronald. You only need to accept and embrace that fate. As long as you do so, Loi Nguyen's body immediately transformed into the form of a gigantic monster. Ronald frowned, carefully observing every movement of his opponent. Loi Nguyen's body continued to swell, making Ronald appear even smaller. Loi Nguyen continued to tempt him. I will grant you salvation, therefore right now you should destroy that stone and return my power to me. Ronald slightly curled his lips. Your proposal sounds rather interesting. Very well, now you have finally revealed the true nature of a curse. I am quite pleased to see it. Just charge forward and cast aside all distracting thought. Loi Nguyen, enraged, rushed forward. The fool was still stubborn until the very end. Ronald narrowed his eyes in assessment. Despite being shattered many times, the opponent still fully regenerated. That meant that my current swordsmanship could not reach his origin, and there was only one option left. Ronald recalled the combat style of the Savior, slashes that transcended physical laws and severed even the essence of existence. Swordsmanship of the Savior. I must attain that power. A surge of violet-white light erupted, enveloping the entire space, causing Loi Nguyen to be horrified. This power could not possibly exist. He was merely a mortal soul. How could he possess such authority? Ronald smiled. Are you surprised? When you were inside my body, had you not already seen that I am someone who only needs to see it once to perfectly replicate the power in its entirety? Loi Nguyen roared in fury and charged toward Ronald in a fit of rage. The sword in Ronald's hand emitted a faint and mystical purple aura. He raised his sword, star-like light shimmering behind his back. Ronald calmly swung his sword in the style of the Savior. Loi Nguyen's body immediately became motionless, as if locked in place. The sword in Ronald's hand gradually dissolved into the void. Loi Nguyen's body seemed to lose all ability to move. His grotesque head slowly vanished, leaving behind a curse that you would regret. You will sink into despair. Upon the land devastated by starlight, you will be abandoned in the most desolate state. That is the fate destined for you. Ronald immediately responded that fate is not immutable, I will change it. Same applies to regression, and in the future I will continue to do so. Now only one thing is certain, no matter what my end may be, you will cease to exist, forever never to be encountered again. White light quickly streamed through the window. Ronald realized that he was sitting in a spacious room. He slowly left the bed and walked toward the window. Ronald gently parted the curtain and discovered that snow had blanketed the outside in pure white. Throughout the academy and the surrounding town, there was no longer any sign of spring. Ronald could not help but be astonished by the scene. Winter had arrived. After a long while, he gradually realized that something was unusual. No one knew how much time had quietly passed.